By the hazy moonlight, Ye Jing saw jagged rocks strewn across the ground with the black earth stronghold built against the mountainside. Its walls were piled from green stone, rising about 2 zhang high, silhouettes of patrolling soldiers pacing back and forth upon them. The scar-faced man at Ye Jing's side immediately barked, "Follow me in. Burn their damned provisions." "Wait!" Ye Jing suddenly called out, stopping the soldiers just as they were about to move toward the rear gate, where the defenses were thinnest. Pointing ahead, he said, "In that patch of shadow to the left of the gate, there's a hidden sentry." Following Ye Jing's gesture, the scar-faced man indeed saw a dark figure curled up there, clearly an undercover guard. Thanks to Ye Jing's cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refining, his eyes were far keener than those of ordinary people, able to perceive what others could not. This scene left the scar-faced man somewhat astonished. Then, he ordered, "Since that's the case, Brother Ye, I'll trouble you to take the lead." He pushed the matter along with practiced ease. Ye shot him a glance, finding him more and more suspicious. "Go." Ye Jing's voice sounded. Ye had no choice but to follow Ye Jing to deal with the sentries first. The two brothers moved with light steps, their breaths fully restrained. The hidden sentries only felt a gust of wind pass, and the next instant their heads and bodies parted, collapsing lifeless to the ground. After eliminating several hidden sentries and confirming there were no more in this area, they blew a bird whistle. Seeing this, the scar-faced man led the soldiers behind him, stooping low as they quickly circled to the rear gate of Blackwind Stronghold and then slipped inside. Meanwhile, Ye Jing noticed that the rear gate was also heavily guarded, filled with both bandits and official troops. It seemed unrealistic to think they could slip inside unnoticed. Seeing this, the scar-faced man immediately shouted, "You lot, hold these guards in check, I'll go burn the provisions." Hardly had his words fallen before Ye Jing and Ye could react. The scar-faced man had already drawn his bow and loosed an arrow, piercing a bandit who was drinking and playing finger-guessing games. That single arrow stirred up 1,000 ripples. "Who is it?" "Enemy attack. Defensive position." Over 100 men below instantly raised their weapons, and upon seeing several unfamiliar faces clinging to the rear wall, they all charged with blades and swords raised. "Damn it! That scar-faced bastard is far too reckless. Is there even any point in trying to stay hidden now?" Ye cursed furiously. Ye Jing glanced toward the scar-faced man, who was already sprinting off to set the granary ablaze, while the soldiers behind them seemed to vanish as if by prior agreement, leaving the brothers alone to face the enemy. It was obvious they were being left to fight alone. Before Ye's curses had even faded, dozens of steel blades were already swinging down toward them. He hastily drew the broadsword at his waist, twisting his body aside, and using the momentum of his dodge to sweep a wide arc, barely fending off the encircling attacks. Seeing this, Ye Jing also drew his sword to face the enemy. Though he did not reveal his cultivation, the long sword in his hand was like a stream of light, every swing carrying razor-sharp sword chi. Any bandit or official who stood before him was struck dead with a single thrust to the throat, bodies flung aside, as he forcibly carved open a gap in the surrounding crowd. Ye clenched his teeth, shock and fury boiling in his heart. He knew resentment was useless now. Only by following Ye Jing and hacking out a path of blood could they hope to survive. The two coordinated with one another, Ye Jing taking the offensive sweeping sword chi to open the way, while Ye guarded his broadsword, whirling to block stray blades and arrows. Even as fresh wounds accumulated on his body, he did not retreat in the slightest. More and more men from Black Earth Stronghold converged until at least 100 of them had the brothers completely. At their head stood a fat, bald brute with a vicious glint in his eyes, a ghost-head saber hanging at his waist. "You dare storm my territory and slaughter my brothers. Today I'll have you torn to pieces." With his roar, the bald man raised the ghost-head saber and hacked down, blade wind howling. Ye Jing's gaze sharpened. He neither dodged nor retreated, thrusting his sword straight out to tap precisely against the back of the saber. With a resounding clang, the bald brute felt a tremendous force surge through, splitting the skin of his tiger's mouth and nearly knocking the saber from his grip. He staggered back several steps before steadying himself, staring at Ye Jing in shock. "You? Who are you to be this powerful?" The bald man was himself a cultivator at the 1st level of Qi refining, yet his full-strength strike had been effortlessly neutralized by a mere military soldier. Seeing that this bald brute was also a cultivator, Ye Jing wasted no words. He stamped his foot, his figure sliding forward like a ghost. Just as the bald man tried to lift his saber again, a flash of cold light crossed his vision and a chill bit into his neck. Moments later, he was dead. With their leader fallen, the bandits and soldiers who had surged forward instantly lost their formation. At that moment, a violent explosion sounded from the direction of the granary. Flames roared skyward and thick smoke billowed. Seeing the granary thoroughly ablaze, the scar-faced man was immensely pleased. Looking down at the Ye brothers being surrounded below, he shouted, "Ye Jing, Ye, many thanks to you both for holding these men back. The provisions are destroyed. You can rest easy and die here for the country." It turned out the scar-faced man had planned from the start to send the brothers to the front, seizing the chance to burn the provisions and earn great merit for himself. As for whether Ye Jing and Ye lived or died, he did not care in the slightest. Son of a bitch. Ye cursed angrily, then growled to Ye Jing that scar-faced rat really is up to. Seeing the scar-faced man and those soldiers all withdrawing, Ye Jing's gaze darkened. He said, "It's not just the scar-faced one. There's also Wang Sheng. Brother, you mean the two of them might be trying to harm us?" Ye asked in shock as he continued slashing. Ye Jing replied in a low voice, "I'm not completely certain, but it's very likely. This isn't the time to talk about it. Let's break out first." All right. Together they exerted their full strength, cutting down several officials who rushed at them, then leapt swiftly over the city wall to the outside. Bandits and officials behind them gave relentless chase. Once the brothers reached a concealed spot, Ye immediately summoned his life-bound spirit beast. A giant eagle several meters in length spread its wings and flew over. Ye Jing and Ye sprang onto the white eagle's back and fled the area, vanishing into the boundless night. Seeing such a massive white eagle, some officials of Black Earth Stronghold recognized it as the very bird that had disrupted the flying wheel cultivators on the battlefield. Could it be that those two were cultivators? At that moment, the scar-faced man, fleeing in high spirits, looked back at Black Earth Stronghold wreathed in flames and could barely contain his joy. Now that he had burned Black Earth Stronghold's provisions, he believed he had earned great merit and eliminated those two brats, finally removing a thorn in his side. Just as he was pondering how to seek rewards from Wang Sheng, a fierce wind suddenly whipped up behind him. Before the scar-faced man could react, a cold voice rang out from the rear, "You're leaving so comfortably, aren't you?" The scar-faced man's whole body stiffened. He yanked hard on the reins, and the warhorse beneath him neighed in pain. When he turned his head, his blood seemed to freeze. How could you possibly have come out alive?" His voice trembled with barely concealed terror as he clutched the long saber at his waist, his palm already slick with sweat. He had clearly seen the two of them completely surrounded by bandits and officials, and the chaos from the exploding granary had only made that encirclement tighter. Yet the two had not only survived, they had caught up to him with astonishing speed. Ye stepped forward, his face brimming with killing intent, broadsword pointing straight at the scar-faced man. "You treacherous dog. If we hadn't been prepared in advance, we would have died back there today. You are truly detestable." Facing the fury of the brothers Ye Jing and Ye, the scar-faced man hurriedly forced a fawning smile. "It was all a misunderstanding, brothers. The enemy was bearing down on us back then. I truly had no other choice." While his mouth kept arguing his case, his hand quietly slipped to the cloth pouch at his waist. He swiftly pulled out a skyrocket entirely crimson in color and yanked out the fuse with a sudden motion. With a sharp whoosh, the rocket shot straight into the night sky, bursting into a blinding flare of white light that illuminated half the heavens. Ye Jing let out a cold sneer. This scar-faced man was truly cunning. Though they had already escaped beyond the bounds of Haida's stronghold, they were still within the sphere of influence of the Yin Kingdom army. This skyrocket was clearly a signal for aid. It would not be long before reinforcements from Yin arrived. Once reinforcements came, any attempt on their part to lay hands on the scar-faced man would invite endless trouble, and they might even be branded with the crime of murdering imperial soldiers. Ye Jing sheathed his sword and cast him a cool sidelong glance without uttering a word. He even reached out to stop Ye. Seeing the two brothers withdraw, the scar-faced man broke into a smug grin. In his eyes, these two were nothing special. A slight scare was enough to cow them. Before long, reinforcements arrived. Seeing that the soldiers they had dispatched were unharmed, they simply escorted everyone back. Once in the camp, the scar-faced man promptly claimed all the credit for burning the enemy grain stores as his own merit. When Wang Sheng saw the Ye brothers return safely, a flicker of surprise flashed through his eyes. Acting as though nothing were amiss, he stepped forward to pat their shoulders a few times and offered a few words of praise before sending them off to rest. With Jin's grain stores burned and its morale greatly diminished, Wang Sheng sought to press the advantage and immediately ordered his soldiers to launch a counterattack. The Ye brothers, under the pretext of being elite troops, were repeatedly assigned by Wang Sheng to the most perilous front lines, facing enemy officers and soldiers heathen. These were extraordinarily dangerous orders. The slightest misstep would mean death in battle. Yet on the surface, Wang Sheng played his part to perfection, appearing deeply considerate of them, so that the rest of the army believed the brothers blessed by fortune and highly valued by their general. The fighting dragged on for several months. Ye Jing and Ye were now covered head to toe in blood and grime. In a remote, desolate spot, Ye Jing used a communication talisman to send a message to Ye Jing. Not wishing to worry their elderly father, he refrained from mentioning how he and Ye were being suppressed by their superior officers. "Brother, that damned Wang Sheng. He's trying to get us killed. I truly can't take it anymore." Ye's voice rose in furious grievance as he suddenly hurled the broken blade in his hand to the ground. Days of brutal high-intensity combat had left new and old wounds layered upon their bodies. The slightest movement tugged at them with stabbing pain. Yet all of this paled beside the suffocating humiliation and anger in their hearts. Time and again in recent days they had been thrust into battles where death seemed certain, surviving only by relying on willpower beyond ordinary men and their flawless tacit understanding. Yet Wang Sheng's covert suppression only grew more brazen. Supplies allotted to them dwindled while the missions assigned became ever more lethal. Were they not cultivators, with Ye Jing constantly reading the flow of battle and seeking out that sliver of survival, they would long since have become nameless ghosts on the battlefield. Among the soldiers who had marched out with them, some had already been granted official ranks, yet the brothers remained mere foot soldiers. The humiliation gnawed at them. After putting away the communication talisman slip, Ye Jing fell silent for a moment. Then he raised his hand and patted Yi's shoulder, the roughness of his palm pressing through the torn fabric. "I know." Ye Jing's voice was soft, yet carried a steady resolve that brooked no doubt, a glint of icy light surging in his eyes. "Brooding brings nothing, and anger is useless. Wang Sheng wants us to die on the battlefield, but we will do the opposite and live." Yi's knuckles turned white. The agitation in his heart subsided a little, yet unease still gnawed at him. "Big brother, then what should we do? If this goes on, sooner or later we'll fall into his hands." "Wait," Ye Jing said, uttering just a single word. He drew a small piece of dried ration from his robe, broke it in half, and handed one piece to Yi. "It is not yet the time to tear the mask from his face. The war between Yan and Jin has not run its course. Wang Sheng still needs elites like us to throw their lives away for him. That is our bargaining chip." Yi bit into the dried ration. The coarse grains grated in his mouth, yet even that harsh taste could not match the bitterness in his heart. Not long after, the Emperor of Yan issued a decree commanding that they seize Jin's strategic throat fortress, Jinshe Pass. Jinshe Pass was the main route from Jin into Yan. If it were taken, it would decisively determine whether Yan's war would be fought in defense or in offense. Because of its importance, Jin had stationed heavy troops there. Previous assaults by Yan had all ended in failure with grievous casualties. Wang Sheng immediately convened a council, and as before deliberately assigned the main assault on Haishi Pass to Ye Jing and Yi, granting them only 3,000 men. The other generals each led large forces to pin down enemy troops along the flanks under the lofty pretext of allowing the elite troops to exert their greatest effect. When the news reached them, Yi trembled all over with rage. 3,000 men. He's sending us to our deaths. Jinshe Pass has over 10,000 defenders with solid fortifications. This is an utterly impossible mission. Ye Jing, however, remained unervingly calm. He studied the military map of Jinshe Pass, then noticed Chun Mingyuan and the female cultivator Yun Yu appearing in the nearby encampment. In this struggle for Jinshe Pass, with cultivators joining the fray, it was highly likely that the enemy would also employ cultivators. Perhaps that elusive Guangdao Jinren whom they had yet to encounter would take the field as well. However, those two cultivators would only act when facing other cultivators. The rest had nothing to do with them. After accepting the mission, Ye Jing did not immediately lead his soldiers out. He first carefully surveyed the terrain of Haishi Pass and discovered that sheer cliffs flanked the pass on both sides, leaving only a narrow mountain path for passage. The Jin army had used this natural advantage to hold the gateway fast. Yet Ye Jing also spotted a flaw. Behind Haishi Pass lay a dried-up riverbed. Its entrance was well hidden and choked with thorns, but if one could slip through that riverbed to circle around the rear of the pass, they could subject the Jin army to a pincer attack from front and back. However, the riverbed was riddled with traps laid by the Jin army to prevent surprise assaults. "Brother, are we really going to circle around through that riverbed?" Yi stared at the marked riverbed on the map, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. "It's filled with traps. If any are triggered, we might never even reach the rear of the pass." "Yes, we will go that way." Ye Jing nodded, a sharp gleam flashing through his gaze. "The most dangerous place is often the safest. The Jin army will never imagine we dare to break through along this so-called dead route." Afterward, Ye Jing chose 500 agile soldiers skilled in climbing to follow him along the riverbed to the rear, while the remaining 2,500 were placed under Yi's command to posture along the main mountain path, drawing the Jin army's attention. On the eve of departure, Ye Jing handed a communication talisman to Yi. "Once you see the fireworks rise, give the order to attack at once. We will strike from both front and rear." Yi nodded heavily. "Big brother, you must be careful." At dawn the next day, according to the plan, Yi led his soldiers in an assault along the main mountain path. Guo Zhengning remained at his side. He had already been promoted to the rank of captain. Yet he still looked after the Yi brothers as best he could now, also entrusting battlefield command to Yi, for he was after all just a martial hall master and truly no expert at waging war. On the battlefield, drums thundered to the heavens and battle cries rose in a roar as the Jin army swiftly mounted a counterattack, throwing all their strength into repelling Yi's assault. War is on the verge of breaking out. Ye Jing, accompanied by 500 soldiers, quietly arrived at the rear of the Jinshe Pass. At this moment, the battle on the front lines had reached a boiling point. Although the soldiers led by Ye fought valiantly, they were outnumbered and gradually falling into a disadvantage. Ye Jing's gaze sharpened as he immediately commanded attack. The 500 soldiers he led charged towards the rear of the Haishi Pass like tigers descending a mountain. The defending troops were caught completely off guard, instantly bewildered, and thrown into disarray. Ye, witnessing their attack, shouted, "Brothers! Reinforcements have arrived! Attack!" The morale of the Yin soldiers soared, surging towards the Jinshe Pass like a tidal wave, while the Jin army found themselves besieged from both sides. The once formidable defense crumbled in an instant. Just when everyone thought the Jinshe Pass was about to be breached, a bloodthirsty great sword soared into the air, striking down many Yin soldiers in the blink of an eye. A powerful aura of spiritual energy followed the descent of the great sword. Ye Jing and Ye's expressions changed drastically as their internal powers surged. The Yin soldiers were crushed as if by an invisible boulder, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, their previously boiling morale instantly frozen by fear. A towering figure gradually broke through the air, clad only in a black combat suit, his eyes radiating a terrifying pressure. He was none other than the legendary and fearsome Kuang Daozhenren. With a mere gesture, he grasped the great sword, transforming it into a beam of blood light that fell into his hands. The sword hummed, as if craving for more blood. Kuang Daozhenren coldly snorted, "Such a small Yin nation daring to retaliate. Today I shall ensure you have no return." With that, the blood-colored great sword howled as it charged towards Ye Jing's army. Ye Jing's pupils constricted as he watched the sword effortlessly slay the soldiers like cutting vegetables. Among those soldiers were several martial artists who at that moment possessed no capacity for resistance. "Kuang Dao, stop!" At this moment, Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu finally moved simultaneously, attacking the blood-colored sword. The powerful clash of spiritual energy sent the soldiers flying. Amidst the swirling dust, blue and red lights collided violently, producing a deafening roar. Kuang Daozhenren sneered disdainfully to defeated lackeys. "Dare to stop me? Today I shall use you to offer a sacrifice for my sword." With that, he wildly swung the great sword, mercilessly chopping down, while Chun Mingyuan and Chun Mingyuan let out a cold snort. He rotated the long sword in his hand, forming a spell, and a snow-white long sword flew out from the pouch at his waist, imbued with formidable power. The sword was slender, with a snake head carved on the hilt. As Chun Mingyuan launched the flying sword, the white long sword, like a swimming snake, darted towards Kuang Daozhenren. Kuang Daozhenren, upon seeing the snow-white long sword, was greatly alarmed. "Jiao Su sword. That old man Yun Jian actually gave you his sword." Chun Mingyuan replied proudly, "With my master's Jiao Su sword in hand, even if you are at the pinnacle of qi refinement, you cannot escape." As soon as his words fell, the Jiao Su sword transformed into a beam of white light, piercing directly at Kuang Daozhenren's face, the spiritual energy swirling around it, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Kuang Daozhenren's expression darkened, not daring to underestimate the attack. He abruptly clapped the gourd magic tool beneath him, causing a cloud of pitch-black mist to erupt, enveloping him instantly. At the same time, he crossed the great sword in front of his chest, the blood energy surging, forming a thick curtain of blood. The Jiao Su sword struck fiercely against the blood curtain, producing a clear and crisp metallic clash. The white light and blood light violently collided, fragments of spiritual energy splattered everywhere, and the ground around them trembled, cracking into fine fissures. Kuang Daozhenren felt an overwhelming force of spiritual energy flowing through the great sword, causing his arms to numb and forcing him to stagger back several steps. Such a strong sword's might. Kuang Daozhenren's eyes flickered with seriousness, "But with just the power of one spirit sword, you are still not enough," he shouted loudly, gripping the sword hilt tightly, crazily infusing spiritual energy into the great sword. The originally blood-colored blade instantly turned a fiery red, with menacing patterns faintly appearing on its surface. Ye Jing and Ye, watching from below, were filled with dread. Even from a distance, they could feel the suffocating, murderous intent. "Die!" Kuang Daozhenren swung the great sword violently, unleashing countless blood-colored sword energies that surged towards them with a piercing shriek. Chun Mingyuan, seeing this move, could not hide the resentment in his eyes. It was this very move that had defeated. He sneered coldly, and the Jiao Su sword, still engaged with Kuang Daozhenren, suddenly burst forth with golden white light, transforming into the phantom of a Jiao dragon. The pressure of the Jiao dragon was immense, and soldiers in the war zone were directly crushed to death by the powerful white light. Seeing this, Ye immediately led the soldiers beside him to retreat. He knew that these cultivators would not care for ordinary soldiers like them in battle. Oh! Suddenly a scream came from above, the chest of Kwang Dao Jinren was pierced, and he looked at the sword piercing towards his chest in disbelief. He immediately roared, "Why aren't you coming out? Kill these two Qingyun sect members." What? Shen Mingyuan seemed surprised that there were still cultivators nearby. Suddenly from the army, over a dozen figures in black robes rushed out, each wielding spiritual energy, with the strongest among them reaching the 5th layer of qi refinement. What is happening? How could there be so many cultivators? Shen Mingyuan couldn't believe it. To know that a country could hire a few cultivators was already the limit. How could so many appear at once? Kwang Dao Jinren sneered, "That's because the Jin country now belongs to me. Next is your Yin country." Shen Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You swallowed a whole country. Why?" Kwang Dao Jinren sneered, "It's naturally for more blood and food. You must know that the Yin country occupies a ley line." Hearing this, Shen Mingyuan's mind raced. He immediately swung the Jiao Su sword, striking at Kwang. He realized how the Jin country had become so powerful over the years. It had long been occupied by cultivators, and now they were eyeing a certain ley line in the Yin country. However, he had practiced for so long, and had never heard his master mention any ley line existing in the Yin country. But at that moment he had no time to think. Those cultivators rushed up to attack Shen Mingyuan. Shen Mingyuan could only retreat in a panicked scramble. Yi Xian and Yi Yi, seeing that this cultivator could not win, exchanged helpless glances. "Elder brother, should we strike?" Yi Yi asked. Seeing the immortal being forced into retreat, Yi Xian tightened his grip on the sword, recalling the disdainful expressions of the general and the scar-faced man. He said, "Easy, no need to hide yourself any longer. Go for it." Yi Xian gripped his long sword, spiraled upward, and charged at the nearest cultivator. "How dare you?" The cultivator sneered, swinging his sword to stab Yi Xian. Yi Xian condensed his spiritual energy, the blade in his hand flared with light, and effortlessly intercepted the attack. The cultivator was taken aback. His sword had been easily opened by a mere soldier. Then a blade pierced his chest, and blood sprayed. Yi Xian had slain with ease a cultivator of only qi refinement level 2. Those who had been preparing to surround Shen Mingyuan all turned to look at Yi Xian, startled by the cultivation he had exposed. A qi refinement level 5 cultivator. They were astonished to see the thick spiritual energy emanating from the man. Yan's cultivators had already suffered heavy losses. The strongest among them were only Shen Mingyuan and Yunyu. How had another cultivator appeared? Even Guo Jingming was stunned. When had his disciple become a Xian? Yi Yi, standing to one side, tightened his grip on his great blade and fixed his gaze on the cultivators above, ready to support Yi Xian. Kwang Dao Jinren saw this and immediately barked an order, "Kill him. Don't let him ruin my scheme." "Yes." At his command, the cultivators surged forward and began to swarm Yi Xian. In their eyes, he was only a level 5 qi cultivator, and sheer numbers would wear him down. Yi Xian snorted coldly and tightened his sword. He unleashed the Wanhua sword technique. His strikes were fierce, his body slipping through their assaults, as his spiritual energy radiated unchecked, each cut saturated with killing intent. Lower-tier cultivators found themselves powerless to retaliate. Thanks to Yi Xian's prodigious aptitude and continual slaughter on the battlefield, his cultivation had now reached qi refinement level 5. Even Yi Yi's level had risen greatly to qi refinement level 3. That was why Yi Xian dared to stand forth. The cultivators screamed as he showed no mercy, and Kwang Dao Jinren watched with a pang of regret. He shouted to his men, "Suppress him at once." The most formidable among them, a qi refinement level 5, stepped forward and lashed out with a long whip to intercept Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian met the attack and blocked, but his spiritual energy was drained. He was blasted several meters away. As the whip-wielding cultivator closed in, Yi Yi, who had been on guard nearby, sprang up, spinning his great blade into a black whirlwind aimed at the whip user. The black vortex, laced with a biting blade aura, slammed into the whip cultivator's back with savage. The man had been entirely focused on Yi Xian and had no guard against a rear assault. The blow struck him. He scrambled to fend it off with his whip, cracking out several lashes to barely ward off the blade-like whirlwind. Yi Xian gulped down crimson blood wine. The concentrated vintage filled his exhausted reserves, in an instant restoring his spiritual energy. Yi landed and stood steadfast at Yi Xian's side, his great blade held across his chest. In a deep voice he said, "If you want my brother, you must get past me first." Though his qi refinement level 3 energy was not as dense as the others, the tempering of battle infused it with such grit that the opposing cultivators involuntarily paused. Kwang Dao Jinren still locked in combat, with Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yue spat, "Damn it. I never expected Yin to be hiding cultivators." He produced a jade talisman that glowed blue and sneered at Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yue, "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." The talisman was a first-rank Leihua talisman, Thunderfire in a talisman. "Not good. Junior sister. Retreat now." Chun Mingyuan recognized at a glance that Guangdao held a first-rank Thunderfire talisman. With their spiritual reserves exhausted, they could not prevail in a heated clash. Yun Yu's eyes brimmed with unwillingness. She gritted her teeth and glanced at the two soldier cultivators who had suddenly appeared. Senior brother, first protect those two cultivators. With them we might still have a fighting chance against Guangdao. All right, as you say. Though reluctant, Chun Mingyuan complied when his junior sister insisted. He tightened his grip on his sword and charged at Yi Xian and Yi. In an instant, thunderlight filled the ground. The air along its path hissed as it scorched. The soldiers could not withstand it and were blown to pieces. Yi Xian looked up horrified at the destructive power of the Thunderfire talisman. It was his first time seeing a talisman, and he had not expected such potency. Seeing the two cultivators move to protect them, Yi Xian said to Yi, let's use our spiritual energy as well. This Thunderlight talisman is immensely powerful. It may spill over and harm the soldiers and our elders behind us. Yes, brother. The thunderlight from the talisman collided with their fierce spiritual force, erupting into a devastating spiritual explosion. The blast tore a great hole in the ground. The Battle of Jinshi Pass was a slaughter. The Jin soldiers thereafter shut themselves behind closed gates. When Yi Xian led the troops to a safe place, Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu arrived in disarray, especially Chun, who stared at the Yi brothers with mounting suspicion. Yun Yu stepped forward and smiled gently. Many thanks, fellow cultivators. Had you not appeared, we would have been encircled by Guangdao and found it hard to escape. Yi Xian replied in a cool tone, Xianzi, there is no need for such ceremony. Yun Yu examined the two handsome faces yet clad in the plain garb of common soldiers. Were it not for their use of spiritual energy, she might have thought them ordinary men. She asked with some puzzlement, You are cultivators. Why conceal your identities and blend among ordinary troops? Yi Xian's gaze darkened slightly. He answered slowly, Xianzi, you do not know. My brother and I were born into humble origins, and only after years of bitter cultivation reached our current level. We dare not easily reveal ourselves. Huh, a cultivator so timid. This is my first time seeing the like. Chun Mingyuan sneered from the Yun Yu scolded him with a flash of anger, then smiled, and said to the Yi brothers, Friend, there is no need for such disdain. Yin has always respected cultivators. Now that you have shown such ability on the battlefield, you should not be buried like this. If you are willing, I can make an introduction for you. Yi Xian and Yi exchanged a look. Yi Xian answered, We would rather not trouble Xianzi. Nonsense. You helped us. There is nothing troublesome about repaying a favor, Yun Yu said with a smile. She and Chun Mingyuan then took to their swords and left. After they departed, Guo Zhengning, who had been silent for some time, slapped Yi Xian and Yi's arms and, well, you two are actually Xian. You truly bring honor to old Master Yi. Yi Xian merely smiled and said nothing. If Guo Zhengning knew that their entire family were cultivators, the surprise would have been even greater. The soldiers, having learned the Yi brothers were cultivators, treated them with renewed respect. But the two men were comrades forged in life and death struggle, and their identities had not created distance between them. When they returned to camp, Yi Xian immediately saw the scar-faced man lounging with a group of soldiers wearing a look of smug triumph. The scar-faced man shouted at the top of his voice, Yi Xian, Yi, you failed to take Jinshi Pass. You will be punished by military law. In the military camp, the scar-faced man approached with an imposing aura. A soldier who colluded with him scolded, You two inexperienced boys, the general has high hopes for you. Now, having lost men and equipment, and not even reaching the gates of Jinshi Pass according to military regulations, you deserve to be executed. The pride on the scar-faced man's face grew even more pronounced as he directly commanded, Come, take down these two defeated generals. If they dare to resist, treat them as traitors. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers immediately drew their long knives, advancing step by step towards Yi Xian and Yi. Guo Zhengning saw this and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Scar-faced man, do not act recklessly. In this battle, if it weren't for the brothers Yi Xian fighting to protect us, we would have perished at the hands of the mad swordsmen of the Jin Kingdom. How can they be deemed defeated generals? What Xiaowei are you trying to protect them? The scar-faced man scoffed, not taking Guo Zhengning seriously at all. On the battlefield, only the result matters. Not capturing Jinshi Pass is a failure. As for your claims of fighting to the death, who can testify? I see it as them being cowardly and deliberately delaying the battle. The soldiers supporting the scar-faced man became even more arrogant, stepping forward to grab Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian sneered, immediately drawing his sword and slashing at that soldier. The powerful force severed the soldier's upper body, blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding soldiers were startled, instinctively taking half a step back, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Yi Xian. You dare to kill in public? The scar-faced man's pupils contracted sharply. The pride on his face was instantly replaced with rage as he pointed at Yi Xian and shouted, You have rebelled. This is outright rebellion. If I don't dismember you today, how can I uphold military law? Ye Jing, holding his long sword, watched as blood slowly dripped from the blade. He revealed a sinister smile. Military law. What is it? Even if Wang Sheng comes, I will still execute him. Yi, standing beside him, also exclaimed angrily, my brother, and I fought fiercely, slaying several generals from the Jin kingdom. If it weren't for the mad swordsman being stationed, Jinsher Pass would have long been in our hands. Now you want to punish us without distinguishing right from wrong. You should be the ones punished. Seeing this, Guo Zhongning immediately gestured for his soldiers to step forward, confronting the scar-faced man's group, and solemnly stated, the Yi brothers are certainly not defeated generals. The way you treat them is simply harming loyal men. The scar-faced man was furious, drawing his large knife from his waist. I see you are all in league, daring to challenge the general. Today I will take you all down and punish you together. The scar-faced man's large knife swung down, but Ye Jing showed no fear as he easily blocked it with his sword. The scar-faced man was astonished to find that his strike couldn't budge Ye Jing at all, and pressed down even harder. The suppressed fury in Ye Jing's eyes ignited at that moment. He immediately used his spiritual power, and a flame suddenly ignited at his fingertips. Upon seeing the fireball, the arrogance on the scar-faced man's face instantly turned to fear as he hastily tried to withdraw his knife and escape. But Ye Jing would not let him off so easily. The fireball expanded in his hand, shooting directly towards the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man felt an intense burning pain all over his body, retreating and screaming, You. How could you be an immortal? The flames clung to him, causing him excruciating pain. He wanted to roll on the ground to extinguish the fire, but the confused flames would not be easily quashed. The soldiers could only listen to his screams, witnessing a living person whose clothes and flesh were completely burned away, soon turning into a pile of ashes. The entire military camp fell silent, all eyes firmly fixed on Ye Jing, their gazes filled with a mix of fear, reverence, and an unmistakable tinge of terror. The once arrogant followers of the scar-faced man now looked pale, their legs trembling, unable to grip their weapons steadily, causing several to clatter to the ground. Ye Jing withdrew his spiritual power, scanning the entire area. Any soldier who locked eyes with him instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to make a move. Is there anyone else who wants to punish my brother and me? The remnants of the scar-faced man's faction trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground and banging their heads repeatedly. Immortal Master, spare us. Immortal Master, spare us. We were blind to not recognize Mount Tai. Please show us mercy. At this moment, they no longer dared to show any dissatisfaction. The power Ye Jing displayed had long surpassed their understanding. The might of an immortal was not something they could contend with. Guo Zhongning, witnessing this scene, felt his spirit stirred. With Ye Jing and Yi now revealing their immortal status, no one in the army would dare to underestimate them again. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from a distance, accompanied by a soldier, shouting, the general is coming. Everyone turned to look, seeing Wang Sheng rushing over. He sensed the strong smell of blood in the camp, along with a pile of charred remains on the ground, and the quaking followers of the scar-faced man kneeling. The rage he felt was hard to contain, but even more so was the fear. What happened? Wang Sheng forced himself to suppress his unease, pretending to ask innocently. Guo Zhongning looked at this duplicitous general with disdain, stepping forward to report the entire story, from the Yi brothers setting out for Jinsher Pass to revealing their divine abilities and fighting fiercely against the mad swordsman of the Jin kingdom, and then to the scar-faced man's twisted accusations, culminating in Ye Jing slaying the scar-faced man and his companions. He recounted everything without concealing anything. Wang Sheng's expression changed dramatically upon him. He was astonished that the Yi brothers were indeed immortals, gritting his teeth as he was forced to lower his head and clasp his hands in respect, saying, it is indeed disrespectful to meet two immortal masters. I have not been strict in my discipline, and I hope the immortal masters will forgive me. Ye Jing cast a glance at Wang Sheng's trembling hands, noticing the resentment that could not be concealed beneath his forced politeness. He had already seen through Wang Sheng's facade and understood that his bowing was merely a temporary measure. Forgiveness. Ye Jing took a step forward, and although his sword had been sheathed, the pressure emanating from a cultivator still made Wang Sheng's breath hitch. General Wang, your men indiscriminately distinguish between loyalty and treachery, attempting to harm my brother and me. I killed him as an act of justice. However, if someone is secretly instigating this, what punishment should they receive? Wang Sheng's heart tightened. He forced a bitter smile on his face, saying, Immortal Master is joking. There is absolutely no one behind this. It was purely that soldier's arrogance daring to provoke the Immortal Master. I will immediately issue an order to deal with his faction and give the Immortal Master an explanation. He said this while preparing to wave his hand to give the order, but discreetly made eye contact with his trusted aide behind him. The aide understood the signal, quietly stepping back a half step, his fingers resting on the crossbow at his waist. Wang Sheng was unwilling to give up. Yi Xian and Yi came from Lu village, the very enemies that had wiped out his sworn brother Tang's family. When the Tang family was exterminated, he feared the power of the Yi family and the support of the young master, intending to grind them to death while they were in his military camp. However, he never expected these two to actually be immortals, and now he was filled with both fear and hatred. On the surface, he pretended to be submissive, but in reality, he had set up an ambush for them, just waiting for the signal to be given. The hidden assassins outside the camp would swarm, and even if it meant mutual destruction, he had to kill them. Otherwise, he might not live much longer. Wang Sheng's little scheme had already been seen through by Yi Xian. The perception of a cultivator is incredibly sharp, any slight movement in the camp could not escape his senses. As the trusted aide was about to sit up, Yi Xian flicked his fingers, and a slender line of fire shot out, like a spirit snake accurately striking the aide's wrist. The aide screamed in agony as the crossbow fell to the ground. His wrist burned into a charred hole. Wang Sheng's expression changed drastically. Forcing himself to remain calm, he said, "Immortal Master, what is the meaning of this? He is just an ordinary soldier under my command. He has done nothing wrong." Ordinary soldier. Yi stepped forward, a murderous aura radiating from him. "General, Wang, do you think we are blind? Who was the signal crossbow for? Those hidden assassins outside the camp where you're doing, weren't they?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Guo Zhengming's face also changed, and he immediately ordered his soldiers to be on guard. Wang Sheng's disguise was completely torn away, and he decided no longer to hide, suddenly drawing his sword from his waist, pointing it at the Yi brothers, and shouting in anger, "Since you already know, I no longer need to pretend. Yi Xian Yi of the Yi family exterminated my brother Tang Wangxiang's entire family. This hatred is unresolvable. Even if you are immortal today, I will drag you down with me. Kill these two monsters." Wang Sheng shouted loudly, and outside the camp a chaotic sound of footsteps erupted as hundreds of soldiers with sharp blades broke through the camp gates, rushing towards Yi Xian and Yi. These assassins were all trained at great expense by Wang Sheng, each one fearless of death. Many had even taken powerful pills. Their strength dramatically increased, seeking only to perish alongside their enemies. Yi Xian and Yi were surprised to discover an unexpected gain. Wang Sheng actually had ties with the Tang family. However, the Tang family had committed many evils. Wang Sheng colluding with them was tantamount to seeking death, and they would naturally not hold back. With these useless fools, do they dare to kill us? Yi drew his knife, his spiritual power surging, and a series of knife attacks formed like a hurricane. This was an attack he had modified based on the Black Whirlwind Axe technique. Those assassins were but ordinary mortals, and against this attack imbued with spiritual power, they had no means of resistance. They were all torn to shreds by the powerful whirlwind. Yi Xian, with a wave of his hand, conjured several fireballs that flew towards the nearby assassins. The moment the fireballs hit the ground, they exploded, engulfing the area in raging flames. The assassins screamed as they were consumed by the fire with no chance to struggle. Seeing this, Wang Sheng's eyes nearly burst with rage as he charged towards Yi Xian, shouting, "Yi Xian, they'll fight you to the death." He poured all his strength into a strike at Yi Xian. Yi Xian disdainfully snorted, not dodging or avoiding, but simply stretching out two fingers to precisely pinch Wang Sheng's sword blade. Despite Wang Sheng exerting all his strength, he found that the long sword was as if nailed to an iron plate, unmoving. In the horror of his eyes, the sword was directly snapped by Yi Xian, and then Yi Xian leaped up and delivered a powerful kick. Puff! Wang Sheng spewed a mouthful of blood, flying back several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. He wanted to get up, but felt unbearable pain in his chest. His bones had already fractured. Yi Xian slowly walked in front of Wang Sheng, looking down at him with cold eyes like frost. The grievances of this past year must come to an end. Wang Sheng glared fiercely at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with resentment. "I will not spare you even as a ghost. Then you should become a ghost first." As Yi Xian's words fell, a flicker of fire appeared at his fingertips, and a fireball struck Wang Sheng's head directly. Before Wang Sheng could even scream, his head was burned to ashes, and then his entire body was engulfed in fierce flames, ultimately turning to a pile of ashes. The remaining assassins in the camp saw their leader had fallen and immediately fell into chaos, their morale plummeting. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Zhengming ordered a counterattack, and his soldiers with spirits high quickly exterminated all the remaining assassins. The entire military camp fell into silence again, and the eyes of everyone looking at Yi Xian were filled with deep respect. Those who had previously harbored hopes were now terrified, lying on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Yi Xian scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, "What happened today was a conspiracy between Wang Sheng and that scarred face that has nothing to do with you all. But I will make myself clear: if anyone here colludes with traitors harming loyal subjects or has ill intentions toward my brother and me, they will meet your end. We obey your orders." All the soldiers no longer dared to act recklessly. After dealing with Wang Sheng, the military matters were handed over to Gui Zhengning to arrange. Since Yi Xian and Yi Yi had revealed their immortal strength, the soldiers did not dare to speak much about the matter of killing soldiers. As for the position of the guard commander, it naturally fell to Gui Zhengning, which made him extremely happy. Yi Xian and Yi Yi were then arranged into the cultivator's tent. This tent appeared very tidy with all necessary bedding and items, even larger than the main commander's tent. It was much better than their previous living conditions. After arriving here, Yunyu approached Yi Xian and Yi Yi, smiling as she asked, "Are you two fellow Taoists comfortable here?" Yi Xian nodded and replied, "Everything is fine, thank you for your concern, immortal lady." Yunyu smiled and said, "Although this place is not as good as the immortal mountains or exquisite pavilions, it is still quiet, and I am glad you two are satisfied." After saying this, she asked, "Previously I saw that you two possess extraordinary abilities. May I ask which noble sect you belong to?" "We are just wandering cultivators with no name or sect." Yi Xian concealed their background, seeing that this female cultivator was inquiring about their origins. Yunyu was somewhat surprised. These two men had no name or sect, yet their strength was not weak, and they seemed to possess some talent. However, seeing that they were already in their 30s without the support of a sect, they might have reached their limit in cult. Yi Xian stepped forward and asked Yunyu, "My brother and I are both wandering cultivators, and have yet to understand what benefits the Emperor of Yin Kingdom offers to cultivators. Could the immortal lady enlighten us?" Upon hearing this, Yunyu's smile deepened as she patiently explained, "Since you two fellows are wandering cultivators, you should be even more aware of the hardships of solitary cultivation. The Yin Kingdom treats cultivators generously, as long as one is willing to serve the royal family. There are plenty of benefits to gain. Firstly, there are cultivation resources. The Imperial Palace has numerous spirit stones, pills, magic artifacts, and such. If one achieves merits, they can directly receive rewards from the Emperor's treasury, and even some rare techniques may also be available." Yi Xian and Yi Yi exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of emotion. What their Yi family lacked the most were cultivation resources. With the allocation of resources and rewards from the treasury, it was indeed highly alluring. Secondly, it is about identity and status, Yunyu continued. In the Yin Kingdom, cultivators hold a high status. As long as they are registered and assist the royal family, their families can be exempt from all labor and taxes. Even if they inadvertently violate secular laws, secular officials have no authority to interfere. Hearing this, Yi couldn't help but ask, "What is it that we need to do for the Yin royal family? Surely we cannot enjoy these benefits for free." "You are absolutely right, Taoist Yi," Yunyu nodded in approval. "There is no such thing as a free lunch. Cultivators loyal to the royal family must offer assistance when the royal family is in need, such as dealing with evil cultivators or demonic beasts." Yunyu said, turning to the two of them, "Since you are wandering cultivators, if you can join under the banner of the Yin Kingdom, not only can you obtain higher quality resources, but you can also exchange cultivation insights with other cultivators, greatly benefiting your cultivation progress." Yunyu continued to answer some of Yi Xian's questions about other cultivators. It turned out that the region they were in was called the Tsungu realm. In this vast expanse of heaven and earth, besides these mundane nations, there are also various sects and cultivator families, each forming their own faction. Many spiritually rich regions have already been claimed by them. Only these spiritually barren lands are left for mundane nations to develop, as cultivators seldom interact with ordinary people. This is partly due to the thin spiritual energy in the mundane realm, which is of no benefit for cultivation. Additionally, cultivators have long lifespans spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, and have long since become indifferent to the mortal cycle of life and death and the rise and fall of dynasties. The difference between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. This also leads to a clear class distinction between cultivators and mundane nations, making it extremely difficult for cultivators to appear in these nations. Occasionally, a particularly gifted ordinary person may sense the spiritual energy, but most are taken away by passing cultivators to embark on the path of immortality. The Qingyun sect, from which Yunyu hails, is actually not a very large sect in the entire Tsungu realm. The sect leader is a powerful being who has entered the golden core stage, and most of the elders are foundation establishment cultivators, but this is already in existence that mundane dynasties like the Yin Kingdom can only look up to. Yunyu and Chun Mingyuan are merely disciples of the sect's elders, not particularly powerful individuals. Hearing Yunyu's words, Yi Xian felt a jolt in his heart. He did not expect that if he had not stepped onto the path of immortality with his father's help, they ordinary people would be like frogs at the bottom of a well. The tumult of the mundane dynasty is nothing but child's play in the eyes of these sects and families. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Fairy, for your clarification. My brother and I are immensely grateful." Yunyu chuckled and said, "If either of you has any questions, feel free to come find me." I am temporarily serving as the leader of the cultivators in this military camp responsible for coordinating matters related to the cultivators in the army. After saying this, she turned and left. After Yin Yu departed, some soldiers brought over some spirit stones and pills. Yi Xian felt a wave of pure spiritual energy permeate his entire body as he held them. This spiritual energy is significantly denser than that of the jade stones. It seems that the Yin Kingdom indeed places great importance on cultivators. Big brother, had I known that being a cultivator was so arduous, why would we hide our identities? Father has made us suffer a lot by forcing us to hide. Yi lamented. After collecting the spirit stones, Yi Xian said sternly, what father said is not without reason. If we had used our spiritual energy earlier, we would have been no different from the souls who were pushed to die under the blade of the Mad Blade Master on the battlefield. Yi's complaints suddenly froze, recalling their father's advice to hide their cultivation and act low-key. He ultimately chose not to rebut. After all, with the current war between the Yin and Jing kingdoms, cultivators in the army are already scarce. As scattered cultivators without background or support, exposing their cultivation recklessly would only lead them to be treated as expendables sent to the most dangerous front lines. Now revealing their status as cultivators was also due to Wang Sheng's relentless pressure, which they could no longer endure. Yi Xian recalled the Mad Blade Master claiming in battle that he had swallowed the entire Jin kingdom, with the goal being a certain spiritual land in the Yin kingdom. This caught his attention, and he immediately said, do you remember what the Mad Blade Master said about wanting a spiritual land? I remember. At that time, Qin Mingyuan reacted quite strongly. Could it be a very powerful place? Yi also found it strange. Yi Xian, unsure, replied, how about this? He'll mention this to father and have him keep an eye on it. Yi nodded. His previous complaints had long dissipated, replaced by a serious expression. Big brother's right. The Mad Blade Master's strength is so terrifying, a spiritual land that he covets so highly must be extraordinary. Father is well informed and may know some inside information. He immediately found a secluded place, took out a communication talisman, and began to convey everything that had recently happened to Ye Jing. At this moment, 1,000 miles away from the Yin Kingdom's border, in a deep valley filled with miasma, an old man was sitting cross-legged meditating. Suddenly a talisman at his waist floated up. The old man slowly opened his eyes, picked up the talisman, and after understanding the words within, he frowned. Shinner and ear, quite a lot has happened this past year. He was Ye Jing, who had been cultivating in the Qinling Mountains, and he had now reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. After hearing his two sons' messages, Ye Jing also sighed. But more than that, he felt worried for his sons, especially upon hearing that the Mad Blade Master was launching a large-scale attack on the Yin Kingdom for a spiritual land. And that spiritual land happened to exist within the Yin Kingdom. Ye Jing was also quite surprised. From the information he had gathered over time, spiritual lands generally fall into two categories. One type is a region with spiritual veins whose powerful spiritual energy can support an entire family in cultivation. The other type is a secret realm, but this secret realm often only opens at specific times with spiritual energy far exceeding that of ordinary regions and traces of ancient cultivators' inheritances. However, the entrance to this secret realm is also very concealed, and it is guarded by powerful restrictions, making it unknown to ordinary cultivators. It is impossible for the spiritual land to refer to a secret realm because the opening of a secret realm would attract all cultivators like moths to a flame. A cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement like the Mad Blade Master could not possibly compete for a secret realm. He lacks the capability. Thus, this spiritual land must refer to a spiritual vein. However, most of the spiritual veins within the Yin Kingdom have already been controlled by major sects and families. Even if there are small spiritual veins that were overlooked, they are not worth the Mad Blade Master making such a fuss, even going against the entire Yin Kingdom. Ye Jing's eyes were filled with contemplation. Could it be that there is a large spiritual vein that has yet to be discovered? As soon as this thought arose, Ye Jing's heart sank. The value of a large spiritual vein is enough to drive any Qi refinement cultivator mad, and even Foundation establishment cultivators would flock to it upon hearing of it. The Mad Blade Master might also want this spiritual vein in Yin Kingdom to develop his family. He must not have any powerful figures backing him. Ye Jing thought about this spiritual land, feeling somewhat tempted. After a year of cultivation, he had already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, and his most talented grandson, Yi Tianhao, had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, making him the strongest in the family. The other family members include his second daughter-in-law, Lu Xianglan, who is at the 2nd level of Qi refinement and has contracted a human skin lantern as her life weapon, and his third grandson, Yi Tianhui, who has also awakened his spiritual root and is still cultivating. However, relying solely on those jade stones for cultivation is still too slow. If they could obtain a spiritual vein, the cultivation resources for the entire family would increase significantly. This potential spiritual vein is undoubtedly a chance for the Ye family to turn their fate around. Thinking of this, Ye Jing wanted to take the opportunity to incorporate this spiritual vein into the Ye family, but he did not know where to find this spiritual vein. After much contemplation, Ye Jing thought that since his two sons had become cultivators in the Yin kingdom, they might be able to gather some information. With this in mind, Ye Jing immediately contacted Ye Xian and Yi through the communication talisman, instructing them to gather information regarding the spiritual vein while he would search for it himself as their father. The communication talisman glowed faintly before dissipating into the air. In the military camp, upon receiving a message from Ye Jing, Ye Xian immediately set out with Yi to secretly gather information regarding the spiritual veins. The two brothers of the Ye family are now in the cultivators' war camp, where their living conditions have improved significantly, and there are even several cultivators at the Qi refining stages gathering here. However, they had never even heard of spiritual veins. One cultivator mentioned that there were indeed some miscellaneous records in the imperial city of the Yin kingdom that documented certain naturally occurring spiritual entities, and if needed they could send a message to have the emperor send someone to deliver them. After all, the emperor of the Yin kingdom had always been responsive to the needs of cultivators. If they were short on spirit stones or books, he would not hesitate to provide them. Hearing the words of these cultivators, Ye Xian could only exclaim, "Goodness, this emperor is wealthy." While our family still relies on jade stones as cultivation materials, to him spirit stones are merely consumables. However, since this was the case, it also made it easier for Ye Xian to inquire about the information on spiritual veins. He immediately instructed a soldier to pass the word and to acquire some records regarding the clues of naturally occurring spiritual entities. In just 2 or 3 days, those books quickly appeared on Ye Xian's desk, and he immediately began to flip through them. Over the years, he and Yi had been cultivating while learning to read, and now they could easily understand these books. This exploration truly opened his eyes. The extraordinary, strange tales recorded in these miscellaneous writings exuded a sense of authenticity in every word. The books recorded that naturally occurring spiritual entities do not arise out of thin air. They all require a spiritual source for nurturing. This spiritual source is the core of the spiritual veins, the very origin where the spiritual power of heaven and earth converges. To locate them, one must use spirit insects to search, as these insects naturally feed on the spiritual power emanating from the spiritual source and possess a far superior sensitivity to the aura of spiritual veins than cultivators. A complete spiritual vein can cause nearby plants to grow wildly and animals to gain intelligence. At its best, it can nurture treasures rich in powerful spiritual energy, even allowing cultivators to increase their cultivation speed significantly and break through bottlenecks with ease. Upon seeing this potential for breakthroughs, Ye Xian began to understand why the Mad Sword Master was so eager to attack the Yin kingdom. This spiritual vein is extremely precious. If it belongs to the Yi family, then their cultivation difficulties could be resolved. Moreover, what shocked Ye Xian even more was that among the records there was a mention in a tattered book called Secrets of Yin that clearly stated there is a first-tier spiritual vein within the borders of the Yin kingdom, with its entrance located deep within the Qinling Mountains, said to be guarded by an ancient formation. However, the crucial method to break the formation had been deliberately erased, leaving only the vague words "blood guide" to open the formation, soul sacrifice to guard the vein. Brother, this spiritual vein sounds more precious than any cultivation resource we have ever encountered. If we can find it, our Yi family might take another step forward. Yi was also quite excited after reading these miscellaneous records. However, Ye Xian frowned. It's not that simple. Look at the recorded date. It's from 300 years ago. So many years have passed. Whether this spiritual vein still exists is uncertain, and the terms blood guide and soul sacrifice suggest that the cost is not trivial. More importantly, it's strange that such an important secret record would be so easily lent to us cultivators for examination by the emperor. Indeed. Why don't we pass this information on to father and see how he handles it? Yi replied helpfully. The fact that the spiritual vein was located in the Qinling Mountains was a major opportunity, and it made Yi recall the forbidden area within the Qinling Mountains and the terrifying roars that echoed there. Could it be that the legendary spiritual vein is hidden there? Upon thinking this, Ye Xian no longer hesitated and sent all his findings and insights back with Xiaoyu to pass the message to Ye Jing. The communication talisman could only be used a few times before it quickly lost its effectiveness, so it was more convenient to have the fast-flying Xiaoyu assist. After receiving the message from his two sons about the spiritual vein, Ye Jing immediately called his two daughters-in-law and grandsons Yi Tianyao and Yi Tianhao to come before him. After Ye Jing explained the existence of the spiritual vein within the Qinling Mountains, the entire family found it hard to believe. Xin'er brought back significant news. There is a first-tier spiritual vein hidden deep within the Qinling Mountains. As soon as he finished speaking, the main hall was filled with gasps of disbelief. Young and impulsive Ye Tianyao could not help but step forward. Grandfather, if there is a first-tier spiritual vein in the Qinling Mountains, then let's hurry and find it. Ye Tianhao, on the other hand, remained much calmer and only asked, Grandfather, since this is such a precious spiritual vein, why would it be so easily documented in a secret record? Does it really exist? Hearing Ye Tianhao's doubts, Ye Jing nodded approvingly. Tianhao is correct. This is precisely what I am most worried about, especially since there is an ancient formation above this spiritual vein. Whether the spiritual vein still exists is unknown, let alone the hidden dangers it may contain. Wu Guiyun, listening anxiously, said, Father, do you mean? Yi Xian clenched his fists and declared, this time I intend to venture into the forbidden area of the Qinling Mountains. Upon hearing this, everyone in the family was taken aback. Ye Jing continued, finding this spiritual vein is not difficult. I have raised poisonous bees that are also spirit insects and can lead the way for me, but the forbidden area of the Qinling Mountains is dangerous, so my journey may take several months, and I will not return. You all will need to manage the affairs at home. Father, isn't this too dangerous? Wu Guiyun expressed her concerns. Grandfather, I have a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refining. I will go with you. I want to go too, Grandfather. Ye Tianyao hurriedly added. Ye Jing looked at Wu Guiyun and the rest of the family with worried expressions and reassured them, I understand the dangers, but a first-tier spiritual vein is too important for our Yi family. Relying solely on jade stones for cultivation is too slow and will soon lead to bottlenecks. If we want to advance further, this spiritual vein is indispensable. That said, Tianhao, your experience is still shallow. You cannot handle the dangers within the Qinling forbidden area. Stay at home to manage our family business and focus on your cultivation. The future of the Yi family ultimately rests in your hands. We cannot afford any mistakes. With such determination, the rest of the family found it hard to oppose. Ye Tianyao immediately said, Grandfather, please be careful. I will cultivate diligently, and when you return I will show you my progress. Ye Jing smiled and ruffled Ye Tianyao's hair, then seeing Ye Tianhao's stubborn expression, filled with worry, he patted his shoulder and said, take good care of the house, Howard. Protect everyone at home. Yes, Grandfather. This teenager, who was now quite tall and strong, might be young, but his temperament was quite high, even adults could not compare to him. Leaving the family affairs to him to manage would be quite orderly. Thus Ye Jing felt very relieved about going out in the following days. He looked at his 2 daughters-in-law Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan, and also reminded them to support Ye Tianhao. After instructing everyone, Ye Jing confidently set out for the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Ye Jing was already quite familiar with the Qinling Mountains. He brought his companion Haifeng into the cave that housed the poisonous mutant bees. The thick scent of blood permeated the air, which excited the black dog, a peculiar creature. Now Haifeng had grown rapidly, reaching the height of an adult, measuring over 10 feet in length, with eyes glowing fiercely green. Ye Jing brought Haifeng along primarily to have a helper, while for tracking the spiritual veins, he would still rely on the poisonous mutant bees. Haifeng, guard outside the cave. Do not let any beasts approach without my permission. Ye Jing issued the command, intending to make the poisonous mutant bees his 3rd contracted spiritual creature. Due to Ye Jing's long-term feeding, the queen of the poisonous mutant bees had evolved into a true queen. Her strength significantly increased, and she had become somewhat unruly. Previously, Ye Jing was attacked by the rebellious bee swarm during feeding. Now he needed these spiritual insects to locate the spiritual veins. Therefore he planned to teach this disobedient queen a lesson to make her aware of who her master was. As he stepped deeper into the cave, the strong scent of blood mingled with the pungent odor of poisonous insects, and the buzzing of the bees grew increasingly deafening. The cave walls were covered in dense beehives, and the sound of the wings of the poisonous mutant bees converged into a terrifying torrent. Clearly the queen had sensed his arrival and was mobilizing the swarm in preparation. You wretched creature, I have nourished you, yet you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. Ye Jing's voice was cold, and the spiritual power within him began to circulate, causing a glow to envelop him. No sooner had he spoken than several blood-red bee stingers shot towards him like arrows, each laced with deadly poison. This surprised Ye Jing. He had not anticipated that the poisonous mutant bees had grown to such an extent that they could shoot poisonous needles from their abdomens. Ye Jing lightly tapped his toes and swiftly dodged the poisonous needles. Those stingers struck the stone wall, instantly corroding small pits into it. This demonstrated the potency of their poison. If an ordinary mortal had been struck, they would have already been turned. Ye Jing flipped his palm, unleashing a fierce firelight of spiritual power that incinerated the stinger attack and swept away a large number of the approaching poisonous mutant bees. The fallen bees were instantly reduced to charred remains, unable to fight back. At the deepest part of the cave atop a bright red pool of blood, a bee the size of a millstone slowly crawled out. This queen bee was the size of a chicken egg, her wings adorned with black patterns. The stinger at her tail gleamed coldly like a hook surrounded by a faint aura of black poison. Clearly her strength had reached the second level of qi refinement, and upon seeing Ye Jing, she exhibited hostility, her mouthparts continuously hissing as the swarm behind her surged forward like a tide of red. Ye Jing's expression darkened. He was not intending to kill. The poisonous mutant bees were the queen's wings, and if he exterminated them, tracking the spiritual veins would become troublesome. As the swarm charged, he used his spiritual power to defend himself, and quickly dashed towards the queen. Seeing this, the queen shot forth a black venom from her tail, directly targeting Ye Jing's spiritual defense. The venom collided with his spiritual power, emitting a sizzling sound, and a breach was instantly dissolved in Ye Jing's spiritual shield. Seeing this, Ye Jing swiftly swung his sword, piercing the queen's wings, and pinning her against the stone wall like a fly. Then flames erupted from Ye Jing's body, encasing him in fire. The poisonous mutant bees were extremely afraid of flames, and upon seeing the fiery light, they immediately retreated in fear. Ye Jing approached the struggling queen bee and coldly asked, "Are you convinced now?" Insects have relatively simple brains. Having lost, she naturally surrendered, and thus ceased her aggressive posturing, quietly resting on the sword blade that had pierced her. Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately chose to tame her. Poisonous mutant queen bee, low-grade spiritual insect tamed. 50 units of Immortal Light for taming skills, corrosive venom control of bee swarm. After the Immortal Light entered her body, Ye Jing withdrew his sword, and the queen's abdomen shimmered with a faint golden glow signifying her complete submission. She then obediently settled on Ye Jing's shoulder, emitting a low hum that conveyed her subservience and desire to please. Though her wings were pierced, she could still fly unsteadily. Ye Jing, seeing this, immediately took out several spirit-infused spiritual chicken delicacies, and some meat, all of which were the favorite food of the poisonous mutant bees. The queen bee immediately excitedly dove in, voraciously feasting. The surrounding bees, witnessing their queen's submission, also withdrew their hostility and quietly settled on the beehives. Seeing this, Ye Jing breathed a sigh of relief. With the queen bee's cooperation, tracking the spiritual veins would be much more efficient. Upon exiting the cave, Haifeng immediately approached him, nudging his massive head against Ye Jing's arm. "It's done." Ye Jing affectionately patted his head like an old friend. "Next we shall have the queen accompany us into the forbidden zone of the Qinling Mountains to search for the spiritual veins." The queen bee obediently rested on Ye Jing's shoulder as he mounted Haifeng's back and sped off deeper into the Qinling Mountains. Haifeng's paws rustled across the dry leaves of the Qinling, moving with the swiftness of a gale. Ye Jing sat steadily on its back. The queen's wings, though not fully healed, still fluttered cautiously. She could sense every movement around her. As a spiritual insect, their perception of spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary beasts. Having her by his side was akin to having a keen alarm. The name of the Qinling Forbidden Zone was not without reason. The deeper they ventured, the more bizarre the surroundings became. The once dense ancient trees gradually warped, their trunks marked with deep brown patterns, some even bearing clear claw marks and bite marks. Clearly they had endured fierce battles, and the air was thick with a faint blood odor mixed with the stench of decaying vegetation. Buzz! Suddenly the queen bee emitted a series of urgent buzzes, her tail stinger slightly raised, and even Haifeng wore a tense expression, growling lowly into the forest. In the next moment, sounds of rustling came from the thicket as several dark figures converged. They turned out to be wild wolves, their fur nearly pitch black, clearly not ordinary beasts. "Leave it to you." Ye Jing looked down at the queen on his shoulder, commanding her. The spiritual energy emanating from these wolves was weak, not formidable beasts, making it a perfect opportunity to test the strength of the poisonous mutant bees. Upon receiving the command, the poisonous mutant bee let out a shrill cry, and the swarm around her transformed into a mist of blood rushing towards the wolf pack. The wild wolves, seeing that this human could actually use poisonous insects, instinctively attempted to flee. However, it was already too late. The poisonous mutant bees soared high, instantly shooting forth a multitude of poisonous stingers, densely raining down. The wolves had no ability to resist, and were swiftly pierced through, collapsing in howls. The swarm of poisonous mutant bees surged forward in an instant, their sharp mouthparts relentlessly gnawing at the wolves' bodies. Such concentrated attacks rendered the wild wolves mere remnants of skeletal remains in no time. After completing this, the poisonous mutant bees emitted a gentle hum, as if seeking praise from Ye Jing. Ye Jing was very pleased with the attacking ability of the poisonous mutant bees. He thought that if they grew further, they might become even more terrifying beings. Ye Jing continued on his journey, aided by the poisonous mutated bees and the assistance of Black Wind. The subsequent journey became much smoother. The several waves of strange creatures encountered along the way were either chased away by Black Wind or devoured entirely by the densely swarming poisonous bees, requiring no effort from Ye Jing. In this mysterious area, there were numerous low-level strange creatures. If a martial artist were to come here, they would undoubtedly be left with nothing but bones. After searching the mountains for a long time, Ye Jing felt that the deeper he went the stronger the beasts became, which reminded him of the terrifying roar they had encountered when he previously trained with his two sons in the mountains. Perhaps there were even more terrifying existences in this forbidden zone. Ye Jing directed the poisonous bees towards areas rich in spiritual energy, reasoning that since the spirit insects were attracted to the source of spirit power in spiritual veins, seeking such places could never be wrong. However, he wondered if the spiritual veins still existed. Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated through the forest, shaking black wind and the poisonous bees. Ye Jing was immediately startled. He sensed a terrifying presence ahead and swiftly transformed black wind into an ordinary black dog before releasing the poisonous bees. He then hid to the side, cautiously observing what was happening ahead. Run! The blue snake is on our tail. Two cultivators could be seen sprinting towards him, appearing to be only at the second layer of chi refinement, with no magical artifacts, relying solely on their legs to flee. Behind them was a giant snake, its body a dark greenish hue as thick as a water barrel, with a circle of black markings around its 7-inch mark, looking particularly eerie. The giant snake flicked its forked tongue, its crimson eyes fixated on the fleeing cultivators, creating a foul wind as it slithered, crushing the low bushes in its path and sending dry branches and leaves flying. How can we shake off this vile creature? If I had known, I wouldn't have coveted that blue patterned grass in the valley. The cultivator on the left paled, panting heavily. Cold sweat dripped down his face. While speaking, he stumbled, nearly falling. The cultivator on the right quickly pulled him back, his voice filled with despair. Stop talking nonsense. Run. This is a beast on the verge of evolution. We are merely at the second layer of chi refinement, not even qualified to be its snack. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue snake suddenly accelerated, its tail whipping violently against a nearby tree. Crack! The sound of the tree snapping echoed as it came crashing down towards the two cultivators. They screamed in alarm, scrambling to the sides to barely avoid disaster, but they were still a moment too slow. Seeing this, the blue snake let out a low hiss, its mouth wide open, and a stream of venom shot forth, just as the two men thought they were about to meet their end. A long sword flew out, piercing the snake's mouth instantly, creating a gaping wound from which black blood sprayed all over the two cultivators. The blue snake did not expect such an attack. Just as it was about to spit out the blade in its mouth, it saw a black dog lunging toward its eyes with a furious roar. With its claws coming down, the eyeball exploded. The blue snake could only emit a series of horrifying cries, wildly thrashing its body. The two cultivators noticed an old man appear, wielding a large knife and fiercely hacking at the blue snake with brutal strikes. Before long, he pierced through the blue snake's 7-inch mark, completely slaying it. Only then did the two cultivators react, hurriedly running to the old man and bowing deeply. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Your great kindness we will never forget. They could sense that the aura emanating from this old man far exceeded their own. Although Ye Jing had not revealed his cultivation level, his effortless slaying of a beast on the verge of evolution was enough to instill awe. Ye Jing glanced at them and said lightly, "It was merely a small effort. Why did you provoke this blue snake?" One of the cultivators quickly explained, "Senior, we are wandering cultivators. My name is Su Daden, and we heard that Qingwen grass grows in the Qinling Mountains, so we came to gather a few to refine pills and enhance our cultivation. If it weren't for your rescue, we would surely have met our demise today." Upon hearing this, Ye Jing's heart stirred. So they came to gather a type of celestial herb. He had heard of the Qingwen grass. It was not particularly rare, but it often grew near places rich in spiritual energy. Perhaps he could glean some information about the spiritual veins from these two cultivators. He then asked, "How long have you been here? Have you noticed any areas nearby where the spiritual energy is particularly abundant?" Upon hearing this, the two cultivators exchanged confused glances, and Su Daden stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Senior, are you also here to gather spiritual herbs?" Ye Jing nodded slightly, concealing his true purpose of seeking the spiritual veins. Seeing this, Su Daden's eyes flickered as if he was calculating something, and he nervously said, "Senior, if you are looking for a place rich in spiritual energy, I might be able to guide you." He sensed that this old man was not weak and had already developed a desire to rely on him. If they could have him accompany them, they might obtain a considerable amount of spiritual herbs from the forest. Ye Jing could easily see through their little schemes, but it was of no consequence. Perhaps they could help him find the location of the spiritual veins. Thus Ye Jing nodded, and said, "In that case, this old man will accompany you for a while." Along the way, Ye Jing conversed with the two men. Su Daden and Lu Qing had both stumbled onto the path of immortality by chance, but their talents were not strong, having trained for 5 or 6 years without any increase in cultivation. They had little money or magical artifacts, relying on a few ordinary knives to gather some spiritual herbs in the forest, which they would trade in the markets for spirit stones for cultivation. Upon hearing about the trading markets for cultivators, Ye Jing became interested. Are there trading markets for cultivators? Senior, are you new to this area? Su Dayton asked, somewhat surprised. Ye Jing feigned mystery, stroking his beard, and saying, I wander the world, my whereabouts are unpredictable. I came to the Qinling Mountains merely for a few spiritual herbs, and did not pay attention to the markets here. Su Dodon's face broke into a familiar smile. I see. What you may not know, Senior, is that the Yen Kingdom and Qingyun sect have close ties. At their border there is a Tiangong trading market, which is a gathering place for several hundred cultivators' trades. The market is managed by several foundation establishment seniors, and the order is relatively stable. Many wandering cultivators often bring the spiritual herbs they gather and the materials from the beasts they hunt to exchange for spirit stones, pills, or magical artifacts. We usually sell most of the Qingwen grass we collect at the Tiangong trading market, Lu Qing added. However, the market has strict rules against fighting inside, and entry requires the payment of a low-grade spirit stone as an entrance fee. Ye Jing nodded slightly, committing the existence of this Tiangong trading market to memory. He was here to find the spiritual veins, and he did not expect to gain such unexpected insights. If he could visit this market to buy some techniques or spiritual artifacts, it would greatly benefit the development of his family. Perhaps he could open a shop in this Tiangong trading market to sell the meat rich in spiritual energy that he raises. Warriors could benefit greatly from it, and cultivators might like it, as well, since Qi refinement cultivators do not abstain from eating and still require meat for nourishment. How far is this Tiangong trading market from here? He asked nonchalantly. It's quite far, about several hundred kilometers away. Su Dayton pointed northwest. The cultivator mentioned the place as distant, but Ye Jing remained unperturbed. He only needed to know it. Su Dayton somewhat sheepishly confessed, to be frank, my brother and I ventured here to harvest Qingwen grass, hoping to exchange it for spirit stones at the market, and perhaps even stumble upon a rudimentary cultivation manual suitable for us. A faint flush of embarrassment colored his cheeks as he added, we possess only the most basic Qi absorption technique, sufficient merely to enter the Qi refinement realm, yet utterly useless beyond that. Advancement demands a new cultivation art. Ye Jing's gaze flickered subtly from their words. He grasped just how comprehensive the foundational Qi guidance art truly was. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, quietly, dissolving the initial distance between them. As for Hei Feng, the black hound trailing beside Ye Jing, having concealed his aura entirely, the two cultivators mistook him for an ordinary dog and continued onward without further notice. The two cultivators led Ye Jing into a secluded valley. Its surroundings teemed with luxuriant flora. Even common wild grasses shimmered faintly with spiritual energy. Yet Ye Jing beheld a grotesque anomaly outside the valley. Life thrived in abundance within its bounds, however lay barren desolation, a chilling, laden silence. Su Dayton and Lu Qing exchanged wary glances before addressing Ye Jing respectfully. Senior, this valley brims with potent spiritual energy, but inside dwell several level 1 demonic beasts. Our cultivation is too shallow. We dare only gather herbs along the periphery. Level 1 demonic beasts. A chill crept through Ye Jing's spine. Until recently, he had believed only spirits or minor yokai possessed spiritual essence. Later, he learned that demonic beasts ranked above mere spirits, and a level 1 demonic beast rivaled a Qi refinement cultivator at the 5th layer, a formidable adversary indeed. Demonic beasts were classified by level in parallel with human cultivators, yet at equivalent tiers their physical resilience rendered them far more perilous. Su Dayton and Lu Qing, both at the 1st or 2nd layer of Qi refinement, could effortlessly subdue ordinary beasts or nascent spirits. Yet even the weakest level 1 demonic beast, still on the cusp of ascension, would send them fleeing in terror. Within level 1 itself, 3 phases existed: early, mid, and late. An early phase beast matched a 3rd layer Qi refiner. Mid phase corresponded to layers 4 through 6, a late phase aligned with layers 7 through 9. Above level 1 loomed level 2. Equivalent to foundation establishment cultivators. Foundation establishment cultivators vastly surpassed those still refining Qi, but level 2 demonic beasts not only possessed greater physical might, some even wielded innate demonic arts or arcane abilities. In battle, victory remained uncertain. Each tier's leap represented a chasm of power, akin to the gulf separating Qi refinement from foundation establishment, an abyss seemingly impossible to bridge. Moreover, every part of a demonic beast, its core hide fangs, held immense value as cultivation resources. Especially the core of a level 1 beast dense with concentrated spiritual energy proved invaluable for cultivation advancement or forging supreme artifacts. Such a core sold openly in markets would fetch a considerable sum. At that moment, the venomous heterobi queen hidden within Ye Jing's sleeve trembled violently, agitated, almost ecstatic. Recalling that spirit insects instinctively hungered for primordial spirit sources within spirit veins, Ye Jing fixed his gaze intently upon the valley ahead. Was this the veins' locus? Just as he focused his sight, ancient characters materialized within his mind, projected by the immortal willow level 1 spirit vein. Residual evil formation. Corrupted by demonic chi. Purification and restoration require 500 points of immortal radiance, ensuring enduring prosperity for your lineage. The archaic script dissolved slowly, leaving Ye Jing's heart roiling like a storm-tossed sea. No wonder the valley appeared so blighted. Lush life flourished beyond its borders, yet its inner spirit vein had been poisoned by the lingering formation. Ancillary texts vaguely referenced an ancient formation guarding it, but such accounts being mere folklore naturally varied. What mattered was the undeniable truth: the Qinling Mountains truly harbored a spirit vein. Ye Jing clenched his fist and turned to Su Dayton and Lu Qing behind him. How many powerful demonic beasts dwell within this valley, and what are their strengths? Lu Qing paused in thought before replying. Senior, we've seen one resembling a colossal bear, immense strength capable of shattering boulders. Its aura suggests early Qi refinement cultivation. The other was the azure serpent you slew, not yet elevated to level 1. A flicker of dread crossed his eyes as he added, but there must be a third, far more dangerous. We once witnessed several black-robed figures rush inward. None ever returned. Their strength must exceed mid-phase level 1. Ye Jing pressed black-robed figures. Yes, they appear to be demonic cultivators. Su Dayton murmured, still shaken. They spoke of claiming this land for its spirit vein. Fortunately, the demonic beasts devoured them all. Ye Jing frowned. The black-robed figure's sudden appearance unsettled him, yet the mention of a spirit vein heightened his vigilance. You say there is a spirit vein here? He asked cautiously. Su Dayton sighed helplessly. Had there truly been a viable spirit vein, immortal sects would have claimed it long ago. High-tier cultivators previously investigated and declared the vein long corrupted by demonic cultivators, rendering it unusable, a dead vein. Ye Jing found no reason to doubt their assessment. After all, the Yan Kingdom's imperial archives recorded this very vein. The vein was indeed ruined, yet residual spiritual energy persisted, sufficient to nurture abundant spirit herbs and demonic beasts. It was the demonic chi that deterred orthodox cultivators from drawing near. The early phase bear beast posed little challenge to him, especially with Hei Feng and the venomous heterobes aiding him. Even the unseen formidable beast could be overwhelmed through coordinated effort by his clan members. What truly troubled him, however, was the residual demonic chi from the evil formation, a substance he understood well. Such chi corroded cultivators' spirit roots. Prolonged exposure warped the mind, causing either catastrophic spiritual collapse or total annihilation of one's cultivation. After a moment's silence, Ye Jing declared, remain here. I shall scout the valley's edge. Su Dayton and Lu Qing assumed the elder cultivator was merely indulging curiosity and offered no objection, only urging him to proceed with caution. Ye Jing approached the valley's rim and slipped silently across its threshold. Instantly, a bone-deep chill surged forth, utterly alien to the vibrant spiritual energy beyond. The air carried a sharp, acrid stench. Upon inhaling, Ye Jing felt his internal spiritual energy churn chaotically. Swiftly, he stabilized his chi and directed a protective barrier around his body to repel the demonic corruption. Hei Feng, meanwhile, showed no ill effects, merely wagged his tail, curious and untroubled. Seeing this, Ye Jing relaxed and brought him deeper in reasoning. The demonic chi likely affected only humans. Inside, the valley lay deathly still. The ground lay bare, not a single blade of grass, scattered only with obsidian black rocks veined with eerie dark red striations clearly stained by demonic chi. Ye Jing advanced slowly, eyes locked on the earth. Deep within the valley, he discerned a faint fragmented circle of runes, ancient, incomplete, yet still radiating a faint malevolence. This was unmistakably the formation's remnant. Around the runes, thick black vapors coalesced into a hazy, impenetrable mist, obscuring whatever lay within. Suddenly, Hei Feng erupted into furious barks, hackles, bristling posture rigid with primal dread. Ye Jing instantly drew his greatsword, retreated several paces, and channeled his spiritual energy in readiness. In the next breath, heavy footsteps thundered from the mist, and a massive black bear burst forth, for pitch dark, splattered with dried crimson stains, eyes burning crimson. This was precisely the early phase bear beast Su Dayton had described. Ye Jing saw the bear monster appear, but he did not rush to deal with it, knowing that there was another unknown beast lurking in the cave that could pose a threat. He immediately mounted on Hei Feng and shouted, "Hei Feng, we need to leave here quickly." Hei Feng let out a long howl and swiftly dodged the bear monster's attack. The bear stood over 3 meters tall, and with one swipe of its paw it left a deep crack in the stone wall. It let out a deafening roar and a fit of rage turned its body and stomped its thick paw on the ground, causing the entire cave to shake violently. The bear monster had a fur color close to gold, and with a fierce bite it unleashed a golden light needle towards the fleeing Ye Jing. Ye Jing hurriedly urged He Feng to run faster, as the light needle shot, like an arrow piercing deeply into the stone wall, and creating a loud explosion. This demonstrated its astonishing power. Ye Jing was secretly alarmed. The bear monster's strength was terrifyingly high, and if he were struck, not only would he be helpless, but even He Feng would have no means of resistance. Fortunately, he had not ventured deep into the cave, and he could escape quickly. However, he had no time to think further, as a bone-chilling coldness suddenly rose from his back, a sensation of being locked onto by a top predator. In the depths of the cave, the beast that had not yet shown itself finally made a move. A sound of vibrating limbs echoed, and a faint purple light emerged from the cave, revealing a black-purple scorpion. It waved its pincers and let out a thunderous roar towards Ye Jing, the overwhelming spiritual pressure silencing the surrounding beasts. Hearing this familiar sound, Ye Jing's eyes widened. This was the same beast that had appeared earlier with its 2 offspring at the edge of the forbidden zone. Rather than being afraid, Ye Jing felt a surge of excitement. It truly was a case of fate bringing old enemies together. He leaped out of the cave, and although the bear monster continued to roar, it did not follow. On the other side, Su Dadong and Lu Qing, who were picking Qingwen grass near the valley, were also startled by the thunderous roars echoing from the valley. When Ye Jing rode out on a large black dog, the 2 cultivators were taken aback, noting that the black dog was quite robust, even taller than a person. They expressed their amazement. It seemed that this old cultivator was not only adept with a sword, but also skilled in beast taming. "Senior, are you alright?" Su Dadong stepped forward with concern. Ye Jing dismounted from He Feng and replied, "I'm fine. I just inadvertently provoked the beast inside. It was a false alarm." "That's good to hear." Su Dadong sighed in relief. "Old senior, I was right, wasn't I? There's nothing good in this valley apart from these beasts. By the way, are you 2 going to Tiangongfang City after gathering the Qingwen grass? Take me with you." After investigating this spiritual vein, he noted that the strength of the beast he encountered was stable at around the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement, perfectly suitable for his family to handle. After surveying the spiritual vein, he wanted to visit Tiangongfang City, as mentioned by the 2 cultivators. As for the low-grade spirit stones, he had a few which he had purchased at a high price available for entry fees. Su Dadong and Lu Qing exchanged surprised glances, then Su Dadong nodded in agreement, saying, "If the senior wishes to join us, it would be our honor. It's certainly not a problem." They felt that this mysterious old senior could provide them with additional security, and they dared not refuse. Lu Qing carefully stored the harvested Qingwen grass into a specially designed jade box, smiling, "Senior, we have gathered enough Qingwen grass. At our pace, we can reach there in 10 days by carriage." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards He Feng, who had transformed back into an ordinary black dog, but his eyes revealed a certain intelligence, clearly not an ordinary beast. They grew more respectful towards Ye Jing. Although he was only at the 5th level of qi refinement, he was still concealing his strength to avoid unnecessary troubles. The 2 cultivators spent generously. Despite their scarce resources, they had enough silver to rent a carriage. Along the way, Su Dadong talked quite a bit, actively sharing various information about Tiangongfang City. As they traveled in the carriage, Ye Jing noticed many scattered cultivators, most of whom were heading towards the Tiangongfang City. Some cultivators could even ride their magical tools to fly swiftly, a speed that was not comparable to their small carriage. 10 days later, a massive stone archway appeared ahead with the words Tiangongfang City carved prominently above the entrance, the font strong and powerful, faintly radiating a wave of spiritual energy. On both sides of the entrance stood 2 cultivators dressed in matching brown uniforms with badges at their waists, meticulously checking the identities of each entering cultivator and collecting entrance fees. "Senior, there is a fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone to enter Tiangongfang City, but if we can all enter together, we can pay for you, senior." Su Dadong said, a hint of servility showing on his face. With their connection to Ye Jing, who had saved their lives, they were naturally unwilling to be stingy over such a trivial matter. Ye Jing waved his hand and said, "No need, I can afford this bit of spirit stone." His calm demeanor made the 2 cultivators feel that this old senior was genuinely impressive, filling them with awe. After the 3 dismounted from the carriage, Su Dadong walked towards the entrance first, while Ye Jing followed behind. After Ye Jing handed the low-grade spirit stone to the guarding cultivator, the cultivator accepted it and glanced at Ye Jing. Seeing that this old cultivator was unremarkable and just an old man, he allowed him to pass without further scrutiny. Once inside the market, loud calls of vendors filled the air, and the streets were lined with various stalls showcasing spirit herbs, ores, fragments of magical tools, and other items. Cultivators streamed in and out, creating a bustling atmosphere. Ye Jing scanned his surroundings, carefully observing the layout of the market. He secretly noted the key locations, such as the alchemy shop, magical tool shop, monster pavilion, and the task hall, where missions were issued. Senior, we plan to sell the Qingwen grass first to exchange for some spirit stones and resources needed for cultivation. If you have somewhere you wish to go, we can split up and meet later at the guest house in the center of the market. What do you think? Su Dadong turned and asked. Knowing that cultivators generally preferred to act alone, he took the initiative to suggest separating. Ye Jing nodded, saying, "That's fine, you go ahead. I will take a look around." He had originally planned to explore the market alone, seeking resources suitable for his family's cultivation, so parting ways suited him perfectly. After separating from Su Dadong and Lu Qing, Ye Jing walked slowly along the street, carefully scanning the various stalls. He remembered that his eldest grandson Ye Tianhao loved using swords, and saw a few low-grade spirit swords at one stall, but many of them were damaged. After inquiring around, Ye Jing learned that these spirit tools were quite expensive. Even the cheapest spirit sword cost over 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, the damaged spirit swords were slightly cheaper, priced at a third of their original price, or even less. Upon seeing this, Ye Jing immediately thought of his immortal willow, which could repair damaged spirit tools. If he bought these damaged spirit swords, wouldn't it be quite a bargain? With this in mind, Ye Jing asked about shops that collected spirit herbs. Fortunately, he didn't have many spirit stones, but he did have quite a few spirit medicines like the blood fruit and chi-gathering grass nurtured by the immortal willow. Inside the pill shop, Ye Jing stepped in and was greeted by a refreshing aroma of herbs which seemed to wash away all his fatigue with just a sniff. At the center of the shop stood a golden cauldron, while an elderly female cultivator with a wrinkled face sat behind the counter. Despite her appearance, she possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of chi refinement, exuding an invisible pressure. Noticing Ye Jing's arrival, she asked somewhat perfunctorily, "Friend, what kind of pills do you seek?" Ye Jing stepped forward and inquired, "Do you accept spirit herbs here?" He had learned from Su Dabin that most pill shops would accept spirit herbs and would provide a fair amount of spirits. The female cultivator saw that the newcomer was an elderly man at the 5th layer of chi refinement and nodded, saying, "We do, but it depends on the quality. I do not want ordinary materials." Ye Jing paid no mind to her dismissive attitude and took out the Qi Shui Gua and Ning Qi Chao from the jade box. He had purchased this jade box with a piece of low-grade spirit stone, learning from some cultivators. As he slowly opened the jade box, a surge of pure spiritual energy immediately spilled out, accompanied by a fragrance far richer than that of ordinary herbs in the shop, instantly filling the entire pill shop. The previously indifferent female cultivator's nostrils twitched, her expression changed abruptly, and her half-closed eyes suddenly widened, fixating on the contents of the jade box. Inside the box were red fruits glimmering with golden patterns alongside vibrant Ning Qi Chao. Their spiritual power was exceptionally strong, far exceeding that of ordinary spirit herbs. "This is the first time I've seen such quality Qi Shui Gua and Ning Qi Chao," she exclaimed. "It is known that spirit herbs are extremely difficult to grow. They can only thrive in places rich in spiritual energy. Herbs with such evident pure spiritual power are even rarer and very difficult to cultivate. Just look at these materials. If used for alchemy, their efficacy would be greatly enhanced." She instinctively stood up, a warm smile spreading across her face, and clasped her hands to Ye Jing, saying, "Forgive me, friend, for my previous ignorance. What price do you estimate for these 2 spirit herbs?" Ye Jing felt a surge of joy at her reaction. The value of these spirit herbs indeed exceeded his expectations. He calmly closed the jade box, shielding it from the female cultivator's overly eager gaze, and asked lightly, "How many spirit stones can you offer?" The female cultivator fell silent for a moment, a flicker of struggle in her eyes, then gritted her teeth and said, "Ordinary Qi Shui Gua is worth at most 20 low-grade spirit stones, and Ning Qi Chao 5 low-grade spirit stones. But since your 2 items are both exceptional quality, with pure spiritual energy and no impurities, I am willing to offer 60 low-grade spirit stones for the Qi Shui Gua and 20 low-grade spirit stones for the Ning Qi Chao. What do you think, friend?" This price was already far above the market rate, but these 2 spirit herbs were indeed precious. If used for refining pills, both the success rate and the quality of the pills would be greatly improved, leading to much greater profits. Ye Jing listened, surprised that these spirit herbs had appreciated several times in value after being processed by the Xian Lu. He noticed the female cultivator's anxious expression, as if she feared he would refuse. Although Ye Jing was unaware of the market price, he could tell from the female cultivator's nervous demeanor that she was quite eager and would not rip him off. He nodded and replied, "Deal." Upon hearing Ye Jing's agreement, the female cultivator breathed a sigh of relief, and her smile grew even brighter. "You are so straightforward. I will fetch the spirit stones for you right away." Saying this, she turned around and took out a heavy cloth bag from a hidden compartment under the counter, handing it to Ye Jing. "Please check, friend, to see if it is sufficient." Ye Jing quickly counted and was somewhat astonished. The few Qi Shui Gua and Ning Qi Chao he casually offered had sold for over 500 spirit stones, truly a windfall. He maintained a calm demeanor as he handed the jade box to the female cultivator. After confirming the spirit herbs were correct, she cherished the jade box as if it were a treasure, storing it in her own storage bag. She looked up at Ye Jing, her eyes filled with eagerness. "Friend, may I ask where you obtained these spirit herbs? I hope to continue acquiring such high-quality spirit herbs. If you have more resources, feel free to come find me at any time. I promise the price will not disappoint you." Ye Jing smiled lightly and did not elaborate, saying, "If the opportunity arises, I will certainly return." His purpose had been achieved, and after receiving the spirit stones, he planned to leave the pill shop to purchase some cultivation supplies for his family. Seeing that Ye Jing was not inclined to say more, the female cultivator wisely refrained from questioning further and warmly escorted him to the door. "Safe travels, friend. Our shop always welcomes your visit." After bidding farewell to the female cultivator, Ye Jing quickly made his way towards the nearby stalls. Most of the stall owners were cultivators of low cultivation levels or common merchants selling a wide array of items from basic cultivation techniques to healing herbs and fasting pills, everything one could need. Ye Jing slowed his pace and stopped at a stall selling damaged spiritual artifacts. Among the items, a long sword stood out, its blade marred with scars and a few visible cracks, yet the sword was ancient and dark, emanating a faint spiritual energy. Despite its damage, the lingering spiritual energy indicated it was exceptional. The stall owner, a cultivator with a goat beard, noticed Ye Jing lingering in front of the stall and eagerly said, "Friend, this broken sword is no ordinary item. I found it on the battlefield while risking my life against demonic cultivators from a major sect. It is excellent for forging and tempering." Ye Jing's gaze remained fixed on the broken sword as he calmly asked, "What is the price for this sword?" The goat-bearded cultivator's eyes darted around as he assessed Ye Jing, noticing his elderly appearance and simple attire, concluding he was just an ordinary loose cultivator. "You have a good eye, friend. This broken sword has an extraordinary origin. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't part with it for less than 100 spirit stones, but since you seem fated with it, I can let it go for 80 spirit stones today." Ye Jing coldly sneered inwardly. This stall owner was clearly trying to overcharge. Although the broken sword still had remnants of spiritual energy, it was too damaged to be of much use to ordinary cultivators. 80 spirit stones were a ridiculous price. Even a low-grade spiritual artifact sword could be bought for that much. He withdrew his gaze, turning to leave. "It's not worth that price. You might as well keep it for yourself." Seeing Ye Jing about to leave, the goat-bearded cultivator panicked and quickly stepped forward to block him. "Wait, friend. The price is negotiable. If you have a price in mind, feel free to share, and we can discuss it." This broken sword had been sitting at the stall for quite a while, and due to its severe damage, no one had shown interest. Now that someone was willing to buy, he naturally did not want to let the opportunity slip away. Ye Jing stopped and calmly stated, 20 spirit stones. 20. You are asking far too little." The goat-bearded cultivator's face fell, and he sighed. This was dug up from the battlefield ruins. The round trip alone is worth more than 20 spirit stones. At least 40 spirit stones, not a single cent less. 20. Ye Jing's tone remained unchanged, showing no intention to raise his offer. After a moment of stalemate, the goat-bearded cultivator finally relented, sighing, Fine, today, I will take a lost 20 spirit stones." After completing the transaction, Ye Jing carefully picked up the broken sword, feeling its coolness in his hand. Despite the cracks, the sword emanated an indescribable sense of weight. He first stored it in his storage bag, then planned to place it in the Xian Lu for repair. After acquiring the broken sword, Ye Jing did not linger and continued to wander among the stalls. He bought some spirit-feeding pills for his spirit beasts and spent some spirit stones on defense talismans. He also found some damaged magical artifacts and added them to his collection. After browsing the small vendors, Ye Jing noticed a slightly larger magical artifact shop ahead. Entering the shop, he was greeted by shelves filled with all kinds of magical artifacts, ranging from small protective jade pendants to large offensive magic sabers and talismans. The variety was dazzling. However, these weapons were not cheap. After much deliberation, Ye Jing ultimately purchased 3 low-grade protective jade pendants, a short sword talisman suitable for women, and a manual on how to refine simple attack talismans. These items cost him a total of 300 spirit stones, leaving him with very few of the 500 spirit stones he had earned from selling medicinal herbs. After wandering for almost an entire day, Ye Jing visited quite a few shops and finally arrived at the Welcome Pavilion. There he saw Su Darren and Lu Qing already waiting for him. They had offered to treat Ye Jing to a meal, and the Welcome Pavilion served several dishes rich in spiritual energy, though they were not cheap. The two cultivators were somewhat cash-strapped, so they could only treat Ye Jing to some ordinary food. Ye Jing naturally understood their situation, and the three of them chatted a lot while eating. Through their conversation, Ye Jing learned about the Qingyun sect located opposite the Tiangong market, which opened its doors for recruitment every 10 years. Among the perks, the first disciple was granted a precious foundation establishment pill, making many cultivators eager to join the Qingyun sect. Currently, there were still 3 years until the Qingyun sect's recruitment began. Upon hearing the term foundation establishment, Ye Jing thought about his family. If they could reach the peak of qi refinement, they would have to enter foundation establishment. If they could obtain a foundation establishment pill, wouldn't that mean his family would have a foundation establishment cultivator? Once this thought took root, it grew wildly in Ye Jing's heart like a weed. He suppressed the excitement within him, took a sip of wine, and casually asked, "You two, do you know why the foundation establishment pill is so precious? Is it true that ordinary cultivators must rely on this pill to enter foundation establishment?" Su Darren, hearing this, revealed a bitter smile. "Senior, you may not know, but the difficulty of foundation establishment far exceeds that of qi refinement. Once we reach the peak of the 10th level of qi refinement, we must then challenge foundation establishment, a step that is akin to a chasm with a very low success rate." Lu Qing nodded in agreement and added, "Exactly. The foundation establishment pill is the key external force for breaking through to foundation establishment. It can nourish a cultivator's dantian, stabilize their spiritual energy, and increase the breakthrough rate to over 30%. What's more, the recipe for the foundation establishment pill is only available in some major sects. Currently, only the Qingyun sect nearby has the capability to refine it, and they produce very few each year, making it extremely precious." Ye Jing's heart sank as he pressed further. "Is there no other method to assist in foundation establishment besides the foundation establishment pill?" "Well, I'm not too sure about that. The challenges of foundation establishment are beyond what low-tier cultivators like us can comprehend." Lu Qing shook his head. Ye Jing inquired further about the specific requirements for joining the Qingyun sect. Naturally, the two were more than willing to share. The Qingyun sect only recruits individuals with cultivation. The requirements for disciples are that they must be no older than 20 years, must have reached the 5th level of qi refinement, and must pass an assessment. They understood their limited talent and did not hold much hope of joining the Qingyun sect. Ye Jing thought about Chun Mingyuan from the Qingyun sect. Perhaps he could try to have his 2 grandsons join, as they were also sword cultivators. Yi Tianyao and Yi Tianhao both had good talent, and by then they would just be under 20 years old. As for their cultivation, they were already outstanding. Perhaps they could easily make it to the inner sect. During this time, he still couldn't afford to slack off on his cultivation. In the Tiangong market, Ye Jing bought some materials, while also inquiring more about the Qingyun sect. He did not forget about the mysterious evil formation within the spiritual vein, and specifically bought several books on formations, planning to take them home for a thorough study. Unknowingly, he had stayed in the Tiangong market for 5 or 6 days. Meanwhile, Su Darren and Lu Qing had spent their spirit stones on purchasing techniques, and could barely afford to stay in the inn of the Tiangong market. Thus, they reluctantly decided to leave. Ye Jing decided to follow them as he was not very familiar with the area, so it was safer to stick with these two. As they were leaving, Ye Jing looked at the Tiangong market crowded with cultivators, and thought that if he opened a shop here and conducted business, he might earn a good amount of spirit stones with the medicinal herbs in his possession. This way, his Ye family could make a significant leap. Ye Jing began to ponder how to open a shop, while Su Darren hurriedly urged the horse-drawn carriage away from the Tiangong market. After several hours, night fell completely, and the Tiangong market began closing its doors. The carriage was moving along the road, and Ye Jing closed his eyes to rest, but soon the black wind beside him suddenly stood up and bit Ye Jing's sleeve. Ye Jing was startled and immediately became vigilant. On the deserted highway, as Su Darren drove the carriage, he suddenly saw a blade of light slicing toward him. Not good. Su Darren saw the blade coming swiftly and hurriedly pulled the carriage to a stop. The horse became startled and neighed, rearing up its front hooves, causing the carriage to sway violently and nearly topple over. Lu Qing crashed into the side of the carriage and angrily shouted, "Who dares to rob us here?" Ye Jing also stepped out, and they saw 3 dark figures emerge from the nearby dense forest surrounding the carriage in a triangular formation. Each held a large knife, with residual spiritual energy still lingering on the blade, clearly indicating they were spiritual artifacts. The leader of the cultivators grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth, his gaze sweeping over the carriage with unabashed greed. "You lot look like cultivators who came out of the Tiangong market. You must have plenty of spirit stones and pills on you. Hand them all over, and I might make your death a little easier." With that, he openly displayed his 4th level of qi refinement cultivation, which was exceedingly arrogant. Su Darren understood they had encountered robbers, specifically targeting travelers. His face turned extremely grim. "Do you know that this is the vicinity of the Tiangong market? Aren't you afraid of the law enforcement cultivators from the market pursuing you?" "Law enforcement cultivators?" The robber laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke in this desolate wilderness. If we kill you, who would know it was us? As soon as he finished speaking, the two cultivators beside him began to attack. Both were at the third level of Su Darren and Lu Qin were no match for them. They had thought that since their cultivation was only at the second level of Qi refinement, they could easily overpower them. At this moment, Ye Jing had already exited the carriage. Seeing the two rush toward him, he chuckled coldly. Ye Jing immediately wielded the knife in his hand and struck upward. His entire body surged with spiritual power which poured into the sword from his arm. This sword was indeed a spiritual artifact he had purchased from the magical tool shop. This was his first time using a sword imbued with spiritual energy to attack, and it was fortuitous that 3 ruffians appeared, providing him the perfect opportunity to test the sword. The emergence of spiritual power caused the faces of the 2 Qi refining stage 3 cultivators to change drastically. They felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, which even delayed their movements by a fraction. At this moment, retreat was no longer an option. The two could only brace themselves and swing their knives toward Ye Jing, their attacks infused with spiritual energy, creating a piercing wind sound, clearly exerting their utmost effort. Ye Jing's gaze was icy, his steps slightly swaying as he swung his sword, unleashing a powerful sword light that swept across. The blades in the hands of the 2 cultivators were directly severed by Ye Jing's strike, the broken halves crashing to the ground with a dull thud accompanied by the residual waves of spiritual energy. Before the two could recover from the shock of their swords being destroyed, Ye Jing's knife was already thrust before them. With a flick of his wrist as the knife glimmered, they felt a chill at their necks, and then lost all consciousness. As their bodies were cleaved, blood gushed forth before they could even scream, staining the ground before them. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye, and the 2 Qi refining stage 3 cultivators had already met their demise. You. The ruffian who had been so arrogant just moments ago now turned pale. Even Su Darren and Lu Qin were extremely astonished. Ye Jing looked at the leader of the ruffians, who quickly pleaded, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding." He had thought that this carriage was filled only with ordinary cultivators, not realizing that there would be such a formidable elder within. He had truly kicked a steel plate. The ruffian trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Senior, it is our fault for not recognizing your greatness. Please spare us." Ye Jing sneered, immediately swinging his sword. This sword infused with spiritual energy was formidable. He wielded it as if he were chopping vegetables. Seeing that the elder had no intention of letting him go, the ruffian was about to clutch a talisman to escape. But in that instant, as he raised his hand, Ye Jing swiftly swung his sword and severed his hand. The ruffian let out a piercing scream, and Ye Jing advanced once more, swinging his knife to kill. The ruffian immediately raised his knife to block this attack, shouting, "I will fight you to the end." However, the knife in his hand was nothing but a mundane iron weapon, and now faced with Ye Jing's sword infused with spiritual power, it was akin to striking a stone with an egg. With a crisp sound of crack, the knife in the ruffian's hand shattered into several pieces, shards scattering everywhere. Yet Ye Jing's sword momentum remained undiminished, slicing straight toward his chest with a sharp whistling sound. As the sword pierced his body, the ruffian froze, all struggles coming to a halt at that moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. Ye Jing withdrew his longsword, seeing that the blade was still sharp. He gave it a slight sweep, and the blood instantly slid off, becoming as clean as new. Inside, he felt a rush of exhilaration. What a fine sword! Truly worthy of being a spiritual artifact. It was so convenient and powerful to use. It seems that buying this spiritual artifact was indeed worthwhile. Su Darren and Lu Qin were utterly astonished. This elder was truly remarkable. Having dealt with the ruffians, the journey had been much safer. However, the carriage took too long to travel back and forth, over half a month for a single round trip, which made Ye Jing think of those sword-wielding cultivators. If he could also fly with a sword, his speed would surely increase significantly. Ye Jing picked up the storage bags of the 3 ruffians, casually flipping through them, and was surprised to find several hundred spirit stones and a few talismans inside. He couldn't understand the talismans, so he put them away for now. With such a harvest from taking out these ruffians, it's no wonder they resorted to robbery. In this chaotic world, killing to earn money was indeed a reality. "Senior, are you headed back to Qinling?" At this moment, Su Darren asked. Seeing his demeanor, Ye Jing realized it was time to part ways. He replied, "Yes, and you? Now that you've escaped, where do you plan to go?" Su Darren, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of melancholy, yet also some determination. "Senior, we are accustomed to wandering. Wherever we reach is where we will go." Ye Jing nodded. As loose cultivators, they were like drifting weeds without a master. He took out 100 spirit stones from the storage bag and handed them to Lu Qin. "Here, take these for the journey." Seeing this, Su Darren's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly waved his hands. "Senior, you mustn't. You have saved our lives multiple times. How could we accept your spirit stones again?" "Take them." Ye Jing spoke in a calm tone, yet it carried an unmistakable authority. As loose cultivators traveling alone, you cannot move without spirit stones. Besides, these spirit stones originally belonged to the ruffians. There's nothing wrong with that. Seeing Ye Jing's firm attitude, Su Dayton and Lu Qing no longer declined and accepted the spirit stones, bowing deeply in gratitude. We will never forget your great kindness, senior. If there is ever a need, Su Dayton and Lu Qing will certainly risk it all without hesitation. Ye Jing smiled at their words, acknowledging the bond with these two cultivators. Su Dayton and Lu Qing escorted Ye Jing near Qinling, then parted ways. During his time in the workshop city, Ye Jing had also found many good items. He thought once he used these spirit stones to enhance his family members, he would find a way to seize the spiritual vein within Qinling. Once the demonic energy contaminating the spiritual vein was eliminated, he could restore it, and then enter the Tiangong workshop city to find a shop to develop his Yi family's business. Thinking of this, Ye Jing sighed. Establishing a foundation was not easy as challenges came one after another. But with challenges, the path to immortality became interesting. Ye Jing did not forget to experiment with the spiritual artifacts he had sold in the Tiangong workshop, hoping they could play a more significant role in the hands of his family members. To his astonishment, he discovered that the broken sword he had bought for 20 spirit stones was actually a mid-grade spiritual sword named Paiyu Jian, which could easily cleave through massive stones. Indeed a treasure. Ye Jing rode the black wind all the way back home, bouncing along for over a month, finally arriving at his doorstep. When he returned home, holding a fox, Yi Tianyao immediately rushed over enthusiastically. Grandfather, you're back. Ye Jing looked at his lovely granddaughter filled with affection and patted Yi Tianyao's head, saying, Yaoer, go call everyone in the family over. Hearing Ye Jing's words, Yi Tianyao nodded and entered the house, calling Wu Gui and Lu Xianglan, as well as the practicing Yi Tianhao, Yi Tianhui, and several other children. The whole family gathered in the yard, curiously watching Ye Jing, who had been away for several days. Ye Jing recounted his experiences regarding the spiritual vein in Qinling and the transactions at the Tiangong workshop city, which left them in awe. Especially when Ye Jing revealed the spiritual artifacts he had purchased at the Tiangong workshop city, their eyes. Ye Jing first addressed Yi Tianhao. However, I know you like practicing swordsmanship like your father, so this time I have prepared a spiritual sword for you. After saying this, he took out the long sword that had been completely restored. The sword was entirely black with an ancient appearance, yet the blade contained intricate patterns. This sword is called Paiyu Jian, a mid-grade spiritual sword that can easily cleave sharp boulders when using spiritual power and is extremely powerful. Ye Jing explained, not forgetting to swing it a few times, causing it to emit a piercing sword cry. This made Yi Tianha's eyes shine. He solemnly accepted the sword, feeling its weight and the warm spiritual energy within. It is indeed a fine sword. After giving the broken moon sword to Yi Tianhao, Ye Jing did not forget to take out the delicate sword and hand it to Yi Tianyao, saying, Yaoer, you are quite close to the demonic beasts, but you have no weapon by your side. This long sword is suitable for female cultivators. Take it for self-defense. He also remembered to give Yi Tianyao the beast taming manual he bought from the market, along with some spirit feeding pills for the spirit beasts. After all, his granddaughter had always taken care of the tamed demonic beasts at home, so providing her with the method to tame them was the most prudent choice. However, there are few cultivators who have built their wealth through beast taming, and these manuals are merely simple instructions for taming demonic beasts, lacking many details that Yi Tianyao would have to figure out on her own. Yi Tianyao was naturally delighted, hugging the spirit sword and the beast taming manual as if they were treasures, and said, Thank you, Grandpa. After giving the two grandsons their magical tools, Ye Jing looked at Yi Tianhui, who was already at the first level of qi refinement. Yi Tianhui had a playful personality and was quite mischievous. He was not fond of martial cultivation, but was interested in some strange spells, so Ye Jing gave him a few protective jade tokens and a book titled Encyclopedia of Strange Techniques. Yi Tianhui was enamored, holding it tightly to his chest, looking as blissful as if he had just eaten a long string of candied hawthorns. Ye Jing was equally generous with his two daughters-in-law. He said to Wu Guiyun, Guiyun, you excel at drawing talismans and using magical tools better than this old man. I will give you some rare materials for drawing talismans, along with some manuals related to talisman creation. As he spoke, Ye Jing took out a delicate wooden box from his storage bag. Upon opening it, he revealed neatly arranged vermilion powder spirit paper drawing brushes and other high-quality materials, providing Wu Guiyun with ample space to create. Seeing this, Wu Guiyun was filled with joy, quickly stepping forward to receive the wooden box with both hands, saying earnestly, Thank you, Father. I will not disappoint your expectations and will diligently study to contribute more to the family in the future. Then Ye Jing turned to his other daughter-in-law, Lu Xianglan. Her temperament was gentle, and she usually focused on studying fundamental techniques. Although her progress was not very fast, her foundation was exceptionally solid. She was particularly interested in pharmacology and had a human skin lantern contracted from a demonic cultivator which had already been purified of demonic energy by Ye Jing and renamed the soul guiding lamp. Especially the corpse puppet refinement manual Ye Jing obtained from killing the elder of the Red Lotus sect Lu Xianglan had been studying it diligently, hoping to refine a puppet. Ye Jing took out a crimson alchemy furnace along with a bag filled with numerous herbs and a manual on herbal alchemy, allowing Lu Xianglan to attempt refining pills. Tears welled up in Lu Xianglan's eyes as she sincerely said, "Thank you for your trust, Father. I will focus on studying alchemy. I will refine pills as soon as possible." To ensure the safety of his family, Ye Jing also provided various protective magical tools and treasures to his other grandchildren. Each family member received a storage bag for convenience. Ye Jing observed the expressions of everyone in the family, nodded slightly, and then said solemnly, "The world is currently unstable, and our Ye family is merely at the bottom tier of cultivator families. I give you these items hoping you can protect yourselves and help our Ye family grow stronger." After hearing this, everyone in the family nodded in agreement. "Grandpa, rest assured I will not disgrace your name," Ye Tianhao said, gripping the broken moon sword tightly. The youth's voice was strong and firm, and a faint sharp sword intent emanated from him. Ye Jing's eyes flashed with approval. His eldest grandson was steady in character and quite responsible, making him a good candidate for cultivation. Beside him, Ye Tianyao hugged the long sword and cheerfully said, "Grandpa, rest assured I will also diligently practice beast taming techniques and will not slack off." Ye Tianhui then raised the Encyclopedia of Strange Techniques and grinned, saying, "Hee Grandpa, if I refine my strange techniques, well, I can definitely help protect the family." Wu Geyun, holding the materials for drawing talismans, smiled brightly, saying, "Father, I will enter seclusion for the next few days to study and strive to draw high-level talismans as soon as possible for emergencies." Lu Xianglan also added, "I will quickly familiarize myself with the alchemy manual and will not lag behind." Looking at the motivated younger generation in the room, Ye Jing felt a warm current in his heart. After advising them to practice diligently, Ye Jing then spoke about the spiritual vein deep in the Qinling Mountains. He planned to send Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao together to clear out the demonic beasts there. To ensure safety, Ye Jing encouraged the two grandsons to practice hard, which could also be considered a trial. Upon hearing Ye Jing's first suggestion for them to fight demonic beasts, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao were extremely excited. How could there be any reason not to respond? In the following days, the Ye family's courtyard was bustling with activity as everyone immersed themselves in intense preparations. Ye Tianhao would rise before dawn every day, practicing with the broken moon sword in the courtyard as his spiritual energy continuously converged with his sword techniques, hinting at a possible breakthrough. Ye Tianyao was not idle either. She practiced with her sword, while also training a few small demonic beasts she had carefully nurtured, learning to obey commands under the guidance of Shaoqi. Meanwhile, Wu Geyun remained in seclusion, and from time to time fluctuations of spiritual energy could be heard from the side room in the courtyard, with occasional flashes of golden light spilling through the cracks of the window. She researched numerous talismans, all of which were given to Ye Jing, and some were sent to Ye Xian and Ye Yi, who were far away on the battlefield for emergencies. Lu Xianglan's room was filled with the scent of herbs, and Ye Tianhui had also put away his usual playful demeanor, focusing on researching strange spells. After a few months, Ye Jing broke through to the 6th level of qi refinement and felt it was time to set off. He took his two grandsons and headed to the forbidden area in the Qinling Mountains. Upon seeing the eerie valley, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao were both taken aback. The valley was shrouded in thick black fog, making it clear that it was not an ordinary place, sending chills down their spines. Ye Jing stood at the entrance of the valley and said, Yao, pay attention. The mist in this valley is not ordinary miasma, but demonic energy. There are also a few first-tier spirit beasts inside, so be cautious." Both grandsons took this seriously. Ye Tianhao tightly gripped the broken moon sword, which buzzed incessantly. Months of hard training had further refined his spiritual power. Ye Tianyao also took a step forward, and Shaoqi beside her emitted a sharp cry, vigilantly staring into the depths of the valley. Ye Jing took the lead, swinging the spirit sword in his hand, and a thick wave of spiritual energy tore a gap through the demonic mist at the valley's mouth. He certainly did not forget that someone had previously come here to probe, so he needed to take control of it quickly. "Be careful, there is a mid-tier first-level spirit beast inside. Do not be careless." Ye Jing bravely charged in first. As soon as the three entered, a foul, acrid demonic energy rushed towards them, causing the two grandsons to frown. The ground beneath their feet was as black as ink, devoid of any grass, and the eerie red patterns spread across the ground, emanating an unsettling aura. In this scenario, no one could tell that a spiritual vein was hidden within but felt more like a desolate wasteland. However, Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao believed in Ye Jing. As long as they secured this land, they would possess the spiritual vein. Roar! A deafening beast roar suddenly echoed, and a dark shadow enveloped in thick demonic energy charged out from the valley. The creature was as large as a small mountain, its fur pitch black, and its crimson eyes fixed intently on the three uninvited guests. In an instant, Ye Jing cast a fireball spell illuminating the entire valley, shouting, "Kill it!" The fireball, enveloped in scorching spiritual power, pierced through the demonic energy and violently smashed down upon the black bear's head. The acrid scent of charred flesh immediately spread, causing the first-stage black bear to howl in pain, its crimson beastly eyes widening in fury as its giant paw, like a fan, swept forth, carrying a surge of demonic energy. "Yao! Control the beast and restrain it," Ye Jing shouted hoarsely. He had initially intended for his two grandsons to undergo a trial, so he stood aside, directing their battle. Yi Tianyao's delicate face tensed, her jade fingers forming a seal as the little red creature beside her instantly transformed into a streak of red shadow, screeching as it lunged toward the black bear's eyes. The few spirit sparrows she carefully nurtured also took flight, their sharp claws aiming to claw at the black bear's fur. Yi Tianhao, on the other hand, swung his broken moon sword, unleashing a sword chi that struck directly at the bear's neck. The bear's skin was tough and its flesh thick. The fireball merely inflicted some superficial damage. At this moment, the little red fox pounced before its eyes, its sharp claws nearly piercing its eyeball. The black bear roared in anger, wildly swinging its massive paw, the gust of wind forcing the little red creature to retreat repeatedly, yet this also revealed its vulnerabilities. Several spirit sparrows swarmed like maggots on a corpse, incessantly clawing and biting at its back and armpits, causing it to howl in pain, leaving it no time to fully defend against Yi Tianhao's deadly strike. The sword blade pierced into the flesh. The black bear's neck was instantly slashed open, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, blackish red blood gushing forth. It thrashed wildly, its massive paws flailing, causing the surrounding trees to collapse with a loud crash. "Don't give it a chance to breathe." Upon seeing this, Ye Jing sternly reminded, and Yi Tianyao naturally understood, swinging her sword as she joined Yi Tianhao in cleaving at the black bear. Her summoned beast, the little red creature, clung tightly to the black bear's ear, unleashing flames to burn it, while the spirit sparrows relentlessly attacked the bear's wounds. Yi Tianhao, after landing, did not pause. With the point of his toes, his figure spun the broken moon sword, darting forth like flowing light, each strike precisely embedding into the black bear's neck wound, stirring up more flesh and blood. The black bear's resistance weakened increasingly, its crimson beastly eyes gradually losing their luster. After a series of attacks, it ultimately fell to the ground with a resounding crash, its numerous wounds still bleeding. As the blood of the beast flowed out onto the ground, red patterns slowly emerged, glowing softly as the blood was absorbed. Ye Jing squinted at the scene. The black bear was dealt with, but the stench of blood quickly attracted the attention of other beasts in the cave, and the two siblings from the Yi family remained vigilant. Rustle. From the depths of the dark cave came a series of dense sounds accompanied by heavy breathing and low growls. Several gray wolves emerged from the shadows. Yi Tianhao recognized that there were several first-stage early spirit beasts leading the pack, along with a few strange creatures. Without exception, their eyes glowed crimson, filled with rage. The wolf pack consisted of at least 7 or 8 wolves. It seemed that the demonic energy in this valley had indeed affected these beasts. The leading demonic wolf charged out first, heading straight for the weaker Yi Tianyao. "Be careful." Yi Tianhao reacted swiftly, pushing off the ground with his toes, darting in front of Yi Tianyao and swinging the broken moon sword to force the demonic wolf to dodge sideways. Yi Tianyao did not hesitate either. Seizing the moment the demonic wolf was dodging, she shouted again, "Little red, breathe fire!" Spirit sparrows disrupt the enemy. The little red creature, having spent a long time with Yi Tianyao, had become her life-bound spirit beast. It leaped up suddenly, unleashing a wall of fire half its height, the flames infused with spiritual power, forcing the few demonic wolves poised to attack Yi Tianhao to retreat. The spirit sparrows divided into 2 teams, one group attacking the leading demonic wolf, while the other flew toward the wolf pack deeper in the cave, disrupting their formation. The 2 siblings coordinated perfectly. Yi Tianyao created distractions, while Yi Tianhao focused on the main assault, quickly exterminating those demonic wolves. Ye Jing watched the battle unfold, feeling quite gratified, but also somewhat unsettled, knowing that the most formidable first-stage mid-tier scorpion beast had yet to reveal itself. That beast possessed terrifying power equivalent to a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. He noticed that Yi Tianyao and Yi Tianhao looked extremely fatigued, their faces pale. The continuous waves of first-stage early beasts were a significant hassle to deal with. Presently his two grandsons had likely exhausted a lot of spiritual power fighting these beasts, making further battles unfavorable. Thus Ye Jing said, "How, the hour, that's enough, you two come back." Upon hearing this, both Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao sighed in relief. After 2 intense battles, their spiritual power was nearly depleted, their hands gripping the sword handles trembling slightly. The little red creature also sluggishly hopped back onto Ye Tianhao's shoulder, while several spirit sparrows with wounded wings barely landed on the shoulders of the two. As they stood side by side retreating behind Ye Jing, they were just about to escape. A sound echoed again from within the cave, the familiar sharp claws scraping against the rock accompanied by the heavy sound of movement, causing the ground to tremble slightly. That hidden aura of ferocity suddenly erupted, intensifying several times over. Not good. It's coming out. Ye Jing's expression changed as he quickly drew his long sword, imbuing it with spiritual power, causing the blade to emit a faint white light. Hower, yower, retreat to the cave entrance. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao did not hesitate, quickly darting toward the exit. But in the next moment, a massive scorpion descended at the valley entrance, blocking their way. Ye Tianyao recognized it as a scorpion comparable to a water buffalo, with a dark purple exterior, its shell gleaming like metal, and its tail tipped with a sharp metallic hook. Even more terrifying was that this scorpion's compound eyes glowed a sinister dark red, clearly deeply tainted by demonic energy, making it even more ferocious and bloodthirsty. It lay in wait for them to emerge, then blocked their path, locking onto Ye Jing, and emitting a piercing screech, its poisonous stinger abruptly raised, aimed directly at the foremost Ye Jing. Having cultivated to the mid-stage of the first tier, the beast possessed a degree of human intelligence, and had been observing these 3 humans from the shadows. In its eyes, the elderly Ye Jing was the weakest, an old man without any visible spiritual power, who was to be eliminated first. Vile creature. Ye Jing was taken aback to see that the scorpion had been lurking in the shadows, blocking the exit and targeting him. He shouted as he dodged the attack from the stinger. Seeing that the scorpion was relentless in its pursuit, Ye Jing immediately wielded his long sword, executing a series of sword moves imbued with spiritual power, striking at the scorpion beast. The sword blade struck the scorpion's shell repeatedly, producing a crisp clang sound and creating sparks, yet it only left a shallow white mark on the outer shell. Such a hard shell. Ye Tianhao was astonished. He was currently at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, able to clearly see Ye Jing's strikes. Ye Jing's attack was extremely fierce, but could not break through the scorpion's defenses, indicating that this beast was far from ordinary. Moreover, other beasts in the cave appeared, assisting this scorpion in dealing with Ye Jing. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao exchanged glances, and they immediately understood to take out their blood-red wine. "Grandpa, we'll help you restrain those beasts." Upon hearing his grandsons, Ye Jing permitted them to clear out the other beasts that were pouncing, while he continued to battle the scorpion beast. Since this scorpion beast was intent on killing them, Ye Jing would not hold back. It was time to clear out all the beasts in this valley. The sound of chopping echoed throughout the valley. Ye Jing had been entangled in battle with the scorpion demon beast for several dozen rounds, and his clothes were torn in several places. The two grandsons were clearing away the approaching monsters, and blood was scattered across large areas of the valley. The red patterns on the ground began to glow, illuminating the valley in a bright crimson hue. But he had no time to ponder the strange red light in the valley. The most important thing now was to deal with this troublesome scorpion. After fighting the scorpion for so long, Ye Jing noticed that although its defenses were formidable and its attacks swift, the carapace on its abdomen seemed weaker than that on its back. However, its abdomen was pressed tightly against the ground, making it difficult to attack. After pondering for a moment, an idea flashed through his mind. He deliberately exposed a flaw, leaping upwards and allowing the scorpion to raise its body, intending to strike him with its pincers. Just as the pincers were about to clamp down on his arm, Ye Jing suddenly sank down, and several flying daggers shot out from his sleeve, moving like swimming snakes infused with spiritual power. They accurately pierced the abdomen of the scorpion demon beast. With a thud, the sharp dagger finally penetrated its carapace, and dark green blood gushed out. The scorpion demon beast let out a shrill scream, and the intense pain made it even more ferocious. Its tail stinger lunged toward Ye Jing's back recklessly. Ye Jing hastily raised his sword to defend, retreating rapidly just in time to dodge the stinger. He leaped forward like an eagle, swooping down on a rabbit, directing his long sword toward the scorpion's head. The scorpion demon beast attempted to raise its pincers for defense, but Ye Jing gathered all his spiritual energy into the sword, bringing it down with force. Aiming for the joint of the pincers, he severed it, and then pierced through the scorpion's compound eye, driving deep into its brain. With a zzz sound, the scorpion demon beast twitched a few times before falling still, its massive body crashing to the ground. After landing, Ye Jing stumbled slightly, his face pale as paper, clearly exhausted. The other demon beasts saw their most powerful opponent had fallen, and they quickly fled. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao rushed over immediately to support Ye Jing. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Yi Tianyao hurriedly took out some blood wine and detoxification pills from her storage bag and handed them to Ye Jing. Ye Jing drank the blood wine and took a few detoxification pills, feeling slightly better. "It's nothing, just exhausted my spiritual energy and sustained a minor injury. A short rest will suffice." He opened his eyes, looking toward the corpse of the scorpion demon beast, then at the red patterns on the ground. At this moment, the red patterns were absorbing the scorpion's blood, and the red glow became increasingly intense, even starting to rise slowly. What exactly are these red patterns? Yi Tianhao wondered aloud. Ye Jing raised his head and noticed the remnants of runes above the valley entrance. He had previously perused books on formations which contained only ordinary defensive formations, and not a single one mentioned such bizarre runes. The red patterns on the ground were as incomplete as those runes. Ye Jing remembered that in his letters his two sons had mentioned 8 words concerning this strange formation. They were blood guiding formation and soul sacrifice guardian. This residual formation was indeed in evil array, and those 8 words were likely related to activating this formation. This residual formation would suck in blood energy, generating demonic energy, and it wouldn't be easy to clear. Ye Jing was currently at a loss, so he instructed his 2 grandsons to rest at the valley's perimeter until their strength was restored before probing deeper. He collected the corpses of the demon beasts in the cave and left the place. Night had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky. Ye Jing settled down with his 2 grandsons at the edge of the valley. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he continued to read books on formations, most of which detailed basic defensive arrays and traps for enemies, with only brief mentions of a few slightly harmful attacking formations, none of which related to the bizarre runes in the mountain. After months of reading, the books on formations were nearly worn out. Ye Jing sighed and put the books away. He pondered what the formations within meant and who had left them behind just to destroy a spiritual vein. On the second day, Ye Jing woke up Yi Tianyao and Yi Tianhao, and the 3 continued deeper into the strange valley. This time he had the poisonous bees and black winds lead the way, as the demon beasts in the valley had mostly been dealt with. Now they had the chance to explore the valley. As they ventured deeper, they were horrified to find it filled with bones, some of mortals and others of cultivators. Yi Tianhao used his knife to poke at the clothing, observing that they were all tattered, but without exception they had died tragically with broken bones and shattered skulls. The valley also bore signs of a fierce battle with knife marks everywhere. As they advanced further, they couldn't help but gasp. There stood a relatively well-preserved stone tower. Next to the stone tower were several small wooden houses built against it. The stone tower was entirely constructed from dark green rocks, its walls marked with traces of erosion from time, and its overall structure was relatively intact. Above the main entrance of the stone door there was a carved, blurred plaque, the characters of which had long since weathered away, with only a few distorted symbols barely discernible. While surveying the surroundings, Yi Tianyao suddenly spotted a circle of crimson fruits growing at the edge of the stone tower. The plant looked remarkably like blood fruits. She immediately exclaimed, "Grandpa, look, are those blood fruits growing by the stone tower?" Ye Jing followed his granddaughter's gaze, and indeed saw the clusters of bright red fruits, and he walked over right away. Seeing that the edges of the wooden houses were covered in blood fruits, but the fruits were surrounded by swirling black, demonic energy, the entire fruit appeared dark red, looking different from the blood fruits he had cultivated. A glint of stormy intent flashed in Ye Jing's eyes. He took out a storage bag from his chest, which was enveloped in a faint white light. Visible to the naked eye, the pouch floated with runes. "Grandpa, what is this?" The 2 grandsons were puzzled at Ye Jing suddenly producing a storage bag sealed with talismans. Ye Jing calmly explained this storage bag was picked up from the remains of a deceased cultivator in the Qinling Mountains. Blood fruits were growing nearby, so it might be related to this place. After saying that, he also took out the golden bowl, which could disperse demonic energy. The moment it was revealed, it emitted a dazzling golden light, driving away all the surrounding demonic energy. It seemed as if the stone tower sensed something, as it also emitted a golden glow from within. "There's a reaction inside," Yi Tianhao exclaimed in surprise. Seeing this, Ye Jing said, "Let's go. Let's take a look inside." He took the lead and ascended the stone tower. The stone door, having endured countless years, had become extremely dilapidated, half open, and completely accessible. However, the demonic energy inside was extremely thick, enveloping the entire space with a faint white light barely visible within. Ye Jing used the golden bowl's light to fend off the demonic energy, allowing the 3 of them to feel as if they had stepped into a place devoid of life. Thanks to the golden light emitted by the bowl, they could see that the interior of the stone tower was empty, with only a few broken stone tables and stools, and the ground was similarly etched with red patterns. However, these patterns were more complete than those on the valley floor, and they could faintly discern the outline of a small formation. The white light emanated from a corpse in the center of the stone tower's hall. As Ye Jing approached, he saw that the corpse was pierced by numerous swords looking exceptionally tragic, yet a residual spiritual power surrounded it. It was this spiritual power that caused the corpse to emit white light. Ye Jing's expression grew serious. Judging by the materials of the clothing, this corpse must have died a long time ago, yet its bones still held residual spiritual power, indicating that this corpse had been a formidable cultivator in life. Suddenly, the golden bowl flew above the corpse, and fragmented golden light burst forth from the corpse, accompanied by a resonant sound of spiritual power. In an instant, the space filled with black, demonic energy was suddenly illuminated with golden light. When Ye Jing and the others looked again, a white figure suddenly materialized amidst the hall, filled with black, demonic energy. The white figure appeared to be a middle-aged man, his gaze hollow as he faced Ye Jing and the others. Without any movement, his spiritual body was instantly annihilated, and then a series of white characters emerged around his corpse. Ye Jing stepped forward to take a look, and his scalp instantly tingled. This was actually the last words of the text revealed that this cultivator was the head of the Chun family, possessing foundation establishment cultivation. The family had been engaged in the cultivation of the blood-red fruit for generations, supplying the surrounding sects with their produce. Yet one day they were invaded by demonic cultivators, and without any warning their clan was exterminated by a golden core elder of the demonic sect. Moreover, they had set up a sinister formation called the Blood Soul Annihilation Formation, an ancient evil array specifically designed to destroy spiritual veins. The demonic cultivator who exterminated their clan called himself Xianin Sanren. Not only did he slaughter the entire Qin family, but he also established this formation, obliterating the roots of the Qin family. Ye Jing frowned as he read, clenching his fists. He never expected that a clan led by a foundation establishment patriarch could be exterminated so easily. It was truly terrifying. The Blood Soul Annihilation Formation required sufficient blood energy from living beings to draw out the foundation of the array, and countless souls were sacrificed to maintain the operation of the formation, completely erasing the spiritual veins. The bones in the valley were likely those souls used for the sacrifices, and no matter if they were mortals or cultivators, none could escape this calamity. One could only say that the method of exterminating 9 clans had truly been perfected. As for the formation's incompleteness, it was because a righteous sect had come to destroy it to prevent greater hazards. However, even if this formation was incomplete, it would continuously absorb the surrounding blood to nurture demonic energy, and over time the entire mountain range would turn into a den of demons. The golden light bowl in Ye Jing's hand was a spiritual artifact gifted by the head of the Chun family to a Buddhist cultivator, classified as a mid-grade spiritual artifact capable of dispelling evil and repelling misfortune, specifically designed to counteract malevolent items. When the demonic cultivators slaughtered the Qin family, the head of the Qin family had let his friend leave first to seek help and returned the golden light bowl to him, hoping for a chance to see him again. Ye Jing thought about the long-dead bones, realizing that the head of the Qin family and his friend must not have escaped. As for the method to unravel the formation, it was impossible for the last words to contain such information. After a moment of silence, Ye Jing decided to search deeper, hoping to find other useful items. The demonic energy accumulated in this formation was exceedingly thick, and completely removing it would be extremely troublesome. The ancient characters gradually faded into the air, and at that moment Ye Jing heard a rustling sound, instantly becoming alert. From the black mist, several desiccated corpses emerged, moving on all fours like crawling beasts. However, they dared not approach easily due to the presence of the golden light bowl in Ye Jing's hand. There are actually zombies here. Ye Tianhao exclaimed, readying his sword to attack. Ye Jing stared at the zombies and said to Ye Tianhao, "How? Don't smash them up. Catch a few to leave for your second mother." Just in time, Lu Xianlan was quite interested in the corpse refining puppet, so he could catch a few for her to study. "Yes, Grandpa." Ye Tianhao charged forward with his sword. Those zombies had become extremely ferocious after being nourished by demonic energy for months, but their cultivation was not high and they stood no chance against the spiritual sword strikes. Ye Tianhao easily severed the hands and feet of several zombies, and then tied up an intact zombie with ropes, making it look like a dumpling. "Big brother is so amazing," Ye Tianhao marveled. Ye Tianhao scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, but he immediately became serious upon seeing the bite marks on the captured zombie. "Grandpa, this zombie looks really odd." Ye Tianhao handed the captured zombie to Ye Jing for inspection. Seeing the bite marks on these zombies, Ye Jing frowned. "Roar." Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed from the stone tower, a sound that resembled a human rather. A loud metallic scraping sound came from the stone tower, akin to the sound of chains being pulled. The zombie horde in the black mist became even more frenzied, continuously howling around the golden light bowl in Ye Jing's hand. "Something is up there." Ye Jing's gaze sharpened as he gripped the golden light bowl tightly. The bowl emitted an even brighter warm golden glow, pushing back the surrounding black mist. The zombies howling around them seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, anxiously pacing back and forth at the edge of the glow, yet they dared not cross the line. Yaoer, step back. Yaoer, protect your sister. Ye Jing said solemnly, his voice carrying undeniable. Yi Tianyao immediately hid behind Yi Tianhao, who stored the bound zombie into his storage bag and held the broken moon sword in defense. As they ascended the stairs, the metallic tearing sounds grew closer, mixed with heavy footsteps, each step resonating like a thud on their hearts. Upon reaching the upper floor, they glimpsed a massive figure dimly illuminated in the darkness, and upon closer inspection they gasped in shock. The figure stood about 2 meters high, its hunchbacked form exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Its entire body was covered in withered dark skin tightly adhering to its bones, revealing a clear outline of its skeletal structure. Its limbs were tightly bound by thick chains that glimmered faintly with a golden hue, and its entire body was firmly pinned against the wall with numerous swords embedded within it, surrounded by zombies that had transformed after being gnawed upon. The gigantic corpse let out a sharp roar, suddenly attempting to pounce towards Ye Jing and the others, but its limbs were bound and could not move. Ye Jing and the others felt an overwhelming sense of oppression from it. This zombie's strength far surpassed. He looked at the giant corpse, his gaze fixating on the chains binding it, and a thought struck him. These chains carry spiritual fluctuations. They are likely the sealing artifact from back then, and this corpse's strength is probably above ours. Then this corpse must be at the peak of qi refining. Yi Tianhao exclaimed in shock. Ye Jing clenched his fists, feeling an increasing unease. Just getting close to this corpse allowed him to feel an overwhelming pressure. It was likely this corpse had not only reached qi refining, but could possibly have already established its foundation. He glared at the corpse, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Let's go. We need to leave this place." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant corpse let out another roar. This time it did not charge, but rather violently shook its limbs, causing the thick chains to stretch taut. The grating sound of the chains echoed, and the faint golden light began to dim under its brute strength. Even more terrifying was that the swords embedded in its body began to be forcibly pushed out by the corpse's energy surging from within. Not good. Ye Jing shouted, grabbing Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, rushing down the stone tower. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a red glow emanating from the giant corpse's chest. Though he did not understand what it was, Ye Jing could not afford to hesitate. They swung their swords to knock down several attacking zombies and fled towards the valley. That corpse was far too terrifying. Staying behind would only lead to self-destruction. Outside the valley the sky was clear and bright, and Ye Jing and the others almost stumbled to the ground. Yi Tianyao's limbs felt weak. "Grandpa, that zombie is so terrifying." Ye Jing regained his composure, panting, and asked, "Are you all right?" The two grandchildren shook their heads. They weren't actually injured, just overwhelmed by the powerful presence of the corpse. "That corpse is no ordinary foe. Capturing it will require quite some effort," Ye Jing said with a bitter. He thought that dealing with the few beasts in the valley was the end of it, but he never expected such terrifying entities to exist within the stone tower. What on earth had the Chun family encountered back then? Ye Jing relayed the news about the Blood Soul Destruction Array to Yi Xian and Yi. Since they could find records related to this spiritual vein in the Imperial Palace, perhaps they could also uncover details about the Blood Soul Destruction Array. What he wanted was to break this array and restore the spiritual vein. Otherwise, even if he killed all the monsters inside, he wouldn't be able to claim the vein. Ye Jing used Yi Tianyao's spiritual sparrow to send a message to his two sons. At that moment on the battlefield, Yi Xian and Yi Yi had already been honored with the title of colonel by the emperor and were greatly respected due to their status as immortals. In battle, they were practically invincible. It wasn't until 3 days later that Yi Xian received Ye Jing's letter, which stated that Ye Jing had found the spiritual vein but was still trapped within an evil array. Yi Xian was extremely worried and immediately called for Yi. "Elder brother, what is the matter that you are so urgent?" Yi entered, lifting the curtain, still bearing traces of blood on his armor. Having just finished a small-scale raid, he still had a hint of sharpness in his demeanor. Yi Xian handed over the message slip, his tone heavy with concern. "Father has sent a message. He has located the spiritual vein and discovered an evil array called the Blood Soul Destruction Array, as well as a corpse that may be close to Foundation establishment." "What a—" Yi's pupils contracted sharply as he snatched the message slip, reading it word by word, his eyes filled with worry. "Father, are they all right?" He had just come down from the battlefield, the aura of slaughter still fresh on him. Hearing that Ye Jing might be threatened, his entire demeanor turned chilling. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Father mentioned in his letter that until this array is dealt with, even if we slay the corpse, we cannot claim the spiritual vein. He can maintain the situation, but needs us to investigate the method to break this array." Seeing this, the two brothers felt compelled to help and immediately agreed to secretly gather information regarding the array. While they were discussing, a soldier suddenly came to report, "My lord, the Mad Blade Master has come to challenge us." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he stood up. How many enemies are there? Because with Yi Xian and Yi Yi, both immortal cultivators aiding the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom, the Mad Blade Master found himself in a difficult battle, unable to take the city and forced to flee towards the Jin Kingdom. He had always fled when defeated, only to return to harass them again, which was quite bothersome. Now he openly called for battle, which made Yi Xian increasingly agitated. The soldier respectfully replied, "My lord, there is only the Mad Blade Master alone." "Only one?" Yi Yi was surprised. "Is the news confirmed?" They knew there were 3 cultivators of the 5th layer of Qi refinement in their camp. Even against the cultivator of the 8th layer, it would be quite challenging. How could he suddenly come here alone? Yi Xian and Yi Yi found it strange, and immediately donned their battle armor and went out. On the battlefield, the blood had not yet dried. The Mad Blade Master hovered in the air, with a gourd, looking down at the impatient Yi Xian and the others. Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu also showed signs of fatigue, having been tormented by the Mad Blade Master. The Mad Blade Master laughed heartily. "You little brats dare to obstruct the march of my army just because you know a bit of minor immortal techniques. Now I've come alone to take your heads." Chun Mingyuan was furious upon hearing this, and swung his sword. "You are truly arrogant. This time I won't let you escape alive." He immediately swung his green sword, piercing directly towards the Mad Blade Master's face. Yun Yu was no less hesitant, making hand signs as several white talismans suddenly took form, shooting towards the key points of the Mad Blade Master with a sound of breaking air. With one attacking close and the other from afar, they instantly sealed off most of the Mad Blade Master's escape. The Mad Blade Master's wild laughter did not diminish as he stood on the gourd, his figure shifting like a ghost, easily dodging Chen Minjuan's sword light and the talismans. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the large knife at his waist unsheathed itself, glowing with a chilling red light. "Today it's time to settle this." He gripped the knife with both hands and suddenly slashed downward, sending forth a massive wave of knife energy that howled with the power to devastate the heavens and earth. Seeing the swift approach of the blade, Chun Mingyuan immediately defended with the Jiaoshu sword. The mingling of white and red light sent several Yan Kingdom soldiers flying from the battlefield. Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu fought fiercely, and Chun Mingyuan shouted down to Yi Xian and Yi, "You two hurry and join the battle." Yi Xian looked at the 3 of them, all equipped with flying artifacts, and felt helpless. He and Yi Yi borrowed spiritual energy to temporarily fly in front of the 3 engaged in battle, one wielding a sword and the other a knife, both striking at the Mad Blade Master. Facing the 4-person siege, the Mad Blade Master showed no fear, his large knife clashing continuously. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly pulled out a red pill from his bosom and swallowed it. The pill melted upon entry, and an explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, instantly elevating his cultivation to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. "You all go die." This overwhelming spiritual energy left Yi Xian aghast. How could this Mad Blade Master become so powerful all at once? He frantically swung his large knife, unleashing countless streams of red knife energy that densely enveloped the 4, sealing off all their escape routes. The red knife energy poured down like a violent rain, and Yi Xian and the others' pupils contracted sharply as they could only muster all their strength to activate their artifacts to defend themselves. The white light of the Jiaoshu sword, the blue radiance of Yun Yu's talismans, the silver glow of Yi Xian's long sword, and the cold light of Yi Yi's long knife intertwined into a net. Yet even so, the frenzied knife energy still knocked the 4 backward, causing their blood to surge and forcing them to retreat, with blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Using this move, the Mad Blade Master also spat out a mouthful of blood, and the ferocity in his eyes slightly receded. Gripping his knife tightly, he flipped his wrist, sweeping the large knife outward, sending a seemingly fierce and powerful knife energy slashing towards Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian hurriedly swung his knife to block, but with only a cultivation of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, this strike forced him to spit out blood, struggling to barely fend it off. The gourd beneath the Mad Blade Master suddenly sped up, and his figure transformed into a streak of red light, as he did not continue to force the attack, but instead dashed towards the dense forest at the edge of the battlefield. As Yi Xian's words fell, he was shot a fierce glare by Chun Mingyuan. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone filled with impatience and disdain. "Do not pursue a desperate enemy." Yi Xian exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Yi Xian, you are being overly timid. That old bandit, the Mad Blade, just withstood our combined efforts from 4 of us. He has also harmed his own spiritual energy to unleash his killing move, so he must be at the end of his rope now, and his power will soon be exhausted. Are we really going to let him escape again?" After saying this, he turned to Yun Yu and said, "Junior sister, let's chase him quickly. We cannot let him get away." With that, he brandished his sword, and rushed forward. A hint of irritation flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. This Chun Mingyuan was too impulsive and arrogant. Currently, he was merely at the 6th level of qi refining. Even if the Mad Blade was injured, it would be extremely difficult to deal with him solely relying on Qin's 8th level of qi refining. Brother, should we pursue? Yi asked. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and then coldly replied, yes, we must not let Chun Mingyuan die. Otherwise we will have no one left to contend with the Mad Blade. Yi then looked at Guo Zhengming, who as a general naturally understood their intention. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the soldiers to stand by. The two of them set off to chase after Chun Mingyuan and the others. In a secluded area, Yi summoned Xiaoyu and led them in pursuit of Chun Mingyuan. Yi deliberately controlled their speed, maintaining a distance of about 100 zhang from Chun Mingyuan, ensuring they would not be shaken off nor prematurely entangled in battle. Elder brother Chun Mingyuan is so arrogant he might not lose even against the Mad Blade. After all, the Mad Blade withstood our combined efforts from 4 of us, and even harmed his own spiritual energy to unleash his killing move, so he must be quite injured. Yi Xian, upon hearing this, could only helplessly respond, you underestimate the Mad Blade too much. He dared to come alone and provoke us. Moreover, at a time when he is fleeing, he chooses to provoke. With Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu's cultivation levels being inferior to his, their reckless pursuit, if the enemy has set a trap, will surely lead to danger. Indeed, after the Mad Blade fled for 100 miles, he pressed down on the gourd beneath him and halted in midair. Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu caught up on their swords. Old bandit Mad Blade, what's wrong? Are you out of spiritual energy and have nowhere to run? Chun Mingyuan sneered with delight. The Mad Blade slowly turned around, his face not showing a hint of embarrassment, but rather a chilling smile appeared as he wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice was hoarse, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Chunming and you are exceptionally talented, and I, an old man, have a fondness for talent. Why not cease hostilities for the time being and have a chat? Mad Blade, are you begging for mercy now that death is imminent? Chun Mingyuan mocked upon seeing this. The Mad Blade, holding his gourd, said regretfully, you two possess extraordinary strength. If you could join my Xianyu sect, your future in the demonic path would be 100 times better than wasting your time in this small Qingyun sect. This statement took Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu by surprise. The Mad Blade was actually a subordinate of the Xianyu sect. Yun Yu furrowed her brows tightly and said coldly, the Xianyu sect practices evil techniques, harming cultivators to seize their spiritual roots. They have long been the public enemy of the Canggu realm. How could we ever associate with you? Chun Mingyuan further scoffed. Old bandit Mad Blade, have you lost your mind? With the Xianyu sect's underhanded methods, you think we would join you? Today you are heavily injured. It is the perfect time to take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, his spiritual energy surged, and the Jiao Su sword in his hand hummed as he unleashed a rain of Qingyun swords. The Mad Blade, however, showed no fear and shook his head slowly. Young man, harboring too much malice is not good. Do you think I came here alone on a whim? He raised his hand, and 3 black tokens flew out from his sleeve. The moment the tokens hit the ground, thick black mist suddenly surged within a radius of several dozen miles, and faint sounds of wailing ghosts echoed from within. Both Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu felt a chaotic sensation in their spiritual energy. Not good, it's the Xianyu sect's spirit-locking array. Yun Yu's complexion changed drastically. She wanted to use her spiritual energy to break through the black mist, but felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered her unable to unleash her moves. Then she and Chun Mingyuan were bound by chains that appeared from the formation, unable to move an inch. She hurriedly shouted, Senior brother. He deliberately lured us here. Chun Mingyuan's heart sank as he attempted to channel his spiritual energy to control the sword, but his speed was over 30% slower than usual. The Mad Blade, seeing this, smiled even more sinisterly. Young kids from the Qingyun sect, you are ultimately too naive. This spirit-locking array can isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, suppressing the cultivation of cultivators. In this array, you won't even be able to exert 3/10 of your strength. They'll give you one last chance. Submit to the Xianyu sect, and I will take you to meet Lord Xianming. Otherwise, today will be your burial ground. For these past few months, he had been entangled with the 2 of them from the Qingyun sect, and had not taken down the Yan kingdom. The Lord Xianming he served had long since grown impatient, but seeing the 2 sword practitioners from the Qingyun sect, he had a fondness for talent, and wanted to recruit them. After all, the Xianyu sect was a demonic sect, and its ranks were depleted. It was in desperate need of talented qi refining cultivators as reinforcements. Once he recruited them, the Yan kingdom would be within their grasp. At that moment, Yi Xian and Yi, who were hiding not far away, were astonished to hear this. They never expected that the Mad Blade was actually a demon cultivator, and he wanted to capture Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu to bring them into the Xianyu sect. Brother, let's take action. If Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu are really taken away by the Mad Blade with our strength, we will absolutely have no way to contend with him. Yi urged. Yi Xian frowned upon hearing this, and said, let's observe the situation for now. We do need to save them, but I must ensure that there are no other members of the Xianyu sect nearby, or else we will be implicated. Mad Blade, I tell you, my master will not let you off for what you are doing. Chun Mingyuan shouted in fear. The Mad Blade sneered, with your mid-foundation establishment Yun Jian. Lord Xianming wouldn't take you seriously. You can rest assured that even if I were to completely slay you, your Yun Jian won't be able to do anything, and even your sect master wouldn't dare to touch me. He dared to swallow a nation, naturally having backing to ensure he could act this way. Cultivators wouldn't care about the lives and deaths of mortals. Even if a demon cultivator appeared, as long as it didn't cause too much of a commotion, they would simply turn a blind eye. Moreover, for the sake of two chi refining youngsters, a sect master wouldn't take such a huge risk to confront the entire demonic sect. Chun Mingyuan naturally understood this. It was known that the leader of the Xianyu sect had already successfully established his golden core. If a fight broke out, their sect master would definitely not be a match. At this moment, he was filled with panic. He absolutely did not want to cultivate demons, but in the face of death, he was entangled. The Mad Blade, seeing these two cultivators captured, still wore a rather die than submit expression. He sneered and swung his large blade. Since you are unwilling, then die. Wait, I am willing to join the Xianyu sect. Chun Mingyuan, seeing his life in danger, shouted desperately. The large blade suddenly stopped at the top of Chun Mingyuan's head. Trembling, Chun Mingyuan shouted again, Mad Blade Senior. The junior is willing to join the Xianyu sect. Yun Yu, hearing this, was shocked, and looked at Chun Mingyuan in disbelief. Senior brother, how can you be so cowardly? We are disciples of the Qingyun sect. How can we bow our heads and rely on demon cultivators, bringing shame to our sect? Yun Yu's voice was filled with confusion, but more so with anger and disappointment. Chun Mingyuan, upon hearing this, immediately turned red and pale. But he stubbornly retorted, Junior sister, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we don't need to worry about firewood. With our lives lost, what honor is there left for the sect? The Xianyu sect is powerful. Following them might not be a bad path. Yun Yu glared at him. Even if I die, I will never ally with demonic cultivators. The Mad Blade Master found this amusing and smiled at Chun Mingyuan, saying, your junior sister certainly has a fiery temperament, but I like that. Chun Mingyuan, if you wish to enter the Xianyu sect, you must present a token of allegiance. Bind your junior sister, and bring her before me. Let me persuade her slowly. With a wave of his hand, the chains binding Chun Mingyuan were released. Upon hearing this, Yun Yu trembled, all over frightened, and screamed, just kill me. A female cultivator captured by demonic cultivators would face a fate worse than death. A flicker of reluctance passed through Chun Mingyuan's eyes, but in order to survive, he reached out to grab Yun Yu, saying, Junior sister, I'm doing this to survive, please don't blame me. Hidden in the shadows, Yi and Yi Xian did not expect Chun Mingyuan to be so shameless. Yi Xian observed the peculiar spirit-locking formation. Any cultivator stepping inside would have their spiritual power suppressed and unable to attack. It had been a long time since they had seen any other demonic cultivators appear, indicating that the Mad Blade Master had indeed come alone. Yi Xian turned to Yi and said, Easy, we can't wait any longer. Although the Mad Blade Master is strong, he cannot use his full power. This is the perfect time to strike. Okay, big brother, what should we do next? Yi whispered back. I will distract the Mad Blade. You focus on breaking the formation. Yi Xian looked at the three floating tokens, noticing that their spiritual power fluctuations weren't very strong and could be destroyed with spiritual energy. After discussing, the two leaped out from the shadows like two streaks of lightning, breaking the silence. The Mad Blade Master's expression changed drastically. He had not sensed anyone else nearby. The sudden turn of events made him instinctively take a step back, warily eyeing Yi Xian and Yi. He immediately flew into a rage. You again. Always ruining my plans. Chun Mingyuan was even more terrified, his hand gripping Yun Yu's frozen in midair as he turned to look at the two who had suddenly appeared, panic filling his eyes. Yun Yu was also stunned. A glimmer of hope flashed in her originally despairing gaze. Mad Blade Master, your opponent is me. Yi Xian took the initiative to strike, charging forward, and with a stomp of his feet, his figure lunged at the Mad Blade Master like a ferocious tiger, swinging his sword in a slashing motion, accompanied by the sound of air being cut. Now inside the spirit-locking formation, they could not use spiritual energy and could only engage in close combat. Although the Mad Blade Master had expended much spiritual power, he was not weak. He swung his large blade to meet Yi Xian's sword attack directly. The two collided, producing a loud bang. Yi Xian was forced back 2 steps while the Mad Blade Master also wobbled slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect this person to have such strength even within the spirit-locking formation. He could never have anticipated that the two brothers were martial artists by training, and even without the enhancement of spiritual power, they could still rely on their physical strength for combat. Taking advantage of the moment, Ye dashed in front of Chun Mingyuan, swinging his blade and channeling all the spiritual energy he could muster into this low-grade spiritual weapon. This was a spiritual weapon provided by the court. Now, it was their only means to break the token. Ye's low-grade spiritual weapon blade infused with weak, yet condensed spiritual power struck fiercely towards the token suspended in midair. The token appeared ordinary but actually bore the core power of the spirit-locking formation. Even though its spiritual power fluctuations were weak, it had defensive properties granted by the formation. With a clear clang, the blade collided with the token, producing a shower of sparks. Ye felt a tingling sensation in his arm as the blade was slightly rebuffed. Yet the token merely swayed slightly, the surface's spiritual glow dimming a bit. Not good. This token is harder to break than expected. Ye's heart sank as he looked up and saw that Chun Mingyuan had already reacted. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chun Mingyuan's eyes. He knew that he had just shouted to the Mad Blade Master about wanting to join the demonic cultivators. If these two truly freed him, his junior sister would certainly report to their master. By then he would definitely be expelled. Moreover, one of these two was merely at the 5th layer of chi refinement, and the other at the 3rd layer. How could they be a match for the Mad Blade Master? After much deliberation, Chun Mingyuan decided he must present his token of allegiance. Since you insist on meddling, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chun Mingyuan gritted his teeth and growled. He swung his Jiaoshu sword, aiming to stab at Ye fiercely. He knew that as long as he eliminated Ye, who was disrupting the formation, the Mad Blade Master would be able to deal with him. At that point, his token of allegiance would be secured. Be careful. Upon seeing this, Yunyu immediately Ye instantly sensed the danger behind him. A glance out of the corner of his eye revealed that Chun Mingyuan was actually going to attack him, causing him to erupt in anger. Despicable villain. He hurriedly raised his blade to defend himself. Chun Mingyuan's sword narrowly missed his shoulder, stabbing heavily into the stone wall behind him, producing a muffled sound. Chun Mingyuan, what are you doing? Assisting the wicked. Ye could hardly believe that this person could be so vile. To save his own life, he would strike at his own junior sister, and now he was turning to sneak attack him. Stop talking. If anyone is to blame, it's you for ruining my plans. Chun Mingyuan's gaze turned cold. When his sword missed, he drew it back to strike at Ye again. The Qingyun sect would never tolerate a traitor like him. He might as well walk down the dark path. Ye was merely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. He was confident he could defeat him. Ye, seeing this, realized that this person was truly hopeless. He had to guard against Chun Mingyuan's attacks while also finding a way to destroy the token, making his situation increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, the Mad Blade Master, who was engaged in combat with Ye Xian, revealed a sinister smile. Good. Those who know the times are the wise. Chun Mingyuan, as long as you take down this kid, the doors of the Xianyu sect will be wide open for you. With the Mad Blade Master's promise, Chun Mingyuan fought even harder, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Despite being suppressed, Chun Mingyuan's 6th layer of chi refinement made it very difficult for Ye to handle. Ye Xian's situation was also not optimistic. Although the Mad Blade Master had consumed much spiritual power, he was still a veteran cultivator. Even in close combat, he swung his large blade with great ferocity. This gradually put Ye Xian at a disadvantage, and he had already sustained several wounds. This won't do. Ye Xian thought to himself. He knew he had to break the stalemate immediately. Secretly, he took out the talismans he had been reluctant to use from his storage bag. These had all been sent by Gue Yun and had been saved for a long time. Now was the time to put them to use. Ye Xian immediately pulled out an explosion talisman, which required only a small amount of spiritual energy to activate, but had incredible power. He condensed a thin thread of spiritual energy and pressed it onto the explosion talisman. In an instant, the talisman emitted a blinding red light, and a surge of violent energy erupted instantly as he unhesitatingly threw the talisman at the Mad Blade Master's feet. Not good. The Mad Blade Master's pupils constricted. Having used talismans before, he knew their danger. He instinctively tried to retreat and dodge, but his body was somewhat sluggish due to the lack of spiritual power. Boom! A deafening explosion violently sent the Mad Blade Master flying. But it wasn't over. Ye Xian continued to throw several more explosion talismans at the Mad Blade Master. These explosion talismans were quite powerful. Upon contact, they detonated, shattering flesh and blood. The sudden turn of events caused Chun Mingyuan, who was fiercely attacking Ye, to freeze in his movements, his eyes filled with horror. He never imagined that Ye Xian had a hidden card. However, this brief moment of distraction gave Ye an opportunity. Ye also threw out a talisman towards Chun Mingyuan. A loud explosion erupted, and Chun Mingyuan's face along with his body was torn apart, blood gushing out. I'm going to kill you. Chun Mingyuan screamed in agony, frantically gathering his spiritual power with another talisman. This blood-red talisman shot out countless blood-red needles, concentrating on attacking Yi, like arrows released from a bow. Yi recognized this talisman. It was the one Chun Mingyuan used to annihilate the mountain bandits. Chun Mingyuan bellowed, "Die." Yi raised his sword to slash at the blood needles, only to horrifiedly discover that the needles possessed corrosive power, causing his spirit sword to be pierced with several large holes. "This talisman is not simple," Yi exclaimed in alarm, quickly retreating. Chun Mingyuan had gone mad. As a disciple of a sect at the 6th level of Qi refining, when had he ever been forced into such a desperate situation? Just as he was about to unleash more spiritual power to tear Yi apart, he suddenly heard an eagle's cry. The sound was long and resonant as a white eagle suddenly descended from the sky, swooping down on Chun Mingyuan, its sharp claws severing the hand that held the talisman. Thud! Blood gushed like a fountain from Chun Mingyuan's severed arm. The blood-red talisman lost its spiritual support, tracing a strange arc in the air, before crashing heavily to the ground, instantly losing its luster. Chun Mingyuan first stood frozen, then was overwhelmed by excruciating pain washing over him like a tide. He looked down at his empty right wrist, the madness in his eyes replaced by sheer terror. He let out a terrifying scream, "My hand! My hand!" At this moment, Yun, trapped in the formation, looked at the white eagle in astonishment, recognizing it as the one that had saved them before. The white eagle circled around Yi, also astonished, not expecting that this seemingly beastly creature was actually Yi's beast companion. Yi commanded the white eagle, "Shall you go destroy those talismans?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yu soared high into the sky, diving down like an arrow released from a bow. With its sharp claws, it instantly tore through the remarkably defensive talisman, causing the entire formation to emit a deep rumble. Xiao Yu dove again, producing a sharp sound as its claws collided with the talisman once more. This time the talisman could no longer withstand such immense impact. The surface spiritual power dissipated in an instant, and with a crack it shattered. As the talisman shattered, the entire spirit-locking formation shook violently, and the suppressive force on the spiritual power in the air noticeably weakened. 2 more to go. Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart, and without any pause swung his sword towards another talisman. Meanwhile, the Mad Blade Master panicked, completely shouting, "Kid, how dare you!" He exerted force, pushing Yi Xian back, then lunged toward Yi. Yi Xian was jolted back, his blood surging with a fresh trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet he paid no mind, relentlessly attacking with his sword. Seeking death, the Mad Blade Master roared in rage, swinging his large blade towards Yi Xian. At that critical moment, Yun Yu suddenly unleashed a powerful force. As the spirit-locking formation weakened, she could finally mobilize a trace of spiritual energy. After breaking free from her chains, she unhesitatingly gathered that trace of spiritual energy into a sword aura, shooting it towards the back of the Mad Blade Master. The Mad Blade Master sensed the deadly intent from behind, and had to temporarily abandon his attack on Yi Xian, dodging to the side. The sword aura brushed past his shoulder, leaving a deep gash on the stone wall. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Yi Xian loosened his grip and sidestepped, momentarily escaping danger. Yi also seized this chance, commanding Xiao Yu to destroy the second talisman. With the destruction of the second talisman, the power of the spirit-locking formation completely collapsed, and they were finally free to use their spiritual energy. Yi felt the surging spiritual energy within his body and rejoiced. Being able to use spiritual energy meant that his confidence had surged instantly. The Mad Blade Master's expression darkened to the point of dripping water. With the formation broken, he not only lost the upper hand in suppressing Yi Xian and Yi, but his own spiritual energy had not completely recovered. More importantly, he had not anticipated that Yin Yu could launch an attack. Chun Mingyuan was utterly dumbfounded. With the formation destroyed, the Mad Blade Master might not even be able to defeat them, and he knew he was completely finished. "Kill him. Don't let him escape," Yi Xian shouted angrily. The Mad Blade Master was extremely cunning. If he escaped again this time, it would only lead to endless troubles. Before Yi Xian's shout could fade, Yi had already moved, rushing forward with another intact spirit blade that was sheathed at his waist. The surging spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, gathering in the long knife in his palm, causing the blade to instantly radiate a chilling gleam. He stomped hard on the ground, sending fragments of stone flying as his figure darted towards the Mad Blade Master. Like an arrow, the blade aimed directly at his vital point. At this moment, the Mad Blade Master had no way to retreat. He forcibly urged the spiritual energy within him that had not fully recovered, placing his large blade horizontally in front of him to block Yi's powerful strike. Clang! A loud noise resounded as metal clashed. The Mad Blade Master felt his arm numb, pain shooting through his palm. He could hardly believe that this was the strength of someone at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Though Yi's cultivation was not high, his strength was immense, charging like an uncontrollable wild bull. Even Yi Xian had to avoid his brute force. Yi Xian closed in, slashing with his sword, while Yunyu chanted spells, the swords behind them raining down and severing the Mad Blade Master's escape route. The three cornered him into a desperate situation. To take my life, you are not worthy. The Mad Blade Master's face contorted in rage. If it weren't for Lord Xianming being unable to assist him due to business, how could he be cornered by these few punks? Especially Yi Xian and Yi, these two rogue cultivators from unknown sects. Their dirty tricks were countless, using talismans and beasts. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of vital blood, which fell on his large blade. The originally dull blade was instantly enveloped in a layer of eerie blood light, a wild aura spreading out. Not good. He is going to use blood-burning explosive technique. Yunyu's expression changed immediately, warning. The blood-burning explosive technique is a forbidden art that burns one's own vital blood as a cost to unleash power far beyond one's own for a short time. However, it would inevitably lead to a significant drop in cultivation afterward, or even threaten one's foundation. Yunyu hurriedly urged her sword, launching a barrage of attacks at the Mad Blade Master, hoping to stop him from using the forbidden technique. But the Mad Blade Master was already prepared. He swung out a blade, the blood-colored blade aura, instantly severing the green sword rain, while simultaneously striking at Yunyu. Yi Xian and Yi rushed forward together, slashing at the blade aura to block the attack. In that brief moment of delay, the Mad Blade Master's forbidden technique had already been activated. His body slightly swelled, his eyes filled with blood vessels, his aura several times stronger than before. Die! He swung his blade, which had expanded several times, towards the three, the oppressive force blocking all their escape routes. Join forces! Yi shouted loudly, and both Yi and Yunyu immediately called upon their spiritual energy. Their energies combined to form a defensive barrier before them, blocking the attack of the blood-colored blade aura. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the three were blown back several steps by the shockwave. Taking advantage of the explosion as cover, the Mad Blade Master turned and fled forward. He knew that the duration of his blood-burning explosive technique was limited. Once it expired, he would no longer be a match for Yi Xian and the others. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Yunyu gritted her teeth and charged forward to intercept the Mad Blade Master. With her long sword, she unleashed several fierce sword flowers, each strike aimed directly at the Mad Blade Master's vital points, forcing him to divert his attention. Yi Xian and Yi wiped the blood from their mouths, exchanging glances and seeing the determination in each other's eyes. The two quickly took out the blood of the crimson wine they carried and drank heartily. The fiery liquid surged down their throats, instantly transforming into scorching spiritual energy that flooded their limbs, causing their previously waning aura to rise sharply as the consumed energy visibly replenished. Go! Yi Xian said in a low voice, his spiritual energy surging as he hurried forward. The Mad Blade Master was already entangled by Yunyu, making it difficult for him to escape. Upon seeing Yi Xian and Yi arrive, a sense of urgency surged in his heart, and the thought of fleeing became even more intense. He swung his large blade, the wind howling, trying to push Yunyu back, but her assault grew ever fiercer, giving him no chance to breathe. While escaping, the Mad Blade Master resisted Yunyu's attacks, which inevitably slowed his pace. Just then Yi Xian caught up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled out several flying daggers from his storage bag, flicking his wrist as several cold beams shot through the air towards the Mad Blade. The flying daggers moved at incredible speed and were exceptionally nimble, tracing several tricky arcs in the air, leaving no time for reaction. The Mad Blade Master, fully focused on fending off Yunyu's sword strikes, realized the deadly threat behind him too late. He hurriedly sidestepped to dodge, but it was still a moment too late. With a series of thuds, several flying daggers pierced through his shoulder and thigh. Blood gushed out, and a sharp pain surged. The Mad Blade Master let out a muffled groan and staggered. Yi Xian surged forward, his gaze icy as he shouted, "Mad Blade, you're about to die." In an instant, the sword pierced through the Mad Blade Master's chest along with his magical artifact, causing him to collapse to the ground. The Mad Blade Master was filled with unwillingness as he stared at Yi Xian, spitting out a mouthful of blood before quickly losing his breath. Seeing this, Yi Xian withdrew his sword and continued to stab the Mad Blade Master several more times to confirm that he was completely dead, before finally relaxing slightly. "Finally, I've killed him." Yi Xian trembled. Yi and Yunyu hurried forward to confirm that the Mad Blade Master was truly dead, letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank you both for your help." Yunyu quickly bowed in gratitude, her eyes filled with appreciation. If it weren't for Yi Xian and Yi's repeated assistance, she would have been dead long ago. Yi Xian nodded lightly, knowing he helped Yunyu and the others merely to retain some fighting power, yet he still said, "Fairy, you are too polite." After speaking, he took the storage bag and magical artifact from the Mad Blade Master, then turned to look at the still panting Chun Mingyuan ahead. How does Taoist friend Yun plan to deal with him? Chun Mingyuan and Yun Yu were from the same sect, so his betrayal naturally fell to Yun Yu to handle. A glint of coldness flashed in Yun Yu's eyes as she said, "Rest assured, Taoist friend, I will not show mercy to such a traitor." They approached Chun Mingyuan, who was now pale with fear. Seeing Yun Yu, he quickly pleaded, "Junior sister. My elder brother was also misled by the demonic cultivators, that's why I committed such a blunder. Please spare me this once for the sake of our shared sect." Yun Yu looked at Chun Mingyuan's tearful expression, her eyes showing no mercy, only a chilling coldness. Misled by demonic cultivators. She sneered, her voice filled with barely concealed anger. "Chun Mingyuan, we have been sectmates for so many years, and my master treated you well. Yet now for your own survival you have allied with the Xianyu sect, and even sought to offer me to the demonic cultivators. You are simply the most despicable of traitors." Chun Mingyuan's face grew even paler, his gaze frantically darting between Yi Xian and Yi, trying to seek a sliver of hope. "Fellow Taoists, I once saved you both. I helped you eliminate the bandits. Please spare my life for the sake of the kindness I showed to your family." Yi Xian and Yi looked on indifferently, not moved in the slightest. A despicable person like Chun Mingyuan was not worth mourning. The killing intent in Yun Yu's eyes was evident as she raised her long sword and plunged it fiercely toward Chun Mingyuan's head. "Junior sister, I am so infatuated with you, how could you?" "Oh." After finishing off Chun Mingyuan, Yi Xian took out the storage bag he obtained from the Mad Blade Master, rummaging through it casually. Besides a few spirit stones, he found several books on blade techniques. There was also a sealed letter. He unfolded it and saw that it stated the Xianyu sect urgently needed a large number of living souls to refine demonic artifacts, wanting the Mad Blade to quickly take down the Yin Kingdom. After the task was completed, they would help him resolve the spiritual veins tainted by demonic energy in the Yin Kingdom. So this was the true aim of the Mad Blade Master. If the Yin Kingdom fell, all the mortals in the kingdom would be refined, and the letter also mentioned a spiritual vein that had been tainted by demonic energy. This tainted spiritual vein couldn't possibly be. "Taoist friend, have you discovered something?" Yun Yu, seeing Yi Xian looking at something with his back to her. Yi Xian remained expressionless, burning the letter in his hand to ash. He replied calmly, "Taoist friend Yun, this letter states that the Xianyu sect intends to take down the Yin Kingdom to refine demonic artifacts." He concealed the matter of the spiritual vein. Yun Yu listened with grave concern. She quickly bowed to Yi Xian and Yi, saying, "Fellow Taoists, this Mad Blade Master has colluded with the Xianyu sect, and I need to report this to the sect. The Mad Blade Master is dead, the battle here is over, so I will take my leave first." Seeing the serious expression on this female cultivator, Yi Xian understood that the Xianyu sect was not an ordinary demonic sect, so he nodded in agreement. Yun Yu solemnly handed 2 communication tokens engraved with azure patterns to Yi Xian and Yi, saying, "I will never forget the kindness you have shown me today. In the future, if you need assistance from the Qingyun sect, you can use these tokens as tokens of trust to find me." This was Yun Yu's way of repaying their favor. Yi Xian and Yi accepted the tokens and watched. With the Mad Blade Master dead, the conflict between the Yin Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom was naturally resolved. The Jin Kingdom, having lost the assistance of the Mad Blade Master, lacked combat power and was easily repelled. When the Emperor learned that his army was victorious on the front lines, he was overjoyed and immediately summoned Yi Xian and Yi to the palace. Even Gua Zhongning benefited from this and entered the palace for commendation. Stepping into the grand hall of the palace, the golden beams and columns were magnificent, and the Emperor sat on the dragon throne, a smile on his face that he could barely hide. Seeing Yi Xian and the others arrive, the Emperor immediately stood up and walked down the steps in person, continuously expressing his admiration. "Both Immortal Masters and General Gua, you are all great contributors to my Yin Kingdom. With the Mad Blade Master slain and the Jin Kingdom repelled, such a remarkable achievement, I must reward you handsomely." This was the first time the Yi brothers had seen the Emperor, and their faces were calm. If it were the old them, they would have truly been flabbergasted. After expressing their gratitude, Yi Xian and Yi asked for nothing else. They wished to visit the library within the Imperial Palace. Perhaps there they could find information regarding the Blood Soul Destruction Vein Array. After bestowing them with rewards, the Emperor wearily waved his hand, signaling them to take their leave. At 60 years old, the Emperor was certainly of advanced age, yet he still clung to life, neither rising nor falling. To the already established cultivators, Yi Xian and Yi, he appeared merely as an elderly man on the brink of death, unremarkable in any way. Having nothing further to discuss, they took their leave. Outside the Imperial Palace, Gua Zhongning laughed heartily as he patted the brothers on the shoulder. "Yi Xian, Yi, you two are truly impressive. Now we are all high officials. Master, aren't you feeling quite proud now?" Yi chuckled. Gua Zhengning's face beamed with joy as he replied, "How long do you plan to stay in the imperial city? Give me some time, and we shall return to our hometown together." If they returned, it would be in grand style. He could hardly believe that Gua Zhengning could become a general and meet the emperor. All of this was thanks to the two brothers of the Yi family, who brought much glory to him as their master. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Master, we cannot be certain about this. We shall inform you later." After all, it was uncertain whether they could find any books regarding the blood-soul destruction vein array in the library, so they needed to search thoroughly. Gua Zhengning naturally understood Yi Xian's implication and said no more, taking his leave. After watching Gua Zhengning depart, Yi Xian and Yi wiped the amicable smiles off their faces. "Let's go to the library first," Yi Xian said. The two re-entered the palace, and with the imperial token granted to them, they faced no obstacles along the way. The elderly eunuch in charge of the library, surnamed Lu, upon hearing that they were immortal masters and meritorious contributors who repelled the Jin kingdom, dared not show any neglect, and personally led them inside. Masters, this library is divided into 3 levels. The first level contains common scriptures and histories, the second level houses military strategies and regional chronicles. The third level holds immortal sect classics, though many are damaged due to age. As Eunuch Lu walked and introduced the levels with a respectful tone, Yi Xian felt a stir in his heart. The blood-soul destruction vein array, being so bizarre and malicious, could not possibly be recorded in ordinary texts, and most likely resided on the 3rd level. Thus he said, "Excuse us, we need to enter the 3rd level for research." "Of course, masters, please follow this old servant." Eunuch Lu respectfully guided them in. The stairs leading to the 3rd level of the library were paved with green stones, and the steps were covered with intricate patterns faintly exuding spiritual power, resembling some kind of runes. The 3rd level was more spacious than the usual 1st and 2nd levels, with towering bookshelves densely packed with books. Many book covers had already yellowed and deteriorated, and some pages had even stuck together. Masters, the 3rd level is filled with numerous texts, and the classification is somewhat chaotic. This old servant will wait at the entrance. If you need anything, just call out. After Eunuch Lu finished speaking, he closed the door and gently withdrew. The moment the door was shut, Yi Xian and Yi immediately dispersed, starting their search for texts related to the blood-soul destruction vein array. They focused on examining books related to formations and techniques, picking up thick tomes and quickly scanning the text on the pages. Time passed slowly from midday to dusk. The two had almost flipped through the majority of the texts, but had yet to find any records regarding the blood-soul destruction vein array. Yi, feeling a bit impatient, said, "Elder brother, it's getting dark. How can there be no clues? Could it be that this library doesn't have any information on this array at all?" Yi Xian also felt puzzled. He paused his actions and scanned the bookshelves before him. This library was the Emperor's collection, containing many martial arts techniques and some immortal arts. It didn't make sense that not a single trace could be found. Could it be that they were searching in the wrong direction? The blood-soul destruction vein array's core is to draw blood energy and destroy spiritual veins. We should look for records related to blood arrays and vein destruction instead. Yi's eyes lit up as he said, "Right? Elder brother, perhaps the blood-soul destruction vein array is extremely rare, but if we find similar arrays, we might be able to glean some insights." They continued their search, and Yi Xian picked up a volume titled Book of Uncommon Techniques. After flipping through several pages, he discovered a soul destruction array, which bore some resemblance to the blood-soul destruction vein array. Both use living beings to refine blood energy as bait laid on the ground to generate demonic chi for soul destruction. Seeing the words soul destruction tool written above, Yi Xian couldn't help but recall the secret letter in the storage bag of the Madblade Master, where the Xianyu sect intended to devour the Yin kingdom and refine the entire populace. What connection does this have with the blood-soul destruction vein array within the spiritual veins? "Elder brother, I found it." At that moment, Yi's excited voice came through. He held a tome titled Records of Ancient Arrays, which was extremely old, with the edges of the pages already crumbling, threatening to break with the slightest pressure. Written within was an array called the Blood Erosion Vein Array, specifically designed to destroy spiritual veins. Yi Xian immediately approached, using the faint light from the window to read closely. The Soul Destruction Array from the Book of Uncommon Techniques refines souls using the blood energy of living beings, while the Blood Erosion Vein Array from the Records of Ancient Arrays erodes spiritual veins using blood energy. If the two could be fused together, perhaps the key to restoring the Blood Soul Destruction Vein Array could be After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian said, "As for breaking the array, since the above text states that the Soul Destruction Array refines souls as its foundation, and the Blood Erosion Vein Array erodes veins as its core, if we wish to break the array, we must divide and conquer. So it seems we need to resolve 2 arrays." Yi said with a serious expression. "Easy, look here." Yi Xian pointed to the array diagram on the page, indicating the position of the array eye. This book states that the blood erosion vein array uses points of blood accumulation as the array is deeply buried at the spiritual veins nexus, requiring the continuous irrigation of living blood to produce the demonic chi that erodes the spiritual veins. If the blood energy supply to the array eyes is cut off, the array will largely collapse on its own. However, unlike the blood soul destruction vein array, which also incorporates the refining method of the soul destruction array, there must be a force within the array that refines blood energy, making it difficult for ordinary methods to break the array. Yi frowned and said, "You are right." Yi Xian nodded and picked up the book of uncommon techniques again, flipping to the page that recorded the soul destruction array. The soul destruction array refines blood energy, and the resulting demonic chi is both an aid to refining souls and a weakness of the array. This demonic chi is cold and can be restrained by pure yang substances. "I see time is of the essence. Oh, we must inform father immediately," Yi said hurriedly. Yi Xian nodded, but his expression turned serious. "However, I still have concerns. Elder brother, are you worried about the Xianyu sect making a comeback?" Yi saw through Yi Xian's worries. Yi Xian nodded. "The people of the Xianyu sect want to refine demonic artifacts, and the person behind the Madblade Master is an old demon of Foundation establishment. I fear that if we break the array, it will bring trouble. Elder brother, let's go home and discuss it with father. The spiritual vein is something our Yi family must—" "Yes, that will have to do." Yi Xian thought of Ye Jing, their father, who had guided them onto the path of immortality. He was the backbone of the entire Yi family. With him around, the Yi family could overcome any difficulties. Qinling Liuzuan. The quiet village suddenly became lively. The reason was simple: the two sons of the Yi family returned in glory after 2 years of battle, having been promoted by the emperor. Under the old willow tree at the village entrance, villagers had already gathered in droves upon hearing the news. As for the village chief Qian Wang, he was so frightened that he had long moved away and no longer appeared in Liuzuan. The new village chief wore a joyful expression as he welcomed the two sons of the Yi family. Some villagers brought dried fruits they had sun-dried to congratulate them, while others held their children to watch the excitement. Several elderly men leaned on their canes, constantly peering down the village path. The old men murmured, "It's good that they are back, but it's good that they are back." Soon a clear sound of hooves echoed from a distance, followed by two tall figures appearing at the bend of the road. The person in front wore silver armor with a long sword hanging at his waist. His handsome face bore a calmness that spoke of battlefield experience. He was none other than Yi Xian, the eldest son of the Yi family, who had been appointed as the general of Ming Wei by the emperor. Following him was Yi, the second son of the Yi family, clad in dark battle gear and silver armor. He was robust and sported a spirited expression, also having been granted the title of General of Jinwei. Both sons held high-ranking military positions, their status exalted. Behind them were soldiers returning home with them who, upon seeing their familiar elders and fellow villagers, were instantly moved to tears. "The two young lads from the Yi family are back." "What do you mean, young lads? They should be called gentlemen now," a voice shouted, and the village entrance erupted into excitement. Yi Xian and Yi reined in their horses, dismounted, and cupped their hands in greeting to the gathered villagers, their voices booming. "Dear villagers, it's been a long time since we last met. Thank you all for your concern. Yi lad, well done. You've both become generals." The elders of the village couldn't help but express their admiration. After so many years of battles, both brothers from the Yi family had enlisted in the army. Everyone knew the dangers of the battlefield, whether they could return alive was uncertain. Now, not only had they returned safely, but they had also been awarded titles of glory that had not been seen in Liuzuan for 100 years. Yi Xian smiled and scanned the villagers, quickly spotting his family. He saw Ye Jing, his father, whose hair was still dark, but bore a look of vitality. Beside him were Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan. Upon seeing their husbands return, their eyes immediately turned red. A few little children nearby also wore excited expressions. Seeing that their family had all arrived, Yi Xian and Yi showed no airs. They dismounted and strode forward, calling in unison, "Father." Ye Jing looked at his two spirited sons with a comforting smile, while his grandchildren rushed forward shouting. They called out endlessly. Wu Guiyun wiped her tears and took Yi Xian's hand, examining him closely. "Xian Ge." As soon as she spoke, the tears she had been holding back began to roll down again. Wu Guiyun, who had always been strong and managed the household, could not help but feel attached and aggrieved upon seeing her husband return. Yi Xian gently wiped her tears and said softly, "Guiyun, I'm back now. Thank you for taking care of father and the children. Xian Ge, it's nothing to be troubled by as long as you all are safe." Wu Guiyun sighed. Yi also needed to comfort his wife. Lu Xianglan, being gentle by nature, was worried upon seeing her husband. The sight of his injuries caused her to sob uncontrollably. Yi hurriedly held her delicate hand and reassured her, "Wife, don't cry, you am back safe and sound. Look at me now, I'm the general of Jinwei. Our family can live well from now on." This made Lu Xianglan break into laughter, and she playfully pinched him off. You're just being cheeky. Ye Jing watched this scene with amusement, patting his son's shoulders and saying, it's good that you're back. Come, let's return home. I had Guiyun and Xianglan prepare meat and warm wine for you. Let's have a good drink together. He also did not forget to address the villagers who came out to welcome them, dear elders and villagers. Today my sons have returned, please enjoy the wine. Thank you all for your concern. Upon hearing this, the villagers laughed and replied, oh, no need to be polite. Ye old man, your sons have become generals bringing glory to our Liuzuan. Yes, they even brought back the village's able-bodied men. Thanks to them for leading the way. No need to be polite. They grew up in the village. The Yi family had a good relationship with the villagers, having taken many villagers with them to the battlefield. Returning with half of the able-bodied men was enough to make some villagers happy. Everyone was being excessively polite. However, they would not refuse a good meal. Ye Jing led his two sons ahead, while Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan followed behind with the children. Some familiar women handed them a lot of homegrown vegetables and cured meat. The children surrounded Yi Xian and Yi, their eyes sparkling as they stared at the swords hanging at their waists. As soon as they entered the house, a rich aroma of meat wafted towards them, making their mouths water. The dining table in the yard was already set with bowls and chopsticks. Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan, along with other women, had laid out good wine and dishes. The villagers and returning soldiers ate together in the yard, while the Yi family stayed indoors. The dinner was extremely sumptuous, filled with home-cooked flavors, making the soldiers fresh from the battlefield, and the two brothers of the Yi family feel as if they were indulging in a feast fit for kings. Yi Xian was especially happy to see his son Yi Tianhao and daughter Yi Tianyao, one being a 7th-layer Qi practitioner and the other a 5th-layer Qi practitioner, both exceptionally gifted. Yi was also very affectionate with his children, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The Yi family enjoyed a warm dinner together, dispersing only after midnight, with the women going to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. Now only the 3 men remained at home. Ye Jing called them into the study. After his smile faded slightly, he spoke. I have already found out about the connection between that madman Taoist and the Xian Yu sect that you mentioned. Upon hearing Ye Jing mention the Xian Yu sect, the two sons couldn't help but become serious. Ye Jing continued, the Xian Yu sect is a newly emerged demonic cult in the Canggu realm. Their core cultivation method involves refining the souls and flesh of mortals to rapidly enhance their cultivation, a practice considered disgraceful by many righteous sects. They even abduct talented cultivators, either to recruit them into their ranks or to refine them into blood pills, making them wanted and hunted by many sects. I see now, and no wonder they always hide in the dark, Yi Xian said, frowning. He had previously wondered why, since the Xian Yu sect had such formidable foundation establishment and golden core cultivators, they would let an 8th-layer Qi practitioner invade the Yan kingdom instead of directly annihilating it. Now it turned out they had done too many bad deeds, offending numerous righteous sects, fearing that once they revealed themselves they would be annihilated. Ye Jing said solemnly, I have received the information you sent me regarding the Blood Soul Extinction Array. If the Xian Yu sect's foundation establishment leader truly intends to refine some demonic artifact, this array is likely to be key. Does Father mean we should quickly find a way to dismantle this array? Yi Xian asked. Ye Jing nodded. This matter could not be delayed and must be resolved quickly. By the way, if we are to break the array, our family needs a backing, an unmovable backing from the Xian Yu sect. Ye Jing pondered. Currently no one in the Yi family has reached foundation establishment. If that foundation establishment demon cultivator targets them, it would be troublesome. A mountain to rely on. Yi Xian and Yi fell silent. Then Yi Xian's eyes brightened as he quickly said, Father, we can ask the people from Qingyun sect for help. Ye Jing looked at Yi Xian with a hint of amusement. Go on, tell me more. Yi Xian recounted their encounter with Yuan Yue, explaining that after they saved her under the command of the Mad Sword Master, she had given them a token saying they could go to Qingyun's sect if they needed assistance. Perhaps they could temporarily secure some protection from Qingyun sect, preventing their family from being threatened by the Xian Yu sect. Yi Jing listened and asked softly, Shinner, do you think Qingyun sect is reliable? He had previously considered having his 2 grandsons join Qingyun sect, and now with the favor owed to them by Qingyun sect, it was an unexpected delight. However, this was still an unfamiliar sect, so caution was necessary. The leader of the Xian Yu sect was a mid-stage golden core old demon, while the master of Qingyun sect was still at the foundation establishment stage. They might refuse out of concern. Father, I think Qingyun sect seems alright. Yi scratched his head and said, haven't they sent disciples to help the emperor in battle? Moreover, since they owe us such a significant favor, merely providing protection shouldn't be too much to ask. Ye Jing was silent for a moment before saying, I actually hope Hauer and Yaoer can join Qingyun sect to learn the immortal arts. Now that we seek their protection, there will inevitably be connections between our families which concerns Hauer and Yaoer, so we must be cautious. Does father mean that we should first clarify the situation of Qingyun's sect before making a decision? Yi Xian inquired. Ye Jing nodded, saying, Indeed, but you should keep in touch with Qingyun's sect more frequently these days. I'm worried that after you killed that mad sword master you might attract the grudges of Xianyu's sect. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, realizing that they were merely loose cultivators without the support of a powerful family. They needed to maintain ties with the sect. The three of them discussed the upcoming matters in the study, prioritizing the dismantling of the formation in the Qinling Valley before heading to Qingyun's sect. As both sons were appointed as generals and needed to take up their official posts in the local area, they were set to leave the next day. Naturally, this responsibility fell upon Ye Jing. On the second day, Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan reluctantly bid farewell. Xian Guizi, these are the talismans I rushed to write for you. Take them with you. Wu Guiyun handed a large bundle of explosive talismans to the two brothers. Her skills in talisman drawing had improved significantly, and she had now mastered communication and explosive talismans. Lu Xianglan also did not forget to give some of the healing ointments she had developed to Yi Xian and Yi. Both women were reluctant. Yi Xian and Yi cherished the talismans and medicines, bidding farewell one by one. After sending off his two sons, the farewell expression on Ye Jing's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of solemnity. He turned around and patted the black wind beside him, preparing to re-enter Qinling. This time he did not bring his two grandsons to Qinling, allowing them to focus on their cultivation. Now that he knew how to unravel the blood soul destruction formation, everything became simpler. The Qinling Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, and the desolate mountains remained largely untraveled. When Ye Jing arrived at the valley, it was already dusk, with the setting sun's afterglow casting light into the valley where the foul black demonic energy still lingered. He stood at the valley's entrance, placing the spiritual talisman he held against the mouth of the valley. Once any spiritually endowed animals or cultivators approached, the talisman would react, alerting him to their presence. These were sensing talismans he had purchased from the Tiangong workshop, useful for warning him. He recalled the description in the book regarding the blood erosion formation. The blood erosion formation gathered blood points as its formation eyes. As long as the formation eyes were destroyed, the formation could be unraveled. The soul destruction formation, on the other hand, could be broken by pure yang objects targeting its central formation eye, which was extremely difficult to destroy and was linked to the blood erosion formation. Therefore, Ye Jing's first task was to unravel the blood erosion formation. He took out the golden light bowl from his storage bag. As soon as the golden light appeared, the demonic energy in the valley instantly diminished. The blood-red patterns on the ground began to emit thick black smoke. The black wind, seeing this, was filled with desire in its eyes as it hurried over, beginning to absorb the drifting black energy. Ye Jing was not surprised by this. The black wind's ability was to devour, and it greatly enjoyed these spiritual energies or anything else rich in energy. These demonic energies had no effect on the demon beasts and instead were quite beneficial, at most making them a bit more ferocious. But Ye Jing had absolute control over these demon beasts imbued with immortal light, so he could rest assured. With the golden light bowl responding to these red patterns, Ye Jing was able to find that formation eye. The more black energy corroded by the golden light, the closer he was to the formation eye. After all, the blood erosion formation relied on gathering a vast amount of blood energy to produce demonic energy, and the magic energy contained in the formation eye was the most concentrated. Holding the golden light bowl, Ye Jing slowly advanced towards the area where the black energy was most concentrated. The blood-colored patterns beneath his feet grew increasingly distinct, even beginning to feel slightly warm, as if magma was bubbling beneath the ground. The black wind followed closely behind, Ye Jing voraciously devouring the surrounding demonic energy, its black fur gradually shimmering with a faint red glow, and its aura surged. As they reached the depths of the valley, a protruding black rock came into view. This rock was out of place with the surrounding stones, and the twisted blood patterns all converged on this damaged rock. The cracks resembled a gaping maw with a continuous stream of black energy surging out from the fissures. The golden light bowl emitted golden light, sizzling as it clashed with the flowing black energy, releasing a nauseating stench. I found it. A glint of sharp light flashed in Ye Jing's eyes. This black rock was indeed one of the core formation eyes of the blood erosion formation. The black wind eagerly moved forward, ready to absorb the magical energy. Noticing its keen interest, Ye Jing helplessly patted the black wind, saying, "All right, once we destroy them, I'll let you absorb the spiritual energy." In response to its master's command, the black wind, though greedy, obediently shook its head and closed its mouth. He did not act rashly. Instead, he took out several exorcism talismans meant to dispel demonic energy from his storage bag. After igniting the talismans, the golden symbols flew out, forming a small confinement formation around the black rock to prevent any special circumstances during the destruction. After completing all this, Ye Jing gathered a large amount of spiritual energy into the golden light bowl. The radiance of the golden light bowl grew increasingly fierce, gradually coalescing into a golden long-sword phantom, which he fiercely struck towards the black rock. This was a technique he had developed using the golden light bowl, controlling the golden light to gather in one place for an attack. With a loud bang, the golden sword shadow collided with the rock, erupting into a dazzling golden brilliance. The black rock instantly cracked open, and a piercing scream echoed from within, as if an invisible being was suffering a severe blow. What poured out from the crack was no longer black demonic energy, but a thick liquid, as red as blood, emitting a nauseating fishy smell. The black wind, catching a whiff of this odor, immediately retreated in caution, filled with disgust. It seemed that even the black wind, possessing devouring abilities, could not tolerate this liquid. Ye Jing continued to slash at the golden light bowl, shooting out another golden stream, fiercely charging towards the shattered rock. With one final shrill scream, the black rock completely collapsed, and the blood-red patterns began to fade with the surrounding demonic energy dissipating significantly. After firing 2 beams of golden light from the golden light bowl, Ye Jing felt the spiritual energy within his body was somewhat depleted. He had not expected that the golden light of the golden light bowl could consume spiritual energy like this. In addition to this formation, there should still be 3 others. Just as Ye Jing wanted to push on with momentum, the symbols at his waist began to emit a faint white light. He suddenly felt a chill in his eyes. Someone was approaching. The sensing talisman set at the valley entrance emitted a warning, prompting Ye Jing to quickly find a shelter. This shelter's window faced the valley entrance directly and was sufficiently concealed, making it unlikely for anyone to think that someone would hide in a house within the valley. Several figures cloaked in black robes appeared at the valley entrance, the leader a frail old man radiating an undeniable aura of pressure. Ye Jing did not employ the divination technique, yet he could tell that most of these black-robed individuals were practitioners at the 2nd or 3rd layer of chi refinement, with the old man being the most formidable. He could not discern the old man's cultivation level, but it was certain that this old man was far more powerful than him. The black wind beside him restrained all its aura, its green eyes fixated intently on the black-robed figures outside, emitting a faint low growl. Ye Jing gently patted its head, signaling it to remain quiet while he held his breath, carefully observing the movements outside through the window crevice. The frail old man's gaze swept across the valley, his nose twitching slightly, and he furrowed his brows tightly. Something is off. The demonic energy here has greatly diminished, and there is residual aura from the dispelling talisman. The black-robed disciples beside him quickly stepped forward, bowing and saying, "Elder, could it be that someone has intruded? If there is a problem with the formation, the master's demonic soldiers." The old man snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he darted into the valley. He quickly arrived at the site of shattered rocks and fading blood patterns, and the frail old man was filled with rage, his aura surging suddenly. Such audacity! Daring to destroy the formation. It has not been long since this formation was broken. This person must not have gone far. Search for them. As soon as his words fell, the black-robed individuals dispersed and began to search. Ye Jing gripped the knife in his hand, staring at the group, pondering whether he should kill them all right here. After all, these individuals did not appear strong. Apart from the old man, the others were merely at the 2nd or 3rd layer of chi refinement, and he had the capability to kill them. It seemed they had come specifically for the formation within this spiritual vein, and if they were to occupy this place, it would surely change hands. With this thought, Ye Jing noticed a black-robed figure approaching, and the murderous light in his eyes was no longer concealed. The poisonous anomalous bee flew out of his sleeve, accompanied by thousands of blood insects. Before the black-robed man could realize what had happened, he was confronted by a sea of blood red, feeling a sudden intense pain throughout his body, letting out a piercing scream. Ah! Soon after, a swarm of blood-red insect shadows flew out of the cave, completely devouring them. The scream alerted the old man outside the cave, and he immediately waved his bone staff. "Beasts have appeared here, all of you return to me." He gazed at the menacing swarm of insects, which were all red bees, including a purplered queen bee the size. The old man sensed that these beasts had no rank, appearing to be ordinary creatures, yet he could not afford to. After all, they had previously been troubled by mid-stage first-tier demonic scorpions and some first-tier beasts that had mysteriously disappeared, and their investigation revealed signs of a struggle within the cave. It was evident that someone had been in this cave, or perhaps some other powerful beasts had taken residence. The black-robed individuals huddled together, unsure of how to defend themselves, when suddenly the queen bee let out a shrill cry, and the swarm shot poison needles at the practitioners, the poison being extremely potent. The practitioners at the front were struck by the poison needles, immediately foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. The old man, seeing this, exclaimed in anger, "Damn beasts." He swung the bone staff, and several skulls engulfed in black smoke flew down charging towards the poisonous bees. The queen bee quickly commanded the swarm to scatter, evading the skull's attack, and directly turning to assault the defenseless practitioners. The poison powder was fine and hard to detect in the darkness, allowing the poisonous bees to easily approach and sting. Several practitioners had no time to react to what was happening before feeling an intense pain throughout their bodies, followed by an overwhelming swarm of poisonous bees crawling out from their chests. The old man had spiritual energy for defense, and those poisonous bees could not get close, but seeing these intelligent, almost human-like poisonous insects, he suddenly realized. These poisonous insects are being controlled by someone. As the queen bee charged at his protective shield once more, he shouted, "Who is here? I am an apostle of the Xinyu sect. Show yourself quickly. Do not play tricks." His voice echoed in the vast cave, the rock walls reflecting a muffled sound. Ye Jing, hidden in the shadows, coldly watched this old man who had yet to reveal his strength, then patted the black wind beside him. Black wind, test his depth. The black wind immediately roared, charging towards the old man from the darkness. Upon seeing a massive black dog suddenly spring out of the shadows, the old man was taken aback as it bit down on his protective shield. With its sharp teeth, the protective shield immediately shattered, and the old man, alarmed, hurriedly waved his bone staff to defend against the dog's assault. The black dog let out a series of howls, charging towards the old man, flanking him alongside the poisonous bees. The old man, seeing this, was furious. A mere few low-rank creatures dare to be impudent. He immediately stopped hiding his cultivation level, and the bone staff in his hand shot out several skulls, which surged forth with thick black smoke, attacking the poisonous bees and the black wind. At this moment, Ye Jing realized that this old man was a practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. It seemed there was a possibility of battle. A cold light flashed in Ye Jing's eyes. Although the 7th layer of Qi refinement was a level above his current cultivation, with the assistance of the black wind and the poisonous bees, he was not without a chance of victory. He condensed his spiritual energy, preparing to support. Seeing the skulls carrying black energy rushing towards him, the black wind showed no fear, instead leaping forward, emitting a faint black glow, and collided forcefully with the foremost skull. The two forces clashed, sending the black wind flying to the side. Unaware of death, the old man sneered coldly just as he was about to launch another attack. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared before him, melting away the surrounding demonic energy, causing both the old man and the black-robed individuals to feel an intense pain that eroded their flesh. "Oh, what is that?" The old man hurriedly retracted his strength, focusing on defense. The source of the golden light was a golden bowl held by an unremarkable old man dressed in a fitted outfit. The old man's gaze was sharp, coldly surveying them. "You." The black-robed old man, seeing that this elder appeared older than him, yet the strange poisonous bees and black dog were under his control. His words filled with shock and anger caught in his throat, his eyes filled with disbelief. This old man was clearly only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Why could he command beasts so skillfully and possess such a formidable magical artifact? The golden light emitted by the magical artifact seemed to possess a strong purifying power. Wherever it passed, the black energy emanating from the black-robed old man's bone staff melted away like snow meeting fire. "Sir, who exactly are you, and why have you become an enemy of my Xinyu sect?" "It is not important who I am. What matters is that now that you have come, you shall not leave." Ye Jing immediately controlled the golden light bowl, and the golden light intensified, pouring down. The entire dark valley was suddenly illuminated as bright as day, while the black aura surrounding the old man in black sizzled under the scorching golden light. The old man in black roared, "Arrogant! Do you think a mere 6th layer of Qi refinement can stop someone from the Xinyu sect?" After saying that, he fiercely thrust his bony staff into the ground, chanting incantations. The bony staff emitted chilling wails, and countless shadows emerged from it, roaring as they charged. As the shadows surged against Ye Jing's golden light, their immense power caused the golden light to rip. Seeing the formidable nature of the shadows, Ye Jing immediately drew his large blade and slashed upwards. This time the blade spun like a whirlwind, bringing with it a sharp spiritual force. The old man in black was taken aback and quickly dodged away, but the black-robed men beside him were caught off guard and were instantly shredded into fragments by the terrifying whirlwind. The cries of agony were incessant. What a vicious technique! The old man in black, a cultivator of demonic arts, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. He lifted his bony staff into the air, preparing to flee. Though the old man's cultivation was slightly lower than his own, he was extremely ruthless in his killings. Moreover, he had poisonous creatures aiding him, making any confrontation quite disadvantageous. "Old man, I remember you. Just wait. Lord Xianming of the Xian, you sect will not let you go." The old man in black transformed into a shadow and attempted to escape. Ye Jing would not let him escape easily. He immediately took out explosive talismans from his pouch, throwing out 10 talismans at once, all aimed at the fleeing old man in black. As the old man was about to flee, he suddenly heard a whoosh from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a flurry of talismans rushing towards him. Not good. The old man in black was horrified, the black aura around him swelling as he formed a pitch-black bone shield with his hands in front of him. This bone shield was pieced together from human bones covered with strange runes, and it was his life-saving measure. The next moment, 10 explosive talismans slammed violently against the shield. Instead of an earth-shattering boom, a blinding white light erupted first, followed by a terrifying energy explosion. Instantly, the black aura of the old man was torn apart, and the bone shield was left with a massive dent. With a crack, the shield shattered into powder. The old man in black was hit hard, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his body flying back like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the valley's rock wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but found his spiritual energy in disarray, his meridians aching from the residual force of the explosive talismans. Ye Jing did not give him a moment's respite. He sprang forward like an arrow released from a bow. Just wait. Even if I die here, Lord Xianming will come soon, and this place will flow with blood. The old man in black howled. Ye Jing chuckled coldly, and the blade in his hand shot out, piercing through the old man's throat, killing him. His threatening words were abruptly silenced. He commanded the poisonous bee queen beside him, check for any survivors nearby, and kill them all. The poisonous bees took flight, disappearing into the darkness. Ye Jing approached the black wind that was bleeding at the mouth, gently stroking its head to comfort it, and fed it a few healing pills. He felt somewhat helpless. While he could tame these creatures, he could not help them advance. Against powerful cultivators, they were utterly powerless. Old buddy, thanks for your hard work. Ye Jing patted the black wind. The black wind weakly called out, then struggled to rise from the ground, rubbing against Ye Jing. Seeing that the black wind was not seriously injured, Ye Jing felt a little more at ease and approached the black robe. He noticed that they were bleeding but did not exhibit any crimson patterns to absorb. It seemed that he had destroyed the eye of the formation here. In the old man's storage pouch, Ye Jing found not only some spirit stones, but also a blueprint. Upon unfolding it, he saw a complete blood-soul destruction formation with annotations on which parts needed repairs and where the formation I was located. Moreover, there were several corpses of cultivators in the storage pouch, appearing to have died not long ago. They seemed to be used to nourish the blood-soul destruction formation. There was also a formation for concealing spiritual energy called the concealed breath formation. It was of low grade, belonging to the first rank. Once set up, it could perfectly hide the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the area, making it easy for even cultivators a whole realm above to be misled if they did not investigate carefully. It appeared that the Xianyu sect intended to use the residual blood-soul destruction formation here to concentrate demonic energy to refine some kind of demonic soldiers. However, to avoid detection from righteous cultivators, they sent subordinates to repair the blood-soul destruction formation and conceal the area. It seemed this place was extremely important to the Xianyu sect. Ye Jing took the formation blueprint and thought that he must destroy this blood-soul destruction formation as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. With this in mind, after resting briefly, Ye Jing followed the map to the second formation, utilizing his experience from the first time. Ye Jing controlled the golden light bowl to blow up the giant rock, unsealing the second formation, causing the demonic energy that pervaded the valley to dissipate somewhat. As he destroyed the second formation, a roar echoed from the stone tower in the valley, its sound chilling and filled with an oppressive force. Ye Jing instantly looked up, realizing this was the corpse in the stone tower that had entered Foundation establishment. He observed the giant rock he had blown up, noting that the spreading blood-red patterns had dimmed, yet the corpse let out a mournful scream. Seeing this, Ye Jing turned his gaze toward the stone tower enveloped in black aura, then proceeded to the third formation eye. The third formation eye was located in a cave within the valley, its entrance obscured by vines and loose stones. If not for the markings on the blueprint, an ordinary person would have no way of noticing it. Seeing the corpse in the stone tower continuously howling, Ye Jing suddenly had a bold idea. He controlled the golden light bowl to strike the rock again. With a resounding clang, the corpse emitted a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated throughout the valley. Ye Jing saw this and quickly slipped into the stone tower. Due to Ye Jing destroying two formation eyes, the black demonic energy in the stone tower had diminished significantly, allowing him to see objects with some difficulty. As Ye Jing approached, the corpse bound by chains let out a terrifying roar, but the pressure around it had lessened considerably, allowing Ye Jing to close in several steps without feeling overwhelmed by the force. Now Ye Jing could carefully examine the full appearance of this corpse. The corpse was tall and gaunt, though its body was withered and tense. It could still be discerned that it was an adult male. A half-broken jade pendant was tied around its waist, made of special material, with the character Chen faintly visible on the top. The corpse was bound by iron chains with blood-red blood patterns extending downwards mirroring the patterns. As Ye Jing looked around carefully, he saw a strange stone platform with chains suspended around him, effectively trapping him atop the stone platform. Ye Jing's heart suddenly brightened. No wonder the response was so intense when the first two array eyes were destroyed. It turns out that the entire foundation of the Blood Soul Destruction Vein Array is tied to him. As long as this Foundation Establishment corpse is dealt with, the array that has plagued this place for a long time will completely collapse. However, Ye Jing is currently only a 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator, while this corpse possesses Foundation Establishment cultivation. Faced with its oppressive aura, Ye Jing finds it difficult to make a move, let alone kill it. Moreover, he lacks experience in dealing with corpses. Rashly taking action would be akin to seeking his own demise. The corpse seemed to sense Ye Jing's aura. Desperate for blood energy, it struggled even more violently, and a crimson light flashed in its hollow eye sockets, as if it could not wait to devour Ye Jing alive. Ye Jing did not act rashly, but instead carefully observed the blood patterns spreading beneath it. The blood patterns beneath him had 2 broken lines corresponding to the 2 array eyes Ye Jing had destroyed. Naturally, Ye Jing also noticed that several chains binding the corpse had snapped, allowing it to struggle on the ground. It is evident that if the remaining 2 array eyes are destroyed, this corpse will also lose its restraints, and Ye Jing hesitated. He knew clearly that this was a risky move. If he destroyed the other array eyes, he would have to confront this corpse directly. Even a severely injured corpse is not something Ye Jing could handle. Thinking of this, although he was reluctant, he decided to withdraw for now. He was no fool and would not engage in an unprepared fight. With that thought, Ye Jing quickly dashed out of the stone tower and left the valley. On the way, he pondered why the Xianyu sect was so relentless in pursuing this spiritual vein. The corpse had to be dealt with immediately. But he couldn't do it alone. Should he ask his 2 grandsons to deal with this corpse as well? With this thought, Ye Jing began to hesitate. He recalled the words of the black-robed cultivator at the moment of his death: "Wait for it, I will die here, but my lord Xianming will come soon, and when that time comes, this place will flow with blood." Time waits for no one. By the time Ye Jing arrived home, he saw Yi Tianhao practicing the chaotic flower sword technique while holding a sword. Although this sword technique was merely a martial arts swordplay, when combined with spiritual power, each move indeed had a hint of a cultivator's essence. The younger ones, Yi Tianyao, Yi Tianxue, and the twin toddlers Yi Tianxi and Yi Tianfeng, were playing in the corridor. Upon seeing Ye Jing return, Yi Tianhao immediately ceased his sword practice, saying, "Grandfather." Ye Jing nodded. At this moment, Yi Tianhao was the most skilled person in their family, but the lack of suitable techniques made Ye Jing feel a bit helpless. "How is your practice going?" Ye Jing asked. Yi Tianhao replied, "Grandfather, I am about to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement." "So soon?" Ye Jing was taken aback. He looked at Yi Tianhao, who wore a calm expression, and couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary talent. Such a level of cultivation would certainly not be taken lightly in the Qingyan sect. Ye Jing nodded with satisfaction and chatted with Yi Tianhao about cultivation matters. During the conversation, Yi Tianhao mentioned that the supply of spiritual power from the jade stones at home was diminishing. Now everyone in the family was relying on spirit stones for cultivation, and their stock of spirit stones was running low. Therefore, Ye Jing knew they had to secure the spiritual vein. Relying solely on jade stones was no longer sufficient. He thought of Lu Xianglan, who had been researching corpses and alchemical texts lately, and asked the 5 or 6-year-old Yi Tianxue, "Where's your mother?" Yi Tianxue replied cheerfully, "Grandfather, mother is in the backyard refining pills." Oh, Ye Jing was somewhat surprised. Hadn't he bought alchemical texts for Lu Xianglan earlier? Was she now trying her hand at alchemy? In the backyard, against the mountains and forests with ample spiritual power, in a relatively secluded area, Lu Xianglan was sitting cross-legged in front of a red-hot alchemical furnace. This furnace used spiritual fire generated from spiritual power gathered within. The furnace was engraved with several simple spirit drawing patterns, allowing the medicinal materials in the furnace to gather spiritual fire and lock in their efficacy during the refining process. On the stone table in front of Lu Xianglan lay the alchemical text, its pages densely filled with her annotations, with some areas even sketched with crooked diagrams of herbs. She was focused, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her gaze fixed on the alchemical furnace with utmost seriousness. The technique she was using was clumsy and unfamiliar, requiring her to glance down at the notes in the alchemical text with each adjustment. Controlling the spiritual fire was even more challenging. Just as she inadvertently poured in too much spiritual power, a puff of black smoke erupted from the furnace, startling her into hurriedly reducing her spiritual energy. But it was too late. The thick, acrid smoke billowing from the furnace indicated that the medicinal materials had been completely destroyed. Lu Xianglan sighed in frustration, extinguishing the spiritual fire in the furnace, her face weary. "What medicine are you refining?" Ye Jing, waiting patiently for Lu Xianglan to refine pills, spoke up. This startled Lu Xianglan, causing her to tremble slightly. Turning to see Ye Jing, she quickly stood up, saying, "Father, you're back." She was somewhat surprised that Ye Jing had been silently standing behind her for so long. Then, recalling her earlier failure, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Father, I'm still not skilled in pill refining and didn't produce anything." Ye Jing chuckled and said, "No worries, practice makes perfect, just keep at it." He stepped closer and saw that the furnace was filled with charred remains surrounded by several heaps of ash that had been turned to charcoal, indicating that Lu Xianglan had failed multiple times. Lu Xianglan was not currently refining pills, but rather practicing the most basic technique of refining herbs, extracting and condensing the medicinal essence from the herbs. This is because a single pill requires the fusion of multiple herbs, each needing different levels of heat. If one is not careful, an entire batch of materials can be wasted. Thus, alchemy is exceedingly difficult. Lu Xianglan nodded, and then asked Ye Jing, "Father, do you need something?" Ye Jing, knowing that his second daughter-in-law, though seemingly delicate, possessed a clever mind, did not hide anything from her, and explained about the Foundation establishment corpse that had appeared in the valley. This left Lu Xianglan utterly astonished. "Father, are you saying that there is a corpse in that valley with strength close to Foundation establishment?" Ye Jing nodded, his face somewhat serious. "Xianglan, I came to ask you about the control of the two corpses I previously brought you." After hearing this, Lu Xianglan summoned her life-bound treasure, the soul guiding lamp. This lantern emitted a purple glow in her hand, subtly exuding a chill. She waved the soul guiding lamp, which sensed its master's spiritual power, and burst forth with cold light. Two withered corpses swayed into view from the backyard. They bore purple patterns on their faces, their expressions vacant, moving extremely slowly. Lu Xianglan, currently only a third-layer qi refinement cultivator, was still not very skilled at controlling the two corpses. The corpses could only move slowly, appearing quite feeble. As Lu Xianglan's spiritual energy slightly stirred, the purple light on the soul guiding lamp brightened a bit, causing the corpses to stop, stiffly turn, and give Ye Jing a slight bow. They were sluggish like rusty puppets. Once she withdrew her spiritual energy, the corpses stood rigidly in place, without a hint of movement. She felt a bit embarrassed, and said, "Father, as you can see, with my current cultivation, I can only achieve this level of control." This was what Lu Xianglan had learned from refining corpse puppets. The corpses, being soulless and mindless, could have spiritual energy, forcibly infused to control their bodies, executing simple commands based on the spiritual energy. Ye Jing stared at the two rigid corpses, contemplating the possibility that one of them might reach Foundation establishment. Suddenly an idea struck him. "Xianglan, if I find a way to subdue that Foundation establishment corpse, can you control it?" Upon saying this, Lu Xianglan's breath became erratic. "Father, are you joking?" The courtyard was lush with greenery, and the corpse within moved slowly. Ye Jing looked at the mindless yet controllable corpse, and said seriously, "Xianglan, I am not joking. If we can capture a Foundation establishment corpse as a puppet, our Yi family will gain a significant combat force." Lu Xianglan naturally felt that there was no reasoning in this, but she was still a novice at controlling these corpses, let alone a Foundation establishment one. Seeing the anxious expression on his second daughter-in-law's face, Ye Jing suddenly laughed, saying, "Xianglan, you can't possibly think that I'm expecting you to control a Foundation establishment corpse so soon, right?" Lu Xianglan, feeling helpless, smiled bitterly. "Father, please don't tease me. I can't even manage the ordinary corpses you gave me, let alone a Foundation establishment one." Even without spiritual intelligence, their physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, and with a slight misstep, one could easily suffer a backlash. Ye Jing stopped laughing, looking at the staggering corpses in the courtyard. He said solemnly, "I am fully aware of your difficulties. You have only been learning for a few years, and being able to make these ordinary corpses follow your commands is already quite impressive. The reason I mentioned the Foundation establishment corpses is to give you a goal. At the same time, I want to let you know that your future cultivation should focus on this." Ye Jing recognized his second daughter-in-law's talent, and genuinely wanted her to learn well, ultimately hoping she could control a Foundation establishment corpse. "If our family faces any danger, it would be beneficial to have such combat strength. Currently the strongest in our family is Ye Tianhao, while the other descendants have varying talents, but they all need to step onto the path of immortality, and they are just beginning, urgently needing to accumulate power." After conversing with his second daughter-in-law, Ye Jing made up his mind. He then turned to her and said, "Xianglan, go call Guiyun here. I have something to discuss with you all." Lu Xianglan immediately went to summon Wu Guiyun. After a while, both daughters-in-law arrived. Ye Jing's previously gentle expression faded, replaced by a heavy seriousness. After expressing his thoughts, the cold wind swept through the courtyard. Wu Guiyun's face turned pale upon hearing it, and she swayed unsteadily. Lu Xianglan, filled with fear, hurried to support Wu Guiyun. Wu Guiyun choked back her words, saying, "Father, that is almost a Foundation establishment corpse. Even as a corpse, its power is beyond what the children can handle. Father, why don't Xianglan and I accompany you, leaving the children at home to guard it? You cannot. Ye Jing shook his head, his tone brooking no argument. With just that one sentence he silenced them. He paused for a moment, his tone sincere, saying, I know that sending the children to face danger is more painful than a knife cutting through the heart for us parents, but to establish a firm foothold, which generation did not emerge from mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Hauer and Yauer have talent and courage. They will eventually need to stand on their own. This is their trial as well as the trial of the Yi family. These words were direct, and Ye Jing felt a pang of guilt. Asking two children who had just started refining qi to confront a Foundation establishment corpse was an immense risk. The courtyard fell into silence for a long while. Wu Guiyun took a deep breath, wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes, and nodded, saying, Father, you and the children must return safely. With those words, Ye Jing understood that Wu Guiyun had agreed. Looking at the worried gazes of his two daughters-in-law, he felt a deep conflict within. Yet thinking of the corpses in the valley, Ye Jing steeled his resolve and instructed them to leave the courtyard first, then summoned Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao. This day was different from usual. The usually kind Ye Jing's eyes were filled with seriousness, causing Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao to also become solemn. Ye Jing recounted his encounter with the people from the Xianyu sect in the valley. The Xianyu sect had long been eyeing that spiritual vein, and their Foundation establishment ancestor wanted to seize it, using a sinister formation to refine his demonic soldiers. If they succeeded, losing that spiritual vein would be the least of Yi family's worries. More seriously, the entire Yan kingdom could be completely refined by him. They would then have to abandon their home and leave this place. To strengthen the Yi family, they must first seize the spiritual vein. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao were naturally unwilling to leave the Yan kingdom, for without a home the Yi family would be no different from rogue cultivators. In the complex world of cultivation, with nowhere to settle, how could they develop the Yi family? Therefore they wanted to fight for it, seize the spiritual vein, and deter the Xianyu sect's intentions to refine demonic soldiers through a sinister formation. Grandfather, what should we do? We will follow your lead, Yi Tianhao immediately said. Yi Tianyao added, Yes, grandfather. Our Yi family's roots are here. We absolutely cannot let the Xianyu sect drive us away. Ye Jing felt reluctant. This time, they were going to confront a corpse that was nearly at the Foundation establishment stage. Now, if the younger generation were to intervene, it was hard to guarantee there wouldn't be accidents. However, for the Yi family's development, they must take the risk. The Xianyu sect in that valley would not wait idly for them to accumulate strength. They could dispatch cultivators at the 7th layer of qi refinement, so the Foundation establishment cultivator would not be far behind. He had gone to great lengths to refine the Yan kingdom, and had chosen that place as an altar for refining demonic soldiers. He would likely arrive soon. Ye Jing's reluctance was ultimately suppressed by his determination to ensure the family's survival. He said solemnly, In that case, prepare yourselves. We will set off in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. So soon, Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao were shocked. They had just discussed it, and Ye Jing was already ready to depart. The two youths felt a sense of urgency and hurriedly ran to prepare. In the blink of an eye, the time it takes to burn a stick of incense passed. Yi Tianhao strapped the broken moon's sword to his back, gathered his talismans and herbs, and quickly exited the room. Yi Tianyao took her sword, accompanied by Shao-Chi and some spirit sparrows, and similarly carried a good amount of talismans and herbs. The two siblings exchanged a glance, and both saw determination in each other's eyes. Let's go. The prepared Ye Jing spoke succinctly. This time he left the injured Haifeng at home to allow this old companion to rest well. At the courtyard gate, Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan watched the three figures fade into the distance, their nails digging into their palms. The three quickly ventured into the mountains, racing towards the valley. Ye Jing led the way, his movements agile, each step steady and powerful, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy that shielded the two younger generations behind him. Yi Tianhao clenched his fists, deliberately slowing his pace to walk alongside Yi Tianyao, whispering, Sister, be careful if we encounter that corpse. Don't act impulsively. I know, brother. Yi Tianyao nodded, though her heart raced. Shao-Chi seemed to sense her tension and nudged her wrist with its fluffy head, easing her taut expression a little. When they arrived at the entrance of the valley, Ye Jing instructed them to stop, then slowly approached the valley entrance to check if anyone was inside. After wandering around for a while, he confirmed that besides the corpse inside making a ruckus, there was no one else. Ye Jing let out a breath of relief, then called his grandchildren in, reminding them to be cautious and not to act recklessly as they entered the valley. In the valley, all the demonic beasts had been thoroughly eliminated, leaving only the heavy magical aura. Ye Jing turned to Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, instructing, Let's first try to attack this corpse creature and see if we can eliminate it while it is bound. Yes, grandfather. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao replied. Ye Jing gave them further instructions urging them to remain fully alert, for this corpse creature possessed strength close to that of Foundation establishment, making it exceedingly difficult to deal with. After exchanging a few words with his grandsons, Ye Jing summoned the golden light bowl and led both of them into the stone tower. Under the golden light, they soon found themselves before the corpse creature. The corpse creature was tightly bound by iron chains, letting out a series of howls from its throat, with dark blue-black stab wounds visible on its chest. Ye Jing instructed his grandsons to step back and drew his spiritual sword, fiercely striking at the corpse creature. With a loud clang, the skin of the corpse creature was so hard that it numbed Ye Jing's hand. However, there was not even a scratch on its flesh. Seeing this, Ye Jing unleashed several more strikes, targeting the creature's vulnerable joints, chest, and head with each blow. The spiritual sword was continuously struck hard, yet showed no reaction. When Ye Jing finally sheathed it, he was horrified to find several chips had already formed on the blade. This corpse creature is extremely tough. Ye Jing cursed inwardly. He immediately summoned the golden light bowl forward. The golden light emitted a radiance, causing the corpse creature to let out a mournful scream upon contact. The dark energy surrounding it surged, and as its skin approached, the light signs of melting appeared, with dark blood pouring from its wounds. However, the blood patterns remaining beneath the corpse began to glow red, and the damaged skin of the corpse creature slowly started to heal. "Grandfather, it seems that this blood pattern can heal the wounds of this corpse creature," Ye Tianhao exclaimed. Ye Jing noted this, as well, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes as he sheathed his sword and approached Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao. "It seems the only way is to destroy the formation," Ye Jing contemplated. He had not wished to take such a dangerous step, but now he had no choice but to take a gamble. "Power Yaoer, come with me to destroy the formation eye. As I mentioned, once the formation eye is destroyed, the strength of this corpse creature will also diminish. Therefore, once it loses its binding, we must seize the opportunity to kill it." Ye Jing hurriedly continued, holding the golden light bowl in his hand. "This golden light bowl can damage the corpse creature's body. After we destroy the formation, I will channel all my spiritual energy into this bowl. Do not hold back." Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao nodded repeatedly. Having said that, Ye Jing took out the map and, following the markings, arrived near the third formation eye. He faced the giant stone covered in blood patterns and immediately used the golden light bowl, the golden light blazing like a scorching sun, burning the blood patterns on the stone. As the blood patterns came into contact with the golden light, they emitted sizzling sounds, and the once crimson lines faded at a visible rate. "Now is the time," Ye Jing shouted, and the golden light from the bowl transformed into a sharp burst of spiritual energy, swiftly flying towards the giant stone. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao wasted no time either, each summoning their spiritual swords to pierce the weaker sides of the stone. With a thunderous roar, the blood-patterned giant stone shattered, sending debris flying. A violent tremor suddenly rippled through the stone tower, and from the direction of the corpse creature came even more furious howls than before. The three of them felt a tightening in their hearts, but continued running towards the fourth formation eye. Once the fourth formation eye was destroyed, the entire valley erupted with a loud cracking sound. The iron chains that had bound the corpse creature were breaking apart inch by inch, and at the points of fracture, black corrosive liquid continued to drip, causing the blood patterns beneath the corpse to completely lose their glow. However, the aura emanating from it became even more frantic, exuding an unsettling ferocity. With a crack, the last iron chain snapped, and the corpse creature violently broke free from its bindings, lunging towards the blood aura it had long desired. Its speed was astonishing, claws slicing through the air with a whistling noise enveloped in a faint black glow. Ye Jing saw that the corpse creature was about to pounce on Ye Tianyao. "Yaoer, be careful." Ye Jing reacted quickly, hurling the golden light bowl, which transformed into a golden barrier in front of Ye Tianyao. Bang! The corpse creature's claws smashed violently against the golden barrier, which shook violently, sending ripples across its surface. Ye Jing almost spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing down the turbulent energy within him. Even though the corpse creature had been weakened, it still had the cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refining. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao immediately soared into the air, working together to stab at the corpse creature with their swords, unleashing a powerful sword light that could exert a force of thousands of pounds. The skin of the corpse creature was tough, yet it was still pushed back several steps by the sword thrust, sparks flying from its chest. Ye Jing urged the golden light bowl in his hand, pouring his entire spiritual energy into it. In an instant, the golden light bowl emitted dazzling golden light, engulfing the corpse creature in searing black smoke, causing it to let out cries of agony. Seeing this, Ye Tianhao immediately gathered spiritual energy in his hand, and the ancient black spiritual sword lit up with a bright white edge. With a thrust, he pierced the softened flesh of the corpse creature's chest. However, the corpse creature seemed to feel no pain, ignoring Yi Tianha's sword that had pierced its chest, and directly lunged for Yi Tianyao. Yi Tianyao quickly drew her long sword, narrowly avoiding the corpse creature's attack, almost brushing past it. Its terrifying pressure left her entire body numb. Xiaoqi, breathe fire at its chest, Yi Tianyao ordered as she evaded the attack. Xiaoqi immediately erupted in flames, unleashing a burst of fierce fire at the back of the corpse creature. The corpse creature, having been breached by the golden light, could not withstand the assault of the flames, which ignited upon contact with its dark body. Yi Tianhao caught up, striking the desperately struggling corpse creature with several more slashes, leaving its chest covered in wounds. He also threw out several explosive talismans to force the corpse creature to defend. In the corpse creature's grayish-white eyes reflected the image of the boy attacking recklessly. It trembled all over its chaotic and decaying brain, holding onto a sliver of consciousness. Suddenly a scene emerged of a stone tower shrouded in dark energy, where familiar family members were uncontrollably stabbing through its chest with swords. The pain that had been silent for years resurfaced in that moment. The corpse creature suddenly threw back its head and let out an excruciating wail resembling a human cry. That scream, combined with the surging magical energy within it, coalesced into a red crystal at its chest, gathering into a beam of red light before Yi Tianhao's eyes. An immense pressure suddenly crashed down, and in that instant Yi Tianhao felt as if he was about to die. But that red light was soon blocked by a beam of golden light, and above Ye Jing spat out a mouthful of blood, a crack appearing in the golden light bowl in his hand on the verge of shattering. "Grandfather!" Yi Tianyao cried out as she saw Ye Jing weakened and continuously spitting blood. She realized this was the backlash from the destruction of the magical artifact. Ye Jing swallowed his blood and shouted, "Continue the attack. Don't mind me." He had to hold on. Without the golden light from the golden light bowl, Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao could not possibly break the corpse creature's flesh. Yi Tianhao quickly regained his composure from the brink of death, his eyes bloodshot. The sight of his grandfather weak like a heated iron burned into his heart. He bit down on his teeth, and the broken moon sword in his hand spun violently, churning up a froth of blood from the wound in the corpse creature's chest. "Yaoer, hold it down." Yi Tianyao did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. With a light push of her toes against the air, she swung her sword, creating 3 fierce sword flowers that accurately pierced towards the corpse's eyes. She knew this was the last and most vulnerable weakness of the corpse. Even if she could not deliver a fatal blow, it could at least delay its assault. Xiaoqi continued to spew fire, combining it with the golden light to slow the corpse's movements. The corpse let out a deep muffled roar in pain, swinging its sharp claws towards Yi Tianyao. Yi Tianhao continued to attack the black crystal on its chest with his sword. The moment the sword blade touched the crystal, the corpse howled in agony. It twisted its body frantically, the swirling demonic energy around it trying to extinguish the flames, and even more desperately attempting to break the golden light that was continuously scorching it. However, the corpse's gray-white eyes were fixed on Yi Tianyao, and its murky gaze revealed a strange obsession, as if it was determined to drag Yi Tianyao down with it. Amidst the flashes of blades and swords, it forcibly twisted its body, reaching for Yi Tianyao's neck. Yi Tianyao hurriedly dodged, but that claw came too fast. In an instant, a bloody line was scratched across her waist, and the blood instantly turned pitch black. Her face turned pale as she coughed out a mouthful of black blood. "Sister!" Yi Tianhao's pupils constricted. He frantically slashed at the corpse, trying to reach Yi Tianyao's side. Yi Tianyao swallowed the foul and poisonous blood in her mouth and shouted, "Brother, don't worry about me. Deal with the corpse first." Faced with the serious injuries of 2 of his closest people, Yi Tianhao's vision turned red with rage, and he exerted all his strength to slash with his sword. The broken moon sword gleamed with a snowy brilliance, cutting accurately towards the corpse's torso, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Yi Tianhao's murderous intent surged in his eyes, gathering all the remaining spiritual energy within him to strike fiercely at the blood-red crystal. The sword came fiercely, not giving the corpse a moment to react. In the stone valley, sword light flew everywhere, carving deep sword marks into the stone walls. As Yi Tianhao's offensive grew more intense, the spiritual energy around him gathered continuously. In his mind, a single thought emerged. With every swing of his sword, the blade fell like rain, its momentum like a raging torrent. Taking advantage of a moment's respite, Ye Jing fed a detoxifying pill to Yi Tianyao. He noticed that his eldest grandson had actually broken through during the battle. Yi Tianhao let out a loud roar, his spiritual power surging violently. He had now stepped into the 8th layer of refinement. Spiritual energy flowed through him like a nourishing rain, causing the sword in his hand to instantly expand several times, transforming into a massive sword. With a whoosh, the entire sword shot towards the corpse like a streak of flowing light. The corpse, witnessing this snow-white sword light, had its gray-white eyes ripple like still water disturbed by a stone. In its mind, apart from the pain of its family being destroyed and loved ones going mad to pierce their own chests, there inexplicably appeared a man dressed in a white robe, holding a white sword, looking at it with a loving smile. "Father." A weak call squeezed out from the corpse's throat, carrying an indescribable sorrow. That sword pierced through it along with the blood-red crystal in its chest, causing the swirling demonic energy around it to begin dissipating. The massive body of the corpse swayed and finally fell to the ground, the red demonic flames around it gradually extinguishing, leaving behind only a charred and burnt husk. Seeing the corpse dealt with, Ye Jing immediately coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, his whole body racked with pain, unable to stand steadily, gasping heavily. He struggled to turn around to see how Ye Jing and his sister were doing. He heard Ye Jing say, "How are you? Should adjust your breathing first, we're fine." Hearing Ye Jing's voice, Ye Jing felt a little more at ease, sitting down on the ground to start adjusting his breathing. He had broken through the 8th layer of refinement during battle, so his spiritual energy was somewhat unstable and needed to be calmed down or it would harm his meridians. Once Ye Jing stabilized his spiritual energy, he immediately took out the blood wine and drank several mouthfuls to recover some strength. Ye Jing, on the other hand, was feeling somewhat old. The depletion of his spiritual energy and the damage to his artifacts made him cough uncontrollably. Ye Jing, having been poisoned by the corpse, had temporarily suppressed the toxicity with a detoxifying pill, but she still needed to use spiritual energy to expel the poison. They had suffered severe injuries in this battle, and if they didn't fight with all their might, they would die here. After they had all recovered somewhat, Ye Jing helped the weak Ye Jing to stand up, and together they approached the pile of charred remains. They saw that the red crystal in the corpse's remains was gradually cooling down, showing cracks, but not shattering. "Grandpa, what is this?" Ye Jing found this crystal to be quite strange. It seemed to be some core of the corpse. Ye Jing stepped forward to take a look, using the power of the immortal willow to probe. He saw that it displayed demonic spirit crystal forged from demonic energy. A first-tier spiritual object can be used for crafting and upgrading spiritual artifacts. Upon seeing this, a serious expression flashed in Ye Jing's eyes, and he slowly spoke. "This is the demonic spirit crystal, a first-tier spiritual object. It formed because this corpse existed for a long time in an area rich in demonic energy. It is a rare material for crafting." Ye Jing took out a jade box and carefully placed the palm-sized demonic spirit crystal inside. This jade box was specifically designed to hold such spiritual objects, and once closed, the demonic energy was completely isolated. He also stored the corpse in a pouch and said to Ye Jing and Ye Jing, "Next, you two should stay here to guard. Grandpa still has something to do." Hearing Ye Jing's instructions, the two grandsons nodded obediently. Ye Jing left them the golden light bowl that could disperse demonic energy. Although this artifact was damaged, it could still drive away the demonic energy. Now that the blood soul destruction vein formation had been destroyed at all its array points, Ye Jing could try to see if he could restore this damaged spiritual vein. The demonic energy in the valley had diminished significantly. It was likely that the Xianyu sect's people had come here to restore the formation and refine some demonic soldiers, but that would be futile now. The light in the valley gradually penetrated through the thin demonic energy, allowing the long-lost sunlight to shine down on the blood-red fruits, causing them to stretch their branches and leaves. Ye Jing also felt that the lingering sense of heaviness had dissipated considerably, but he still could not afford to relax. With the evil formation completely eradicated, he couldn't guarantee that the Xianyu sect's people wouldn't notice. He saw that these blood-red fruits contained residual demonic energy, and noticing they were growing in this dark valley, Ye Jing knew that these blood-red fruits thrived in the shade and feared the sun. The Chun family had prospered through the blood-red fruits, so it was possible they chose to settle in this valley. However, his immortal willow's spiritual field could perfectly accommodate the blood-red fruits, and he had recently had a high demand for them. Although he did not know whether eating the blood-red fruits tainted with demonic energy would be poisonous, these spiritual objects were still good items. Ye Jing did not hesitate to collect them for cultivation in the immortal willow. Ye Jing arrived at the house above, looking at the surrounding demonic energy that was about to dissipate, and he used the immortal willow's ability to take a glance. He saw a message above that read, "First-tier spiritual vein, weakened demonic energy, can use 1,000 immortal lights for restoration, can reward with spiritual plants, demonic beasts, and methods for upgrading spiritual artifacts." 1,000 immortal lights. So many. Ye Jing was also astonished. In his home, those cultivating immortally and refining energy only gathered dozens of immortal lights, yet now it required 1,000 at once. Those few immortal lights for cultivation would all need to be supplied to this spiritual vein. But seeing the methods for upgrading spiritual plants, demonic beasts, and spiritual artifacts was extremely tempting to Ye Jing. Now, wasn't he lacking these upgrading methods at home? Especially for demonic beasts, if they didn't level up soon, they would only become mere spirits. However, he thought it would be better to let those from the Xian Yu sect come to investigate first, so they could learn that the formation here had already been broken. Only then could he safely consider this place as a development site for the Yi family. After making up his mind, Ye Jing no longer hesitated. He returned to Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, carefully reminding them to be cautious of the people from the Xian Yu sect, while the three of them stood guard quietly near the valley. During this time, Ye Jing took out the formation that could conceal spiritual energy and began to study it. This formation was the concealing qi and hiding array he had taken from the Xian Yu sect members he had killed, which might be useful when he later repaired the spiritual vein. Meanwhile, Yi Tianhao, fearing that his mother Wu Guyun would worry about their safety, informed his family about their victory over the corpse beings, assuring them that they were all safe. Afterward, the three of them sat cross-legged to cultivate and recover from their injuries. 7 days later, when Ye Jing was meditating to absorb spiritual energy, Yi Tianhao suddenly came over and called out, "Grandfather, someone is approaching the valley." Upon hearing this, Ye Jing immediately opened his eyes, hurriedly retracting his spiritual energy and following Yi Tianhao. They chose to rest not far from the valley, and as they emerged from the thicket, they saw Yi Tianyao, crouching in fear, holding Shaoqi. Ye Jing looked up and saw several figures in black robes appearing not far from the valley. The individuals in black robes were all wielding spiritual tools hovering in midair. The leader was a middle-aged man with graying temples, surrounded by several black-robed individuals. With his keen eyesight, which surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, Ye Jing could see the man's features clearly. The middle-aged man's complexion was pale with faint black spots, and he had a pair of bloodshot eyes filled with fierce light, standing on a jet-black long sword, which had visible cracks on its blade. His face was contorted with rage, almost overflowing, and the pressure radiating from him was like a mountain pressing down, making Ye Jing's breath hitch, rendering him unable to take a single breath. "A bunch of useless fools. The demonic energy in this valley has been completely wiped out. How am I supposed to forge demonic weapons now?" The middle-aged man was furious, and the pressure around him made the black-robed individuals too afraid to lift their heads, their bodies trembling slightly. "So many sent, and all have perished. How am I supposed to explain this to the sect master?" This middle-aged man was none other than Xian Ming, the protector of the Xian Yu sect. He had set his sights on the Yan kingdom, intending to use its people to forge demonic weapons, but had suffered consecutive losses and now faced the sect master's wrath, his anger reaching its peak. The black-robed individuals around him trembled in fear, not daring to speak. Xian Ming's roar echoed like thunder above the valley, shaking the surrounding grass incessantly. Ye Jing and the others felt their hearts racing. Xian Ming's cultivation exuded an overwhelming pressure that even the corpse beings could not match. It felt as if in an instant they would be crushed to death by Xian Ming. This was indeed a Foundation establishment cultivator. Fortunately, they had concealed their spiritual energy. As long as they did not make any noise to disturb him, Xian Ming would not think of the presence of anyone hiding nearby for the time being. "Follow me into the valley. I want to see what kind of monster has such abilities that it continuously causes me to lose troops." "Yes." The black-robed individuals beside Xian Ming swiftly flew into the valley, while Xian Ming transformed into a streak of blood light and entered in an instant. Ye Jing couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Inside the valley, the demonic energy was thin. Sunlight streamed in from above, and tender grass grew on the blackened soil, forming a shimmering green carpet on the ground. Upon entering, Xian Ming's face darkened further upon seeing this scene. He opened his divine sense to investigate, but only found faint traces of spiritual energy left on the stone walls. He quickly approached and saw several cleaving marks on the hard stone wall, which were clearly not made by any demonic beasts. "Someone has been here, a cultivator," Xian Ming said coldly. One of his trusted subordinates stepped forward and whispered, "Lord Xian Ming, the marks on the stone wall resemble sword scars. Could it be the work of those from the Qingyun sect?" "Impossible." Xian Ming coldly dismissed his subordinate's words. "The spiritual vein here has long been destroyed and tainted by demonic energy. What benefit would it bring them to exhaust their efforts to disperse the demonic energy here? This spiritual vein has been destroyed for over a century. If the Qingyun sect wanted to intervene, they wouldn't have waited until now. Then besides our Xian Yu sect members, who else could have come here?" His subordinate was puzzled as well. Everything in the valley had been completely collected, not even a hair remained. If some loose cultivators had come here to hunt demonic beasts, why would they have destroyed the formation, not sparing even the most terrifying corpse beings? Xian Ming stepped forward. He could sense that the spiritual energy here was relatively pure, the kind that those damned righteous sects would cultivate. He was instantly enraged, looking at the broken and dusty houses in the valley, his hands surrounded by black energy. The sword, which had developed cracks, suddenly swung out, instantly growing to dozens of feet, accompanied by overwhelming demonic energy, as it viciously struck the houses. Boom! The loud noise shook the entire valley violently, and those already broken houses instantly turned to dust with dust soaring into the sky and fragments flying around like cannonballs. I'm hiding like a rat. If you dare to show yourselves before me, I will surely shred you into pieces. Xian Ming shouted angrily, his voice filled with killing intent that was almost palpable. He waved his sword, sending dozens of black sword chi shooting out, cutting down all the remaining stone pillars and walls in the valley, leaving the entire valley in a state of utter ruin. The black-robed individuals who had followed him were silent as mice, standing aside, not daring to breathe. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked. The ability to eliminate demonic beasts and corpse beings in this tainted land was undoubtedly powerful. The opponent's strength was certainly not weak, but looking across the entire Yin kingdom, where else could there be such a formidable cultivator? Xian Ming released his divine sense, meticulously probing the entire valley, leaving no corner unchecked. But apart from those desiccated corpses, there was nothing else. Even the corpse beings that had risen had been complete. Xian Ming clenched his fists. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to protect the sect master for this year, he wouldn't have let these petty individuals take advantage of the situation, preventing him from forging demonic weapons. He stared at the traces left by the sword scars, and said coldly, in this barren land of the Yin kingdom, cultivators rarely appear. Even the cultivators that do are merely insignificant ants. This is likely the work of cultivators from outside. Saying this, Xian Ming felt extremely unwilling. This place was his hope for forging demonic weapons, yet now it was left in ruins. His anger grew hotter. The matter of forging demonic weapons was crucial to his cultivation breakthrough, and now that it had been destroyed, he could not swallow this grievance. Xian Ming's anger flared. He kept turning it over in his mind, wanting to vent. He coldly said, I remember there were two people who followed the disciples of the Qingyun sect to kill the Mad Blade. Who were they? His subordinate quickly replied, it seems they were two loose cultivator brothers named Yi Xian and Ye. Xian Ming gritted his teeth, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. If I cannot deal with the Qingyun sect, can I not handle these two loose cultivators? After the demon cultivator departed, Ye Jing did not approach the valley again. He had been allowing Yi Tianyao to control the spirit sparrow to monitor the vicinity of the valley for any arrivals. It was only after several days had passed without any demon cultivators appearing that Ye Jing felt assured enough to enter the valley. The valley was eerily quiet, with verdant greenery blanketing the ground and blue moss sprouting from the cracks in the rocks. The sunlight streaming into this long-neglected valley brought a refreshing sense of clarity. Ye Jing then realized that the valley was situated between two mountains with a remarkably wide entrance. The houses within the valley were surrounded by the two mountains, forming a natural fortress. Ye Jing was surprised to discover that the Chun family had also occupied a favorable spiritual vein. The valley they resided in resembled a treasure trove. He wondered what it would look like once he restored the spiritual vein. Reflecting on this, he gazed regretfully at the ruined houses, clearly indicating the formidable power of the demon cultivator. With the demonic energy in the valley nearly dissipated, Ye Jing contemplated the concealing chi and hiding array in his hand. The diagram for this formation was quite simple. It only required inserting array flags within the coverage area and activating them with spiritual energy. These demon cultivators had set up this array for practical purposes to prevent their creation of demonic weapons from being detected by cultivators, although it was somewhat taxing on spirit stones. After taking out the concealing chi and hiding array, he summoned Hafeng the poisonous bee and a crow specifically designated as a messenger to scout the surroundings and ensure no one approached, keeping an eye on the nearby situation. Once the beasts had left, Ye Jing held the array flag in his hand and took out all the spirit stones he had brought from home, merging them completely into the array flag. The gray-blue array flag floated gracefully, emanating a blue light, before flying off in all directions. A total of 8 array flags fell at crucial points around the valley, embedding themselves deeply into the soil upon landing, and the blue glow spread along the flagpoles, intricately etching array patterns into the ground. As the last flag took its place, 8 beams of blue light shot up into the sky, converging on the valley floor to form a massive formation, seamlessly integrating with the valley, appearing completely ordinary to the naked eye. The divine sense of any chi refining cultivator sweeping through would detect no trace of spiritual fluctuations here. Ye Jing watched as the formation activated, letting out a long breath as most of his spiritual energy had already been exhausted. He sat cross-legged on a flat rock, sipping a few mouthfuls of blood-red wine to recover his spiritual energy. This concealing chi and hiding array was indeed as domineering as he had imagined, capable of not only masking one's presence, but also blocking divine sense probing. Even if a Foundation establishment cultivator passed by, unless they scrutinized carefully, they would never discover the hidden mysteries within this valley. Half an hour later, with half of his spiritual energy restored, Ye Jing stood up and dusted off his robe, directing his gaze towards the ruins deep within the valley. At that time, he could rebuild the Ye family's residence here, transforming this valley into the next stronghold for the Ye family. With that thought, Ye Jing hesitated no longer. He could clearly see the fragmented spiritual vein beneath the rocks with the help of the immortal willow. Ye Jing climbed to the high slope of the valley, took a deep breath, and invested 1,000 points of immortal light into the restoration of the spiritual vein. At the moment he confirmed, he visibly saw several streams of white light flying out from his body, gradually converging on the ground, and eagerly burrowing into the fragmented spiritual vein. Initially, there was only a slight tremor in the ground, as faint as a spring worm breaking through the earth, but as the immortal light continued to pour in, the tremors became more pronounced, and the array flags around the valley began to hum softly. The blue glow twirled with increasing urgency, seemingly responding to the changes underground. Ye Jing stood on the high slope, observing intently. Through the special vision granted by the immortal willow, the previously fractured and dim spiritual vein was visibly being restored by the immortal light. The gap at the break was filled with white light, and the once dry vein began to flow with wisps of spiritual energy, like a frozen stream, welcoming the warm spring sun slowly awakening. It's done. Ye Jing felt a surge of joy in his heart, his clenched fists slightly relaxing. He could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy in the valley was rapidly rising, and the previously negligible spiritual energy was now surging from underground like a tidal wave. The spiritual energy permeated through the soil and the cracks in the rocks, revitalizing the entire valley. The previously withered weeds began to sprout tender green shoots, and the moss on the rock faces grew increasingly lush under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. Half an hour later, as the last wisp of immortal light merged into the spiritual vein, the tremors in the ground completely ceased, and the information transmitted from the immortal willow was crystal clear. The spiritual vein had been fully restored, although it had not yet returned to its peak state. It was now stable enough to output spiritual energy sufficient to support the cultivation of the family cultivators. Ye Jing took a deep breath, and to his surprise, the spiritual energy in his dantian began to circulate autonomously amidst the richness of the spiritual energy, recovering nearly twice as fast as before. He immediately sat cross-legged, his body blending into the immortal willow. Now that the spiritual vein was restored, the immortal willow could reward him with methods to upgrade spiritual herbs, demon beasts, and spiritual artifacts. Upon approaching the immortal willow, a line of ancient characters appeared around him. Spiritual vein restored, the foundation of the family elevated. This is a gift, may you use it wisely. After the text disappeared, 3 beams of different colored glows floated out from the branches and leaves of the immortal willow and entered Ye Jing's body. He instantly felt a surge of various methods flooding his mind. Countless methods for cultivating, nurturing, and upgrading spiritual herbs surged into his mind, including their growth habits and optimal nurturing environments, which Ye Jing comprehended fully. It turned out that different spiritual herbs were also classified, with the most crucial aspect being how to cultivate and refine them. Upgrading spiritual plants requires first using divine sense to perceive their inherent attributes, then nurturing their innate foundations with the corresponding attributes spiritual liquid, gathering the world's spiritual energy in one place for them to absorb and refine. Ultimately, one must use their own spiritual energy as a catalyst to activate the primal forces of the spiritual plants, breaking through constraints to achieve a leap in grade. Next came the method for Ye Jing's long-cherished desire, upgrading demon beasts. It must be noted that if demon beasts wished to advance, it was far from simply absorbing spiritual energy. The first method is to fuse with corresponding grade spiritual plants to refine their bodies, thus breaking through the barriers of their bloodlines. While this method is stable and easy to obtain, it may lead to a fragile foundation for the demon beast, making subsequent advancements increasingly difficult, and their combat power far inferior to other demon beasts of the same grade. The second method is to purify the demon body with naturally occurring spiritual materials. Naturally occurring spiritual materials embody the creations of heaven and earth. Using them for refinement can wash the marrow and strengthen the foundation of the demon beast, significantly increasing the chances of awakening hidden talents and divine abilities, making it the most balanced and reliable method among the 3. The third method is to use the bone, blood, and demon core of high-grade demon beasts of the same lineage as a guide, melding them into their own bloodline. This method is extremely domineering. It can not only assist the demon beast in swiftly breaking through bottlenecks, but also awaken ancient bloodlines lying dormant within them, allowing them to inherit ancestral legacies, dramatically increasing their combat power and making them stand out among their peers. Thus, cultivating spiritual plants, obtaining spiritual materials, and absorbing high-grade demon beast bodies are the 3 major methods for demon beasts to advance. Following that, insights regarding the forging and upgrading of spiritual artifacts flooded into Ye Jing's mind, including not only the basic methods for forging spiritual artifacts, but also the secrets to enhancing their grades. Upgrading spiritual artifacts is relatively simple. It requires naturally occurring spiritual materials, such as the first-grade magic crystal obtained from the bodies of the dead, which can be infused into the spiritual artifact to upgrade it. After fully digesting these advancement methods, Ye Jing realized that upgrading spiritual plants was the easiest, as long as they were continuously nourished with rich spiritual energy, they could advance. Next came spiritual artifacts, which could be upgraded with just naturally occurring spiritual materials. The most challenging was the demon beasts, whose attributes required corresponding first-grade spiritual plants to upgrade. Moreover, all of the above required immortal light for catalysis, with at least 100 points of immortal light needed. Ye Jing could only sigh, well, my last savings will be completely drained, not a drop left. Repairing the spiritual vein consumed 1,000 points of immortal light, and he had less than 400 points left. This usage would be quite a drain, wouldn't it? With that thought, although Ye Jing sighed, he stood up and looked towards the immortal willow, which bore exceptionally robust blood-red fruits, several of which had grown particularly large and displayed golden patterns. This was precisely the process of transforming from ordinary spiritual plants to first-grade spiritual plants. He just didn't know what kind of attribute the blood-red fruit possessed. However, Ye Jing took out a first-grade magic crystal from his storage bag, along with the corpse of a first-grade mid-tier scorpion demon he had killed, thinking perhaps he could let the demon beasts he brought try it out. He certainly wanted his demon beasts to use spiritual materials and high-grade demon beasts for purification, as these two were the strongest. With that in mind, Ye Jing immediately summoned Haifeng and the poisonous bee, preparing to attempt the upgrading method given by the immortal willow. The poisonous bee and the black wind stationed around the valley rushed over eagerly upon hearing Ye Jing's call. Once the two magical beasts entered the valley, they were overjoyed to discover the abundant spiritual energy within, making it an ideal place for their cultivation. Especially the black wind, which was extremely excited, sprinted wildly around the valley, wagging its tail continuously around Ye Jing, its clumsy appearance provoking hearty laughter from him. He affectionately patted the black wind's head, saying, "Good buddy, be good. I will let you show your divine abilities later." The poisonous bee, on the other hand, obediently perched on Ye Jing's shoulder, its compound eyes curiously watching what he would do next. Ye Jing immediately took out a first-tier magic crystal and the corpse of a scorpion demon from his storage bag. As soon as these items were revealed, the poisonous bee and the black wind, being magical creatures, sensed the pure energy contained within. At this moment, Ye Jing's smile faded and his expression turned serious. He placed the scorpion demon's corpse on the ground and looked towards the poisonous bee. Words emerged above the poisonous bee's head: consuming 120 points of celestial light can allow the first-tier medium-grade scorpion beast to advance. Looking at the words above and then at the poisonous bee, Ye Jing felt a pang of regret, but still patted it, saying, "Good girl, you must evolve a powerful divine ability." The poisonous bee did not understand Ye Jing's words, but recognized his importance to it, so it nuzzled against Ye Jing's palm, emitting a buzzing sound. Ye Jing no longer hesitated, and immediately used 120 points of celestial light. As the celestial light entered its body, the poisonous bee began twisting and writhing, and the scorpion beast's corpse on the ground transformed into a dark red blood mist that slowly merged into the poisonous bee. The poisonous bee trembled all over, producing an extremely piercing buzzing sound, seemingly in great. Its originally small body swelled violently, the red-purple exoskeleton glowing with a strange purple light, while the fine hairs completely fell off, replaced by a layer of hard shell covered with sharp barbs. The black wind had long stopped frolicking and was now crouched beside Ye Jing, letting out a low whimper, its large copper bell. The black wind had long stopped frolicking and was now crouched beside Ye Jing, letting out a low whimper, its large copper bell-like eyes fixed anxiously on the poisonous bee. Ye Jing clenched his fists, his palms numb and sweaty. Though the celestial light guided him, the pain of this advancement was no small matter. He could only silently guard from the side, not daring to cause any disturbance. The piercing buzzing gradually diminished, turning into a dull, low tremor. The body of the poisonous bee stopped swelling, solidifying at over a foot in length, its originally transparent wings now as deep as jade, while the poisonous stinger at its tail grew to 3 inches in length. Its torso was covered with a layer of spiky armor, allowing it to fly with remarkable agility. First-tier metal attribute: magical beast poisonous, bee fused with hard-shelled scorpion abilities: hard-shelled venomous stinger, toxic mist absorption. Seeing the dramatic transformation and the awakening of the metal attribute, as well as several new abilities, Ye Jing said, "Poisonous bee, try out your divine ability." As soon as his command was given, the poisonous bee's wings suddenly flapped vigorously, and its form became a purple-black shadow that spiraled around in place. The poisonous stinger at its tail lightly touched the ground, and the hard rock was instantly corroded into a deep pit surrounded by a faint purple-black toxic mist. The toxicity was simply terrifying. It curled its body, and the spikes on its shell protruded sharply as it violently crashed into the wall, creating a massive dent in an instant. Ye Jing was stunned, unable to believe that the poisonous bee, after fusing with the scorpion demon's body, had produced such formidable armor and venom. If joined by a swarm of poisonous bees, even a mid-tier first-level magical beast would definitely not stand a chance. As for the toxic mist absorption, it was a method by which this poisonous bee could absorb toxic gases and then convert them into terrifying offensive capabilities with toxicity that was certainly not weak. Ye Jing's eyes were filled with delight, and the earlier pain of expending celestial light had long. Seeing this, the black wind happily stood up, circling Ye Jing twice before letting out a low growl, its eyes filled with envy, occasionally nudging Ye Jing's palm with its head, as if urging him to quickly enhance its strength. Ye Jing laughed heartily at this sight, patting the black wind on the head, saying, "Don't worry, old buddy, you won't miss it." Saying this, he immediately took out a first-tier magic crystal. Although this magic crystal taken from the corpse had cracks, the energy it contained had not diminished. Ye Jing approached and called for the black wind. He noticed that the celestial light required for the black wind was 200 points, which was twice that of the poisonous bee. He recalled that the black wind had initially evolved with 3 points of celestial light, and had cost him 100 points to elevate it to a magical creature. Other magical beasts were in the magical creature stage, while Ye Jing had only spent 50 points of celestial light for his evolution. Could it be that the black wind had some unique aspect? As Ye Jing pondered this, he was not stingy with his old buddy. He immediately used 200 points of celestial light. Regardless of any special traits, he would first advance it before considering further. The celestial light surged from Ye Jing's body and instantly swirled into the black wind's body. The black wind let out a deep roar, its body involuntarily curling up, the black fur standing on end, and its already robust frame began to expand slowly. Compared to the poisonous bee's advancement, the black wind's evolution was more violent. The air currents around it became chaotic, and the debris on the ground was lifted by an invisible force. Ye Jing took 2 steps back, his gaze fixed tightly on the black wind. The celestial light required for the black wind far exceeded that of ordinary magical beasts, and naturally the variables during the advancement process were greater. Ow! A deafening roar erupted from the black wind's mouth, its bones cracking loudly, as its form continuously grew taller under the wrap of celestial light, shooting up from a height of an adult to a full 10 feet, with its limbs becoming increasingly robust. Its claws shot out like sharp curved blades, shining with a chilling glow. Even the black fur on its body changed as lines of blood-red patterns gradually appeared within the originally pure black, flowing across its surface like innate runes. Most astonishingly, a bone bulge slowly emerged from its originally smooth forehead, splitting open a crack, as if a long horn were protruding. Ye Jing felt a surge within. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy within the black wind was rapidly climbing, far surpassing the standards of a first-tier magical beast. Having infused 200 points of celestial light, the black wind's advancement was not yet complete. The first-tier magic crystal suddenly floated up, actively pressing against the black wind's forehead. The energy from the magic crystal was completely absorbed by the black wind, and the bone bulge on its forehead completely cracked open, revealing a black-red long horn that exuded an eerie power. First-tier mutated dark demon dog, fused with magic crystal abilities, soul extinguishing intimidation, frenzied by black wind's swift movement. Ye Jing was completely stunned. Was the black wind a mutated beast? Had it also awakened soul-extinguishing intimidation? The poisonous bee spiraled nearby, emitting a faint buzzing sound, awed as it looked at the black wind. Even it had felt a tinge of fear from the pressure released during the black wind's advancement. A one-jong tall black dog with a single horn intrigued Ye Jing. At this moment, he was even more curious about the supernatural powers of black wind, while the others were easy to comprehend. What exactly was this soul-destruction intimidation? Black wind, try your supernatural power, Ye Jing commanded immediately. Upon receiving the order, black wind's muscular body surged with explosive strength, dark red patterns flowing beneath its black fur. It exerted force with its limbs, transforming into a shadow that swiftly darted through the cave, creating gusts of wind resembling a swirling black storm. While darting about, it did not forget to scratch the rock wall with its claws, leaving a deep mark as if the wall were made of tofu. Although the ferocious biting power was not directly displayed, just by observing the sharpness of its claws one could discern its terror. After black wind cast its gaze toward a giant rock not far away, it suddenly let out a low growl, and a strange, buzzing light wave appeared on the horn on its forehead. Ye Jing instantly felt a terrifying slight pain in his head, yet his entire body felt as if it were frozen. Fear, trembling, and chaotic spiritual energy overwhelmed him. Even summoning all his spiritual energy could not prevent this move. The poisonous mutant bee beside him buzzed nervously, trembling uncontrollably. Since it was Black Wind's first time using such power, it had trouble controlling it. Upon hearing Ye Jing's painful gasp, it immediately panicked and retracted its supernatural power. Hurrying to Ye Jing's side, the terrifying light wave vanished, and Ye Jing instantly felt the oppressive force that had gripped his heart lift. When he regained his composure, he found Black Wind right in front of him, looking at him with deep concern. Gasping for breath, Ye Jing's face broke into a joyful smile. Black Wind, your soul destruction intimidation is incredible. He reached out to stroke Black Wind's smooth black fur, feeling the warmth beneath his palm, excitement swelling within him. Such a supernatural power could be considered a weapon for group battles. Even when facing opponents of higher cultivation, just relying on this soul-piercing intimidation could disrupt their rhythm and seize the initiative. If it could be developed further, it would be terrifying. Black Wind seemed to understand Ye Jing's praise, gently rubbing its head against his palm, letting out a low whimper from its throat, as if it were being affectionate or perhaps apologizing for the earlier mishap. Ye Jing chuckled and patted its neck. No worries, old friend. It was my request for you to try your move, and no serious harm was done. He then turned his gaze towards the giant rock that had been affected by the intimidation wave. To his surprise, the once incredibly solid surface of the rock was now marked with fine cracks, as if it had been crushed by an invisible force. This spiritual ability could not only intimidate living beings, but also affect inanimate objects, its power far exceeding my expectations, Ye Jing thought, with lingering fear. The poisonous mutant bee, having regained its composure, cautiously flew onto Ye Jing's shoulder, its body still trembling slightly. Ye Jing cast a reassuring glance at it, pondering, it seems the method for spiritual beasts to advance is indeed feasible. My own strength has also significantly increased, and the matter of the spiritual vein is resolved. It's time to return home. Thinking this, he immediately called for Black Wind, which under Ye Jing's command shrank considerably, transforming into an ordinary hunting dog. Ye Jing mounted it, instructing the poisonous mutant bee to stay behind and guard, then dashed out of the valley. Outside the valley, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao, who were waiting, saw Ye Jing emerge and hurriedly surrounded him. Grandfather! Ye Tianyao's crisp voice rang out first as she rushed to Ye Jing, her face filled with anxiety and joy. Are you all right inside? We waited for so long without seeing you come out. We were nearly worried to death. Even Ye Tianhao looked at Ye Jing with great concern. Ye Jing smiled and patted Black Wind's neck, then replied, don't worry, grandfather just went inside to check on the situation with the spiritual vein. He hadn't expected that the time spent on advancing the poisonous mutant bee and Black Wind would be considerable, causing worry for his two grandchildren. Ye Tianyao wanted to approach, but suddenly the small red creature in her arms seemed to sense some terrifying aura, shaking off its usual laziness, its fur bristling as it buried its small head deep in Ye Tianyao's clothing. Even its tail was stiff, emitting a timid whimper. Ye Tianyao noticed the small red creature's unusual behavior and quickly reached out to gently stroke its back in a calming manner. Little Red, why are you afraid of Black Wind? It won't harm you. Yet no matter how she reassured it, Little Red's trembling did not ease in the slightest. In fact, upon receiving a glance from Black Wind, it froze in fear, reducing its whimpering to a mere whisper. Seeing this, Ye Jing couldn't help but chuckle and patted Black Wind's head. Black Wind, tone down your aura. You're going to scare Little Red to death. Black Wind let out a low growl, and the beastly pressure emanating from it instantly dissipated without a trace. Ye Tianhao immediately noticed the fleeting spiritual pressure surrounding Black Wind with surprise. Grandfather, is Black Wind now a first-tier beast? What? Ye Tianyao also looked astonished, staring in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary Black Wind. Ye Jing did not hide the truth from his grandchildren and merely patted Black Wind once. In an instant, the ordinary black dog was enveloped in blood-red patterns, its horn extremely eye-catching, and its forest green eyes were eerily captivating. Is this really Black Wind? Ye Tianyao exclaimed in awe, fearlessly reaching out to stroke Black Wind's head. This black dog, which had played with Ye Tianyao since her childhood, now looked fearsome and terrifying, but it gently rubbed against her hand in a very docile manner. Grandfather, what's going on? How did Black Wind suddenly transform into a beast? Ye Tianhao asked curiously. Ye Tianyao also looked at Ye Jing with eager eyes. Seeing their curiosity, Ye Jing smiled and explained it's all thanks to the magic crystal left behind by that corpse being, which allowed grandfather to use the family's secret method to catalyze it. Our Ye family has such powerful techniques. Ye Tianyao was astounded. She thought that having the non-spiritual root family members cultivate was already impressive, but she didn't expect there to be a method for the advancement of beasts. Ye Jing said solemnly, the foundation of our Ye family is far deeper than you can imagine. However, such secret methods are not to be shared with outsiders, only known by us Ye family members. You must not let a single word slip to outsiders. Otherwise our Ye family will face a calamity. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao both shuddered, knowing they were not naive children. They nodded earnestly. We will remember, grandfather. Afterward, seeing the powerful black wind, Ye Tianyao grew envious. Ye Jing remarked, Yao, make sure to learn how to tame beasts well. In the future, I will help you advance your beast, as well. All you need is a first-tier beast or spiritual object of the same attribute. Okay, I'll remember, grandfather. Ye Tianyao nodded vigorously. After advising his two grandchildren, Ye Jing said, climb on, let's head home. Black wind, now towering over 3 zhang, could easily accommodate 3 people. It swiftly took off, resembling a gust of wind as it disappeared into the forest. Xia County. This place is located in the heart of Yin country and is a relatively prosperous county. Yi, appointed by the emperor as the general of Jinwei, was assigned here for duty. His elder brother Yi Xian was stationed far at the border, leaving him alone in the grand general's mansion, which made him feel somewhat irritable. The residence bestowed by the emperor was exceedingly lavish, with intricately carved beams and painted pillars and deep courtyards. Local officials, upon hearing that the general of Jinwei was present, would visit daily with lavish gifts in an attempt to curry favor. Gold, silver, jewels, and even beautiful women were offered, all of which Yi firmly rejected. He had always despised the pretentiousness of these officials. Rather than deal with social niceties, he preferred to immerse himself in cultivation and enhance his own strength. Currently, the general's mansion contained only a few maidservants handling trivial matters, along with a handful of trusted guards he had selected from the army. Yi lived a simple and regular life, handling military affairs during the day, inspecting the city's defenses, and returning to his room at night to meditate and refine his physical body using spiritual energy. Just a month after leaving home, news arrived from his father Ye Jing stating that they had successfully dismantled the evil formation in the valley and secured the spiritual vein, thus stabilizing the Ye family's foundation. At the moment he received the news, the pent-up frustration in Ye's heart instantly dissipated, leaving him feeling relaxed and invigorated in his cultivation. He understood that his father must have put forth considerable effort to resolve this matter. That night the moonlight was hazy and the stars were dim. The general's mansion was silent, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. Ye sat cross-legged on a mat in his room, circulating the family's secret technique as spiritual energy slowly flowed through him and into his dantian, but suddenly encountered a blockage. This abrupt obstruction caused Ye to break his focus. He opened his eyes wide, clenched his fists, and wore an expression of agitation. What is happening? Ever since I reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, my spiritual energy has become stagnant. Ye's brows furrowed, sharply, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, several shadows suddenly appeared within the general's mansion, led by a figure in black robes, who shouted, "Kill every mortal in this general's mansion." Before the black-robed figure finished speaking, several shadows wielding their magical artifacts struck, and blood-red bats surged into the general's mansion to tear and bite. The maidservants responsible for the mundane tasks were already asleep, but suddenly attacked by a swarm of blood bats. Their screams were cut short as they perished. Ye quickly glanced out the window and saw that the sky above the general's mansion was filled with blood-red bats rushing towards him. He swung the large blade in his hand, gathering his spiritual energy, and with a single slash, dozens of blood bats were cleaved in half. Ye could see that the few black-robed figures possessed considerable strength, far superior to his own. In that instant, a single thought echoed in Ye's mind: escape. No longer hesitating, he hurriedly mobilized his spiritual energy, darting like an arrow towards the secret passage in the general's mansion. This secret passage was built by him for emergencies known only to him. Upon seeing those black-robed figures who were much stronger than him, Ye lost all will to resist. His figure vanished within the secret passage. Inside, he held a communication talisman informing Ye Jing of the powerful cultivators coming to assassinate him, urging his father to be extremely cautious. As he spoke, Ye gritted his teeth and continued with a few brief words: "Father, I am unfilial. Today I fear I cannot escape disaster. I will not bring trouble to the family. I will definitely fight to escape. Do not come to rescue me." He discarded the thought of returning home, realizing that these black-robed figures came with malicious intent. They were surely sent by someone, and he could not bring danger to his family. After the blood markings on the talisman faded, he began to flee down the secret passage, thinking of escaping. "Leave your life behind." The leading black-robed figure sensed a surge of spiritual energy dissipate in an instant, and a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the general's mansion was already littered with corpses, and the shadows pursued rapidly. Outside, as Yi emerged from the secret passage, he was confronted by those black-robed figures. The leader began chanting incantations. Instantly a stream of pitch-black, ghostly energy surged forth, aiming directly at Yi's back. Yi felt a chilling sensation course through him, instinctively dodging to the side. The ghostly energy was ominous and cold, merely brushing against his back caused him to shiver with cold. A nearby rock was struck by the ghostly energy, instantly turning into a puddle of black mud, exuding a nauseating stench. Yi dodged left and right, already bearing several wounds on his body. He noticed that the black-robed figures were moving extremely fast, evidently possessing flying magical artifacts. "Who are you? Why have you come to kill me?" Yi immediately demanded. The leader did not respond, producing a human bone plate from his hand from which ghostly figures continually emerged, surrounding Yi from all sides in an attempt to kill him. Yi realized that these black-robed figures only wanted him dead, so he immediately unleashed several explosive talismans from his storage bag. As the talismans touched the ghostly figures, they exploded, creating a deafening sound. The violent surge of spiritual energy swept outward, raising clouds of dust and debris. The ghostly figures that had surged forward let out piercing shrieks under the impact of the talismans. Yi seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, and with a swift step he blew a whistle. From afar a hawk's cry echoed, and a white eagle swooped down, lifting Yi into the air. Not bad skill to be able to command a beast. The leader of the black-robed figures finally spoke, his voice raspy like rusty iron scraping, causing pain to the eardrums. The human bone plate in his hand did not dim despite the ghostly figures dissipating. Instead, a strange green glow emerged, and the skull patterns carved on the plate seemed to come alive, slowly rotating. Before he finished speaking, the other black-robed figures moved simultaneously. They unleashed the surging demonic energy from their bodies, and strands of pitch-black, ghostly energy surged from their palms, coalescing in midair into several menacing ghostly claws clawing towards Yi with a whooshing sound. What was even more deadly was that these ghostly energies were laced with a barely perceptible poison, creating faint black halos wherever they passed. Yi's heart sank. The strength of these black-robed figures far exceeded his own. The leader was at least above the 5th level of chi refinement, and with the surrounding henchmen, each one of them would be enough to pose a significant threat to him. At this critical moment, Yi held nothing back. He swung his right hand fiercely, bringing the blade down in a powerful slash, the blade glowing with blood-red light, barely able to fend off the ghostly claw's attack. "Oh, the Blade of Madness. It seems the Blade of Madness has indeed caused trouble for you too." The leader of the black-robed figures spoke coldly. "What have you done to my elder brother?" Yi demanded angrily upon hearing this. The black-robed figure let out a cold snort. "You can go to hell," and accompany him. He sent forth several pale soul shadows from the human bone plate. These shadows bore twisted faces, clawing and rushing towards Yi. As they passed, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Yi felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless needles were stabbing into his brain. This was the soul shadows using a soul capture technique. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stabilize his mind, injecting spiritual energy into the large blade, which began to hum with a resonant sound. A sharp sword aura slashed out, severing several soul shadows. However, there were too many of these soul shadows, and he could not cut them all down. Soon several broke through the sword aura's obstruction, rushing close to him. In a moment of crisis, Yi's small feather sensed its master's danger and immediately let out a long cry. A faint distorted white light emerged between its feathers, and then it flapped its wings. The snow eagle Xiaoyu suddenly displayed its power in the darkness, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Yi Fei quickly regained his senses and patted Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, we must escape at once." The snow eagle immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, its wings emitting a white light that effortlessly cut through the ghostly figures that surrounded them, flying forward. "Damn it! This beast has such powers. Everyone chase after it. Don't let this kid get away." The man in black, seeing the life and death struggle unfolding, was furious as he watched the prey escape right under his nose. The man in black mounted a flying artifact and pursued rapidly. This chase lasted for several thousand miles as Yi endured the headache, while suppressing his worries and anxieties about Yixian. He continuously observed the terrain below, adjusting his speed to weave between trees, rocks, and mountains, all in an effort to shake off the pursuers behind him. Xiaoyu suddenly demonstrated its powers, but the consumption was immense, leaving it extremely fatigued. Yet like Yi, it dared not rest for even a moment. As dawn broke on the horizon, Yi arrived at a desolate gravel plain, where only endless yellow sand and fierce winds prevailed, devoid of any human presence. The men in black caught up, and their leader was furious. He charged forward, shouting, "Kid, you almost escaped." The man in black was enraged. As a 7th-level chi practitioner, he had brought so many subordinates to assassinate a 5th-level practitioner, yet he had failed every time and was now being toyed with for so long. It was a great humiliation. He abandoned the long-range attack of the human bone plate, and wielded a pitch-black bone knife, filled with a strong aura of death as he advanced toward Ye. Before the bone knife could reach him, Ye felt a suffocating sense of oppression wash over him. The power of this strike was enough to severely injure or even kill him. Ye dared not be careless. He poured all of his spiritual energy into the long knife, making its brilliance even more radiant, and he chose not to take it heeding. Instead, he controlled Xiaoyu, evading the slash of the bone knife just in time. The knife struck the ground with a resounding boom, creating a deep chasm several feet wide. You can run pretty well. Today I will shatter your corpse into pieces. The man in black continued to sneer. The artifact beneath his feet changed form, tightly wrapping around Ye, while the bone knife swung with relentless precision, creating overlapping waves of blade energy that sealed off all of Ye's escape routes. The remaining men in black surrounded him, continuously releasing ghostly energy to interfere with Ye, leaving him exhausted. The wounds on Ye multiplied, soaking his clothes in blood as his spiritual energy rapidly depleted. He knew that if this continued, he would inevitably be worn down. Seeing that this rat was at the end of its rope, the man in black ceased his attacks and ordered his subordinates to surround Ye, intending to exhaust him to death. Then he planned to open the human bone plate to devour the soul of this practitioner, making him one of his subordinates. Ye's breath grew heavier. Each swing of the knife demanded immense mental focus, and the wounds on his body stung as the wind whipped through them, sending sharp pain coursing through his veins. His vision began to blur. He could only rely on instinct to dodge the incoming ghostly energy and blade light. The leading man in black stood outside the circle, his face filled with a mocking smile. He stroked the human bone plate in his hands, seemingly eager to devour Ye's soul. Kid, struggle. Struggle a bit more. This way your soul will be more resilient, and the soul that comes from you will be even stronger. Just as he finished speaking, one of his subordinates who was fighting Ye suddenly felt an itch at his neck. Then his body trembled, and a wave of intense pain swept over him, causing him to convulse in front of everyone. Then he spat out dark blood and collapsed to the ground. This occurrence was extremely bizarre, leaving some of the black-clad men still attacking Ye in shock. They were horrified to see red, spiny creatures the size of eggs emerging around them. What are these things? A black-clad man screamed in shock. He tried to wave his knife to swat away the red bees nearby, but his arm was already targeted by 3 of the creatures, their sharp stingers piercing his flesh. In an instant his arm turned black and swelled at a visible rate, the excruciating pain making him scream incessantly. The appearance of the red bees was like throwing a spark into boiling oil, instantly disrupting the formation of the black-clad men's attack, forcing them to use their spiritual energy for defense. Breathing heavily, Ye noticed that the red bees did not attack him. Instead, they encircled him and Xiaoyu as if to protect him. The leading man in black's expression changed drastically, the mockery in his eyes replaced by seriousness. Where did these poisonous bees come from? How dare they meddle in my affairs? He abruptly raised the human bone plate in his hand, and dark, ghostly energy surged from it, transforming into ghostly claws that reached for the swarm of red bees. As the ghostly claws passed, many red bees were crushed, turning into pools of red liquid, but more red bees surged forward like a tide, showing no signs of retreat. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from afar, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. You all have quite the audacity to dare harm the son of Ye Jing. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw an old man rushing over with a black dog. His hair was white, yet he appeared youthful, standing tall with a stern expression. Seeing the old man, Ye immediately called out, "Father." The emotion in his voice was overwhelming, causing his eyes to well up, while even the eagle beneath him let out an excited cry. "Who are you?" The man in black was instantly wary. He stared at the black dog beneath the old man, which was larger than a calf, entirely black with faint red patterns bearing its sharp fangs, and sporting a single horn on its head. This was clearly a first-tier demon beast. Ye Jing's gaze swept over the injured a hint of concern flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by chilling coldness. With a slight flick of his finger, a portion of the swarm of red bees split off, transforming into a torrent of red that surged toward the remaining black-clad men attacking Ye. At the same time, he shouted at the black wind, "Hafeng, take care of them." A woo! Black wind let out a deafening roar, exerting force in its limbs, and shot forward like an arrow. Its speed was so fast that the black-clad men had no time to react before they were knocked to the ground, and their spiritual energy defenses were shattered. With sharp teeth it bit through a throat, blood splattering everywhere. "Old man, do you know who we are? You dare oppose the Xinyu sect?" The leader shouted furiously. Ye Jing sneered, "I don't care who you are. If you dare to harm the Ye family, you will die." The leader gathered all his strength into the human bone plate, countless ghosts howling within it, surging out in a frenzy. Seeing this, he shouted, "Father, be careful. The ghosts in that human bone plate can capture souls." "Is that so? Then let him see whose soul-capturing power is stronger." Ye Jing unfazed faced the onslaught of several ghosts. He commanded Black Wind Hafeng, "Use your divine powers." As the words fell, Hafeng threw its head back and unleashed a wild howl. Its 4 claws slammed into the ground, sending shattered stones flying. The sharp horn upon its brow emitted a humming wave of light. A full-force release far stronger than when Ye Jing had earlier coaxed it to reveal its power. As the wave rippled outward, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The ghosts that had howled forth from the bone basins, once bearing fangs and claws to attack Ye Jing, at the instant the vibration rang out, emitted an ear-piercing, mournful shriek. If the white light about Xiaoyu had once severed them like a blade, this uncanny wave was like scalding water upon a snowball. Their forms twisted and dissolved at a speed visible to the eye. "What devilry is this?" the leading robed man cried in alarm, his hand clutching the bone basin, trembling. The soul-seizing art he relied upon proved utterly helpless before Hafeng's divine power. Those specters were fierce souls forged by the Xianyu sect's secret arts. Ordinarily, a mere mortal touched by them would have their 3 hun and 7 pa seized. Yet now, under the assault of this demonic hound, they could not endure even half a breath. Even he was somewhat affected. His own power was thrown into disarray. Yi, standing to one side, was stunned. He stared unbelievingly at the demonic hound beneath Ye Jing, and upon closer inspection realized with horror that the hound was Hafeng, and its divine art was so formidable. The leading robed man watched helplessly as the ghosts on his bone basin screamed in panic. He immediately unleashed his bone blade, shouting, "You old relic! Today you will turn to ash along with this abominable beast." Reason told him he must kill this old man, or the Xianyu sect would face a formidable rival. The bone blade, heavy with malignant resentment, descended toward Ye Jing's skull, determined to cleave him in a single strike. Ye Jing's face remained calm as before him a thick-waisted crimson-purple giant beast suddenly materialized, curling its bulk with its barbed carapace aimed at him. With a clanging crash, the bone blade struck, but failed to pierce the shell. Seizing the opening, Ye Jing swung his great blade and hacked at the robed man. The great blade tore through the air with a shrill cleave brimming with spiritual energy. The robed man was aghast. He had not expected this seemingly aged elder to strike with such ruthlessness. Before he could block, the blade hacked toward his neck. The blade sank 3 inches into flesh, blood spouting instantly. The robed man leapt back, clutching his bleeding throat. If not for a cultivator's resilient constitution, that blow would have severed his head. "You old relic! Merely at Qi refinement 6th level, and you dare oppose members of our Xianyu sect?" the robed man barked. Ye Jing sneered contemptuously. After all the Xianyu sect he had slain before, if the sect now dared to ambush his son, the debt was long since incurred. What was there to fear? Several followers behind the robed man charged forward with hisses, flinging their magical implements at Ye Jing, trying to buy a moment's respite for their master. But Hafeng came like a gale, lifting its head to howl as the horn on its brow hummed, and sent another wave of light outward. The robed men's subordinates were low in cultivation. Faced with such soul-seizing assault, they could only struggle in vain. In midair, Ye gaped. His father was astonishingly powerful, commanding Hafeng and the giant queen bee alone. By mere gestures he had crushed the Xianyu sect's men so utterly. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Seeing his men subdued by Hafeng, the robed man grew ever more frantic. He knew their plan had failed, and that staying would only mean a wasted death. Better to flee first, then report Ye's situation to Lord Xianming. No sooner had the thought formed than the robed man, without hesitation, produced a black lacquered token from his breast and crushed it between his fingers. Just as he was about to conjure a black mist and flee, a humming sounded from above. Just when he thought it was merely the hound's attack, a dazzling golden light suddenly flared. The robed man felt a searing pain throughout his body and found himself frozen in place. Even the token he intended to use was held motionless in an instant. A golden glowing bowl appeared above his head. What sort of magical device was that? Ye Jing shouted and lunged forward, his great blade descending upon him. "Senior, please don't." The plea was cut short by the great blade. His chest was pierced, and the red bees fluttering about swarmed to the wound, tearing and feasting greedily. Hundreds upon hundreds of such insects. No amount of spiritual energy could hold them at bay. In less than a quarter hour, the Qi refinement 7th level cultivator was devoured by the red bees. Ye Jing then looked at the Xianyu sect's subordinates, their faces stricken with fear, and commanded coldly, "Leave none alive." At the order, Hafeng and the venomous aberrant bees revealed bloodthirsty cruelty. Heedless of pleas, they lunged and tore into each man. With the Xianyu sect's men dealt with, Ye rode Xiaoyu down and landed. As soon as his feet touched ground, his legs grew weak, and a wave of nausea swept him. More than his wounds, he stared at Ye Jing in disbelief. "Father, you really came." Ye Jing, seeing him covered in injuries, handed him crimson blood wine and healing medicine, snapping, "You fool. If I hadn't come, you'd be dead here." Last night, Ye had suddenly sent a transmission talisman to Ye Jing. Once Ye Jing learned someone had tried to assassinate Ye, he rode, without pause, to Xia County, where Ye was stationed. Fortunately, after Heffing's ascension, its speed was extreme. Riding it, one could travel 100 li in an hour, which allowed him to reach Xia County within 3 hours. Yet he was still a step too late. Were it not for Heffing's keen nose tracing Ye's scent all the way here, his second son's life might not have been spared. Ye clenched his fists, his tension not eased. He hurried. Father, the Xianyu sect won't only go after me. They'll go after my eldest brother too. Xian'er is fine, Ye Jing replied bluntly, seeing his son's panic. Your eldest brother is not at the general's mansion. He happens to be in the imperial city meeting with people from the Qingyan sect. Those demonic cultivators have not come for him. On his way to find Ye Jing had contacted Yi Xian. Yi Xian informed him there was no danger. He was attending a reception with the emperor, and the guest of honor was an elder of the Qingyan sect. That's great. I'm glad big brother is safe. Yi relaxed, visibly joy written across his face. Ye Jing regarded his foolish second son with helplessness. You simpleton. If I hadn't made it, your wife would be left a widow. Yi shuddered. Father, it's not that I didn't want to bring trouble home. At that, Ye Jing's face darkened, and he smacked the back of his son's head. Fool. You think keeping trouble outside makes the household safe? If they capture you, they might torture you. Then the clan's secret arts and the family itself would not be safe. Yi winced in pain, but still said, Father, I will not be captured. If I am overtaken and cannot prevail, I will end my life myself. I will not burden the family in the slightest. He spoke with conviction. To him the clan was paramount, his own life insignificant. Seeing his second son's resolve, Ye Jing said no more. He looked at the skeletons and said coldly, these Xianyu sect people, having lost the demonic array that forges their weapons. Humiliated and enraged, they might vent their wrath on you. Do not return to the general's mansion. It is no longer safe. Father, what should we do next? Ye asked anxiously. Ye Jing clenched his fists and said, let's go home for now and discuss this further. The people of the Xianyu sect are now venting their anger on his two sons. If they fail to achieve their goals, the mastermind behind this will surely find a way to track down the Yi family behind Yi. It seems we need to seek the protection of the Qingyan sect. Ye Jing and Yi quickly headed home, and after a long journey they finally arrived as night fell. Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan, who were cultivating at home, heard a knock on the door. Wu Guiyun hurriedly approached and asked cautiously, and only opened the door upon hearing Ye Jing's voice. Ye Jing returned with a serious expression, and behind him stood the injured Yi. The two women were taken aback. Wu Guiyun hurriedly welcomed them inside, vigilantly checking outside for any followers. Seeing that the surroundings were quiet, she finally felt at ease and closed the door. Lu Xianglan supported her husband, and upon seeing him return injured, her eyes turned red as she hurried to prepare medicine for his wounds. Ye Jing said, focus on healing at home and don't worry. Father, I have something to discuss with you. Ye suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Ye gritted his teeth and said anxiously, Father, for some reason my cultivation has stagnated. Ever since reaching the 5th layer of Qi refinement, no matter how much spiritual energy I absorb, I cannot make any further progress. Is that so? Ye Jing frowned upon hearing this, then asked about Yi's contracted beast. Is there something unusual about Xiaoyu? Yi pondered for a moment and said, Xiaoyu has been normal, but today it seemed to use a divine ability to dispel the ghost that attacked me. After hearing this, Ye Jing thought for a moment and understood, saying, you forgot that the Reverse Destiny Bone Transformation Sutra mentions that your spiritual root comes from the contracted beast Xiaoyu. Since Xiaoyu is only a spirit creature right now, your cultivation can only match its level for now. After all, Yi's ability to cultivate relies on Xiaoyu's gifts. Now that Xiaoyu cannot progress, Yi naturally cannot either. However, the fact that Xiaoyu could use divine abilities today truly astonished Ye Jing. So that's how it is. I almost forgot about that aspect. Is there any way for Father to help Xiaoyu advance its cultivation? Yi quickly asked, unwilling to accept his stagnation. He noticed that the black wind beside Ye Jing and the queen bee had already become first-level demon beasts, hoping that his miraculous father might have a way to assist him. Ye Jing saw the desire in his son's eyes and said, All right, you rest for a moment, and let me take a look at Xiaoyu first. Yes. Father. After speaking with his son, Ye Jing went to the courtyard. Xiaoyu, who had been bouncing around outside with Yi, approached Ye Jing excitedly. Ye Jing patted its head and was surprised this snow eagle had grown so large in such a short time, showing rapid progress. He immediately checked how much Xiaoyu had grown. He saw ancient characters appearing on the snow eagle's head. Spirit creature white eagle awakened lightning attribute. Can advance using lightning attribute spiritual objects or demon beast blood. Awakened lightning attribute. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised, Could this be Xiao Ye's innate attribute? Unfortunately, Ye Jing did not have any lightning attribute spiritual objects or demon beast corpses at this time. Having previously studied the Reverse Destiny Bone Transformation Sutra thoroughly, he had thought of this aspect early on, which is why he was eager to obtain methods for upgrading spiritual plants, demon beasts, and spiritual artifacts. Moreover, Ye Jing had already exhausted the celestial light from the celestial willow. Aside from Ye, there were also 2 daughters-in-law in his family, and their cultivation had also stagnated. The family still needed to develop. Ye Jing sighed, patted the white eagle, and then looked towards his grandchildren who were cultivating at home. He thought it was time to let his 2 grandsons go out and train. To develop the family while being confined to one corner, how could they possibly grow? Ye Jing sent a message to Yi Xian, letting him know to maintain close ties with the Qingyun sect. He needed to be vigilant against the Xianyu sect while at home. Meanwhile, in the palace, Yi Xian, who was deeply worried about his brother, received a letter from Ye Jing and felt relieved upon learning that his brother was safe. However, he learned that his brother's cultivation was stagnating due to the inability to advance because of the demon beast. Yi Xian held the communication talisman, applying slight pressure with his fingertip. His worries lessened significantly, but soon he became concerned about his brother and the other family members without spiritual roots who were cultivating the Reverse Destiny Bone Transformation Sutra. Now, even though he was firmly established in the palace with the support of his status as a celestial master, the emperor always looked at him with a hint of wariness. There was an air of strangeness surrounding him, so he still needed to act cautiously. The Xianyu sect is tightening its grip. The family needs the protection of the Qingyun sect, but father wants me to build strong relationships with them, which isn't too difficult. Yi Xian murmured to himself. This time, thanks to Yun Yu's recommendation, he met Yun Jian, a mid-foundation establishment elder who was straightforward and had an impressive cultivation level. He also had intentions of bringing Yi Xian into his fold. Why not take this opportunity to smoothly connect with the Qingyun sect and protect the Yi family? After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian stood up, tidied his robe, instructed his servant that if anyone came looking for him to say he went for a stroll outside the city, and then quietly left the residence. He proceeded to the resting place that the emperor had arranged for Yun Jian. It was a royal villa, not as luxurious as the palace, but elegant and tranquil, perfect for cultivators seeking a peaceful environment. Upon arriving, Yi Xian found 2 disciples of the Qingyun sect guarding the entrance. When they saw Yi Xian approach, they both wore expressions of arrogance. I am Yi Xian, here to pay a visit to the elder of the Qingyun sect. I hope you 2 celestial masters can relay my message. Yi Xian stepped forward respectfully. After all, they were disciples of the sect, and often looked down on loose cultivators, but since Yi Xian's cultivation was not insignificant, they did not dare to be negligent. One of the disciples turned and entered to report. Moments later, he came out to bring Yi Xian inside. The villa was filled with various rare and exotic flowers, and many precious antiques were displayed. The interior was exquisitely decorated. The beams were carved with flowing clouds and celestial cranes, vivid and lifelike. The furniture was crafted from fine red sandalwood, its surface shining with a delicate luster inlaid with small spirit jade, extremely exquisite. A middle-aged man sat at the chess table dressed in a grayish-blue long gown, the fabric appearing ordinary, yet shimmering with a faint spiritual light. He had a resolute face, a bit of stubble on his chin, and bright eyes. His aura was steady as a mountain, exuding the pressure of someone with profound cultivation. Opposite the chess table sat a beautiful young girl who was Yunyu. She wore a blue silk dress and had her hair tied up in a bun, her brows and eyes curved, and her cheeks slightly flushed. She was frowning as she stared at the chessboard, her hand hesitating to place the piece. Father, your move is too sneaky. I was about to win. Yunyu puffed up her cheeks, her tone carrying a hint of a spoiled child. The man, seeing his daughter like this, revealed a rare softness on his face and reached out to ruffle her hair. This calm inquiry carried a hint of pressure. Yi Xian, however, remained composed and respectfully said, Senior, I have come with a request. Faced with a foundation establishment practitioner, excessive politeness would be counterproductive, so Yi Xian spoke openly. Yun Jian paused, then said to Yun Yue, Wearer, please go out and fetch some tea for me. Yin Yu understood that her father wanted to dismiss her, so she nodded and said, All right, father. Master. With that, she gracefully stood up and lifted the curtain to leave. Once Yin Yu left, Yun Jian relaxed, a bright smile appearing on his face as he waved to Yi Xian, saying, Come, Yi Xiaoyou, please take a seat. Yi Xian sat down opposite Yun Jian, who chuckled, I was a bit aloof in front of my daughter just now, please don't mind it, Yi Xiaoyou. I wouldn't dare, Yi Xian replied, maintaining a respectful yet steady demeanor. Yun Jian laughed heartily. All right, let's not beat around the bush. Since you have a request, why not speak candidly? Yi Xian had prepared his words, so he no longer hesitated and said directly, Senior, I come seeking protection for my family. He paused, his tone sincere. Senior, I was fortunate to have saved Fairy Yun Yu previously, and thanks to her trust and recommendation, I have the honor to meet you. I did not wish to trouble you over trivial matters, but unfortunately my family is being threatened by bandits, so I am compelled to seek your protection. Threatened by bandits. Yun Jian was taken aback. Yi Xiaoyou, please speak freely. Yi Xian briefly explained that he and Yi Yi had saved Yun Yue, killed the mad blade wielder, and as a result their family was retaliated against by the Xian Yu sect, with his younger brother nearly killed in an assassination attempt. I understand that the Qing Yun sect is a righteous sect acting justly, and knowing your broad-minded nature, I dare to request an alliance with the Qing Yun sect for protection. Yun Jian's expression grew serious. The Xian Yu sect had been increasingly arrogant lately, and the sect had already noticed, but due to the lack of deep enmity between the two factions they had not investigated further. However, now that his daughter was nearly abducted, had it not been for the help of Yi Xian and Yi Yi, she might have faced dire consequences. Out of this concern for his daughter, Yun Jian would certainly not refuse to help, but regarding the family matter mentioned by Yi Xian, he looked at him and asked, Yi Xiaoyou, are you not a loose cultivator? Yi Xian replied, Yes, senior, I am a family cultivator, but my Yi family is merely a low-ranking cultivation family, with not a single foundation establishment practitioner among us, so. He bit his lip, showing a deep sense of helplessness. Yun Jian was silent for a moment. It seemed normal for a family without a foundation establishment practitioner to seek protection, so he nodded and said, I am already aware of the situation with the Xian Yu sect. This sect acts insidiously and retaliates viciously. Your Yi family is indeed in a precarious situation. It should be my oversight. The Qing Yun sect and the Xian Yu sect have always been at odds, so protecting your Yi family is not impossible. Yi Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that things might work out. Then Yun Jian shifted his tone, saying, But you must understand that the protection of the Qing Yun sect is not without cost. I see that both you and your brother possess considerable talent. Should the Qing Yun sect require your assistance in the future, you cannot refuse. This statement essentially invited Yi Xian and Yi Yi into their fold. Yi Xian understood this, stood up to bow, and felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders, saying, Thank you, senior. Rest assured, should the Qing Yun sect require assistance in the future, Yi Xian and the entire Yi family will not hesitate. The two discussed their cooperation quite pleasantly. After some casual conversation and discussing some cultivation queries, Yun Jian generously provided answers. As the sky darkened, Yi Xian stood to take his leave, saying, Senior, it's getting late. I should take my leave first. After some casual conversation and discussing some cultivation queries, Yun Jian generously provided answers. As the sky darkened, Yi Xian stood to take his leave, saying, Senior, it's getting late. I should take my leave. Yi Xian acknowledged and turned to leave the guest courtyard. Inside the palace, tall walls rose high, and looking up one could see a bright moon, its soft white light filtering through the haze. Feeling somewhat relieved, he hurried back to the palace residence and immediately used a message talisman to inform Ye Jing of the outcome of his discussion with Yun Jian. In the Yi family residence, Ye Jing, who was recuperating indoors, received Yi Xian's letter. After reading its contents, the tension on his face finally eased a bit. The Qing Yun sect is willing to protect the Yi family. Well done, Xianer. He shared this news with the family, and Yi was very pleased as it meant their family's potential crisis might be resolved. However, Ye Jing did not completely relax his mind. He reminded Yi to focus on his cultivation and not to be disheartened by stagnation in progress. He needed to obtain lightning attributes, spiritual materials, and demonic beasts to advance his own demonic beast. As for his two daughters-in-law, Wu Gian's black bell and Lu Xianglin's guiding lantern required metal attributes, spiritual materials, to refine and advance. But the most important thing was the development of the family. Without spiritual light, everything would be a pipe dream. He did not forget to comfort each member of the family, ensuring they all felt at ease. As the backbone of the family with him present, no difficulty was too great, and they should not lose their motivation. Ye Jing's words reignited the fighting spirit within the family. They did not fall into excessive despair. Those who could cultivate continued to practice, while those who could not took care of the family business, each busy with their own tasks. 3 days after Yi Xian established a good relationship with the Qing Yun sect, 2 elegantly dressed cultivators suddenly appeared at the Yi family residence. The first to notice their arrival was Yi Tianhao, who always practiced swordplay early in the morning. Suddenly seeing 2 strangers standing in his yard, he became extremely vigilant. The 2 cultivators were both men. One was dignified and upright, while the other was handsome and ethereal, both wearing blue garments. Who are you? Yi Tianhao asked in a deep voice. As a 16-year-old boy, he sounded remarkably composed and was not intimidated by the 2 men. One of the upright men stepped forward, smiling. Young man, we are disciples of the Qing Yun sect sent by an elder to deliver a protection scroll to your Yi family and to inform your family head that the Xian Yu sect seems to be stirring recently, so you should be more cautious. After speaking, the man observed, Yi Tianhao feeling slightly surprised. He saw that this young boy had an attractive face exuding a mature aura, and while there was a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy about him, his cultivation level remained unclear. Using his divine sense to probe further, the man's eyes widened and his breathing slowed. This 16-year-old boy is no ordinary cultivator. Unaware of the situation, Ye Tianha's tense expression softened slightly, but he did not fully lower his guard. Despite his youth, he was acutely aware of the family's precarious situation and dared not easily trust anyone even if they claimed to be disciples of the Qingyun sect. Please wait a moment, or I will notify the family head right away. With that, he quickly turned and went to Ye Jing's study. At that moment, Ye Jing was discussing recent business revenue with Ye. Upon hearing Ye Tianha's report, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Ye Jing's eyes. He quickly stood and said, "Please invite the two immortal masters to the guest room for tea." A moment later, Ye Jing arrived in the guest room with Yi and saw the two blue-clad cultivators. He immediately cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Ye Jing, the head of the Yi family. Thank you for your concern, and I appreciate the two of you making the trip personally." The upright man returned the greeting with a warm smile, saying, "Head Yi, you are too polite. We are inner disciples of the Qingyun sect. I am Lu Xiaoyou, and this is my junior brother Shangbin." After the introductions, Shangbin arrogantly lifted his chin, but Lu Xiaoyou sized up Ye Jing, secretly calculating and forming ideas in his mind. Lu Xiaoyou continued to explain, "Head Yi, we are here to deliver the protection scroll, and also to inquire if your Yi family wishes to join the Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, Ye Jing frowned slightly. Did the Qingyun sect want his Yi family to become affiliated with them as a subordinate immortal sect family? The Yi family is merely a mundane clan relying on agriculture for generations without ever considering dependence on a sect. I hope Brother Lu can understand. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the guest room became subtly tense. The smile on Lu Xiaoyou's face faded slightly. Shangbin on the side immediately frowned and said coldly, "Yi family head, do you know how great a fortune it is to be favored by the Qingyun sect, to have your Yi family rely on them? Countless mundane families are breaking their heads just to seek it." Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately clasped his hands and said, "Two immortal masters, I naturally understand that being favored by the sect is a tremendous opportunity, but I am just a simple man from the countryside, and fear I cannot reach such heights." Lu Xiaoyou, seeing the old man refuse, did not say much more. This clan, located in such a remote village, seemed like a small family that had started from scratch. But there may be other considerations. Lu Xiaoyou did not let the conversation die. He smiled and said, "Since the Yi family head feels this way, I won't say much more. The Xianyu sect is indeed a significant trouble, and since the Qingyun sect has promised protection, they will undoubtedly keep their word. This protection scroll is for you." Saying this, he took out a blue and white scroll and handed it to Ye Jing, explaining, "If the Yi family encounters difficulties, you can use your spiritual power to activate this scroll for help, and the Qingyun sect will send a foundation establishment cultivator to protect you." "Thank you, Immortal Master." Ye Jing respectfully accepted it. The scroll, radiating with a blue glow, exuded a pure spiritual energy that immediately calmed his heart. At this moment, Shangbin scoffed and continued, "Old man, don't you really want to join our Qingyun sect? If you have us as a backing, no one would dare to bully the Yi family. Moreover, if there are talented disciples in your family, they can also be sent to the Qingyun sect for cultivation. This is a great blessing." Ye Jing smiled and said, "Thank you for your generous offer. The descendants of my Yi family will participate in the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment trials." He certainly knew that joining the Qingyun sect was indeed tempting, but he understood better that dependence on a sect meant losing freedom. In the future, every move of the Yi family would be under the control of the Qingyun sect, and they might even become pawns in conflicts between the Qingyun sect and other sects. Additionally, the secrets of the Yi family might be difficult to protect and must be kept confidential. This abrupt change of topic left Shangbin helpless. This old man. Lu Xiaoyou and Shangbin completed their task and did not linger, taking a few sips of fragrant tea before taking their leave. They soared into the sky on their swords, transforming into two blue rainbows as they left the Yi family's court. Ye Jing looked at the protection scroll in his hand. With it, the Yi family had the assistance of a foundation establishment cultivator, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. The threat from the Xianyu sect has finally been temporarily resolved. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Tianhao, who stood behind Ye Jing, could not help but ask, "Grandfather, does the Qingyun sect really only want to protect our Yi family?" Ye Jing put away the scroll and placed it in a brocade box in his bosom, saying solemnly, "The Qingyun sect's actions may not be without ulterior motives. They might have already realized that our Yi family is not an ordinary mundane clan. They are just temporarily unclear about our backgrounds." At this point, Ye Jing looked at Yi Tianhao with a gentle tone. "How are you and Yaoer should focus on your cultivation and strive to join the Qingyun sect to obtain the foundation establishment pill. Once my Yi family has a foundation establishment cultivator, it won't be so difficult anymore. Yi Tianhao listened and quickly replied, yes. Grandfather, Howard will not disappoint you. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and Shangbin were rushing to the sect on their swords. Shangbin said helplessly, this Yi family really doesn't know what's good for them. If it weren't for Yi Xian saving Sister Yunyu from their family, who would want to pull in such a rural clan? Shangbin, you are mistaken. Did you not see that young man from the Yi family? Lu Xiaoyu said calmly. That senior brother, he is that young man without any visible cultivation. What's so strange about that? He might have just barely entered the qi gathering stage. Shangbin said carelessly. Lu Xiaoyu replied, Shangbin, you are too impatient. That young man is not as simple as just having entered the qi gathering stage. Shangbin paused in his sword flight, his face filled with confusion. Senior brother, what do you mean? I felt his aura was very ordinary without even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. If he has spiritual energy, then he is just a novice in cultivation, unable to conceal it. Lu Xiaoyu snickered, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Just now I secretly used my divine sense to probe him and discovered that he was using the qi observation technique to hide his true strength. His actual cultivation level is at the 8th layer of qi gathering. What a... Shangbin was completely stunned. His sword trembled under his feet, almost causing him to fall off. He looked at Lu Xiaoyu in shock. Senior brother, are you joking? He is only 16. He has already reached the 8th layer of qi gathering. How can that be better than me? Do you think I would joke about this? Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. I am at the pinnacle of qi gathering, and I have to use my divine sense to see through that young man's cultivation. He is simply a monster. After receiving his senior brother's affirmation, Shangbin's previous disdain had completely vanished, replaced by shock. His tongue was even-tied. In our Qingyun sect, only you could reach the 6th layer of qi gathering at 16. But that young man has already reached the 8th layer. His speed on the sword slowed down a bit, and his mind was replaying the scene in the Yi family's guest room. The young man behind that old man, dressed in a strong outfit, silent and unassuming, appeared to be just an ordinary youth in this mundane world, yet unexpectedly, he was a hidden cultivation genius. Previously seeing the Yi family head an old man at the 6th layer of qi gathering, he had no reaction as he was just an old man. But the young man was different. With good bones and exceptional talent, let alone our Qingyun sect, even those lofty great sects would fight to recruit him. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at his junior brother, and a deep, meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, do you think I would want to pull in the Yi family? This Yi family is not an ordinary rural clan, and what they conceal is far more than what we see. Moreover, that Yi Xian, along with his brother Yi, saved Sister Yunyu on the battlefield with less than the 6th layer of qi gathering strength against an 8th layer blade master. It was definitely not just luck. So you mean? The Yi family is deliberately hiding their strengths. Shangbin smacked his lips. They clearly have a genius like that young man, yet they refuse to rely on our Qingyun sect. Are they trying to establish their own line? Lu Xiaoyu interjected, shaking his head with a smile. How easy is that? In this ancient world with sects standing tall, the weak are prey to the strong. A small clan without a backing, even if they truly have a genius, will eventually be targeted, just like the Chen family 300 years ago. He raised his head to look at the sky, and the sword beneath his feet suddenly accelerated. However, that young man has such talent. If he were to join our Qingyun sect, he would surely become a pillar of the sect in the future. During this recruitment trial, let us pay attention to him. Rest assured, senior brother. Shangbin immediately became spirited, his face full of excitement. Such a genius must not be allowed to be snatched away by other sects. Even if the Yi family is unwilling to rely on us, as long as that young man enters our Qingyun sect, will we still have to worry about the Yi family not aligning with us? Lu Xiaoyu did not comment, but his eyes held more curiosity. What exactly is the origin of this Yi family that they could cultivate such an extraordinarily talented young man? In the Canggu realm, a kingdom strewn with corpses. The blood-red formation burst forth with a scarlet hue. Countless vengeful spirits roared within, vying to gather into a large sword that bore cracks. It was evident to the naked eye that the large sword, under the onslaught of the blood essence of countless vengeful spirits, was slowly mending its cracks. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted, causing the sword to tremble, and numerous ghostly heads appeared on the blade, howling in struggle. In the end, a flash of bloodlight swept across the blade, silencing the struggling ghostly heads, leaving only a black sword enveloped in bloodlight. Finally, after sacrificing a nation, it has been restored. Xianming exited the blood formation with excitement, tightly gripping the large sword, as if it were a treasured possession. With a gentle swing forward, the blood light from the sword extended for dozens of zhang, severing the houses ahead directly and flattening them for miles. Congratulations, Protector Master. Xuanming's subordinates hurriedly stepped forward to flatter him. However, the joy on Xuanming's face quickly froze as he tightened his grip on the sword and looked at his subordinates. He immediately cursed. If it weren't for you useless fools, would I still have to wait until now to refine this demonic weapon? You can't even deal with a mere chi-refining cultivator. And you even alerted the snake in the grass. He had gone through countless twists and turns to refine this demonic weapon, and if it weren't for his leader's presence to annihilate this nation, who knows when this demonic weapon would be repaired. This demonic weapon was uncertain when it would be restored. Xuanming's subordinates, trembling in fear, begged for mercy. Protector Master, please calm your anger. I found out that Ye Xian and Ye Yi come from a small rural clan, but somehow this clan has allied with the Qingyun sect, and we cannot act against them for now. Qingyun sect. Xuanming's brows furrowed, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The large sword in his hand trembled slightly, sensing its master's anger and exuding a chilling aura. The other subordinates hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to speak further. Xianming pondered, could Ye Xian and Ye Yi really come from a rural clan? Or was it some ancient monster hiding among mortals? They seemed not to be trifled with. But his demonic weapon had already been refined, so the anger within him diminished. At that moment, a black streak of light sped from the scarlet horizon, landing and transforming into a person with dry skin. The figure was hunched, holding a dark purple, serpent-headed staff. He said coldly, Xuanming, the leader has issued an order. After you refine the demonic weapon, you must return to the sect immediately for an important discussion. Upon hearing this, Xuanming's grip on the sword loosened slightly, and the hostility on his face receded a bit as he nodded slightly to the withered figure. Kumu, since the leader has given an order, I will naturally obey. I just wonder if this urgent summons is due to a significant matter. Kumu hunched over, stroked the scales on the dark purple serpent-headed staff with his dry fingers. The serpent's eyes at the top of the staff seemed to flicker with a faint light, exuding an eerie feeling. He chuckled, his voice grating like dry wood rubbing together. Naturally, there is a significant matter. The leader has found clues to an ancient secret realm, which conceals the legacy of an ancient demon god. If we can obtain it, our sect will greatly increase in power and no longer fear those so-called righteous cultivators. The legacy of an ancient demon god. Xuanming's eyes suddenly erupted with fervent brilliance, and the demonic weapon sword in his hand could not help but emit a buzzing sound of excitement. Such good fortune. When do we set off to search? Why the rush? Kumu waved his hand. The secret realm will not open for several more years. The leader summoned you back to consolidate the sect's strength to search together, so we can reach the secret realm before those righteous sects. Besides that, there is another task for you. Oh, please, Elder Kumu, go on. Xianming collected his thoughts, knowing that Kumu's position in the sect was second only to the leader. Although his cultivation was on par with Xuanming's, both being mid-foundation establishment cultivators, Kumu's mind was more meticulous, and many confidential matters from the leader were entrusted to him. Kumu raised his eyes to look at Xuanming, his withered face showing no expression, only the malice in his eyes growing stronger. When you refined the demonic weapon, the commotion was too great and has already alarmed several major sects in the vicinity, including the Qingyun sect. The leader's intent is that there are several families nearby allied with the Qingyun sect. On your way back, handle them casually. This way you can weaken the Qingyun sect's power and deter those unruly elements. Mentioning the Qingyun sect, Xuanming's brow furrowed involuntarily, recalling the person with the surname Yi who had caused him several troubles. He remained silent for a moment and said, Kumu, I have something to report to the leader. What is it? Kumu, during my time in the mortal realm, a peculiar clan has emerged. They reside in the countryside, but have repeatedly killed our Xianyu sect's cultivators. Now they have allied with the Qingyun sect, which is quite strange. Kumu's murky eyes turned, his withered fingers gently tapping in his sleeve as he said, a rural clan. Do they dare to oppose our Xianyu sect and have colluded with the Qingyun sect? Do you know the name of this clan? This seems to be a clan of the Yi family. Xianming spoke in a low voice, recalling those who had repeatedly fallen under the Yi family's hands, his tone heavy with gravity. This Yi family is quite strange. It seems they hide an ancient monster within. The term ancient monster refers to the most powerful ancestor of a clan. The surname Yi, and there is an ancient monster. Kumu couldn't help but become serious. Then he said, if that is the case, I need to report to the leader. It's best to avoid approaching the borders of Yin Kingdom, or if we offend the wrong person, our Xianyu sect might face a disaster. Upon hearing this, Xuanming's heart trembled. While he knew Kumu was usually cautious, he did not expect the other party would use the term disaster over a rural clan. It is known that the Xianyu sect ranks among the top forces in the demonic path of the Tsangu realm, and the leader is also a golden core cultivator. Ordinary forces cannot even catch their eye. Kumu, although this Yi family is peculiar, can they truly possess such capability? Xianming still found it hard to believe and couldn't help but ask. Even if the Yi family has an ancient monster, could they possibly be stronger than the leader? Kumu shook his head, his dry fingers still tapping in his sleeve, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Xuanming, you only know the apparent forces in the Tsangu realm, but you are unaware of how many secrets lie hidden among mortals. Some ancient clans, though seeming to be declining, actually possess deep foundations. Their ancestors may have once been golden core experts, or even nascent soul true beings only hiding among mortals to evade pursuers or to seclude themselves in pursuit of higher realms, relying on their clans for protection while focusing on their cultivation. Moreover, these types of ancestors are most averse to being disturbed by outsiders. If we rashly move against their clan's foundation, even if we injure a single clansman once we thoroughly anger them, even if we are foundation establishment cultivators, not to mention if the leader is personally present, we would not come out unscathed. Furthermore, this Ye family is also entangled with the Qingyun sect. If a conflict arises and the Qingyun sect intervenes, our Xianyu sect would be attacked from both sides. The consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this analysis, Xianming completely withdrew his dismissive attitude, thinking of those who had died at the hands of the Ye family, each one not an ordinary fighter. Yet they effortlessly lost their lives. Such strength could not be possessed by an average rural clan. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reminder. I will keep this in mind. I will set off immediately. After handling those clans, I will return to the main sect to await the leader's orders." Kumu waved his hand. "Go ahead. As for the Ye family, I will report to the leader and send someone to investigate their details discreetly. If this Ye family truly has a formidable expert, we will endure for the time being. If they are merely a name without substance, then the bill for killing so many Xianyu sect disciples will eventually be settled with them." With the assistance of the Qingyun sect, Ye Jing finally felt a sense of relief. After several months of tranquility at home, he suddenly called Ye Tianyao and Ye Tianhao into the study. In the study, Ye Jing saw that Ye Tianhao had grown into a tall youth wearing a dark outfit with a pitch-black long sword at his waist, which accentuated his tall and handsome figure, giving his mature face an air of composure. He was already an 8th-layer Qi refining practitioner specializing in swordsmanship. Beside him, Ye Tianyao was exquisite and charming with a graceful figure, a perfect beauty, also wearing a slender sword at her waist and holding a red fox in her arms, dressed in a bright pink gauze skirt that was stunning yet not gaudy. She was already a 6th-layer Qi refining practitioner specializing in beast taming. Ye Jing was very satisfied with his 2 exceptional grandchildren, though his expression remained serious. He cleared his throat and said, "How are you? I called you here today to announce something very important." As he spoke, a flash of tenderness crossed Ye Jing's eyes, but he continued, "From today onwards, you need to leave the Ye family and go out to train. You must rely on your own abilities to pass the Qingyun sect's entry training." As soon as he finished speaking, the study fell into silence. Ye Tianhao furrowed his brows, his handsome face filled with astonishment, but he did not speak immediately, instead gazing solemnly at Ye Jing. Ye Tianyao's sparkling eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "Grandpa, what did you say? We have to participate in the Qingyun sect's entry trial on our own." Ye Jing looked at his grandchildren's reactions and sighed inwardly, maintaining his serious expression. The assistance from Qingyun sect is to help the Ye family temporarily escape the crisis of destruction, not to directly send you into the sect. The path of cultivation has never had shortcuts. You must become inner disciples to obtain foundation establishment pills. You must pass their formal entry training, and only by relying on your own strength to overcome the challenges can you establish a foothold in the sect, gain the attention of the elders, and receive true cultivation. But isn't this too soon, Grandpa? Didn't you say it would be a few years before the Qingyun sect takes in disciples? Ye Tianyao asked in confusion. Grandpa knows. Ye Jing's voice was filled with undeniable firmness, his gaze sweeping over his 2 grandchildren. Leaving a few years earlier gives you more time to familiarize yourselves with the outside world, accumulate experience, and the path of cultivation is fraught with danger. It is no trivial matter. Grandpa can protect you for a time, but not for a lifetime. Ye Tianhao slowly relaxed his furrowed brows, his handsome face regaining its composure. After a moment of silence, he clasped his hands and said, "Grandson understands Grandpa's intentions. The path of cultivation requires enduring hardships. If one only relies on family protection, it is difficult to achieve great success. But I wonder, Grandpa, where should we go? Is there any specific guidance?" Ye Tianyao quickly nodded, her small face filled with anticipation. "Yes, Grandpa. Give Yao something good." Seeing his grandchildren agree, a glimmer of approval flashed in Ye Jing's eyes as he took out 2 jade slips and 2 storage bags, handing them over. This blue jade slip contains the general scope and precautions for the Qingyun sect's entry training, and the storage bags contain the initial 50 inferior spirit stones. There are some magical tools and a few bottles of healing and detoxifying elixirs. Make sure to use them wisely. The rest of the resources you must find a way to solve on your own. Ye Tianyao felt her eyes welling up with tears at Ye Jing's words, her gaze losing its confusion. With a newfound determination, she exclaimed, "Grandpa, Yao understands." Yaoer and brother will not disappoint you. We will definitely pass the Qingyun sect's entry training together and become inner disciples. We will bring glory to the family. Ye Jing nodded, finally revealing a hint of a gentle smile. Good, this is the descendant of the Yi family. You must set out early and remember not to flaunt the identity of the Yi family. Be cautious outside and prioritize your own safety. If you encounter an unsolvable crisis, you can crush the communication jade talisman I gave you, and Grandpa will rush to support you as quickly as possible. But unless absolutely necessary, do not use it. As he spoke, he took out 2 white jade talismans and handed one to Yi Tianhao and the other to Yi Tianyao. These talismans were painstakingly engraved by Wu Guiyun, using considerable spiritual energy. They could be used for communication, and once crushed, they would instantly reveal the location of the owner. They were even more effective than communication talismans, a testament to their mother's deep concern for her children. Holding the cold jade talismans, the siblings felt a warm current flow through their hearts. The next day before dawn, as the sky in the east began to show a hint of light, the side door of the Yi family residence quietly opened. The siblings, dressed in simple blue robes, hid the storage bags and jade slips in their clothes, stepping lightly into the morning dew. As the residence behind them gradually faded into the mist, Yi Tianyao couldn't help but look back, only to be gently patted on the shoulder by Yi Tianhao. Let's go, the road ahead is still long. After leaving home, the siblings headed straight towards the direction of the Tiangong workshop city that Ye Jing had provided. This was the first place they were going. Since they did not have any flying magical tools, the siblings rented a carriage to get there. The journey was long, and Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao took turns driving the carriage, trudging along for several miles without seeing any sign of the workshop city. The surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate. As the sky darkened, Yi Tianhao found it unsuitable to continue traveling and arrived at a nearby post station to rest, preparing to set out again the next day. The post station was built alongside the road with weathered earthen walls and 2 large doors slightly ajar. After the siblings entered, they saw 2 simple sheds in the courtyard with only a few skinny horses munching on hay. The air was mixed with the smells of horse manure, dry firewood, and meat. Yi Tianhao led the carriage inside, and a post attendant wrapped in rough cloth approached them. His gaze swept over the siblings' simple clothing, lingering on Yi Tianyao with evident lust in his eyes. Yi Tianhao stepped in front of his sister, his expression unfriendly. The attendant noticed and reluctantly withdrew his gaze, smiling obsequiously. We provide meals and lodging here. What kind of room would you like? 2 shared rooms, and also some hot food and fodder, please. Yi Tianhao paid with some loose silver, speaking calmly. The attendant laughed repeatedly and then went to prepare. When he reached the kitchen, he knocked twice on the door to the backyard, and a surprised voice immediately came from inside. Did 2 big fish arrive? The attendant replied with a grin. Not big fish, but 2 kids. One of them is exceptionally pretty, just enough for us brothers to enjoy. 2 young people. They aren't some immortals, are they? How could they be? Immortals wouldn't dress so simply. They must be refugees, otherwise why would they not bring any weapons? The attendant laughed lewdly, rubbing his hands together. I can tell they don't have any spiritual energy fluctuations, and that young lady is quite stunning with delicate skin, even more enticing than the flowers in town. Let's enjoy ourselves tonight. Laughter erupted from the backyard, mingled with the sounds of moving tables and chairs, as if they were very pleased with this idea. After the attendant discussed with his companions, he brought out 2 plates of coarse pancakes, a bowl of hot soup, and a bundle of fodder, wearing a smile on his face. However, his gaze couldn't help but dart towards Yi Tianyao, only to be met by Yi Tianhao's cold glare, causing him to quickly retreat, placing the items down and hurriedly leaving. The night gradually deepened, and the candlelight in the post station flickered out, leaving only the solitary moon shining brightly. At that moment, the door of the common room was gently pushed open, and 3 shadowy figures crept in with hunched backs, moving with utmost silence, their hands gripping rusted machetes. Leading them was the postman, a smirk playing on his face as he opened the door, ready to bring the 2 behind him inside. But before they could enter, the 2 men behind him felt a sudden chill at their necks, and in an instant their heads fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Everything happened too quickly. The postman had not yet regained his senses when he felt warm blood splatter across his face, a foul smell wafting towards him as he looked in horror at the decapitated bodies of the 2 men he had brought. Inside the room stood a young man holding a sword that glimmered with a faint white light. In that moment, the postman was terrified to the core, collapsing to the ground and exclaiming, Immortal! Immortal! The black sword in the young man's hand trembled slightly, the white light dimming, its cold edge pressed against the postman's pale face. The postman trembled all over, continuously bowing his head, his forehead striking against the stone floor with a loud thud, soon stained with blood mixed with the grime on his face, rendering him utterly disheveled. Immortal, spare me! Immortal, spare me! The postman babbled incoherently in his pleas. Having worked at the post station for many years, he always believed his judgment was excellent. Generally, immortals wore splendid robes, at the very least they donned rich garments, and possessed a strong aura of spiritual power. However, these two were clad in coarse clothing, looking quite young, and without any weapons, leading the postman to believe they were merely refugees. He had only intended to rob the ragged refugees for some valuables, not realizing he had offended an immortal. At this moment, the postman had already cracked his head open, begging for mercy, trembling with fear. Ye Tianhao let out a cold laugh, and turned to say, Tianyao, how do you plan to deal with this? From the shadows, Ye Tianyao slowly emerged, her beautiful face filled with disgust, yet she said, brother, I want to kill him. Her crisp, delicate voice sounded like that of a demon. The postman trembled uncontrollably, his lower body already soaked with urine, hurriedly pleading, Immortal Master, spare me. Immortal Master, spare me. I was forced into this. I am doing it to feed my child, and mother, you cannot kill me. You can. A chorus of chirps filled the air as several spirit sparrows flew out from Ye Tianyao's storage bag, eagerly starting to peck at the postman's body. Tearing at his flesh and skin, the screams silenced any guests in the post station who dared not come out. Only downstairs, an 80-year-old boy with red eyes covered his mouth, stumbling back home. The postman upstairs was his father. Those two terrifying immortals had just killed his father, leaving no complete corpse behind. He needed to find his grandmother. The appearances of those two had been firmly etched into his memory, and he would never forget them, even if he died. Just as he was about to run into the house, a figure suddenly blocked his path. The boy looked up and saw the male cultivator who had killed his father. He trembled all over, trying to pretend he had seen nothing, managing to force out a smile. Oh. Before he could finish, he was pierced through the chest by a sword, collapsing to the ground like a rag. Just as the boy wanted to say something, the immortal stepped forward again, sealing his throat with a sword, leaving only his unwilling eyes fixed on the immortal who had taken his life. Ye Tianhao wiped the blood from his face, seeing that Ye Tianyao had also come over, and asked, is everything? Ye Tianyao nodded, saying, all taken care of. Not a single guest left behind. Let's go, Ye Tianhao said calmly. The two quickly boarded the carriage and swiftly departed from the area. Situated in a remote and desolate part of Yin country, this was a dangerous, lawless zone, now crowded with numerous refugees. Thus their journey to Tiangongfang City was not smooth. They encountered several waves of robbers and vagrants trying to block and rob them along the way. This left Ye Tianyao and Ye Tianhao feeling helpless. It seemed it was time to acquire some flying magical tools, otherwise traveling like this would waste too much time. After more than 10 days of travel, they finally arrived at Tiangongfang City. Along the way, they saw cultivators flying on swords, and Ye Tianyao was extremely envious. She leaned against the carriage window, her gaze glued to those who soared through the air on their swords, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the window, her eyes nearly overflowing with envy. Although they also possessed spirit swords, they could not fly. Seeing this, Ye Tianhao chuckled, Tianyao, I've heard from Grandpa that there are manuals for sale in the market. There should be simple techniques to teach sword flight. We can buy one to practice, and you won't need to envy them. Ye Tianyao shyly scratched her head, then followed Ye Tianhao into the market. This Tiangongfang City was unlike a mundane market. The streets were wider than even the capital of Yin country, with shops lining both sides and colorful banners waving. Most of the shops sold items for weapon refining, medicine, and spirit materials. In front of the doors there were glimmering weapons on display, or piles of vividly colored spirit ore. Some cultivators demonstrated magical tools in the street, and a small flying dagger danced in their palms, drawing applause from onlookers. The pedestrians on the street were all cultivators, some carrying sword cases, others carrying spirit material baskets. Occasionally there were a few mortals carefully passing through, not daring to clash. Ye Tianyao was dazzled by the sights and couldn't help but exclaim, Grandpa is really amazing. He came here alone, and I'm afraid I'd get lost. Ye Tianhao replied helplessly, Tianyao, you underestimate Grandpa too much. If it weren't for him, our family wouldn't have what we have now, or we probably wouldn't even have heard of this Tiangongfang City. Ye Tianyao stuck out her tongue at this, saying, that's true, Grandpa is the best. If only he would get us some techniques for sword flight, that would be even better. You girl, be careful or Grandpa will scold you. Ye Tianhao lightly tapped Ye Tianyao on her head. Having just arrived in Tiangongfang City and unfamiliar with the area, Ye Tianhao decided to first stay at an inn called Yuling and located at the intersection of the market. Across from the inn was the weapon refining pavilion, convenient for their future activities. This cultivator's inn was quite extraordinary. Upon stepping inside, a gentle, refreshing spiritual energy greeted them, dispelling the fatigue of their long journey. Unlike the smoky atmosphere of a mundane inn, there was no smell of firewood or oil here. Instead, 4 half-percent-high jade stone stoves stood in the corners of the hall. Unknown spirit herbs burned in the stoves, with wisps of smoke rising and lingering in the room, creating faint cloud patterns that refresh the mind, causing even the weak spiritual energy in their dantians to stir slightly. The inn's lobby was spacious and bright, with polished white jade tiles on the floor that shone brilliantly. Guests were scattered about, mostly engaged in low conversations filled with terms like tool, embryo, spirit patterns, and alchemy recipes. No one spoke loudly, adding a touch of elegance compared to mundane inns, yet there was an undercurrent of tension. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here for a meal, or to stay the night?" A waiter quickly approached. Although he was a mortal, he was neatly dressed and appeared composed. Seeing the brother and sister duo dressed simply, but with bright eyes, he neither showed flattery nor disdain. In this Tiangongfang city, the variety of cultivators was extensive, and mortals had long grown accustomed to it, merely doing their jobs. Ye Tianhao nodded, saying 2 rooms for the night. During dinner, Ye Tianhao looked at the spiritual vegetables on the table, his hand unconsciously reaching for the storage bag at his waist. Arriving at Tiangongfang City, he found himself broke, which was quite challenging. Ye Tianyao noticed her brother's furrowed brow and could naturally see through his worries. She whispered, "Brother, you needn't worry. I spoke with the shopkeeper about the matters of Tiangongfang City. Here we can go to the task hall to accept commissions and earn spirit stones. Then we won't have to worry about lacking spirit stones. Is that reliable, eh?" Ye Tianhao asked. Ye Tianyao blinked, her eyes filled with certainty as she reached to pick at the food in her bowl. "It's reliable." The shopkeeper said the task hall is set up by the Qingyun sect, where various bounties will be posted. For instance, collecting spiritual herbs, hunting certain beasts, and so on, with manageable difficulty, and rewards sufficient for our daily needs. Ye Tianhao pondered for a moment, and felt it was acceptable. "All right, after dinner, we'll head to the task hall. Stay by my side and don't wander off. Tiangongfang City is a mixed bag, so be cautious." After coming to an agreement, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao prepared to set off. "Hey, have you heard? A thunder attribute beast appeared on Falling Moon Mountain, the golden-eyed thunder tiger, which is a peak first-tier beast that escaped after being surrounded by the Qingyun sect." "Is that true? A peak first-tier beast? Isn't it about to break through? That could rival Foundation establishment cultivators. It truly got away, what a shame." "Exactly, this thunder tiger has claimed Falling Moon Mountain, which is rich in thunder attribute ores. I fear this beast wants to use these ores to cultivate and break through." At that moment, Ye Tianhao overheard several cultivators at the next table discussing the peak first-tier golden-eyed thunder tiger. He recalled that his second uncle's snow eagle needed a first-tier spiritual item or the corpse of a beast to advance. A peak first-tier beast is no small matter. The siblings left the inn and turned a corner. "Brother, I wish my little Qi could advance too." Ye Tianyao couldn't help but sigh. Ye Tianhao comforted her by patting her head. "Tianyao, there's no rush. As long as we can obtain a first-tier fire attribute spiritual item and the flesh of a beast with grandpa's help, your little Qi will surely advance." Ye Tianyao nodded, and then said, "Brother, let's go to the task hall." After the siblings got ready, they changed into ordinary cultivator robes and headed toward the task hall. Before long, a grand stone building appeared before them, with 5 powerful characters carved on the lintel. Qingyun Task Hall. On either side of the entrance stood stone lions, each holding a luminous pearl in their mouths. Even in broad daylight, it radiated a soft glow. Inside the hall, many cultivators stood in front of a high rack hung with task boards, eagerly viewing the boards above, each inscribed with task requirements. However, Ye Tianhao noticed that the ones surrounded by those cultivators were characters marked with ding, which indicated they were not formidable cultivators, most of whom were at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refinement, with some even being mortals. In contrast, in front of the other racks marked A, B, and C, the number of cultivators decreased, but those remaining were of higher cultivation levels. It seemed the difficulty of the tasks was tiered. To avoid standing out, Ye Tianhao approached rack C, where a task to hunt a mid-tier fire attribute red armored lizard was posted, offering a reward of 100 low-grade spirit stones. This task was also at the top, being the highest difficulty and reward task in Area C. Ye Tianhao thought that a mid-tier red armored lizard equated to cultivators above the 5th level of Qi refinement, and since they had experience dealing with mid-tier beasts, handling this red armored lizard would be relatively easy. As he used his spiritual power to take down the board, suddenly a force pulled at the board. "I saw this task first." A cultivator dressed in blue spoke menacingly. Ye Tianhao's spiritual power condensed slightly as he raised his eyes to glance at the blue-clad cultivator. The other party stood tall with a jade pendant hanging from his waist, his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, notably stronger than the surrounding cultivators in Area C. No wonder his tone was so aggressive. "First come, first served. Since when is there a rule of first seen?" Ye Tianhao replied calmly, his voice carrying an undeniable certainty. He deliberately restrained his aura to appear as a 4th level Qi refinement cultivator, neither too conspicuous nor too easily dismissed. The Qingyun cultivator frowned, his gaze growing colder as several cultivators who were acquainted with him gathered around, subtly forming a siege. Kid, do you know who I am? I am Wu Ming, the son of the outer sect manager of the Qingyun sect. In the task hall of the outer sect, my word is law. If you're sensible, just hand over the board to me, or don't blame me for being rude to you two loose cultivators. Seeing this, Ye Tianyao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with killing intent, but Ye Tianhao shot her a glance to suppress her murderous intent. The surrounding cultivators retreated cautiously, not daring to intervene. They were all loose cultivators, and didn't want to offend a sect cultivator, especially one who had backing. Ye Tianhao discreetly patted Ye Tianyao's hand to reassure her, then shifted his body slightly. Wu Ming thought he was scared, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he reached for the task board. However, just as his fingertips brushed the board, Ye Tianhao suddenly moved. A piercing surge of spiritual power struck, like lightning, accurately hitting Wu Ming's wrist. Ugh! Wu Ming felt his wrist go numb, his spiritual power instantly dissipating, and he stumbled back 2 steps, his face filled with astonishment. This loose cultivator at only the 4th level of Qi refinement attacked so swiftly and easily dispersed his spiritual power. Ye Tianhao reached out and grasped the falling task board in his hand. You dare to attack me? Wu Ming exclaimed in shock and anger, revealing a short blade from his palm, its blade shimmering with a faint spiritual light, clearly a low-grade magical artifact. The task hall forbids private fights. Are you challenging the sect's rules? At this moment, an old cultivator suddenly spoke up. He had a 3-pronged beard and a warm smile, yet it was clear that his cultivation was profound. Wu Ming saw that it was an elderly cultivator with significant power, and his face turned wary. He then glanced at the 2 disciples guarding the task hall who were watching with a smirk. Clearly they were used to Wu Ming's antics, but didn't want to interfere due to his background. However, if things escalated, they couldn't just stand by. Wu Ming's face turned an unsettling shade of green and white, unwilling to give up the task. 100 low-grade spirit stones was no small amount for him, and completing the highest difficulty task in Area C would make him shine in front of his father. But seeing the unexpectedly appearing elder and the 2 disciples, he grit his teeth and cursed under his breath. Fine, I'll let you have this task. We'll see who gets the last laugh. With that, he glared fiercely at Ye Tianhao and left angrily with his followers. Only then did the tense atmosphere in the task hall slightly dissipate. The surrounding loose cultivators couldn't help but peek their gazes toward Ye Tianhao, filled with newfound respect. Ye Tianyao, seeing this, sighed in relief but still clenched her fists, whispering, Brother Wu Ming came on strong, and he definitely won't let this go easily. We need to be cautious. Ye Tianyao nodded slightly, holding the task board, and turned to the elderly cultivator who had just intervened to bow in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. I am Ye Tianhao, and this is my younger sister Ye Tianyao. Ye Tianyao also obediently thanked him. Thank you, Senior. The old cultivator stroked his beard, his smile warm. No problem, I merely spoke fairly. You two are quite young yet possess such cultivation. Truly remarkable young talents. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianhao's heart tightened, and he hurriedly replied, Senior, you flatter me. The old man, however, remained kind, simply introducing himself. My surname is Qin, just a mere worker at the task hall. I cannot bear the title of Senior. Ye Tianhao twitched the corner of his mouth. Since the old man appeared, even the arrogant Wu Ming seemed nervous, which made it impossible for him to be just a mere worker. Nonetheless, he followed up, Senior, I urgently need to take on this task, so I will take my leave first. After saying this, he took Ye Tianyao to the disciple desk to register the task information. Once they received the task token, they could exchange it for a map of the task location. The 2 guarding disciples still wore somewhat mocking expressions. During registration, one of them quietly reminded, Ye Tianhao, right. That senior brother is the son of the outer sect steward, so you should be cautious. The tasks in Area B are dangerous and not suitable for a foundation establishment stage for cultivator. Be careful. It was hard to tell if his tone was friendly or sarcastic, but it did serve as a warning. After leaving the task hall, they found a tea shop by the street. In the private room, Ye Tianhao did not forget to stick a soundproof talisman nearby, ensuring that other cultivators could not overhear anything from there. Ye Tianyao took out a book about spirit beasts that she had bought on the street, and opened it. Then she said, Brother, the red-armored lizard we need to deal with is not simple. Go ahead, Ye Tianhao smiled. The book says that the red-armored lizard is covered with dark red scales as hard as steel, making it difficult for ordinary foundation establishment cultivators' magical tools to break through. This is also why it is named the red-armored lizard. Moreover, it can breathe fire, and it does not appear alone. Often 2 or 3 of them appear in groups near fire attribute mines. It could indeed be a bit tricky. Ye Tianyao spoke with clarity. Then her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in excitement, Brother, does that mean the places where red-armored lizards appear might have fire attribute, or then the little red one might be able to evolve? Ye Tianhao replied, This is indeed worth checking out. Tianyao, let's prepare to set off. The location where they would hunt the red-armored lizard was a place called the Chaotic Stone Cave. The terrain inside is treacherous, and the cave is deep, though the two of them found this task not too difficult. However, it was still better to be cautious. The next morning as dawn broke, the two checked their herbs and spiritual talismans before setting off. The Chaotic Stone Cave is located in a desolate area called the West Eon Mountain, 500 miles from the crafting workshop city. After Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao learned to fly with their swords, their speed greatly increased. They arrived in less than a day. According to the map, the Chaotic Stone Cave is hidden in the desolate valley of the West Eon Mountain, and the air around the cave entrance grew increasingly hot. On the ground, red magma could even be seen, and the cave entrance was obscured by jagged rocks, allowing only one person to pass at a time. As they neared the cave entrance, the heat was unbearable, and there were charred marks on the rock wall with a faint hint of sulfur and the smell of burning flesh wafting in the air. Ye Tianyao's storage bag at her waist bulged slightly. Sensing the unease of her spirit beast, Shaoqi, she gently patted the storage bag to soothe it. Ye Tianhao raised a hand to signal Ye Tianyao to be silent, then released a wisp of weak spiritual energy to gently probe deep into the cave. He felt the chaotic airflow within the cave, with fire attribute spiritual energy intertwining, and faint sounds of scales rubbing against the rocks could be heard from deeper within, not just from one or two places. At least 3 of them, Ye Tianhao whispered. He tightened his grip on the broken moon sword. The heat inside the cave is intense, so we need to use our spiritual energy for protection. You stay on the left side to help me keep an eye out. Our target is that mid-stage first-tier red-armored lizard. Ye Tianyao nodded in agreement, drawing her long sword. She had already taken out 3 explosive talismans. Due to her lack of beast mastery strength, she could not fight the red-armored lizard directly, so she would have to rely on herself. The two entered the cave separately, with Ye Tianhao leading the way using a diamond talisman for protection in front of him. The diamond talisman could provide maximum protection for the body, allowing it to withstand sudden attacks. The defensive talisman transformed into a shield in front of him, blocking magical attacks. The cave opened up with intersecting paths, and the stalactites were blackened from smoke. As they reached an intersection, a sharp screech suddenly echoed from ahead. 3 half-human tall red-armored lizards suddenly sprang out from the shadows. They were covered in thick, dark red scales that gleamed like metal, with saliva dripping from their mouths, igniting sparks. "Attack!" Ye Tianhao shouted, and Ye Tianyao hurled the explosive talisman, which detonated upon hitting the ground. The 3 red-armored lizards showed no fear, quickly curling their bodies. The explosion only caused them to stagger back slightly, and the flames sizzled against their scales, leaving only charred marks without serious injury. Their defensive power is indeed astonishing, Ye Tianhao exclaimed, recalling the scorpion he had fought against with his grandfather. He immediately formulated a plan and shouted to Ye Tianyao, "Aim for their eyes and bellies." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 red-armored lizards lunged toward him, breathing out fireballs that rushed towards him. Ye Tianhao reacted swiftly, slicing through the fireball with his sword and aiming for the eyes of the red-armored lizard. The sharp blade pierced through and struck its vulnerable eye, driving directly into its skull. Ow! The red-armored lizard let out a wail and fell to the ground. Ye Tianhao leaped again, dodging another red-armored lizard's attack, and thrust his sword into its eye, killing it instantly. Ye Tianyao also easily maneuvered her long sword, piercing through its eye and into its head. These 3 red-armored lizards were merely early-stage first-tier creatures lacking in strength. However, they were hunting a mid-stage first-tier lizard, so they needed to delve deeper. After eliminating the 3 early-stage first-tier red-armored lizards, the 2 did not dare to slack off. Seeing the lizard corpses on the ground, Ye Tianhao stored them in his storage bag. These lizard scales are tough, and are also first-tier spirit beasts, so they can fetch a good price later. Suddenly, a deeper, heavier roar echoed from within the cave, accompanied by a tremor of fire attribute spiritual power that even made the ground beneath them quiver. As they moved forward, they soon saw a red-armored lizard twice as large as the previous ones coiled there, with a dark red crystal beneath it from which fire energy could be seen swirling. "What is that?" Ye Tianhao was captivated by the crystal, his face filled with astonishment. Ye Tianyao immediately said, "Brother, no matter what it is, it must be something good." Some spirit beasts tend to cling to spiritual plants rich in spiritual energy, or to ores containing spiritual power, using their energy to cultivate. Therefore, the red-armored lizard is resting on some formidable spirit ore, and this task they took on is indeed a great bargain. However, this red-armored lizard is quite large, significantly bigger than the 3 ordinary red-armored lizards, and its scales are tougher, making the air around them even hotter. Ye Tianhao's eyes narrowed as he tightly gripped his sword, his peripheral vision sweeping over Ye Tianyao. "Tianyao will hold them off. You find an opportunity to circle behind." Before his words could finish, the mid-stage first-tier crimson armored lizard charged at them frantically, its heavy armor crashing against the rocky wall, sending fragments of stone tumbling down as a wave of hot flames thick with the scent of blood rushed towards them. The fireball it spewed from its mouth was larger than the combined size of the previous three, with its fiery cores swirling a crimson gold. The moment it hit the ground, it exploded into a ring of fire, drastically narrowing the escape route for the two. Bring it on. Ye Tianhao leaped onto his sword, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade. Instead of clashing head-on with the fireball, he slashed diagonally at the foreclaw of the crimson armored lizard. Though the scales there were tough, they were thinner than those on its back. With a sharp clang, the sword grazed the scales, sending sparks flying up to half a foot high. The crimson armored lizard let out a pained roar, lifting half its body in a fierce swipe. Ye Tianhao narrowly dodged the fiery gale from its claw, though the hem of his garment had already been singed. This ordinary clothing was simply too fragile. It was burnt to ashes with just a slight graze. Taking advantage of this moment, Ye Tianhao lightly tapped on a stalactite and gracefully maneuvered around to the back of the crimson armored lizard. She swung her sword in a flurry, aiming directly at the lizard's underbelly. However, that area too was covered in fine scales, and despite her best effort, her sword only pierced a few inches deep, angering the crimson armored lizard further. It's surprisingly tough. Ye Tianhao gasped in shock. The three first-tier initial-stage crimson armored lizards she had killed before were much easier, but this mid-stage one proved to be quite a challenge. The crimson armored lizard's long spiked tail swept across like a steel whip, sending a fierce gust of wind laced with fire directly at Ye Tianhao's face. In a panic, she crushed a speed talisman, stumbling to evade it, but the long tail still struck her chest, causing blood to spurt out in an instant. Tianhao. Seeing his sister injured, Ye Tianhao rushed forward in a frenzy, fiercely cleaving at the charging crimson armored lizard, sending sparks flying as he unleashed several sword strikes, forcing the lizard to retreat. With blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Ye Tianhao formed several explosive talismans and said, "Brother, I'm fine, just a scratch. He'll use the explosive talismans to blow up its underbelly. I take the chance to attack hard." "All right," Ye Tianhao replied. He took the initiative to step forward, swinging his sword towards the lizard's eyes and vital points, deliberately drawing its attention entirely to himself. The crimson armored lizard was enraged, continuously spewing fireballs while striking with its claws and sweeping its tail, all attacks filled with ferocity. Ye Tianhao dodged left and right, his clothing nearly burned away by the flames, yet he remained firmly engaged with the lizard. Seeing it lift half its body to attack, Ye Tianhao promptly folded the explosive talismans into a stack and hurled them towards the lizard's abdomen with force. Bang! Bang! The violent explosions detonated beneath the crimson armored lizard, flames swirling with shockwaves. This time, even its belly armor could not withstand the combined force of several explosive talismans. The entire cavern shook as the lizard let out a chilling scream, several pieces of scales blown away from its belly, oozing dark red blood. "Now's the time," Ye Tianhao shouted, leaping like an arrow released from a bow. Taking advantage of the moment the lizard bent its body in pain, he concentrated his spiritual energy into his sword, transforming it into a giant blade that plunged fiercely into the lizard's wounded spot. With its scales already broken, the sword pierced effortlessly into its belly, striking at its vital point. The lizard shuddered, its fireballs abruptly stopping, and the elemental energy surrounding it dissipated like a receding tide. The massive body finally collapsed, shaking the ground violently as it breathed its last. Ye Tianhao withdrew his sword and stabbed several more times into the lizard's wound to confirm its demise before letting out a slight sigh of relief. After landing, although he had several burn injuries, he didn't have time to tend to himself and hurriedly approached Ye Tianhao, asking, "Tianhao, is your injury serious?" Ye Tianhao looked somewhat pale, but she was largely unscathed. She shook her head and said, "Brother, I'm fine, just a scratch from that beast's tail. A bit of healing medicine will do the trick." Though it looked terrifying, after a simple treatment, she felt much better. After a brief rest, Ye Tianhao looked towards the dark red crystal in the cave, unable to resist moving closer to take a look. This spirit crystal was about the size of a wash basin, with flames slowly swirling within. Even after killing the crimson armored lizard, it still radiated a strong fire attribute spiritual energy. "Brother, this looks extraordinary. We hit the jackpot. I heard from Grandpa that this kind of heavenly spirit material can be used for forging weapons, upgrading spiritual beasts, and body tempering. It's far more precious than the crimson armored lizard." Ye Tianhao exclaimed with delight. Ye Tianhao leaned closer to examine it, reaching out to sense the power of the crystal, or before nodding, saying, "No wonder this crimson armored lizard is stronger than an ordinary one. It must have relied on this crystal or for its cultivation." Previously he had heard in the inn that there was a beast that was about to break through to the first tier, hiding in an area filled with thunder attributes. It seems that these beasts also rely on innate spiritual materials for their enhancement. Ye Tianyao excitedly stored the crimson crystal in her bag, saying, "Brother, we've truly struck it rich this time. We've completed the task and obtained this fire attribute crystal along with 3 little crimson armored lizards." As she spoke, Ye Tianyao noticed that her brother's clothes were completely burnt and couldn't help but blush slightly, saying, "Brother, hurry and put on your clothes, this is quite improper." Ye Tianhao scratched his head, awkwardly looking at the charred fabric on himself. He sighed. "Looks like I need to buy some clothes that can protect me as a cultivator." After the two changed their clothes, they searched the cave thoroughly, finding only a few young spirit creatures and no other spirit ores containing fire elemental energy. It seems that the emergence of this crystal ore is quite rare. Such energy-rich caves can only yield one of its kind. After completing their task, the two hurried back to the task hall. The disciple on duty at the task hall was astonished to see that the two, merely at the 4th layer of chi refinement, had actually brought back a crimson armored lizard. One of the disciples stared in disbelief at the crimson armored lizard in the storage bag, unable to help but exclaim, "How on earth did you do it? Even a 6th layer chi refinement cultivator would find it difficult." Ye Tianhao replied coolly, "Can I receive the reward now?" He had only brought the mid-stage 1st-tier crimson armored lizard as per the task, while the other 3 and the fire attribute crystal would naturally be kept for themselves to deal with later. The duty disciple snapped back to reality from Ye Tianhao's indifferent tone, awkwardly averting his gaze. After counting the crimson armored lizards in the storage bag and confirming they were indeed mid-stage 1st-tier beasts, as required, he no longer asked further. He took out a brocade box and a bag of spirit stones, pushing them towards the two, saying, "This is your task. Reward 100 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of chi gathering powder for cultivation. You two have quite the skill to have subdued the crimson armored lizard." After Ye Tianhao counted and confirmed everything was in order, he handed it to Ye Tianyao. She took the brocade box and spirit stone bag, feeling the warm spirit stones, and her smile never faded. Just as they were about to leave, the duty disciple suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, fellow cultivators. Recently there have been many cultivators missing from the Tiangong workshop market. Please be cautious, especially when traveling alone at night." Moreover, the duty disciple continued, "Yesterday on the west side of the market, a 5th layer chi refinement cultivator went missing nearby. The sect has sent people to investigate, but they haven't found a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations." Ye Tianhao paused mid-step and turned his head toward the on-duty disciple. A flicker of solemnity crossed his eyes before he bowed respectfully. "Many thanks, fellow cultivator, for the warning. This Tiangong market offered no true safety. Vigilance remained imperative." Beside him, Ye Tianyao instinctively tightened her grip on the storage pouch in her hand and lifted her gaze to Ye Tianhao, her eyes clouded with quiet concern. Hearing of cultivators vanishing, Ye Tianyao's thoughts immediately turned to robbery and murder. Not only did they carry their newly earned rewards, but also 3 crimson armored lizards and fire attribute crystal, or, should these draw unwanted attention, trouble would surely follow. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao exchanged a glance. Sibling intuition needed no words. Without further delay, they mounted their swords and soared toward an old-established artifact forging shop. The shopkeeper was a 4th-tier chi refinement cultivator. Seeing 2 plainly dressed youths whose cultivation levels matched his own, he quickly plastered a warm smile across his face. "Honored guests, what sort of weapon would you like forged?" Ye Tianhao asked directly. "Master shopkeeper, I wish to craft a set of protective spirit robes from these crimson armored lizards. How many spirit stones would that require?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper accepted the storage pouch, opened it, and, upon seeing the 3 lizards within, suppressed a silent start. His eyes first swept discreetly behind the two, confirming no one else was watching. Then he leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Young master, your discernment is exceptional. The scales of the crimson armored lizard resist both water and flame and possess extraordinary durability, making them ideal for cultivating protective artifacts. Yet tanning these scales demands meticulous labor. They must be layered over fire-patterned brocade and edged with condensed fire jade to preserve their spiritual essence. Crafting a complete set of spirit robes, including labor and materials, would cost 60 low-grade spirit stones." With a cheerful chuckle he added, "Naturally, I do not bargain. I offer unmatched craftsmanship. No other workshop matches my precision." At these words, Ye Tianhao blinked in mild astonishment. If one set cost 60 spirit stones, 2 would total 120. Their hard-earned fortune would vanish entirely, leaving them strapped for lodging and essential cultivation pills. Noticing his hesitation, Ye Tianyao gently tugged his sleeve and whispered just loud enough for him alone to hear, "Brother, protection comes first. We can always take on more assignments later." This market is unstable now, as such robes will grant us real peace of mind. Hearing his sister's words, Ye Tianhao nodded, then raised his eyes to the shopkeeper. Since you speak so confidently, I shall not haggle, but I have 2 conditions. He spoke shrewdly. First, the robes must be completed within 3 days, and I shall oversee the forging process myself. You may not retain even a single scrap of scale or trim. Second, the robes must be lightweight and form-fitting, imposing no hindrance to sword flight. Chi refinement cultivators already expended considerable spiritual energy, while flying on swords. Cumbersome protective robes would only impede them. Moreover, he distrusted the shopkeeper's intentions. Personal supervision was the safest course. The shopkeeper's smile never wavered, though inwardly he marveled at the youth's sharp acumen. He promptly agreed. Rest assured, my artifact forging workshop has operated for 30 years and never once compromised its integrity. Leave the lizards with me. You may begin supervising this afternoon, and collect your finished robes precisely 3 days hence. So saying, he produced a spatial wooden box for the lizards, and proceeded to estimate how many scales and hides would be required to forge 2 full sets of protective robes. After the shopkeeper completed his calculation, Ye Tianhao paid the deposit, then asked casually, "You operate here in the Tiangong market. Surely you're well informed. We heard earlier that several cultivators have gone missing recently. What exactly is happening?" His tone remained calm, almost offhand, but deep within his eyes lingered quiet vigilance. At these words, the shopkeeper's smile faded slightly. He glanced left and right, then sighed softly. Just speaking of it sends chills down the spine. It began some months ago. First, 2 solitary cultivators were found drained of all vitality and discarded in narrow alleyways. Then more disappeared. Those of lower cultivation perished outright. Those stronger simply vanished without a trace. Not a single sign of struggle. Even the Qingyun sect investigators could uncover no clue as to what malevolent force was at work. Ye Tianhao's heart stirred uneasily. So even height-ear Chi refinement cultivators had vanished. The perpetrator behind this must possess formidable strength. You 2 are still so young. Take extra care, the shopkeeper cautioned. Ye Tianhao nodded in acknowledgement, thanked him sincerely, and said no more. Over the next 3 days, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao remained mostly within the forging shop, peaceful, uneventful. Ye Tianhao even sold the skinned lizards separately, netting several dozen spirit stones. Once the spirit robes were complete, Ye Tianyao rushed back to their in-chamber and immediately tried hers. The crimson-armored lizard robe shimmered in deep crimson. Its scale seemed subtly traced with fiery patterns. Worn upon her body, it bore no weight whatsoever. Instead, a gentle warmth flowed from the fabric, spreading evenly across her skin. Ye Tianyao raised her hand to stroke the sleeve. The rigid, yet supple scales clicked faintly against one another. Yet her arms bent and extended with perfect ease. Brother, look, so light yet so resilient. Ye Tianhao donned his own robe and tapped his shoulder scale with a fingertip. It rang with the unyielding hardness of tempered steel. The inner lining of fire-patterned brocade felt luxuriously soft, and even during vigorous spiritual energy circulation for sword flight, no resistance hindered his movements. He nodded approvingly. The shopkeeper's skill is indeed commendable. Those 120 low-grade spirit stones were well spent. Now armored in protective spirit robes, the siblings resumed their routine, visiting the assignment hall daily to accept tasks and earn spirit stones. The disappearances plaguing the Tiangong market had not disrupted the siblings' rhythm. In fact, their frequent visits gradually earned them familiarity with the hall's on-duty cultivators. One afternoon, having just submitted an herb collection assignment, the brother and sister stood counting their freshly exchanged 30 low-grade spirit stones. They had lingered in the Tiangong market long enough. It was time to depart. Senior brother, with you taking personal action, that Thunder Tiger will be captured in an instant. A sycophantic voice rang out from within the assignment hall. Ye Tianyao followed the sound, and there stood Wu Ming, the same cultivator who had clashed with Ye Tianhao before. Beside him stood a familiar, strikingly handsome cultivator, and behind them trailed numerous disciples clad in azure robes. That cultivator was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, the very Qingyun sect genius who had previously visited the Yi family estate. Recognizing Ye Tianhao instantly, Lu Xiaoyu froze in genuine surprise. Wu Ming's eyes darted sharply toward Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao. Seeing them still inside the hall, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "What rotten luck." He had heard they'd actually succeeded in capturing the crimson-armored lizards, and had thus deemed them formidable, choosing not to provoke them. Yet fate had brought them face-to-face once more. Ye Tianhao wished to avoid unnecessary entanglement, and stepped forward to leave, when Lu Xiaoyu suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, fellow cultivator Yi." Wu Ming stared dumbfounded, unable to believe his own ears as if verifying whom his senior brother had just addressed. There stood Lu Xiaoyu, the Qingyun sect's foremost prodigy, striding forward with practiced ease, his smile radiant as spring breeze. What a delightful coincidence, fellow cultivator Ye. Yi Tianhao paused his steps, raising his gaze towards the approaching Lu Xiaoyu, his expression devoid of unnecessary emotion. He merely nodded slightly, offering a greeting. Senior Lu. Yi Tianyao moved closer to her brother's side, showing some vigilance. Lu Xiaoyu, seemingly unperturbed by the astonished expression of Wu Meng, smiled, gently noticing the fiery aura surrounding the Yi siblings. He then praised, friend, Yi has a good eye. This robe, crafted from the scales of the crimson-armored lizard, is considered top-notch protective gear in the Tiangongfang market. It seems you two have made quite the gains in the market these days. Though his words seemed like casual praise, they effectively revealed the material of the robes they wore underneath, indicating that he had seen through their ability to gauge aura. In front of Lu Xiaoyu, who was at the peak of qi refining, they had nowhere to hide. Yi Tianhao smiled faintly, saying, Senior Lu has a keen eye. Wu Meng, seeing this, dared not speak further. He hid behind, wondering why the senior brother would be so courteous to two rustic cultivators. Could it be that they had some background? Yet he observed that the two siblings wore plain clothing, merely the most ordinary of cultivator robes. Aside from the impressive black longsword at Yi Tianhao's waist, there were no other remarkable items, leaving him puzzled. Lu Xiaoyu continued, friend, Yi, we are here to hunt a beast that is about to advance to the second rank. I see that your strengths are considerable. Why not join forces? Once the deed is done, there will be spirit stones to share. Yi Tianhao's expression darkened slightly, yet he remained calm. Senior Lu is jesting. My sister and I possess limited strength, and are afraid we cannot contribute much, and may even hold you back. Yi Tianhao politely declined, his tone distant yet courteous. Lu Xiao's gentle smile remained intact as he replied, friend, you need not be overly modest. I observe that your abilities are quite impressive. Having more hands on deck would certainly increase our chances of success. He paused for a moment, then added, moreover, the beast we are hunting is none other than the golden-eyed thunder tiger of Luoyue Slope. At this revelation, Yi Tianhao's heart jolted. The golden-eyed thunder tiger. Wasn't this the peak first-rank beast that cultivators had spoken of a few months ago? It was said to reside in an area rich in thunder attribute ores. Lu Xiaoyu continued, this tiger has claimed the thunder mines of Luoyue Slope, and its internal thunder power has already reached its peak. An elder previously attempted to confront it, and was gravely injured, but unfortunately this creature managed to escape, and has returned to Luoyue Slope again. The sect has appointed me to deal with it. Its inner dan and tiger bones are rare materials of the thunder attribute, and its skin and flesh can also be used in alchemy. If we succeed, I can share a piece of the tiger bone with you. What do you say? Such a beast nearly at the second rank is extraordinarily valuable. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyu is a consummate qi refinement cultivator and has brought along several sect members. From any perspective, this was a win-win collaboration. Besides, the Qingyun sect has provided protection to the Yi family. To refuse would show a lack of respect. After pondering for a few breaths, Yi Tianhao lifted his gaze the distance in his tone, lessening slightly. Since Senior Lu has extended such a warm invitation, if I refuse again, it would seem ungrateful. However, my sister and I have limited strength, so if there are any oversights, I hope Senior can be understanding. He accepted the invitation, but also set the stage for retreat, giving Lu Xiaoyu face, while leaving an escape route. Lu Xiao's eyes carried a hint of appreciation. This young man possessed considerable cultivation and such composure, making him a promising talent. Friend, you jest. Your willingness to participate is already a great help to me. There is no time to waste, we should set off immediately. Luoyue Slope is not far, and we can reach it in half a day. With that he turned first, and the disciples of Qingyun followed suit. Wu Meng, though full of confusion, dared not speak further, and shot a resentful glance at the Yi siblings before begrudgingly following Lu Xiaoyu. In his heart he still grumbled that these two loose cultivators were truly lucky to team up with the senior brother, wondering when they had established any connection with him. After Lu Xiaoyu exited the task hall, he immediately took out a small boat from his storage bag. This boat was only palm-sized, and he gently tossed it onto the ground. In an instant the small boat expanded upon landing, measuring about 4 zhang long and 2 zhang wide. The body of the boat was a jade green color with intricate flowing cloud patterns carved on its surface, and it shimmered with a soft glow while surrounded by spiritual energy. It was a low-grade, flying magical artifact, speedy jade boat. Lu Xiaoyu stepped lightly, his figure floating to the bow of the boat. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao both condensed a trace of spiritual energy beneath their feet and landed steadily on the boat. Once they stabilized, Yi Tianhao scanned the massive speedy jade boat, thinking to himself that this sect indeed held some resources. Such a large flying magical artifact could not be cheap. The boat was spacious. Besides them there were 3 other disciples of Qingyun sect, all high-level qi refinement cultivators. Upon seeing the Yi siblings board, they merely cast a faint glance, with Wu Meng's resentful gaze being the only exception. Yi Tianhao chose to ignore it, seeking a corner to sit with Yi Tianyao. Lu Xiaoyu formed a seal, channeling a light cyan spiritual energy into the speedy jade boat's array. The flowing cloud patterns on the boat instantly lit up. The boat quivered lightly, then transformed into a green rainbow, swiftly racing towards Luoyue Slope. Those aboard the boat could only hear the howling wind as the mountains and houses below rapidly receded, traveling several times faster than ordinary sword flight. Sitting beside her brother, Ye Tianyao gently tugged at his sleeve, using spiritual power to transmit her voice. Brother, this spirit boat is so fast. That Wu Ming keeps looking at us with ill intentions. Are we really going to hunt the golden-eyed thunder tiger with them? Ye Tianhao also responded with spiritual power, a hint of caution in his gaze. The Qingyun sect has provided protection for our Yi family, and since Lu Xiaoyu personally invited us, it would be impolite to refuse. Furthermore, the demon core and tiger bones of the golden-eyed thunder tiger are top-tier materials of the thunder attribute, and it would be a pity to miss out. However, we must remain vigilant. Stay by my side, and prioritize your safety no matter what happens. Ye Tianyao nodded earnestly. She knew her brother to be thorough in his considerations. Since he agreed, he must have a plan in mind, and she remained alert at all times. Wu Ming, seeing the two whispering, felt even more displeased. He leaned closer to Lu Xiaoyu, lowering his senior brother. Those two loose cultivators look unreliable. They are merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Bringing them to hunt the golden-eyed thunder tiger will only cause trouble, right? If something goes wrong, it might be difficult to explain to the sect. Lu Xiaoyu shot him a calm glance, his voice steady, but carrying a hint of authority. Wu Ming, on the path of cultivation, one must not be overly arrogant. These two are not as weak as you perceive. Their presence can add strength when it matters most. The golden-eyed thunder tiger, after being severely injured by the sect's elder, had recuperated and returned to Luoyue Slope, already harboring ferocity, and its thunder power was solidified, making it hard to confront up close. Ye Tianhao possesses the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refinement, and his sister is not inferior. Lu Xiaoyu also wanted to see how strong this 8th level young man was. Wu Ming, hearing this, felt discontented, but dared not rebut. As he looked at the Yi siblings, he felt a surge of jealousy. Having been in the sect for many years, he was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and he truly did not understand why senior brother valued these two unknown loose cultivators so highly. The Suyu boat soared with extraordinary speed. Within less than 2 hours, a vast expanse of undulating hills appeared ahead. Not a blade of grass grew upon those hills. Only bare bluish-black rocks lay exposed, and the air carried a faint, acrid scent of char. Ahead, a luminous lake shimmered like a fallen moon, encircled by the dark, jagged rock. A sight so ethereal, it seemed the celestial body itself had descended and settled here. This was Luoyue Slope. Lu Xiaoyu sealed the Suyu boat with a subtle hand seal, and the group alighted silently within a concealed mountain hollow. He raised a hand, commanding absolute stillness from his sect fellows. The golden-eyed thunder tiger dwells inside the thunder or cave just hundreds of zhang ahead. Though gravely wounded by an elder, the beast has partially recovered, yet its hidden injuries remain. Its thunder essence is ferocious. Even a glancing strike drains spiritual energy severely. A direct hit shatters flesh and sears the body to ash. I shall engage at Hedon while you flank from both sides, never close and recklessly. Wear it down with ranged techniques. And yes, senior brother. And several Qingyun sect disciples responded in unison, already summoning their spirit swords with practiced ease. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao likewise drew their blades, both swords, and prepared to follow Lu Xiaoyu's command. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xiaoyu shot forward toward the thunder or cave, his azure robes billowing spiritual energy coiling around him like mist. The oppressive aura of a cultivation perfected cultivator rippled outward, and the Qingyun disciples surged after him in a sweeping fan-shaped advance. Wu Ming brought up the rear, and before departing cast a fierce warning glare at Ye Tianhao, as if admonishing them not to become liabilities. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao trailed behind the group, their eyes fixed upon the towering black or cave as they soared on their swords. A deep, guttural tiger roar echoed from within the cave, vibrating the surrounding rocks. A savage, thunderous aura erupted from its maw, so potent that even at 100 zhang's distance it sent chills racing down spines. Clearly the golden-eyed thunder tiger had already sensed their approach. Its roars sharpened, growing fiercer. Then in the next heartbeat, a streak of gold blazing with blinding lightning erupted from the cavern mouth. The monstrous beast stood over 2 zhang tall, its entire body sheathed in golden fur, each strand rigid and upright like gilded filaments. Its twin eyes blazed with molten gold, radiating thunderous light, the unmistakable mark of a first-rank apex predator teetering on the threshold of second-rank cultivation. Ye Tianhao felt his heart lurch even from afar. This golden-eyed thunder tiger had reached Foundation establishment realm, far more formidable than the corpsegal they'd faced earlier. The moment it burst forth, it lunged straight at the group. Each colossal paw struck the bluish-black rock with earth-shaking force, sending shards flying, crackling arcs of lightning danced along its claws. Before it closed the distance, its raw thunder energy already stung their skin like razors. Yet Ye Tianhao, keen-eyed and observant, noticed dark crimson wounds rippling across its lower abdomen, the source of its injury. This beast bears wounds, but do not underestimate it. I will draw its focus. Lu Xiaoyu barked the order, his azure robes snapping sharply in the wind, as a luminous white spirit sword materialized in his palm, its blade shimmering with crystalline qi, his life-bound weapon Xinglan. Xinglan cleaved through the air, wreathed in torrents of spiritual energy aimed precisely at the tiger's face, its momentum sharp enough to split the void. Roar! The beast countered with a thunder-charged swipe of its massive forepaw, meeting the blade Hedon. A ringing clang, metal striking metal, shattered the silence. Lu Xiaoyu's arm trembled with numbing force, and he staggered backward several paces. Though grievously wounded, its brute strength remains terrifying. Sensing this human's formidable power, the golden-eyed thunder tiger instantly entertained flight. It was nearing second-rank evolution, its intellect now half that of a cultivated human, and it possessed no desire for prolonged combat. Seeing the beast recoil, Lu Xiaoyu steadied himself and shouted to the 4 Qingyun disciples behind him, "It means to flee again." "Form the formation," Ni's command rang out. Instantly the disciples summoned their spirit swords, 4 blades ascending in harmonic resonance, merging into a 5-hang-wide azurand-white formation array. The fleeing golden-eyed thunder tiger slammed into the array, and instantly found itself encased within an unyielding barrier. From within the formation spirit, swords darted forth like vengeful serpents, striking relentlessly. The razor-edged blades herded the tiger toward the center, where Lu Xiaoyu advanced once more, raining down precise, unrelenting sword strikes. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao watched in awe, unfamiliar with this formation, yet marveling at its dual mastery, both containment and assault, elegant and profound. "Tianyao, I'm joining the fray. You disrupt its movements from the periphery." Having pledged cooperation with the Qingyun sect, standing idle would be dishonorable. Their aid was due, not only in duty but also for the beast's blood and bones. Before the words left his lips, Ye Tianhao had already shot forward like a released arrow, gripping Peyu's sword tightly in hand. Ye Tianyao, though still low in cultivation, launched explosive talismans toward the tiger's limbs, precise tactical strikes designed solely to impede its escape routes as instructed by her brother. Roar! And the golden-eyed thunder tiger, already enraged by the formation's confinement, now raged anew under the talisman barrage. Its defenses unbroken, yet its fury ignited to apocalyptic intensity. It whirled its golden vertical pupils, locking onto Ye Tianyao with lethal fixation. Then with a roar it unleashed a thunderbolt thick as a bowl, golden lightning crackling with cataclysmic force, hurtling straight toward her. "Watch out!" Ye Tianhao's pulse spiked. His feet pivoted midair, and he interposed himself before Ye Tianyao, swinging Peyu's sword in a single flawless arc to intercept the bolt. "Humph! Pathetic, just here to drag senior brother down." The insult struck Ye Tianyao's ears like a lash. Her gaze hardened into a venomous glare, fixed upon Wu Meng. That look alone made him shudder violently. Yet moments later Ye Tianhao urged her to take care, and rushed back into battle. Humiliated by a young woman's stare, Wu Meng flushed with shame and rage, snarling, "Wretched girl." Meanwhile Ye Tianhao slashed repeatedly at the tiger's maw, each stroke forcing it to clamp shut, suppressing the thunderbolts it sought to unleash. Lu Xiaoyu observed Ye Tianhao's ferocious assault, and flashed a rare approving glance, then accelerated Qinglan's motion to a blur. Qingyun's sword art, flowing wind, returning snow. He cried the technique's name, and became a streak of azure light. Countless sword shadows bloomed like falling snowflakes, converging upon the wound beneath the tiger's abdomen. That wound was its fatal weakness, the most vulnerable point in its armored frame. Sensing mortal peril, the tiger twisted violently, swiping desperately with its paws. Simultaneously its tail lashed out like a steel whip, seeking to repel any who dared close in. Yet the tightening formation subtly hindered its movement, slowing it by half a breath. In that infinitesimal gap, Qinglan pierced deep into the wound, its luminous tip churning violently with infused spiritual energy. "Ard!" The golden-eyed thunder tiger shrieked, a sound of pure agony. Its massive frame convulsed, and its surrounding lightning flared violently, threatening to rupture the formation entirely. Lu Xiaoyu and the Yi siblings leapt clear just in time. With one final desperate surge, the tiger launched itself skyward, its entire body blazing with white lightning, jaws wide open. That white lightning, strange, unnatural, lanced forth like an arrow, piercing straight through the disciples' combined formation, then streaked unerringly toward Lu Xiaoyu. The white lightning was eerily strange, stripping away the golden fury, yet exuding a chilling silence that sent shivers down one's spine. When it pierced the array, it did not stir a single ripple, merely leaving a smooth breach on the barrier accompanied by a sharp sound that rushed toward Lu Xiao's face. Lu Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted as the Qinglan's sword that had just pierced the Thunder Tiger's fatal spot had yet to be retracted. In a hurried moment, he could only turn and block with the sword spine across his chest, pouring his spiritual energy into it, without reservation, attempting to withstand this life-threatening blow. Boom! The white lightning struck fiercely against the sword spine, the piercing metallic tremor ringing in the ears of those around. Lu Xiaoyu was knocked back several dozen meters. A wild surge of lightning energy surged into his meridians through the sword, causing his internal breath to churn violently, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword also lost control, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Tianyao exchanged glances with Yi Tianhao, then quickly flew over with her sword to retrieve Lu Xiaoyu, preventing him from falling to the ground. The golden-eyed Thunder Tiger, seeing the most formidable cultivator on the ground, immediately lunged toward Yi. Wu Ming, witnessing his senior brother's predicament, was thrown into disarray, his spiritual energy unstable, causing his spiritual sword to tremble, and the entire formation began to sway. Noticing this, the golden-eyed Thunder Tiger charged forward, breaking through the unstable formation and heading straight for Yi Tianhao. The disciples who had been straining to hold the formation were broken, and all began to spit blood uncontrollably as they fell unable to maintain the array. The Thunder Tiger's golden eyes were filled with ferocity, seemingly intent on taking Yi Tianhao down with it. Yi Tianhao's expression tightened, as Yi Tianyao had already brought Lu Xiaoyu back to the edge of the formation to recuperate. He no longer needed to conceal his strength, immediately gripping the broken moon sword, tightly aiming it at the Thunder Tiger's abdomen, which had already been pierced, creating countless sword shadows resembling a chaotic flurry of flowers. As Yi Tianhao unleashed his true strength, the Thunder Tiger could not withstand the phantom-like sword moves. It could only watch helplessly as the chaotic swords flew, one of them piercing an old wound. Roar! A chilling scream echoed through the heavens. Yet Yi Tianhao continued to advance, relentlessly hacking away. Seeing this, the golden-eyed Thunder Tiger let out a roar, its body surrounded by lightning suddenly turning bright white as it began to crazily burn its own blood essence, its previously weakened body once again supported by a terrifying power. Its abdomen was still bleeding, but this power born of burning blood essence forcibly suppressed it as it gathered lightning on its massive claws, seemingly preparing to unleash one final strike. Be careful. It's going to self-destruct with burning blood. Lu Xiaoyu, still recuperating, suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood and hoarsely warned. Previously, an elder of the sect had fought with this Thunder Tiger and had narrowly escaped after it used this blood-burning secret technique. Once it detonated its blood essence, the resulting power would be enough to devastate everything within several miles. Yi Tianyao's face changed drastically, and she immediately unsheathed her sword to assist Yi Tianhao. Yi Tianhao shouted, "Tianyao, don't come over, I will deal with it." Upon finishing his words, he furrowed his brows tightly, unleashing all his spiritual energy. The broken moon sword immediately expanded several times, a white light erupting from within the black sword. With this full-powered strike, the sword transformed into a massive black blade, several zhang long, slicing through the air with a tearing sound as it fiercely cleaved toward the Thunder Tiger. He aimed to slay the Thunder Tiger before its blood essence exploded, cutting off any future threats. The Thunder Tiger continued to roar, its massive claws striking the ground, the lightning born of its burned blood surging outward like a tsunami. Just as the massive black sword descended, it struck fiercely against the Thunder Tiger's head. With a cracking sound, the Thunder Tiger's skull shattered, splattering its brain and blood. Its massive body stiffened in place, the surrounding lightning instantly dimmed, and then it crashed to the ground completely lifeless. Yi Tianhao, having swung his sword, caused the residual force to remain, cleaving the Thunder Tiger before striking the distant mountain rock. After a loud crash, the entire rock crumbled, dust billowing. Yi Tianhao stood with his sword withdrawn, his spiritual energy exhausted, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, as that one strike had nearly depleted more than half of his spiritual energy. Yet he remained vigilant, staring at the Thunder Tiger's corpse, fearing it was not truly dead. Fortunately, as the dust settled, the Thunder Tiger's body lay motionless, blood still flowing from its head and abdomen. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu approached with a complex expression. "Thank you, Taoist Yi, for your assistance." He could see clearly that Yi Tianhao was indeed extraordinary. He could not believe that the sword in his hand was anything less than a mid-grade spiritual sword. Yi Tianhao, having also exhausted too much spiritual energy, descended on his sword and was about to speak. Suddenly, an arrow stained with blood shot over from afar, heading straight for Yi Tianhao. Yi Tianyao was alarmed and quickly used her flying dagger to shoot down the arrow. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately became alert, storing the Thunder Tiger's corpse into his storage bag, and sternly questioned, "Who is there?" "This is the territory of the Qingyun sect." Several figures in black robes appeared in midair, looking down at them, with a few captured cultivators behind them, their faces ashen. Seeing the black robes, Yi Tianhao squinted. These familiar figures in black robes, could it be the demonic cultivators of the Xianyu sect? How did they end up here? At this moment, a nearby disciple of Qingyun called out. Lu Xiaoyu immediately raised his sword, coldly shouting, "This is within the Qingyun sect's territory, what do you want?" The leading black-robed man sneered shamelessly. "The eldest disciple of Qingyun sect Taoist Lu, your question is so foolish, of course we want to kill you." After saying this, he greedily stared at Lu Xiao's storage bag. Initially, they were only capturing a few cultivators nearby to report back, but upon hearing the commotion at Luoyue Slope, they had hidden in the shadows to observe. He was currently a 7th-layer refining chi cultivator, and ordinarily, he would avoid Lu Xiaoyu, absolutely not daring to provoke him. But at this moment, seeing the Qingyun sect disciples struggling against a peak, 1st-tier demonic beast, both sides suffering, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The leading black-robed man twisted a strand of black energy with his fingers, his gaze sweeping over Lu Xiao's pale face, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly sinister. The black-robed cultivators behind him immediately spread out dark spiritual energy, swirling around them, each drawing out their magical treasures, intending to finish the battle swiftly. Yi Tianhao felt his heart sink. That previous strike had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy, and now only a meager trickle remained in his dantian, making it difficult to even grip his sword. "Brother, you lack spiritual energy. Oh, I will hold them off, take this chance to recuperate." Yi Tianhao stepped forward, quickly whispering. As soon as she finished speaking, a black-robed cultivator had already dove down his knife wrapped in a foul-smelling black energy, aimed at Yi Tianhao, clearly intending to take his life, while he was weak. Lu Xiaoyu shouted in anger, wanting to draw his spiritual sword, but a dull pain in his chest caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! He was extremely unwilling, and he saw the girl who had saved him once immediately wielding a slender sword to block the full-force strike of that cultivator. Then she forcefully swept it horizontally, and that sword instantly opened up the black-robed cultivator, delivering a swift and ruthless strike to the throat. The black-robed man let out no cry as he fell to the ground dead on the spot. Wu Ming's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at this seemingly delicate girl. She was unexpectedly. Seeing this, the leading black-robed man immediately showed interest. "Interesting, when did the Qingyun sect hide such a fierce little girl? She is much more to my taste than this half-dead eldest disciple. Since that is the case, I shall take this little girl's life first. Then take Lu Xiao's storage bag, attack." Before his voice faded, he moved like a specter, dashing forward. His speed was several times faster than that of the black-robed cultivator from earlier, as black energy coalesced into a 4-inch-long black blade thrusting towards Yi Tianhao. The cultivator was evidently much stronger than Yi Tianhao, with an overwhelming pressure of spiritual power bearing down on her. Yi Tianhao felt a heaviness in her heart, as she did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly executed 3 sword flowers in front of her, with her slender sword barely fending off the residual force of the black blade. Her arm tingled and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, yet she still stood her ground. The leader of the black-robed men unleashed several strikes in succession, heavily assaulting Yi Tianhao, sneering, "Struggling is futile. Today you will all die here." However, Yi Tianhao did not show any signs of retreat. Although she was struggling to receive the attacks, she still possessed the strength to fight back. The black-robed man, seeing that this woman actually had the strength to resist him, immediately became furious and called to the other black-robed cultivators, "All of you come at her. Keep this woman occupied while I deal with Lu Xiaoyu." The group of black-robed cultivators received the order, disregarding those cultivators they had captured, and unleashed their magical tools to besiege Yi Tianhao. The foul-smelling black energy from their weapons intertwined, completely sealing off Yi Tianhao's escape route. Yi Tianhao's slender sword danced fiercely, each strike fierce, but gradually faltering, as she sustained numerous injuries, causing her movements to become increasingly sluggish. The black-robed leader advanced step by step towards Lu Xiaoyu, his gaze greedily fixated on the storage bag at his waist, as if he already held the treasures within in his grasp. "Lu Xiaoyu, did you ever expect that a mere complete chi refining cultivator like you would die at my hands?" As he spoke, he immediately lunged forward to strike, but at that moment Yi Tianhao had already moved swiftly, summoning a sword to slash up. The black-robed man suddenly felt a lightness in his outstretched hand, and a surge of intense pain made him cry out. His hand was severed. At that moment, the black-robed man looked at Yi Tianhao in disbelief, his anger boiling over. "You actually—" Yi Tianhao scoffed coldly, his spiritual power having regained more than half of its strength. He ignored the black-robed man's fury, and simply flew towards his sister. The black-robed man, now missing a hand, pursued him in pain, cursing, "You little brat. I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes." He clutched his bleeding, severed wrist, black energy surging from the wound, but he could only barely stem the flow of blood. For him, this severed arm was a calamity. To establish a foundation, one must keep their body intact. With his arm severed, he would have no hope of foundation establishment. How could he not be furious and filled with hatred? His originally withered face twisted in agony and rage. With his remaining left hand, he slapped the storage bag, and 3 poison needles glimmering with a ghostly green light shot out, aimed directly at Ye Tianhao's back. Ye Tianhao moved at incredible speed, the wind whistling past his ears, but he keenly caught the faint sound of the poison needles slicing through the air. He immediately dodged to the side, while simultaneously striking back with a condensed white spiritual energy slash. This is easy. The poison needles were shattered into powder which fell to the ground, corroding the rock, and create. At this moment he had rushed to Ye Tianyao's side. Swinging his long sword, the black-robed cultivators who were besieging Ye Tianyao, having been outmatched by their leader, were thrown into disarray by Ye Tianhao's sudden attack. With several screams, 2 cultivators were pierced through the shoulders by the sword Qi, their magical tools flying out of their hands, while the others hurriedly retreated, not daring to approach recklessly. "Brother!" Ye Tianyao gritted her teeth, supporting herself with her sword, her eyes filled with excitement. Ye Tianhao came before her and quietly said, "Tianyao, drink the blood-red wine to heal your wounds first." "Leave this to me." Ye Tianyao quickly nodded, taking out the blood-red wine she carried with her from the storage bag. After drinking a few sips, her spiritual power was restored once more. Seeing this, the black-robed leader glared at the two with rage, cursing, "I remember you. The Xianyu sect will not let you go." Though he was furious, he recognized that the two had regained a significant amount of spiritual power, and one of them was quite formidable. He was not their match. After cursing, he swiftly fled. The other black-robed men, seeing their leader no longer fighting, lost their will to fight and attempted to flee. However, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao would not let them escape so easily, and together they unleashed their sword techniques to eliminate the remaining black-robed cultivators. Ye Tianhao blocked Ye Tianyao, who was eager to chase. "Don't pursue a cornered foe." Ye Tianyao looked at the fleeing black-robed men with resentment and cursed, "These Xianyu sect people are like a muckraker, too troublesome." At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu flew over on his sword, still wounded and pale, bowing to Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao. "Thank you both, otherwise we would have fallen into the hands of these demonic cultivators." After speaking, Lu Xiaoyu looked gratefully at Ye Tianyao, thinking to himself that the Ye family not only had such a formidable genius like Ye Tianhao, but also a girl of considerable strength. It seemed the Ye family should not be underestimated. Ye Tianhao replied calmly, "Lu Senior, there is no need for such courtesy. The Xianyu sect has always had grievances with my Ye family, and I will never allow them to succeed." At this point, Ye Tianhao turned to the several tied-up cultivators and said, "Lu Senior, I heard in the Tiangong Square City about missing cultivators. Now it seems it must be the Xianyu sect causing trouble." Lu Xiao's expression turned serious upon hearing this, and he transformed into a speed jade boat, stating, "Ye friend, this is not the place to talk. Please return with me to Tiangong Square City, where we can discuss this further." Ye Tianhao nodded, supporting his still recovering sister Ye Tianyao, as they boarded Lu Xiao's speed jade boat, taking along the several captured cultivators from the Xianyu sect. The jade boat sped through the air and soon arrived at Tiangong Square City. Lu Xiaoyu ordered disciples from the Qingyun sect to interrogate the cultivators, ensuring they uncovered the Xianyu sect's intentions. During this time, Wu Meng looked at the Yi siblings with a gaze full of suspicion. These two had actually been hiding their strength. Thinking back to how he had offended them earlier made his hair stand on end, and he felt unsteady on his feet. Shouldn't there be no issues, right? Ye Tianyao saw Wu Meng staggering and couldn't help but laugh, saying to Ye Tianhao, "Brother, look at that person, he walks like a duck." "Tianyao, no disrespect." Ye Tianhao voiced helplessly. Ye Tianyao stuck out her tongue, but eventually quieted down. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, smiled gently, "Please, both of you." He led the Yi siblings to a tea house, ordered a private room, and immediately set up a soundproof barrier. "Ye friend, regarding the missing cultivators from Tiangong Square City, you mentioned the Qingyun sect has already dispatched people to investigate." As soon as they sat down, Lu Xiaoyu began sounding a bit helpless. However, most of these cultivators went missing after leaving the square city, making it difficult to verify. "We have tracked them for many days without any leads, thinking it was merely bandits or wild creatures causing trouble, never considering it was the demonic cultivators of the Xianyu sect acting in the shadows." Ye Tianhao frowned and asked, puzzled, "Why is the Xianyu sect capturing so many cultivators?" Lu Xiaoyu sighed and merely replied, "To recruit cultivators to join them, or to refine them into human pills for cultivation." "Refining human pills?" Ye Tianyao frowned. Compared to the Xian Yu sect's ambition to expand its influence and recruit cultivators, Yi Tianyao was evidently more interested in the human pills. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and said that's right. Cultivators absorb spiritual energy during their practice, and their flesh is already infused with qi, making it a medicinal material. The refined human pills can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, especially for those with higher levels of cultivation. The effects of the pills are even stronger. However, this cultivation method is excessively sinister and is explicitly forbidden by major sects. The Xian Yu sect specializes in harming many sect cultivators with this, which is indeed a wicked path. Yi Tianhao nodded. It seems that the Xian Yu sect is also treacherous. I just wonder if there are any side effects to these human pills. If the effects of the human pills are this good, then it's not just the demonic path that would use them. Even some righteous cultivators might resort to this method. I'm not too sure about that, but ultimately it can't be anything good, Lu Xiaoyu replied helplessly. Yi Tianyao, listening, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. According to the cultivation method of the Xian Yu sect, it's no wonder that a foundation establishment cultivator from their sect would need to sacrifice an entire city to repair their spiritual artifact. However, recent events remind me that several families that were allied with our Qingyun sect have been exterminated. It is said that they were all refined. Lu Xiaoyu said with some anger. If it weren't for the help of Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, he would have indeed been captured in such a humiliating manner by a demonic cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement. What awaited him would either be joining the Xian Yu sect or becoming a human pill. He must inform the elders of this matter immediately, as the leader of the Xian Yu sect has already successfully formed his golden core. If they were to launch a strong attack, our Qingyun sect would also be doomed. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyu took out a storage bag and said, "Dear friends, thank you for your assistance today. Here is 150 spirit stones as a reward, along with some beast blood and the beast bones I promised you." Yi Tianhao took the storage bag, counted it, and found that Lu Xiaoyu had indeed given them a large bone, which appeared to show his sincerity. He then said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. Not at all this can be considered a reward for saving our lives," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. He then stood up to take his leave, saying, "I need to return to the sect to report, so I won't keep you long. Farewell. By the way, Yi Daoyo, since you severed the hand of that Xian Yu sect person, I fear they won't let it go easily, so please be careful." Yi Tianhao nodded in response, watching Lu Xiaoyu leave. Brother, that senior Lu is quite a good person. Yi Tianyao couldn't help but smile. "You little girl, you aren't starting to fancy him, are you?" Yi Tianhao joked. "Brother." Yi Tianyao pouted. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just think senior Lu is sincere and quite good, that's all. Where are your thoughts wandering to?" Yi Tianhao looked at his sister's naive appearance, amusement dancing in his eyes as he reached out to ruffle her hair. I see, it's just me being silly." However, Lu Xiaoyu is right. The Xian Yu sect is indeed vicious and ruthless. Since they lost people to us, they might seek revenge in the shadows. By the way, brother, should we take these beast bones to Grandpa? That way Grandpa can help our second uncle elevate his innate beast. Yi Tianhao nodded. "Yes, but be careful. The origin of these beast bones is not that of an ordinary." "Don't worry, brother, my spirit sparrow is extremely fast. Delivering a storage bag will be a breeze." Yi Tianyao smiled, explaining that the spirit sparrows she raised were trained by her grandfather using secret methods. Although their attack power was not high, they were incredibly fast and agile, making them swifter than crows when it came to delivering messages. Speaking of this, Yi Tianyao made sure to write down everything that had recently happened to provide some intel about the Tiangong Workshop City for the family. This would be convenient for family members when they come to Tiangong Workshop in the future. At this moment, within the sunset, died the old willow tree at the village entrance. A golden red and wisps of smoke rose gently from the chimneys of the low houses. Old Wang San drove his plow ox's back slightly bent. At 50 years old, years of hard work had taken a toll on his body. He led the plow ox, gazing at the most imposing white-walled black-tiled house in the village, its towering walls standing tall and unyielding. He couldn't help but wonder if the old master Yi was still alive. As he drove the plow ox, he unconsciously shook his head, as since the Yi family repaired their house, the old master Yi rarely ventured out. Wang San's slightly hunched back was elongated by the setting sun, and several crows perched atop the high wall turned their heads away, retracting their gazes. A small sparrow with a tiny cloth bag tied to its back fluttered down. The crows quickly took to the skies, circling and cawing loudly. At that moment, within a beautifully constructed courtyard, Wu Guiyun, who was grinding and gathering spiritual energy to draw talismans, heard the cawing of the crows and immediately looked up. She saw a small brown-yellow feathered sparrow flying down from the wall, a small cloth bag hanging from its chest, gently landing in the palm of Wu Guiyun. "You are Yaoer Sparrow." Wu Guiyun recognized the little bird immediately, her face brimming with joy. She hurried into the house and went to a secluded room, knocking on the door and calling, "Father." Yower has sent a letter. The moment she finished speaking, the door of the small room opened, revealing an elder with a spirited face. His posture was straight, and despite his white hair, his complexion remained rosy. He was Ye Jing, and the spiritual energy surrounding him had thickened somewhat. Seeing the little sparrow fly towards him, Ye Jing quickly untied the cloth bag around the sparrow's neck and discovered it was a storage bag. He immediately went to the back courtyard. In the back courtyard, there was a small formation that could shield spiritual energy. This formation was arranged by Yi Xian. It could conceal spiritual fluctuations and prevent outside cultivators from noticing. Once inside the formation, Ye Jing opened the storage bag. Upon opening it, a powerful surge of lightning attribute spiritual energy instantly erupted from the bag, startling Ye Jing. Inside was a beast bone as thick as a house pillar shimmering with electric light, causing the surrounding beasts to flee in fear. Ye Jing was utterly astonished. The bag also contained a stack of letters densely written tucked within a book titled Sword Control Miscellany. As Ye Jing read through the letters, he learned that his grandchildren had been training in Tiangong Workshop City for the past 6 months and had taken on numerous tasks. This beast bone was obtained through cooperation with the senior brother of Qingyun sect Lu Xiaoyou from hunting a demonic beast, the golden-eyed thunder tiger, which was on the brink of advancing to the second tier, specifically meant for Yi and Xiaoyu to break through to first-tier demonic beasts. The letters also detailed matters regarding the Xian Yu sect abducting cultivators, written in great detail. Upon seeing such a letter from his grandson, Ye Jing felt a warmth in his heart, particularly when he read the last line in the letter, "Grandpa, the sword control technique you forgot before has been specially sent to you. Don't forget to practice." Seeing the pinnacle beast bone and beast blood sent by his grandson, Ye Jing let out a slight sigh. His current celestial energy had also increased more slowly, now only a few hundred strands out. Relying on ascending demonic beasts was not much, but it was better than nothing. Upon realizing this, Ye Jing immediately called for Yi. At that moment, Yi was directing his grandchildren in martial arts training under the corridor, not daring to delay even a moment when Wu Xianglan called him for something. "Father, did you call for me?" A robust black man spoke loudly from below the house, dressed in dark short attire, his face drenched in sweat, looking as solid as a wall. Due to his stagnated cultivation over the past 6 months, Yi could not advance further for the time being, so he focused on honing his martial skills. After being attacked by someone from the Xinyu sect at the general's residence, he directly requested the emperor to recuperate at home and resign from his official position. After all, he was now a celestial being, and the emperor could not say much, so he directly consented, leading Yi to have quite a bit of free time at home. Ye Jing came out and handed Yi the letters from Yi Tianyao and Yi Tianhao, saying, "Your 2 nephews have written to you." "Oh, is it Tianhao and Tianyao?" Yi exclaimed with joy, eagerly flipping through the letter he took, and then burst into hearty laughter. "Good lad, good girl. They actually defeated a pinnacle first-tier thunder tiger, truly bringing glory to our Yi family." Ye Jing stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm, yet containing a hint of approval. These 2 children have decent temperament. They truly need to go out and experience the world. At this, Ye Jing did not forget to say, "Since they sent back the blood and bones of a first-tier spiritual beast, I will help you elevate Xiaoyu, allowing you to cultivate." "Really?" Yi was overjoyed upon hearing this. Ye Jing smiled and nodded, saying, "There is no time to waste. Let us head to Lingyun Valley first." Lingyun Valley was the spiritual vein that Ye Jing had obtained, and now he used that valley rich in spiritual energy for cultivation and nurturing spiritual plants. Even the ruins of the Chun family had been completely cleared by Ye Jing. Considering that people from the Xianyu sect might return to this place, Ye Jing wanted to wait until the family produced a foundation establishment cultivator before inviting craftsmen from Tiangong Workshop to rebuild the residence. The 2 immediately flew on swords from the back mountain to Lingyun Valley. 2 figures sliced through the sky above the back mountain, the wind howling past their ears. In less than half a stick of incense, Ye Jing and Yi landed steadily at the entrance of Lingyun Valley. Compared to 6 months ago, Lingyun Valley now appeared even more serene, with streams of clear spring water flowing at the valley's bottom, rich spiritual energy enveloping the mist, and dense vegetation thriving within the valley. The green leaves and vibrant flowers sprawled out in layers. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of the mingling flora and spiritual energy. A robust black wind rushed towards Ye Jing, affectionately still an ordinary black dog, but the spiritual energy surrounding it indicated that it had already become a mid-tier, first-tier demonic dog. Even the poisonous bees dwelling deep within the valley's cave flew out, buzzing around Ye Jing. It had also reached mid-tier, first-tier cultivation, and its offspring were not weak either. All right, you 2 stay here and guard well. I have important matters to attend to." Ye Jing patted these 2 clingy demonic beasts, feeling somewhat helpless. He had set up a concealment array in this valley and stationed the black wind and poisonous bees to guard it for the time being. No one dared to approach. In the center of the valley, the ruins of the Chun family had been completely erased, leaving only a flat expanse of bluestone ground surrounded by a circle of blue stone containing faint spiritual energy, with several simple gathering arrays carved into the surface. Though not intricate, they could slightly gather the scattered spiritual energy within the valley. Ye Jing waved his hand, and a jade box flew out from his sleeve. The lid opened automatically, revealing a massive beast bone inside, which emitted a faint, thunderous glow with spiritual energy subtly flowing within. The beast blood beside it was stored in a crystal bottle thickly colored red, with flecks of golden light floating on the surface, which was the unique spiritual energy fluctuation of a pinnacle first-tier demonic beast. The black wind and poisonous bees, seeing this beast bone, were taken aback and began to show their wariness. Is this the thunder tiger that Tianhao mentioned in his letter? Yi was equally shocked. Just a single bone was enough to instill a strong sense of oppression with. Yes, this thunder tiger has reached pinnacle first tier, its abilities comparable to those of a foundation establishment cultivator, and even a single bone possesses such power. Ye Jing was also quite astonished. It was clear that Lu Xiaoyu from Qingyun sect was indeed generous, as such a powerful demonic beast's blood and bone could be used to forge high-grade spiritual tools, yet he simply gifted it to Yi Tianhao in them. It was evident that if his two grandsons joined the Qingyun sect, they would reap considerable benefits. Black wind poisonous bees go patrol the surroundings of Lingyun Valley. No cultivators or other demonic beasts are allowed near. Ye Jing commanded. The two demonic beasts obeyed and swiftly rushed to the valley's periphery. Seeing this, Ye Jing said, summon Xiaoyu. Yi nodded and immediately whistled. Suddenly a snow-white figure darted out from the valley landing and stretching its form. It was a white eagle as tall as two people, its feathers as pure as moonlight with faint golden tips on its wings. Its sharp eagle eyes were filled with affection as it nuzzled Yi, then bowed its head and chirped to Ye Jing, showing a hint of reverence. It was Xiaoyu, now glowing with spiritual light, but unable to advance due to hitting a bottleneck. At that moment it had caught the scent of the golden-eyed thunder tiger's bone and beast blood, its eyes brightening instantly, wings trembling slightly, yet it did not dare to step forward, remaining obediently by Yi's side. This golden-eyed thunder tiger is a pinnacle first-tier demonic beast with a thunder attribute perfectly matching Xiaoyu's attributes. Its power is formidable, and I believe Xiaoyu's strength will also reach new heights. Ye Jing thought to himself. He glanced at Yi and said, I will now begin to elevate your demonic beast. Pay attention to your breathing. After all, this was his contracted demonic beast, and the demonic beast's elevation would somewhat reflect on the master, akin to a joint progression. Although the danger was minimal, there was still some risk involved, especially since this was an elevation to the second tier for the thunder tiger, which was significantly higher in realm. Upon hearing Ye Jing's words, Yi nodded heavily, sitting cross-legged in preparation to regulate his breathing. Seeing this, Ye Jing used his spiritual energy to control the beast bone and beast blood, immediately employing the ability of the immortal willow to inspect. Snow Eagle Thunder attribute using the pinnacle first-tier golden-eyed thunder tiger bone and beast blood requires 150 points of celestial energy for elevation. At this moment, Ye Jing no longer cared about the pain in his flesh and immediately consented. He saw several white halos surge around him, all rushing towards Xiaoyu and the beast bone. Yi, regulating his breath, felt an immense and gentle spiritual energy emanating from his father, spreading like the melting snow of spring, enveloping the sharp aura of the golden-eyed thunder tiger bone and beast blood, all flowing toward Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu tilted its head and let out a clear cry. Its snow-white feathers erupted instantly, every strand of feather tinged with a faint silver-blue thunder light. Even the faint golden patterns on its body suddenly brightened, spreading like wildfire across its entire. In the valley, the thunder flashed violently, and the body of the snow eagle swelled continuously in the light. Even the thick, faint golden beast blood seeped out along the patterns, transforming into strands of blood that entwined around Xiaoyu's body, which were then completely absorbed by Xiaoyu. Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the spiritual energy around him stirring involuntarily, as Xiaoyu's destined master, the advancing power continuously fed back through the contract nexus, and the gentle, yet magnificent spiritual energy surged into his meridians, cleansing the originally sluggish pathways. He could distinctly feel that the bottleneck he was stuck at the fifth layer of Qi training was loosening. The meridians were being widened and nourished by the spiritual energy, and the once somewhat obscure spiritual energy was now flowing exceptionally smoothly. Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart, adhering to Ye Jing's instructions, focusing his mind to calm his breath, and gradually refining and settling the feedback power. Ye Jing stood nearby, his expression serious, as he manipulated the celestial light and spiritual energy, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The consumption of 150 points of celestial light was no small amount. He could clearly feel the depletion of celestial power within his body, yet he looked at the increasingly rich thunder and celestial light surrounding Xiaoyu. Ye Jing felt quite pleased. The ability of the celestial willow enveloped Xiaoyu in a halo, continuously calming the energy turbulence brought by the advancement, while the power of the thunder tiger bone and beast blood was precisely guided, all transformed into nutrients for Xiaoyu's progression without a trace of waste. Roar! An ethereal thunder tiger's roar erupted from within Xiaoyu, not like an eagle's cry, but rather carrying the fierce dominance of the golden-eyed thunder tiger. Xiaoyu suddenly spread its wings, and the thunder light around it surged explosively, accompanied by continuous thunderous sounds. Yi felt a sudden heat in his dantian, the feedback power reaching its peak in an instant, and a faint silver-blue thunder light radiated from him, resonating with Xiaoyu's aura. A sensation of ease surged through his entire body as the shackles of spiritual power that had troubled him for a long time shattered. After an unknown amount of time, the thunder light surrounding Xiaoyu gradually faded, revealing its form, now towering over its original size, reaching over 10 feet high, with a wingspan of 3 feet. Its snow-white feathers shimmered with a moonlight-like luster, with golden-tipped wings accentuating its appearance, and its eyes sparkled with lightning, surrounded by faint thunder attribute spiritual energy, now a bona fide first-tier demon beast. Snow Feather Eagle first-tier demon beast fused with the blood and bones of the golden-eyed thunder tiger. Abilities: Snow Feather / Eagle Roar Divine Might. Ye Jing looked at Xiaoyu with satisfaction. These two skills, Thunder Feather / allow Xiaoyu to condense thunder's spiritual power at the tips of its feathers, unleashing sharp thunder blades, with a flap particularly effective against evil entities possessing strong armor-piercing capabilities. Eagle Roar Divine Might is inherited from the golden-eyed thunder tiger. With a single roar, it can summon surrounding thunder energy, intimidating lower-tier demon beasts and cultivators, even disrupting opponents' attacks, and causing thunder attribute burns. Thus it has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Yi slowly stood up, his spiritual energy circulating freely, the power in his dantian now abundant and refined, firmly stabilizing at the 6th layer of Qi training. He gazed at the imposing Xiaoyu before him, filled with joy, and with a thought transmitted a strand of spiritual energy through the destined contract. The enormous snow eagle immediately bowed down, its originally sharp eyes now filled with gentleness, and the thunder's spiritual energy around it had also receded significantly, no longer so wild. Not bad. Not only has Xiaoyu advanced smoothly, but you've also broken through your bottleneck thanks to the contract feedback. The blood and bones of the golden-eyed thunder tiger were indeed worthwhile. Ye Jing stepped forward, raising his hand to check Yi's spiritual energy state, nodding in satisfaction. Yi smiled and said, "You're amazing, Dad. If it weren't for you, how could Xiaoyu have advanced? Speaking of which, I wonder what powerful abilities Xiaoyu has after this advancement." Ye Jing laughed. "Why not let it try and see? Wait a moment, let's go outside to try." Ye Jing quickly stopped Yi, as there were still some spiritual plants growing in this valley, which could not withstand a second destruction. Seeing this, Yi called Xiaoyu and led them out of the valley. Once Xiaoyu spread its wings, it soared like lightning, its speed astonishing Yi, who couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. They arrived at a desolate land filled with rocky debris, and Ye Jing and Yi landed. As soon as Yi touched the ground, he impatiently commanded Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, show me your divine abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu flapped its wings vigorously, the 3-foot-wide wings generating a strong gale, and the golden-tipped feathers suddenly shone with blinding silver-blue thunder light. Several thunder blades as thick as a finger shot forth from the tips of its feathers, striking fiercely against the nearby rocks. Boom! After a few loud bangs, a half-man-high rock was instantly shattered into pieces, with fragments flying everywhere, still retaining faint thunder patterns, which soon turned to ash. Immediately after, Xiaoyu raised its head and let out an eagle cry, a sound both clear and domineering, accompanied by flickering lightning that spread out, bending and burning the remaining grass and trees in the desolate land. Even the fleeing wild rabbits and mountain chickens collapsed to the ground, electrocuted to death. Yi stared at the chaos around him, his eyes wide with disbelief, mumbling, "This is incredibly powerful, far more so than before." The echoes of the thunderous strikes that shattered the rocks still resonated in his ears, and the residual lightning burned brightly, making it clear that Xiaoyu's current strength was remarkable. Ye Jing was also extremely satisfied with this, but he did not forget to add, "Now that Xiaoyu has advanced, if you want to cultivate, you should also come to Lingyun Valley, where the spiritual energy is abundant, suitable for you to cultivate in seclusion." "Then, Dad, will you still stay at home?" Yi suddenly asked. Ye Jing nodded. "Yes, as the head of the family, I cannot leave home." Recently I received reports from the crows I dispatched that several people from the Xian Yu sect have been lurking near our village, likely trying to investigate the details of the Yi family. Dad, will those people pose a threat to the Yi family? Shouldn't we let people from Qingyun sect come to help? Yi asked worriedly. Ye Jing shook his head. No, it would be too much to mobilize the foundation establishment cultivators of Qingyun sect for just a few probing cultivators. Moreover, wouldn't that just inform them that the Yi family has no one to contend with the Xian Yu sect? It's better to set up an empty city plan first. Empty city plan. Ye Jing noticed his son's confusion and explained, think about it, those from the Xian Yu sect only dare to probe the outskirts, not daring to approach Lu village easily, likely because they fear something. Don't naively think that the people from Xian Yu sect are afraid of Qingyun sect. It's very likely they fear that the Yi family has some powerful individuals. I remain hidden at home just to let those from the Xian Yu sect know that there is a deeply rooted ancestor of the Yi family guarding someone they cannot covet. Thus he had been refusing visitors his cultivation, currently at the 7th layer of Qi training, yet still patient, hoping for the family members to improve their skills while he, the old man, can endure. At this point Ye Jing looked at Yi with more expectation in his eyes. Now that you've broken through the cultivation bottleneck and reached the 6th layer of Qi training, and Xiao Yu has advanced to a first-tier demon beast in the future, when you cultivate in Lingyun Valley, not only must you improve your cultivation, but also learn to cooperate with Xiao Yu to form combat strength. The future of the Yi family ultimately depends on you younger generations. Yi's heart tightened, fully understanding his father's intentions, and bowed respectfully, saying, Dad, don't worry, I will cultivate diligently and not let you down. After reminding his second son, Ye Jing hurried towards home, but he did not forget those few cultivators from the Xian Yu sect lurking near Lu village. He promptly commanded the black wind and poisonous honeybees to catch up and eliminate them. Since they have come, they shouldn't think of leaving. Inside the palace of the Yan kingdom, the aging emperor struggled on the dragon throne, looking at Yi Xian beside him with eyes full of respect, extending his withered hand and saying, Minister Yi, my days are numbered. I hope that you, master, can help me safeguard the Yan kingdom in my final moments. Yi Xian replied calmly, Your Majesty need not worry. I am grateful for your grace and will certainly protect the Yan kingdom. At this moment Yi Xian had become the emperor's most trusted minister. Now that the emperor was old and nearing death, he was still struggling, delaying the ascension of the crown prince. He was suspicious and paranoid, constantly fearing that someone would usurp his position, which meant that Yi Xian had to remain close at all times. This began to trouble Yi Xian as he pondered how many more days the emperor would linger while his own Yi family was under threat from the Xian Yu sect, leaving him with no means to extricate himself. If it were not for the emperor's connection with the Qingyun sect and Jianyun, he would have left long ago. The old emperor lingered on the strong body of Yi Xian, his eyes filled with desire, but he quickly concealed it, continuing to act like a frail, old man. Before he knew it, night fell. Yi Xian finally found the opportunity to leave the emperor's side. He returned to his residence and discovered several crows perched in his courtyard, each tied with letters. Yi Xian immediately recognized these crows as having been sent by Ye Jing. He opened the letters, some from his son and daughter recounting what had transpired in the past 6 months, and others discussing Yi's breakthrough in cultivation and the advancement of his spirit beast. The letters were filled with good news. This alleviated some of Yi Xian's recent troubles, and a rare smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The promising progress of the younger generation in the Yi family was their greatest hope. Even though he was trapped in the palace, he still had confidence in dealing with the situation. With this in mind, Ye Jing burned all the letters, choosing not to dwell on them. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, the night was dark as ink and the lanterns along the corridor flickered dimly. The frail emperor was assisted by eunuchs to a secret chamber. Inside lay a blackened corpse, its features long since unrecognizable. Only the white skeleton remained with remnants of flesh still clinging to it. The emperor gazed at the bloodied corpse with greedy eyes. The eunuch beside him stepped forward, using a golden dagger to slice into the flesh of the corpse, then carefully collected the dark mass of flesh onto a plate. The old emperor eagerly stuffed the flesh into his mouth, chewing heartily, and gradually the signs of aging on his face faded somewhat. Yet he remained unsatisfied, lamenting, the effect of this cultivator's flesh is too small. Why can't I cultivate and attain immortality? The sounds of chewing echoed heavily in the secret chamber, his murky gaze swirling with a pathological fervor and unwillingness, his bony hands clenched tightly. The eunuch stood beside him, head bowed, not daring to make a sound. His expressionless face concealed a barely perceptible flicker of fear deep within his eyes. This corpse belonged to the mad blade who had attacked the Yan kingdom, secretly preserved by the old emperor. Whenever he felt unwell, he would take its flesh to nourish himself. That old man Jianyun of the Qingyun sect. It would be one thing if he were unwilling to help me conquer other nations, but why did he send Yi Xian, a cultivator, to me for goodwill? This leaves me with no way to act. The old emperor sighed. The eunuch trembled slightly at these words and softly advised Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Minister Ye wields military power and has the backing of his family. Moving against him may provoke the wrath of the Qingyun sect. Wrath. The old emperor swallowed the flesh in his mouth and roared in frustration, I am the son of heaven of the Yin kingdom. If I could attain immortality, what would I fear? This madblade is merely a loose cultivator, and his flesh has such remarkable effects. If I could take Ye Xian, oh no. If I could possess Ye Xian's body, perhaps I could truly tread the path of immortality. Saying this, the old emperor grinned maliciously and produced a grotesque elixir flesh-colored and resembling a screaming human face. It was suffused with swirling black mist and reeked of a strong odor, obviously not an ordinary item. Gazing at this elixir, the old emperor's eyes glazed over. As a ruler, despite ruling over a realm and being worshipped by the masses, he felt inferior to the flying immortals. He too wished to become an immortal. This elixir was obtained by the previous emperor of the Yin kingdom during a time when an evil cultivator invaded the country, thanks to the assistance of the Qingyun sect's disciples in battle. From it he learned of the method of body snatching, but unfortunately at that time the Yin kingdom lacked the means and resources to retain an immortal and thus had never utilized this method. The details described how body snatching typically occurs when a high-level cultivator seizes the body of a lower-level cultivator, as this requires a fierce battle of divine senses to devour the original owner. A slight misstep could result in soul damage, leading to loss of consciousness. However, the elixir in the old emperor's hand was the soul-swallowing elixir, not a mere elixir, but a magical artifact that allowed its user to control the swallowing of a cultivator's soul. The old emperor had once heard the previous emperor say that the evil cultivator had used this elixir to devour nearly half of the population of the Yin kingdom, demonstrating its power. The spirit artifact's contract dissolves with the owner's death. The old emperor had killed several of his brothers in his youth to attain his current position and had acquired this secret. As a mortal faced with such an unknown object, he would not dare to touch it, but at that time he had a fierce determination, daring to directly form a blood contract, as used by those cultivators. As a result, he truly became the master of this magical artifact, gaining a tiny amount of spiritual power to manipulate. But it was merely a fraction. He gazed at the twisted soul-swallowing elixir, his pathological fervor nearly spilling over. The old emperor had no other choice. He did not want to resign himself to fate and wished to return to his youthful days. Therefore, the first step was to take Ye Xian's body. Once successful, he would leave the Yin kingdom to pursue his path of cultivation. The old emperor's fingertips traced the surface of the soul-swallowing elixir, the human face patterns on its surface seeming to rise and fall with his breath as the black mist seeped through his fingers, coiling into faint black clouds around his bony wrists. Ye Xian, the body of a master, the foundation for immortality, it is rightfully mine. He emitted a raspy sound from his throat, the fervor in his eyes nearly igniting the dimness of the chamber. Proclaim my decree, starting tomorrow summon Ye Xian to attend to the imperial study day and night, without rest or rotation. The eunuch beside him trembled again, bowing even lower, his voice as quiet as a mosquito's. Buzz, Your Majesty, Minister, he seems to have worries lately, and if we force him to stay, it may raise suspicion. He had followed the old emperor for decades and understood the ruthlessness of this monarch, but Ye Xian was someone allowed to remain in the Yin kingdom by Jian Yun of the Qingyun sect. If they made a move once exposed, the entire Yin kingdom would bear the brunt of Qingyun sect's wrath. Suspicion. The old emperor sneered, clenching the soul-swallowing elixir tightly in his palm, the black mist seeping into his flesh through the lines on his palm. He benefits from my grace, safeguarding my Yin kingdom. It is his duty. Moreover, he paused, glancing at the remnants of the cultivator's skeleton, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Once he becomes my vessel, any suspicion will leave only a dissipating soul. The eunuch dared not advise further, only bowing and accepting, though the fear in his eyes grew ever stronger. The next morning, Ye Xian had just finished washing up when the eunuch arrived in the courtyard. Hearing that he was to serve in the imperial study day and night, Ye Xian frowned slightly, and the frustration in his heart surged again. The fact that the Yi family was coveted by the Xian Yu sect weighed heavily on his heart. He was eager to extricate himself, yet with the old emperor's arrangement, it was clear that he intended to trap him thoroughly within the palace. However, due to the principles of monarch and minister and the face of the Qingyun sect, he ultimately could only comply with the decree. In the imperial study, the old emperor still looked frail, leaning on the dragon throne and coughing incessantly. Upon seeing Ye Xian enter, he trembled and waved his hand, saying, Ye Jing, come here and talk with me. Ye Xian stepped forward as instructed, but his gaze inadvertently swept over the emperor's hand. The arm emitted a faint black aura. Though covered by the sleeve of the dragon robe, it could not escape the keen perception of a cultivator. Ye Xian's heart stirred, and he discreetly circulated his spiritual power to investigate, only to find that the old emperor was surrounded by a bizarre barrier isolating his aura. Only a faint hint of blood and malevolence wafted into his nostrils with the wind. "Your Majesty seems to look slightly better than yesterday." Ye Jing deliberately spoke to test his gaze fixed on the old emperor's expression. A flicker of panic flashed in the emperor's eyes, quickly replaced by a sickly calm. He coughed twice to cover it up, saying, "Thanks to the immortal master, I had a relatively good rest last night." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, seemingly to grasp Ye Jing's sleeve, yet a soul-devouring pill quietly emerged in his palm. The facial patterns on the pill's surface had become clear, and the black aura coiled around it like a living thing waiting for him to activate his spiritual power to pounce on Ye Jing's soul. Ye Jing was already on guard. At the moment the old emperor raised his hand, he swiftly retreated 3 feet, condensing his spiritual power in his palm, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Your Majesty, what you hold in your palm is not an ordinary item, is it?" He had already sensed that the pill contained a violent force of soul devouring. Although the old emperor had deliberately suppressed it, it still made his soul tremble slightly. The old emperor's disguise was completely shattered, and the signs of aging on his face visibly diminished, replaced by a sinister and frenzied expression. He suddenly clenched his fist, and the soul-devouring pill erupted with a strong black aura enveloping the entire imperial study. A muffled roar emanated from the pill, as if countless wronged souls were struggling within. "Since you've noticed, I won't pretend any longer," the old emperor roared. "Ye Jing, offer up your body to help me ascend the immortal path, and I will spare your family from death." Delusional. Ye Jing laughed in anger, his spiritual power transforming into sharp blades that shattered the black aura rushing towards him. "Your Majesty is obsessed with dark arts harming cultivators, and yet you still dare to attempt to seize my body. Do you not fear the Qingyun sect leveling the Yin kingdom?" Qingyun sect. The old emperor laughed maniacally, controlling the soul-devouring pill with his spiritual power, turning it into a black shadow that charged straight at Ye Jing's face. "Once I seize your shell and master your cultivation, even that old man Jin Yun will be no match for me. Moreover, this soul-devouring pill has devoured countless souls. Your soul will merely become my nourishment." Ye Jing's expression turned serious. He could sense that the power of the soul-devouring pill far exceeded that of ordinary evil artifacts, its force attempting to pull his divine sense out. He immediately utilized his spiritual power to create a barrier to resist the power of soul-devouring. The clash of spiritual power and the black pill energy emitted a piercing shriek, and the tables and chairs in the imperial study were instantly shattered by the aftermath of their collision. Seeing this, the old emperor's eyes flashed with urgency. Although he controlled the soul-devouring pill as a mere mortal with thin spiritual power, sustaining it for long was difficult. He gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his hand to slap his chest, a mouthful of vital blood spraying onto the soul-devouring pill. The pill instantly surged in size, and the black aura thickened, the wails of the wronged souls growing increasingly piercing. "Today you will undoubtedly die." Ye Jing felt a sharp pain in his soul, and his vision blurred. This pill was unexpectedly powerful. It was astonishing that a mere mortal who had not even reached the qi refining stage could induce such anxiety and make it hard to withstand. He knew he could not prolong the battle and needed to resolve it swiftly. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, silently chanting a sword technique, and the sword at his waist immediately unsheathed, transforming into a streak of azure light that pierced straight toward the old emperor. The old emperor was taken aback, hurriedly retreating, but still got grazed by the sword energy on his shoulder, blood spurting out. His control over the soul-devouring pill faltered, and the black aura of the pill weakened slightly. Ye Jing seized the opportunity, his spiritual power surging, enveloping himself in golden light, and charged toward the soul-devouring pill, his palms, spiritual power transforming into a giant hand that firmly grasped the bizarre pill. "No." The old emperor let out a desperate howl, trying to regain control of the pill, only to find that Ye Jing's spiritual power had already invaded the pill's interior, breaking apart his blood contract. The soul-devouring pill trembled violently, its surface black aura gradually fading, revealing its murky flesh-colored body. Ye Jing felt a sharp pain in his palm as the remaining soul-devouring power in the pill counterattacked fiercely. Gritting his teeth, he continuously injected his spiritual power into the pill, fully suppressing it. Moments later, the soul-devouring pill ceased trembling, the black aura dissipated, transforming into an ordinary pill that landed in Ye Jing's palm, losing all its evil power. Seeing this, the old emperor slumped down, collapsing to the ground, the color draining from his face, returning to his frail appearance. Ye Jing stepped forward and his sword flew out. The old emperor, upon seeing this, immediately cried out in fear, "No, no, you cannot kill me. I am the emperor." "Oh." Ye Jing ignored his pleas, and the sword aimed directly at his throat. The high-ranking emperor splattered blood on the spot. The eunuch standing beside the emperor witnessing this was about to shout that the general had killed the emperor, but in the next second his head fell. Ye Jing looked at the chaos in the imperial study feeling somewhat helpless. He immediately collected the bizarre pill and killed the guards who rushed in. Gazing at the pile of corpses, he thought, this is troublesome. Killing the emperor is one thing, but cleaning up the mess is another. I might as well go home and discuss it with my father first. With that in mind, Ye Jing summoned his spirit sword and flew directly out of the palace, ignoring the cries and panic of the guards. Ye Jing flew swiftly on his sword, reaching home in less than an hour. At this time, the Ye family members saw Ye Jing covered in blood and hurried out. Wu Guiyun asked in panic, Gu, are you alright? Fine, this is someone else's blood. Guiyun is father at home. Ye Jing casually wiped the blood from his face and replied, yes, he'll take you to see him. Gu, what happened? Why did you come home covered in blood? Wu Guiyun asked anxiously. It's nothing, just killed the emperor and got splattered with some blood. Please help me clean up before I see father, Ye Jing said with a smile to reassure his anxious wife. Killed the emperor. Wu Guiyun gasped in shock, then led Ye Jing to see Ye Jing. At this moment, Ye Jing was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He had sensed the bloody smell outside long ago and stepped out of the room. Seeing Ye Jing standing in the courtyard, he walked forward and bowed, saying, Father. He hadn't seen his father for nearly a year since entering the palace. Ye Jing's gaze focused on Ye Jing, and he raised his hand slightly, saying, get up, let's talk inside. A group of people entered the inner hall, and Ye Jing waved his hand to dismiss those on the sides, leaving only the father and son sitting face to face. Ye Jing recounted the events of the past few days while by the emperor's side. The old emperor attempted to defy fate and prolong his life using a strange elixir, but was ultimately killed by him. He revealed how he had broken the situation, killing the emperor with a single sword without a hint of concealment. After listening, Ye Jing's eyes showed no trace of emotion, only a deep coldness and determination. What you did was right. He slowly said, this old emperor has been in power for so long, taxing the people excessively and causing them to suffer. Your sword today was indeed a relief. Over the years, Ye Jing had worried endlessly over tax revenues. He had long been displeased with that dog emperor, and killing him was for the best. However, while killing this emperor is good, the old ministers of Chaozhou, the feudal lords, and other princes will surely take this opportunity to cause trouble, and the Yin kingdom will be in chaos. Ye Jing said with some concern, the Xianyu sect has its eyes on us, and the Qingyun sect will also be difficult. Ye Jing listened and understood that his eldest son was seeking his advice on handling this mess. He smiled indifferently and said, without the emperor to maintain order, why don't we support another emperor to the throne? Are you going to manage this matter, father? Ye Jing asked in surprise. He thought Ye Jing would remain indifferent, but unexpectedly his father wanted to support a new emperor. Of course, why wouldn't I? Ye Jing replied with a faint smile. If the emperor of the Yin kingdom is one of our own, then the Yin kingdom will become part of the Yi family. At that time, we can develop our family business while using the resources of the Yin kingdom and also intimidate the Xianyu sect. Ye Jing nodded and continued, Xianyu, you go and assemble the troops to keep the other princes out of the palace. I will come shortly. Yes. Ye Jing immediately responded to his father's orders. After he left, Ye Jing stood up and murmured, it's time to meet an old friend. At this time in Yanggu County, Zhao Yuani, the son of the Yin kingdom, had already heard the news of the emperor's sudden death, and his expression was anxious. Being a prince, he considered himself part of the royal family. With such a major incident occurring, he was restless. The sky was overcast and a gust of wind arose, indicating that it might rain. As he waved his fan, feeling troubled, a sudden wind burst in from outside, and a figure floated in. Zhao Yuani looked over and saw a familiar face. He exclaimed, Ye family head. His face was filled with astonishment, even thinking it was an illusion, as this elder had not shown his face for several years. Ye Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a snow-white robe with white hair, yet a youthful face, and a faint glow of spiritual light flowed around him. This made Zhao Yuani grip his fan tightly and become respectful, bowing to Ye Jing. Ye Xinsher, long time no see. Now Ye Jing was no longer the ordinary martial artist he had been years ago. This strange power made it impossible for Zhao Yuani not to recognize him. In his heart, he was stirred by great waves. This old man had truly found the path to immortality and become a cultivator. Ye Jing smiled as he approached, his robe fluttering in the wind. Prince Zhao, no need for formality. I have a momentous matter to discuss with you. These familiar businesslike words made Zhao Yuani hesitate to speak casually as he had before. He cautiously inquired, what great matter does Ye Xinsher wish to discuss with me? Ye Jing stroked his beard, his gaze remaining calm, yet his words were shocking. Does the prince of the Yin kingdom have any desire for the throne? The throne? Zhao Yuani felt as though struck by lightning. His grip on the folding fan tightened, turning his knuckles white as he looked at Ye Jing, disbelief mixing with panic and a hint of excitement in his eyes. The wind swirled dry leaves against the window, producing a howling sound while the candlelight inside flickered, casting the shadows of the two men long and short. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, bowed his head, his tone filled with respect and caution. Ye Jing, the late emperor's sudden demise will be discussed by the court ministers and various royal uncles and princes. I am but a mere son of the world. How could I dare to harbor such thoughts? This was the truth, partly for self-preservation. Although he was a prince, he was not favored. His maternal family was weak, and he held no military power. In the past, he only sought to live peacefully and had never coveted that supreme position. More importantly, he could not grasp Ye Jing's intentions. This elder who had become a cultivator was truly testing him, or had other plans. Ye Jing looked at his feigned humility, the smile at the corner of his mouth unchanged, and slowly walked to sit in the main seat of the room. His spiritual powers slightly retracted, yet it still exuded an overwhelming pressure that made others unable to look directly at him. Dare not harbor such thoughts. He stroked his beard, his voice not loud, but clear. Do you know, Prince, that the late emperor did not die of illness, but was killed by my son Ye Jing with a single sword? Zhao Yuanyi trembled all over his face, turning pale instantly. Seeing Ye Jing speak so calmly about this matter, he struggled to swallow, unable to articulate for a long time. Ye Jing cast a faint glance at him and said, "What do you think, Prince Zhao?" Zhao Yuanyi stood straight and replied to Ye Jing, "Sure, I am willing to take on the great responsibility. From now on, I will work hand in hand with the Ye family to safeguard the Yan kingdom." Ye Jing nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I did not misjudge you. You can arrange carriages to accompany me to the imperial city of the Yan kingdom. Once we arrive in the Yan kingdom, you can ascend to the throne." Zhao Yuanyi, of course, did not dare to have any doubts and arranged for carriages to head to the imperial city with Ye Jing. At this time, the imperial city of the Yan kingdom was already in chaos. The news of Ye Jing's regicide spread throughout the palace, and princes, some generals and ministers began to gather troops and enter the imperial city, hoping to seize the throne. On the palace walls, Ye Jing looked indifferently at the large numbers of people gathering below. As a cultivator, he took less than half a day to control the imperial city. Now he only needed to stand atop the palace and guard it. In less than 2 days, many princes and soldiers had already gathered below. Among them, several men in dragon robes were shouting insults, cursing about treasonous ministers and usurpers. Yet none dared to step forward. The reason was simple: the spiritual power flowing around Ye Jing made it clear that he as a cultivator was beyond the reach of mere mortals. The wind whipped the banners atop the palace walls, making a resounding sound. Ye Jing scanned those commoners below, their faces flushed, yet daring not to cross the line, viewing them as mere ants. The third prince, Zhao Yuanyi, who had shouted the loudest, had his dragon robe's jade belt askew due to his agitation. He looked up at Ye Jing, his eyes filled with resentment, yet he could not meet that indifferent gaze. "Ye Jing, you are a treacherous villain who has killed the emperor and disrupted the kingdom." An old general among the crowd suddenly drew his sword. He was the state protector, General Zhou Tai, appointed by the late emperor, with white hair and beard. "Today I will lead the guards to clear the treacherous side." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers behind him raised their weapons in unison, the battle cries shaking the heavens, yet none dared to be the first to charge forward. After all, the might of a cultivator was not something mere mortals could contend with. Ye Jing let out a scoff, and a burst of spiritual energy shot forth from his hand. The flicker of power swept through the air, and before Zhou Tai could react, his face turned pale, collapsing to the ground breathless. In a single move, he silently eliminated him, causing the previously boisterous soldiers to fall silent, too afraid to speak. Several princes also shrank back into the crowd, afraid to even breathe, lest they become the next target of Ye Jing's punishment. Just as a stalemate ensued, a sudden sound of hurried hooves approached from afar. A team of soldiers in black surrounded a carriage racing toward them with spiritual energy, shielding the area, indicating the presence of a cultivator. Faced with the suddenly appearing carriage, the princes below all assumed it was yet another contender for. After the carriage came to a halt, an old man dressed in a white robe stepped down, accompanied by a fierce black dog with crimson eyes, not a mundane creature. "Father!" Ye Jing, who gazed down from the city wall, immediately soared down with his sword to stand beside Ye Jing, his voice filled with utmost respect. Ye Jing patted his shoulder, turning his gaze towards the panicked princes and ministers. With a loud and commanding voice, he declared, "Zhao Yuanyi, the crown prince of the Yan kingdom, is the wisest among the bloodline of the late emperor. By the decree of heaven, he shall return to the throne and inherit the great legacy. If you are wise, lay down your weapons at once and assist the new ruler in court. Past grievances shall be overlooked. If you dare to resist, you will face the wrath of the cultivators." Zhao Yuanyi. The crowd erupted in an uproar. No one expected the Immortal to support a crown prince who had not received favor from the late emperor and held no real power. The third prince, Zhao Yuanyi, changed countenance and gritted his teeth, saying, Immortal Zhao Yunyi's maternal clan is weak with no soldiers. How can he undertake such a grand endeavor? This is against the law. I am willing to assist the Immortal as a prince to stabilize the Yin kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Jing's gaze turned cold, and his sword flew out, piercing Zhao Yuanxi, who instantly lost his breath. What law? I am the law, Ye Jing coldly shouted. The remaining princes and ministers, seeing this, were terrified and fell to the ground, crying out, "The Immortal is wise." Yi Xian stood beside Ye Jing, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling ministers, and asked his father, "How should we deal with these people?" Ye Jing replied, "Leave no prince alive, to eliminate future troubles." "Yes," Yi Xian responded swiftly, his spiritual energy suddenly surging, and his long sword unsheathed itself, transforming into a streak of light that danced across the open space outside the hall. The princes, who had just been begging for mercy, did not even have time to scream before their heads were severed, blood splattering across the bluestone ground, and the air was instantly filled with a heavy stench of blood. The ministers were so terrified that they trembled all over, clinging to the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Many had already soaked their backs in sweat. They watched in horror as the once mighty princes became souls beneath the sword, and their previous doubts about Zhao Yuanyi's ascension were completely replaced by an ingrained fear. In the face of absolute power, the so-called court etiquette and clan influence were utterly fragile, and the black dog beside Ye Jing, sensing the blood, howled excitedly, a glint of insatiable desire flashing in its crimson eyes, yet it obediently lowered its head, not daring to act out. "Crown Prince Zhao, come out," Ye Jing said flatly. From the carriage behind Zhao Yunyi stepped down somewhat unsteadily, still dazed by the surrounding bloodshed, unable to believe he would have a day to ascend the throne. Meanwhile, those ministers who had been killed as a warning were all kneeling on the ground, shouting congratulations to the new emperor on his ascension. "Shinner, clear out the remnants of the previous dynasty. Those who submit shall live, and those who resist shall die," Ye Jing commanded. "Yes," Yi Xin replied. With this, there would be no obstacles to Zhao Yuanyi's ascension to the throne. The coronation ceremony was quickly convened. Yi Xian swept away the remaining forces in the court, and soon helped his trusted allies rise to power, solidifying the throne. Seeing this, Ye Jing arrived at the palace's library, which housed methods of cultivation, and found it filled with small books lacking any significant texts. However, he came across several books describing the unique lands of the Yin kingdom, stating that certain valleys within the kingdom concealed rare minerals, but could not be explored due to the presence of strange beasts. Ye Jing could not help but think that he had learned about the spiritual vein in Lingyun Valley from some discussions about the Yin kingdom. What kind of valuable minerals could these be? Although it was merely gossip, he felt compelled to take it seriously, as the old emperor truly possessed some remarkable items. With this thought, Ye Jing closed the book, recalling the strange elixirs and artifacts the emperor had used. Yi Xian mentioned that these artifacts were quite terrifying, as even an ordinary person like the old emperor, who had never cultivated, could use them. Moreover, they seemed to overshadow him. It was highly likely that there had been an immortal in the Yin royal family at some point, or perhaps due to some special opportunity, they had acquired such celestial artifacts and the ability to gather rumors of these rare treasures. Ye Jing thought that since his second daughter-in-law was currently studying alchemy, it might be good to let her investigate this strange elixir artifact. He closed the scroll, and the strange artifact Yi Xian described echoed repeatedly in his mind, as it was truly rare, even in the realm of cultivation. Ye Jing turned and exited the library, with the black dog immediately following suit as they made their way home. The black dog raced swiftly, leaping over the palace walls, and in no time, they had left the imperial city. Now that Zhao Yunyi had ascended the throne but was still reliant on the Yi family, he naturally saw no need to linger in the palace, wasting time. Upon reaching the Yi family estate, Ye Jing entered through the back door, where the sunset was sinking at the edge of the western wing, a faint herbal fragrance mingling with spiritual energy wafted from the courtyard. That was the alchemy chamber of his second daughter-in-law, Lu Xianglan, who had been obsessed with alchemy and spent most of her days here. Upon entering, he saw that the table was filled with various herbs and some books, while the floor was smeared with plenty of pill dregs. Several stiff corpses were methodically cleaning up a batch of failed pill dregs. At that moment, Lu Xianglan was seated cross-legged, the furnace roaring with a fierce flame. In an instant, the alchemical furnace was opened, releasing a refreshing aroma. 3 condensed chi pills appeared in the furnace. These were the most basic pills for cultivators, aiding beginners in stabilizing their cultivation. Now Lu Xianglan could attempt to combine refined herbs into pills. Although the success rate was low, her alchemical techniques had already matured. She had naturally known of Ye Jing's arrival, putting the 2 pills into a jade bottle, and slightly bowed to Ye Jing, saying, "Father." Ye Jing nodded slightly, getting straight to the point. "After Shinner and I helped stabilize the court of the Yin kingdom, Shinner obtained a strange pill from the old emperor, which is actually an artifact that allows mortals to summon the power of ghosts. Hearing this, Lu Xianglan was taken aback. Is there truly such a sinister item? Ye Jing took out the box containing the strange pill and opened it. A flesh-colored pill the size of a pigeon egg appeared before Lu Xianglan. The surface of the pill bore a bizarrely twisted human face with an eerie aura faintly emanating from within. As soon as the pill appeared before Lu Xianglan could ponder its significance, a piercing scream echoed from her backroom, startling both Ye Jing and Lu Xianglan. Ye Jing asked, "Haven't you subdued that corpse yet?" Lu Xianglan replied helplessly, "Father, my spiritual energy is only at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Controlling a corpse close to foundation establishment is still a bit challenging. I can only suppress it according to the method in refining corpses." Ye Jing responded, "Then let's go take a look together." Since he had taken out this flesh-colored pill, the corpse had reacted significantly, and it was necessary to see what was going on. Lu Xianglan dared not delay, and quickly led Ye Jing toward the back room. Inside, the movements of the corpse servants cleaning the pill residue grew increasingly stiff, their bodies faintly emanating a restless corpse aura seemingly disturbed by the flesh-colored pill in Ye Jing's hand. Fortunately, Lu Xianglan's corpse-controlling technique was already quite exquisite. She adhered strictly to her orders, without any deviation. The howls from behind became more mournful, mixed with the piercing sounds of chains scraping against stone walls. As they reached the door, a dense corpse aura intertwined with the eerie energy emanating from the pill rushed toward them. "Father, it's right here." Lu Xianglan pushed open the heavy wooden door, revealing a dimly lit room illuminated only by a faint candlelight in the corner. Inside, 3 dark iron chains soaked in vermilion and protective talismans were entwined around a stone pillar, the other end tightly binding a towering corpse servant. This corpse was covered in scars, barely resembling a human, with distorted features and a pair of fangs protruding from its mouth. Its murky white eyes were filled with ferocity. Ye Jing paused, his spiritual powers slightly condensing as he raised the wooden box. The flesh-colored pill seemed to sense the aura of the corpse, and the twisted human face on its surface began to slowly writhe, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Seeing this, the corpse struggled even more violently, the dark iron chains embedded deeply into its decaying flesh, yet it showed no sign of retreat. The corpse aura continued to spread along the chains, resonating with the eerie energy of the pill. "It seems this corpse and the pill are resonating with each other," Ye Jing observed. Lu Xianglan immediately realized, "Father, I understand what's happening. This corpse has no soul, while this pill is filled with souls, so the two are able to attract each other." "Is that so?" Ye Jing asked in surprise. Lu Xianglan quickly explained, "Father, I have seen this in refining corpse puppets. The corpse has no soul and can be tamed, but lacking a soul carries the risk of losing control, and it cannot grow stronger like a demon beast. Only by using a soul as a guide can the corpse break through its constraints, even awakening spiritual intelligence to become a true corpse puppet general. However, this method is too sinister, requiring hundreds of souls and specific refining techniques. A slight misstep could lead to backlash." Hearing this, Ye Jing's eyes lit up. This pill was called Soul-Devouring Pill, known for its unusual properties that could control ghosts to attack, but he didn't expect it to have such a clever use. "Xianglan, if what you say is true, this pill might just remedy the corpse's deficiency." Lu Xianglan stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the corpse. "Father, look, this corpse was filled with resentment before death. Its soul has scattered, and it is continuously tainted in that place, filled with demonic energy, making its body extremely powerful. It would make for excellent material for crafting a corpse puppet general. Perhaps the result would possess a powerful cultivation beyond foundation establishment." Ye Jing listened with growing anticipation and immediately asked, "Xianglan, can this be done?" Lu Xianglan's brow furrowed slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. "Father, my cultivation is insufficient, and I cannot control this corpse without an advanced spiritual artifact. Moreover, the souls within this pill are too chaotic. Merging them directly would likely cause the corpse to become even more violent and difficult to control. And I do not know how to refine artifacts. Refining artifacts and pills are not the same. The difficulty is considerable, and relying solely on Lu Xianglan would likely be challenging." Upon hearing this, Ye Jing naturally understood and said, "Xianglan, it's nothing to worry about. As long as I find metallic, or I can surely help level up your spiritual artifact. As for the refining method, Father will find a solution for you." It seemed the matter of searching for, or in other regions of Yin country, could no longer be delayed. Ye Jing immediately prepared to set out alone, this time intending to visit the areas surrounding Yin country. When it comes to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, being alone allows for more flexibility, and it's not suitable to let too many people know. With this thought, Ye Jing made up his mind, turning to Lu Xianglan and instructing, "Xianglan, I have decided to assist you and Guiyun in upgrading your weapons. Generally, spiritual artifacts require metallic spiritual materials for support, so I plan to leave home for a while. After I leave, I will ask Yi to return home. You must declare to the outside world that I am in closed-door cultivation and must not let outsiders catch even a hint of it. Lu Xianglan quickly nodded. Father, don't worry. I will ensure that I and my sister-in-law take good care of the household affairs. Please be careful when you go out. Ye Jing carefully stored the soul-devouring pill, arranged matters at home, and prepared to leave. 10 days later. In the southwest of Yin country there lay many wastelands where the wind whipped up sand and gravel, stinging the face. As far as the eye could see, there were only jagged rocks, and not a single decent plant could be found. Ye Jing retracted all his spiritual power, hunched his back, and leaned his cane against the gravel. He looked like a decrepit old vagabond. Anyone who saw him would never associate him with a cultivator. He walked slowly, his gaze sweeping constantly across the surrounding rocks. This area was rich in mineral resources, desolate with few inhabitants, making it convenient for Ye Jing to summon poisonous, anomalous bees for exploration. The insect race was extremely sensitive to such spirit-rich mineral deposits and spiritual veins. However, although this southwestern wasteland had many mines, it was also fraught with danger, with numerous rogue cultivators and bandits wandering about, specifically targeting solitary cultivators. Though Ye Jing was not afraid, he did not wish to attract unnecessary trouble or expose his identity, so he pretended to be old and retracted his spiritual power. Ye Jing found a large rock sheltered from the wind to lean against, raised his hand to wipe the dust from his face, and gazed in the direction the poisonous, anomalous bee flew, contemplating. This time out, it would be best to find a location rich in metallic spiritual, or if sufficient deposits could also help cultivate metallic demon beasts, which would benefit the family in forging other spiritual artifacts in the future. About an hour later, a poisonous, anomalous bee suddenly flew from afar, landing on Ye Jing's cane, its wings beating rapidly, its stinger pointing toward the southwest. Ye Jing's eyes flashed with brightness, realizing that it had found traces of the spiritual mine, and he immediately stood up. He observed his surroundings, leaning on his cane, and urged the black wind, transformed into a black dog beside him, to walk slowly in the direction indicated by the poisonous, anomalous bee. The further he walked southwest, the denser the jagged stones became, gradually forming a rocky ridge, and a faint metallic scent began to waft through the air. That was indeed the scent of metallic ore. Ye Jing's steps became lighter, and he slightly used his spiritual power, listening to the surrounding sounds. Besides the wind and the chirping of insects, he faintly heard the low growls of demon beasts coming from this rocky ridge. Following the guidance of the poisonous, anomalous bee, he avoided several steep cliffs, and finally spotted a mineral vein partially exposed on the ground deep within the rocky ridge. The mineral vein was dark silver in color, with silver light flickering among the stone patterns. Spiritual power slowly seeped out along the stone patterns, and judging by the scale of this mineral vein, it was likely that the reserves buried deep underground were extremely abundant. Ye Jing focused his gaze and saw that it was merely a first-tier early-stage demon beast, a slightly larger black snake guarding the cave entrance. He patted the black wind and commanded, "Black wind, go ahead." The black wind let out a low howl from its throat. Its form suddenly expanded. The originally half-human tall black dog instantly surged to over 10 feet in height, its jet black fur shimmering with a blood-red light, and a pair of long horns strikingly prominent. It bore no semblance of docility, its limbs pushed against the ground, sending shards of stone flying, as it transformed into a shadow, pouncing towards the black serpent guarding the mine. The black serpent was napping coiled at the entrance of the mine when it sensed the movement, and abruptly raised its head, its vertical pupils flashing with a fierce light as its nature swiftly flickered. Though it was merely a first-tier early-stage beast, it possessed an instinct to protect its food. Seeing the black wind charging in, it immediately flicked its tail, creating a whistling wind that lashed out at the black wind. The black wind was agile, dodging the strike of the serpent's tail, and instead sank its teeth into the serpent's vital spot, easily piercing its defenses. The black serpent writhed in pain, attempting to shake off the black wind, but against the first-tier mid-stage black wind, its struggle was but a death throes. After a few thrashes, its body fell still, and the black wind triumphantly picked up the black serpent's body, wagging its tail at Ye Jing to show off its achievement. Seeing this, Ye Jing took out a crimson blood fruit that emitted a black mist from his storage bag. This fruit, contaminated with demonic energy, was inedible for humans, but favored by beasts like the black wind. He took out dozens of fist-sized crimson blood fruits, all of which were devoured by the black wind. "Black wind, guard here, and don't let anyone approach." Ye Jing patted the body of the black wind, then turned his gaze towards the dark silver mine vein. He crouched down and used his spiritual energy to probe into the silver, or sensing a faint resonance of metallic spiritual energy. It seemed there was the metallic ore he sought, but not in large quantities. Still, it was better than having none. With this thought, Ye Jing took out a special pickaxe forged from spiritual iron from his storage bag, as ordinary pickaxes could not mine or infused with spiritual energy. This spiritual iron pickaxe was several times heavier than a regular mining pick, its head glinting with a cold hard silver gray sheen, the edges sharpened to an incredible sharpness. This was the tool Ye Jing had prepared for mining spiritual ore. He gripped the pick handle and slowly infused it with spiritual energy. Then the pickaxe flew automatically towards the silver gray mine vein and began to dig the hard rock, peeling away like tofu. Ye Jing sent the poisonous bee ahead to scout, while he affixed several explosion talismans and some defensive small formations outside the cave. This way anyone approaching would trigger a timely warning, and it would also prevent any lower-tier cultivators from causing trouble. After completing all this, Ye Jing called back the black wind, then controlled the black iron pickaxe to continue mining, following the poisonous bee deeper. The cave was pitch black and lighting a fire was impossible, so Ye Jing took out a golden light bowl to illuminate and protect himself. After digging for a while, the poisonous bee stopped circling around before coming to hover beside Ye Jing, buzzing incessantly. Had it found something? Ye Jing felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately raised the pickaxe to dig where the poisonous bee was circling. As he gradually excavated the stone wall, a golden light began to seep through, illuminating the dim cave. Seeing this, Ye Jing became even more cautious in his digging, afraid of damaging the golden ore. The pickaxe carefully adjusted its movements along the edge of the golden glowing ore, revealing a piece of or surrounded by faint golden spiritual energy nestled within a mass of silver gray stones. It was evident that this golden ore was a product of the iron ore in this cave, evolved over countless years. Ye Jing immediately took a closer look. A first-tier metallic spiritual ore suitable for upgrading spiritual tools and evolving their properties. Seeing this, Ye Jing hurriedly used the pickaxe to excavate the metallic ore. The ore could be held with both hands, yet it felt like it weighed 10,000 pounds in Ye Jing's grip. Even a martial artist would find it extremely difficult to lift. Ye Jing was astonished. He hadn't expected to find a first-tier metallic spiritual ore here. The poisonous bees also fluttered excitedly up and down. Eos spirit insects, they loved ores that contained vast amounts of spiritual energy. He immediately placed the ore into his storage bag and wished to continue digging, but he noticed that ever since he took the metallic or the silver gray stones in the cave had dimmed significantly. It seemed this cave had only produced this one first-tier metallic spiritual ore. The poisonous bees were also flying up and down, unable to find any direction. Seeing this, Ye Jing put away his pickaxe, preparing to head to the next mine to investigate. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of spiritual energy and instantly widened his eyes in alarm. Someone was approaching the defensive formation he had set up. He immediately took the black wind and poisonous bees to the cave entrance, quietly peering out. Outside the mine, a group of cultivators dressed in the same blue attire were surrounding the cave, seemingly disciples of a certain sect. Ye Jing clenched his fists, not daring to step out, merely observing them quietly. The leading blue-clad cultivator wielded a sword and struck at the barrier, confirming that the cave was indeed protected by a defensive formation. He couldn't help but frown and asked, could it be that there are other cultivators here? Elder, it should be some loose cultivators here to mine stones, replied a petite female cultivator beside the male. TCH, just a few abandoned mine tunnels. Is it necessary to mobilize so many people? The male cultivator scoffed disdainfully. He immediately unleashed his divine sense to probe inside. Ye Jing felt the immense spiritual energy and couldn't help but be alarmed. Oh, was this male cultivator a Foundation establishment cultivator? His heart sank. The divine sense of a Foundation establishment cultivator far surpassed that of a chi refining cultivator, probing through the cave like a tangible force, leaving no room for concealment. Ye Jing had no time to think further. He immediately circulated all the spiritual energy in his body to conceal his aura, while commanding the black wind and poisonous bees to lie low. The black wind sprang into action, pressing against the cave's shadow, while the poisonous bees crawled around Ye Jing. As the cultivator's divine sense drew near, the waves on the black wind's horns emanated ripples, shielding Ye Jing from the Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense. This was the black wind's soul-extinguishing shock technique, capable of emitting light waves to disrupt higher-tier cultivators, temporarily preventing them from detecting him. The male cultivator had probed for quite some time, without finding any trace of a person, causing him to furrow his brow. Strange, there's a defensive formation, yet no one was detected. Perhaps this loose cultivator hasn't arrived yet, and left the defensive formation behind. The petite female cultivator quickly stepped forward, gently suggesting, this mine has long been emptied, holding no value. We shouldn't delay the master's orders. We still need to seize that first tier or vein. The male cultivator agreed and waved his hand, saying, let's go. The blue-clad cultivators responded in unison and turned to swiftly fly towards the second-tier mine in the distance. However, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had just given the command suddenly halted after taking just 2 steps, his brow furrowing even tighter. In that moment, as his divine sense swept past, he distinctly sensed a faint ripple, as if some energy was interfering with his divine sense. Though fleeting, it was certainly not an illusion. Wait a moment. He raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, his long sword trembling slightly, emitting a sharp aura of Foundation establishment spiritual energy. Something's off. That ripple cannot be a coincidence. Someone must be hiding inside using a concealment technique. Ye Jing's heart abruptly tightened, and cold sweat broke out on his palm. Hiding in the shadows, Ye Jing sensed that the cultivators had once again turned their eyes toward the defensive array, their spiritual energy more intense than before. Clearly, they had grown suspicious. Hei Feng, concealed in the shadows, felt a slight warmth radiating from the horn on his head. The soul-extinguishing technique had limited effects on Foundation establishment cultivators, and forcing the divine sense to be shielded had already drained a significant amount of its spiritual energy. At this moment, the ripples on the horn had faded somewhat, clearly struggling to sustain itself for long. The poisonous bees also sensed the impending crisis, their wings fluttering slightly, emitting an almost inaudible buzzing sound. Seeing the caution of the cultivators, Ye Jing couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. Elder, could it be that there really is a cultivator hiding in this broken mine? Why must we probe so hard? Isn't that a bit unnecessary? The female cultivator frowned, clearly not understanding why her elder was fixated on this cultivator. The Foundation establishment cultivator sneered, "What's unnecessary about it? If we truly allow an unidentified cultivator to hide here, if they were to spy on our sex movements, the consequences would be far worse. Since they refuse to come out, I will break this formation and find out. Killing a few rogue cultivators won't take much time." Before his words fell, the spiritual energy in his palm transformed into a sword shadow, cleaving toward the defensive formation. With a loud bang, the surface of the formation rippled and cracks spread like a spider's web. Seeing that the male cultivator was determined to capture him, Ye Jing immediately pulled Hei Feng and the others into the deeper crevices of the mine, suppressing his own aura to the utmost. The poisonous bees climbed to a higher position along the crevices, preparing to attack. After summoning the poisonous bees, Ye Jing was able to discern that the male cultivator was merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment, and the disciples around him were generally not strong. Now, with the combined forces of the poisonous bees and Hei Feng, they were more than capable of giving this Foundation establishment cultivator a hard time. Since he insisted on attacking, Ye Jing could not be blamed for making him suffer a bit. Hei Feng and the poisonous bees were both mid-stage first-tier beasts, but after being nurtured by the magic-containing Qixue fruit provided by Ye Jing and spending a long time absorbing spiritual energy in the spiritual vein, their strength had approached that of a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, the poisonous bees could summon swarms of thousands. While they may not be able to kill this Foundation establishment cultivator, they would certainly give him quite a challenge. The cracks in the formation were still spreading wildly, its light flickering like a dying candle, clearly unable to withstand a second strike. The Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes gleamed with pride as he gathered spiritual energy in his palm, once more the sword intent stronger than before. One more strike, and this broken formation will shatter. The female cultivator stood by, still feeling it was an overreaction, yet she tightened her grip on the long sword at her waist, vigilantly scanning the area around the formation. The remaining disciples spread out surrounding the entrance of the mine so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through, waiting for the formation to shatter before rushing in. Inside the cave, Ye Jing condensed his spiritual energy slightly and exchanged a glance with Hei Feng. Understanding, Hei Feng's horn suddenly glowed with a dim dark light. Even with most of its spiritual energy expended, it could still invoke the remnants of the soul-extinguishing awe. With just a strike toward the Foundation establishment cultivator's divine, since this blow would not be enough to severely injure him, but it could disturb his focus for a moment. At the very moment the Foundation establishment cultivator was about to complete his gathering of spiritual energy, he suddenly furrowed his brow. A faint sting arose in his sea of consciousness, causing the sword shadow in his palm to wobble, and he lost 3/10 of his strength in an instant. "Who is disturbing me?" he shouted sharply, his divine sense sweeping chaotically, but due to the residual effects of Hei Feng's shielding, he was unable to catch the faint aura in the shadows. In that moment of vulnerability, Ye Jing shouted, "Attack!" In the cave, the poisonous bees suddenly buzzed their wings, thousands of them diving down like a black torrent, the sound of their wings instantly transforming from barely audible to deafening. Every poisonous bee's tail sting glimmered with a cold green light as they charged toward the disciples. Ye Jing deliberately avoided the Foundation establishment cultivator, aiming first to incapacitate his wings. "Not good. It's a poisonous insect. The accompanying disciples cried out in alarm, hurriedly activating their spiritual energy to defend themselves. Most of them were only at the third or fourth layer of chi refinement, and their spiritual energy barriers were pitifully weak. The poisonous bee's tail stings easily pierced through the barriers, embedding themselves into flesh. In mere moments, 2 disciples became stiff all over their faces, turning purple, collapsing straight to the ground, clearly suffering from a shocking level of toxicity. The female cultivator was horrified, her face pale, as she swung her sword to cut down a few bees, but she couldn't stop the swarm's assault. Accidentally getting stung, she felt a wave of numbness accompanied by sharp pain spreading through her meridians, quickly circulating her spiritual energy to suppress the toxin. Seeing this, the Foundation establishment cultivator was enraged, disregarding the formation any longer. He turned the sword shadow in his palm and swept toward the swarm of bees. His powerful spiritual energy instantly annihilated over 100 poisonous bees, momentarily halting the swarm's advance. However, just as the cultivator was about to pursue his advantage, He Feng had already dashed out of the cave, moving like a gust of wind as it lunged forward, its sharp claws aiming for his neck. Damn beast! The Foundation establishment cultivator scoffed, sidestepping the claw strike, gathering spiritual energy in his sword and thrusting toward He Feng's chest. He Feng was already prepared, skillfully dodging within the narrow cave, its horn continuously emitting faint black light, disrupting his attacks time and time again. Even the sizable poisonous bee queen was constantly curling its body and crashing toward the Foundation establishment cultivator like an iron ball. Back and forth, the Foundation establishment cultivator found it difficult to break free. He could not help but feel a great dread. These beasts attacked with both retreat and advance, clearly controlled by someone. Moreover, their strength appeared to be no weaker than latest-stage first-tier beasts. Below, Ye Jing was fully cloaked in black robes, his fingertips gripping a poisonous stinger, a remnant from the queen bee that had gradually fallen off, soaked in the queen's most potent venom. His gaze locked onto the back of the Foundation establishment cultivator, his steps silent as he approached stealthily, using the cover of the swarm and He Feng. The Foundation establishment cultivator was fully focused on dealing with He Feng when he suddenly sensed a faint aura behind him. His heart jolted, and he was about to turn around. He Feng had already leaped forward, sinking its teeth into his right arm. Elder. The intense pain caused his spiritual energy to falter, and Ye Jing had already appeared before him, the poisonous stinger unhesitatingly piercing into his back's meridians. You dare! The Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes widened in fury as he attempted to strike Ye Jing in retaliation. Ye Jing was already prepared, rapidly retreating, while signaling for the swarm and He Feng to withdraw. The poisonous bees instantly ceased their assault, joining He Feng by Ye Jing's side. Yet the Foundation establishment cultivator, wanting to leap forward and kill this strange person, found that the poisonous stinger had already embedded deep into his heart's meridian. The poison spread instantly, and he forcefully sealed the flow at his heart, lest he suffer a grievous injury. What sect are you from? Dare to harm a member of Lingxiao sect? His eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, to be so thoroughly humiliated by a chi refinement rogue was a profound disgrace. Ye Jing stood there, fully cloaked, his face obscured, unafraid of the Foundation establishment cultivator's scrutiny. He coldly replied, "You were the ones who sought to attack and hunt me down. I have never heard of Lingxiao sect. Go back where you came from." You. The Foundation establishment cultivator seethed with rage, but in his agitation the poison within him deepened, causing pain that pierced to the bone. This toxin far surpassed the Foundation establishment cultivator's expectations, and he could find no remedy. If this stalemate continued, he would likely perish here. He glared fiercely at Ye Jing, gritting his teeth as he declared, "The grudge of today will be noted by Lingxiao sect. We shall take our leave." Ye Jing let out a sigh of relief as he saw that the people from the Lingxiao sect had finally departed. He Yun approached him with a weary body, its once shiny horns now dull, having transformed into an ordinary black dog. It rubbed against Ye Jing's clothing, clearly drained of spiritual energy. The poisonous bees returned to their queen and settled down. Seeing this, Ye Jing patted He Yun's head and took out a large number of qishue fruits, piling them into a small mound. To replenish their energy, Ye Jing watched the Lingxiao sect members leave and thought to himself, since the Lingxiao sect holds a grudge against me, they are unlikely to let it go easily. I must leave here quickly. With this in mind, he prepared to leave the area. After finishing the qishue fruits, the spiritual energy of the poisonous bees was restored to a significant degree. He mounted the enlarged He Yun and sped away into the distance. Sitting on He Yun's back, Ye Jing used the last rays of the setting sun to study the spirit mind map he had obtained from the Yen Kingdom's royal city. He noticed that the coordinates were terrifyingly marked with Dayu Mountain, the mystic iron or vein. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised. This mystic iron was a core material for forging magical artifacts. Ordinary or veins had long been divided among the major sects, and he never expected such a treasure to lie hidden within the Yin kingdom. What astonished him even more was that the location of Dayu Mountain was precisely on the edge of the Lingxiao sect's territory, less than 100 miles from the mine he had just visited. No wonder those Lingxiao sect disciples were active in this area, claiming they were searching for a first-tier or vein. Ye Jing instantly pieced together the events, realizing that the Lingxiao sect must have long known of the rumors surrounding this, and had sent disciples to search along the way. Heiyun seemed to sense Ye Jing's contemplation slowing its pace to stabilize. At this moment the sun had dipped below the mountain peaks, casting a golden-red hue over the land. The wind swept through the desolate area, bringing a hint of chill. Ye Jing focused his mind, carefully folding the spirit mine map and placing it into his storage bag. The Lingxiao sect had just suffered a setback, and they would surely not venture far. With the spirit mine located near the Lingxiao sect, this was indeed troublesome. Having offended them, he was now heading near their territory, which seemed like walking into a trap. However, Ye Jing was unwilling to simply leave. Since he was here, the mystic iron or vein was worth investigating. The magical artifacts forged from mystic iron far surpassed ordinary ones in terms of offensive and defensive capabilities. His family's cultivation was still shallow, and he needed to develop his forging skills. This, or vein, was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Although the Lingxiao sect is powerful, they may not be able to completely seal off Dayu Mountain. Ye Jing's gaze was resolute. He needed to find a concealed spot to rest and thoroughly investigate the area once he reached Dayu Mountain. With this thought, he gently patted Heiyun's head. Heiyun sensed his intention and let out a low growl. He quickened his pace, heading towards the dense forest surrounding Dayu Mountain. As the last rays of the sun vanished behind the mountains, the night descended like a massive black cloth, slowly enveloping the earth. Sparse stars dotted the sky, and the sound of insects chirping mingled with the evening breeze, deepening the tranquility of the surroundings. Ye Jing arrived at a lowly cave, instructing Heiyun to guard the entrance, while releasing several poisonous bees to scout the area. After confirming that there were no traces of cultivators or others nearby, he finally felt at ease and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. Having needed to guard his home, Ye Jing had relied on the spirit stones at home for his cultivation, rarely venturing outside. Now, having been away from home for so long in such an uninhabited wilderness filled with abundant spiritual energy, with a bit more effort Ye Jing could reach the 8th layer of qi refinement. He had arranged matters for his family's offspring. With Zhao Yuani now the emperor, the businesses were beginning to expand nationwide, requiring little effort on his part. However, gold and silver were as worthless as dirt to him, far less useful than spirit stones. Ye Jing thought of the heavenly workshop market. It was time to develop a business for his Yi family in this world of cultivation. After sitting cross-legged to recuperate for a night, he prepared to set off as soon as dawn broke. Dayu Mountain was situated in a wilderness with sparse vegetation across the entire mountain. As soon as he approached Dayu Mountain, a faint sharp metallic aura greeted him, intensifying the deeper he ventured. One glance would tell an ordinary person that this was a mine. Ye Jing's heart leapt with joy at the sight, while his vigilance heightened to the utmost. He expanded his divine sense to carefully scrutinize the movements around him. At that moment, the poisonous bees suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. They fluttered around the forest as if they had discovered something. Ye Jing immediately followed, sensing that there was something formidable in that grove. Following the direction the poisonous bees flew, Ye Jing was shocked to find several disciples in blue robes dead in the forest. They lay sprawled in disarray, clearly having been attacked and killed by some powerful beast. Ye Jing narrowed his eyes and was about to approach when a massive fireball suddenly shot towards him. The fireball contained low spiritual energy, merely the attack of some low-level cultivators who had just entered the qi refinement stage. Ye Jing didn't even need to dodge. He merely raised his hand to block it and then extinguished it. "You shall die." At that moment, a man in coarse clothing suddenly swung a wooden blade at Ye Jing. Ye Jing saw that he was just a mortal and easily pinched the wooden blade with a finger. The mortal, seeing that this suddenly appeared person had easily blocked his attack, with just 2 fingers, shouted, "Boss, use your celestial magic to attack this monster." The so-called boss immediately stood up, conjuring 2 fireballs that rushed towards Ye Jing. Ye Jing flung the big man aside, and with a slight flick of his spiritual energy extinguished the incoming fireballs in an instant. The boss and everyone in the forest trembled in fear. The leading one who had attacked Ye Jing immediately lost his strength, collapsing to his knees on the ground. "Celestial grandfather, spare me." Ye Jing raised his gaze, observing several shivering mortals and a low-level cultivator in the woods. He coldly admonished, "Who are you?" These individuals were dressed simply, with only the leader displaying some cultivation, yet he was merely a first-layer qi refinement cultivator. The cultivator was a middle-aged man, trembling as he repeatedly bowed, "Celestial grandfather, we are merely mortals living in the mountains. We did not mean to offend you. Please grant us a path to survival. Ye Jing looked at the many disciples of the sect lying dead, and then at this group of mortals and low-level cultivators. It was clear they were not the ones who had attacked. So he asked, I will ask you this, did you kill these cultivators? Upon hearing this, the leading cultivator turned pale, stammering, Celestial Grandfather, we would never dare. These cultivators were killed by the Iron Song Wolf King in the mountains. That beast is quite formidable, several cultivators could not withstand it, and all perished here. Ye Jing examined the corpses, confirming that they had indeed been killed by a beast. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within them was not from an ordinary beast, it sent a shiver through him. Does the Iron Song Wolf King often roam here? Ye Jing coldly pressed. Unconsciously, he gathered a hint of spiritual energy in his hand. If this cultivator dared to lie, he would not hesitate to strike him down on the spot. The cultivator hurriedly replied, I would never deceive you, Celestial. Deep within Dayu Mountain, there are 3 Iron Song Wolf beasts. Recently, for some unknown reason, they suddenly gathered together and often roam nearby. The leader is the Wolf King, and he is incredibly powerful. I am from a nearby mountain village called Ada. By chance, I gained a path to immortality, but with limited talent, I brought the villagers here to seek fortune on the mountain. This is how we witnessed those cultivators being attacked by the Iron Song Wolf King, and we were too frightened. The cultivator named Ada finished speaking completely. The mortals behind him echoed in agreement, their faces filled with lingering terror. Even Ada painfully presented all the storage bags he obtained from the deceased disciples to Ye Jing. Immortal, we truly did not kill them. I didn't use any of these storage bags, I have dedicated them all to you. Please spare our lives. Seeing their fearful expressions, Ye Jing found it amusing, but his attention was focused on the Iron Song. From what you said, you are quite familiar with the Iron Song Wolf King. Ye Jing asked in a deep voice. Ada immediately looked up, his face filled with awe and fear, and hurriedly replied, familiar. How could we not be familiar? The Iron Song Wolf King has been prowling around this great Yu Mountain for nearly 10 years. Even before we began cultivating, many villagers in the area were devoured by this Wolf King. He swallowed nervously, as if recalling some terrifying scene, lowering his voice slightly. This Iron Song Wolf King is much larger than an ordinary iron-backed song wolf, with deep black fur and a white crescent-shaped iron mark on its forehead. It can crush giant rocks in one bite and spew out a gale imbued with iron shards. Previously, there was a Qi refining stage 8 cultivator who, not believing in evil, attempted to hunt it for its demon core, but he had no chance to resist and was torn to pieces. Hearing this, Ye Jing was alarmed. If a Qi refining stage 8 cultivator could be easily killed, how powerful must this Iron Song Wolf King be? It must at least be at the late stage of the first rank, right? So besides this Wolf King, is there anything unusual about the Great Yu Mountain? Ye Jing furrowed his brow. With such a powerful Wolf King suddenly rallying companions, something must have changed. Ada pondered carefully for a moment before recalling something, and quickly said, yes. Half a year ago, there was a loud rumbling sound from the mountain like an earthquake, and a faint white light emanated from within the mountain. A few months later, the Iron Song Wolf King began gathering companions and made a dim cave in the deep mountain. White light! Ye Jing exclaimed in surprise. The Xian iron mine shouldn't emit white light, but if the vein contained other accompanying spiritual ores, it was possible. Previously in the letter sent to him by Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, it was mentioned that demon beasts generally prefer to dwell in areas rich in spiritual energy, especially those that are about to break through. But regardless of the reason, it indicated that there were treasures within this mountain. He casually counted the few storage bags, which contained just over 100 spirit stones, some Qi gathering pills for cultivation, and a few basic cultivation techniques. These basic techniques were of no use to Ye Jing's family, but they could be kept. He took the spirit stones and techniques, leaving the Qi gathering pills for Ada. Since you provided me with information, I won't kill you. Ada hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Immortal. Holding the Qi gathering pills, Ada's hands trembled uncontrollably as he hurriedly thanked him, thinking this Immortal would be stingy and never expected to save his life and gain something. Until Ye Jing waved his hand, the few of them felt as if they had been granted amnesty and scrambled away from the mountain, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ye Jing then collected his thoughts, turning his gaze deeper into the Great Yu Mountain. The mountain wind carried the scent of vegetation, faintly mixed with a trace of ominous demonic aura, blended with a slight wave of spiritual energy spreading with the wind. The black wind, sensing the scent in the air, shrank back in fear, and even the poisonous odd bees recoiled, tucking their heads in fear. Seeing how a mid-stage first-rank demon beast was so fearful, Ye Jing couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity. The demonic power of the Iron Song Wolf King can actually intimidate the black wind and poisonous odd bees to such an extent. Ye Jing then confirmed that the tragic death of the Qi refining stage 8 cultivator mentioned by Ada gained more credibility. Moreover, with the disciples of the Lingxiao sect having died here, it's likely that the Lingxiao sect would come soon. He decided to stay in the vicinity for a while, observing the situation. Thus he patted the black wind and had it take him to a nearby hiding place to rest. Receiving the order, the black wind immediately carried Ye Jing into a dense forest nearby. As a dog, it seemed quite familiar with the mountains and forests, skillfully weaving through the thick layers of decaying leaves, soon stopping by a concealed hollow. The hollow was covered by dense bushes, leaving only a narrow gap for observation. Below was the main path leading deep into the mountains, making it an ideal location for lurking and reconnaissance. After Ye Jing landed, he waved for the black wind to curl up and hide in a corner, and signaled the poisonous odd bees to disperse into the bushes for defense. The swarm buzzed lightly, silently merging into the foliage. Leaning against the rock wall, Ye Jing sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint barrier of spiritual energy that could both block the probing of outside cultivators and sense the movements around him at any time. At this moment, Ye Jing's mind gradually calmed down as he reviewed the current situation. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect had died here, most likely due to the Iron Song Wolf King. Disciples from sects often travel in groups and are not weak. Thus, the strength of this Wolf King might be stronger than he had estimated, perhaps even beyond the peak of the first rank. As a sect, upon receiving news of their missing or dead disciples, they would undoubtedly send high-level cultivators to investigate. If he remained in the mountains, he would inevitably become embroiled in conflict. I will wait for 3 days. If the Lingxiao sect does not arrive, I will infiltrate the mountains to search for the spiritual mine. If they come, I will observe the situation first and see if I can take advantage of the chaos. After making up his mind, Ye Jing continued to remain hidden in the mountains. The corpses of the cultivators who died in the mountains were being fought over by wild beasts. The sounds of flesh being chewed echoed eerily throughout the valley. On the second day of Ye Jing's hiding in the mountains, a poisonous odd bee flew in and buzzed at Ye Jing. Ye Jing naturally sensed that someone was approaching. It was midday, but the weather here was extremely gloomy, and 3 figures appeared in the forest. The one in the lead was the cultivator who had clashed with Ye Jing, the Foundation Establishment cultivator, accompanied by 2 other Foundation Establishment cultivators. One was an elderly man in a moon-white Taoist robe, exuding an air of celestial grace. The other was a woman in a bright red long dress with a graceful figure and an alluring face. Brother Wan, look. If it weren't for your insistence on entangling with a loose cultivator, how could they have died here? The woman sighed helplessly. She was referring to the male cultivator who had been defeated by Ye Jing. They were all Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Lingxiao sect, figures of elder status. The male cultivator was named Wan Xiao, the woman was named Tao Yue, and the elderly man was Huang Shanin. Wan Xiao's complexion changed from green to white, his tone filled with anger and humiliation. Don't speak nonsense. That loose cultivator is extremely strange, capable of controlling demon beasts, and is by no means an ordinary loose cultivator. If it weren't for his obstruction, how would I have been delayed? And I was also poisoned. Wan Xiao spoke, raising his hand to press against his chest, his face still bearing traces of lingering bruises. Clearly, although the venom had been suppressed, it had not been completely eradicated. His gaze swept over the scattered corpses of the disciples on the ground, as well as the lingering aura of malevolence, his tone growing increasingly sinister. These disciples all perished at the hands of the wolf demon, their aura matching that of the Iron Song Wolf King. In other words, this Wolf King is preparing to break through to the mid-stage of the second rank, and that second-rank Moonlight Spirit Stone is indeed about to appear. Wan Xiao's words immediately shocked Ye Jing, who had not expected that the Iron Song Wolf King into Yu Mountain was actually a second-rank demon beast. A second-rank demon beast is sufficient to rival a Foundation Establishment cultivator, not to mention that demon beasts are generally stronger than cultivators, so it's no wonder that Lingxiao sect sent 3 Foundation Establishment experts to the Yu Mountain. Thinking of this, Ye Jing was also relieved that he had remained cautious and did not rush to find the Iron Song Wolf King at the first opportunity. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, it would have been tantamount to seeking death. Taiyue Wan Xiao, now is not the time for disputes. At that moment, the old cultivator spoke, his voice steady and carrying a hint of authority. There is a mixture of demonic energy here along with a faint trace of human spiritual power, suggesting someone has been here. Taiyue adjusted her bright red robe, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her gaze falling upon the gruesomely mangled corpses of the disciples not far away, a flicker of disgust and coldness flashing in her eyes. Elder Huang is right. The storage bags of those disciples sent to search the first-tier mine of Diyu Mountain have all been taken away. It's likely that someone is here. To be cautious, why don't we first use our divine sense to investigate? Elder Huang Shan stroked his beard, his expression grave as he nodded. He was the most powerful among the 3, with a divine sense that far exceeded that of qi refining cultivators capable of covering several miles of the surrounding mountains and forests. As his spiritual power circulated, strands of divine sense spread out like a tide, sweeping over every patch of shrubbery and every crevice in the rocks. Having gained experience from the previous encounter with the divine sense of a Foundation establishment cultivator, Ye Jing patted Black Wind, which immediately unleashed its divine ability. The ripples from its horns spread out, blocking this probing. The surrounding poisonous strange bees also stirred, flapping their wings to disrupt the divine sense. Elder Huangshan searched for a moment, and then relaxed slightly, saying, "Aside from those mortals in the mountains, there is nothing else. We should quickly find the Iron Song Wolf King and seize the Moonlight Spirit Stone." Hearing Elder Huangshan say this, Taoyue and Yuan Shao could only agree, and together urged their spiritual tools deeper into the mountain. It was not until the spiritual energy of the three from Lingxiao sect completely vanished into the depths of the forest that Ye Jing slowly exhaled a layer of sweat already forming on his back. He looked down and rubbed Black Wind's head, saying, "Thanks to your divine ability, otherwise we truly would not have been able to withstand their reconnaissance." Black Wind nudged his palm, letting out a low whine. The ripples on its horn already faded, clearly having exhausted some of its energy from blocking the divine sense of the Foundation establishment cultivator. In the thicket, the poisonous strange bees returned, circling around Ye Jing twice, seemingly reporting that there were no abnormalities nearby. Ye Jing waved his hand to signal the swarm to be silent, his gaze directed towards the depths of the mountains, his eyes flashing with a hint of hesitation and determination. A second drank Wolf King, the Moonlight Spirit Stone, and 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. The mountain hides treasures far beyond our imagination. Since we have encountered them, there is no reason to leave empty-handed. We should follow and take a look. However, Ye Jing did not dare to be careless, letting Black Wind lead the way. At this moment, Ye Jing had no means to conceal himself and could only rely on Black Wind and the poisonous strange bees for vigilance and stealth. He divided the poisonous strange bees into 2 teams, one team scouting ahead for the path, while the other remained behind on guard. The entire group, moving like specters through the dense forest, always keeping a safe distance of several miles from the 3 from Lingxiao sect. The further they ventured into the depths of the mountains, the thicker the aura of malevolence around them became. Along the way, Ye Jing also saw several torn carcasses of livestock and even human torsos. It seemed this direction was indeed the work of the Iron Song Wolf King. After about half a stick of incense, faint sounds of spiritual power clashing came from ahead, mixed with the Wolf King's violent roars, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Ye Jing immediately signaled the team to stop, taking cover behind an ancient tree. As he peeked ahead, he saw 3 figures engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal creature in a clearing of rocks. The 3 from Lingxiao sect were fighting the Iron Song Wolf King. The Wolf King was far more terrifying than what Ada had described. Its size, easily over 5 times that of an ordinary wolf, its deep blue fur as tight as dark iron, shimmering with a cold light in the dappled shadows. The white crescent-shaped iron patch on its forehead now exuded a faint silver glow, its amber eyes red as blood, surrounded by swirling black demonic power. Each swipe of its claws produced a sound of tearing air, leaving deep ravines in the ground. This demon beast indeed possesses the might of the mid-stage second rank. Its demonic power is far more ferocious than anticipated. Elder Huangshan, holding a whisk, felt the surge of his spiritual power increase dramatically. He waved the whisk, unleashing countless silver threads that enveloped the Wolf King like a great net, attempting to bind its movements. But the Iron Song Wolf King roared, spitting forth a fierce wind mixed with iron filings and silver light, instantly shredding the silver threads. The wind still rushed toward Elder Huangshan with unrelenting force. Taoyue moved gracefully, her vibrant red robe flowing as she darted forward. With each flick of her red fan, several sharp spiritual blades slashed toward the Wolf King's limbs, trying to restrain its movements. Senior brother Yuan quickly attacked the iron patch on its forehead. That is its weak point. While dodging the Wolf King's claw strikes, she shouted loudly to Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao drew his sword, thrusting it toward the Wolf King's head. He was filled with pent-up rage, eager to subdue the Wolf King and seize the spirit mine, as well as vent the resentment from being schemed against by Ye Jing, his strikes exhibiting great ferocity. However, the Iron Song Wolf King had already sensed the danger. It suddenly tilted its head, evading the sword's attack, and its massive tail swept out, striking Yuan Shao with tremendous force. Yuan Shao was caught off guard and was struck hard in the chest by the tail, sending him flying like a kite, with a severed string, blood spitting from his mouth, the bruises on his face becoming even more pronounced. Senior brother Yuan, Taoyue exclaimed in alarm and rushed forward to assist, only to be caught off guard by a swipe from the Wolf King, forcing her to hastily dodge, though she was still grazed on her shoulder. Clang! With a loud sound, Taoyue was sent flying. However, from the shadows, Ye Jing saw everything. The female cultivator had clearly endured a fierce assault from the Wolf King, but seemed completely unscathed, merely being thrown away by the overwhelming force. Could it be that this female cultivator possesses some powerful protective technique? Seeing this, Elder Huang Shan grew anxious and immediately took out a golden talisman from his robe. The talisman soared into the sky, transforming into a large golden bell that enveloped them. The Iron Song Wolf King bellowed repeatedly, crashing against the golden bell, but it only stirred a few ripples, showing no signs of yielding. Ye Jing was left stunned by this. What was this object? It was astonishingly powerful, clearly not an ordinary talisman. However, the Wolf King continued its furious assaults, and the surrounding Iron Song wolves joined in launching a frenzied attack, encircling the golden bell tightly. The winds generated by their attacks nearly blew away everything within 10 miles. Ye Jing couldn't help but silently marvel. Indeed, second-rank demon beasts are formidable. Even a mere early-stage second-rank beast could completely suppress 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. If it weren't for Elder Huang Shan's profound cultivation and this powerful talisman, those two would have perished long ago. Ye Jing scanned the surroundings of the battlefield, noticing that all the Iron Song wolves had gathered here, yet there was no trace of the Moonlight Spirit Stone. Thus he immediately commanded the poisonous strange bees. While they are still entangled with the Wolf King, we must quickly search for the Moonlight Spirit Stone. Upon the command being given, hundreds of venomous bees instantly took to the air, silently dispersing like a crimson cloud. Ye Jing patted the black wind beside him, signaling it to be cautious, while he used the cover of the woods and rocky terrain to swiftly move towards the depths of the mountains. Typically, such important natural treasures would have ferocious beasts establishing their nests nearby, so this time, Ye Jing needed to venture deep into the lair while evading the watchful eyes of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. It was undeniably perilous. The clamor of the main battlefield grew increasingly intense. The roar of the Iron Song Wolf King intertwined with the tremors of the golden bell, and the residual waves from their clash shattered the surrounding trees and pulverized the rocks. Though the accompanying Iron Song wolves were only first-tier beasts, they fought fiercely, surrounding the golden bell and gnawing at it madly. Even though they couldn't shake the barrier, they continued to cling tenaciously, trapping the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators inside. Huang Shanyan's face darkened. Maintaining this talisman was extremely taxing, as his spiritual energy was gradually depleting. Tao Hong immediately said, "At this rate, we won't just fail to kill the Iron Song Wolf King, we might wear ourselves out here." With that, she took out 12 slender needles, each radiating a purple glow with fine silver threads attached to their ends, feeling icy to the touch, clearly not ordinary items. Tao Yu's fingers danced, and the 12 slender needles hovered before her, as if they had a will of their own. She parted her red lips and softly commanded, "Go." The 12 slender needles arranged themselves in a subtle formation. These are the locking demon needles, capable of temporarily sealing the spiritual energy pathways of demon beasts. While they may not be able to restrain a second-tier Wolf King, they can hold it at bay for a moment. As soon as Tao Yu finished speaking, she flicked her wrist, and the 12 needles shot forth like meteors, accurately aiming at the Iron Song Wolf King's body. The needles were incredibly swift, cutting through the air with a sharp sound, and soon reached the Wolf King's proximity. The Iron Song Wolf King, in a frenzy, was ramming into the golden bell when it sensed the impending threat from behind. With a furious roar, it unleashed its demonic energy, attempting to shake off the needles. However, the locking demon needles pierced through the barrier of demonic energy, directly penetrating the black spiritual force and firmly embedding themselves into the Wolf King's iron-like flesh. The visible demonic energy surrounding the Wolf King noticeably slowed down, and the strength of its attacks on the golden bell diminished by 30%. Effective. Seeing this, Ruan Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy. He immediately channeled the remaining spiritual energy, causing his sword to gleam with cold light as he slashed at a first-tier Iron Song Wolf outside the golden bell. The Iron Song Wolf was instantly cleaved in two. As Ruan Xiao continued to unleash his sword moves, the piled-up Iron Song wolves were sent into a frenzy, their flesh and blood splattering as they broke through their encirclement. Seeing this, Huang Shanin ceased his defense, and his whisk suddenly grew over 10 feet long, shooting out to bind the Iron Song Wolf King tightly. Then, concentrating his spiritual energy, a massive golden hand descended from the sky, firmly gripping the Iron Song Wolf King's body in an attempt to subdue it. Ruan Xiao stepped forward in response, attacking the Wolf King's head with his sword, delivering a lethal strike. Yet, even under the joint suppression of two Foundation establishment cultivators, the ferocity of the Iron Song Wolf King did not diminish in the slightest. Its massive tail swept across, forcing Ruan Xiao to dodge repeatedly, causing his old chest injury to flare up, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tao Yu tightly clenched the silver threads, fully concentrating on controlling the locking demon needles. Sealing the spiritual energy of the second-tier Wolf King was extremely taxing on her mind as well. Despite the shift in the battle, it remained at a stalemate. At this moment, Ye Jing had taken advantage of the chaos from both sides' fight to penetrate several miles deep into the mountains. The venomous bees sent a signal, having detected a rich aura of demonic energy intertwined with pure spiritual energy behind a mountain wall concealed by dense woods, clearly marking the location of the Iron Song Wolf King's lair. Ye Jing looked towards the distant flashes of spiritual light and the continuous sounds of explosions, realizing that a fierce battle was still ongoing there. However, a few Iron Song wolves were guarding this dense forest, making it difficult for Ye Jing to enter. Using his divine sense, Ye Jing saw that the cave was filled with mysterious iron ore, but what attracted him most was a fist-sized crystal wrapped in the mysterious iron ore, radiating a gentle silver light. As the light shimmered, the surrounding spiritual energy became even more concentrated. Yet Ye Jing glanced at the iron wolves guarding the cave entrance, and then at the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators still battling in the distance. A hint of determination flashed in Ye Jing's eyes. The main battlefield wouldn't settle for a while, but once the 3 from Lingxiao sect subdued the Wolf King, they would undoubtedly rush to search the lair. At that point, he would have no chance of laying claim to the Moonlight Spirit Stone. The most crucial thing right now was to silently eliminate the few first-tier iron wolves at the cave entrance and return swiftly. He slowly raised his hand, and the swarm of venomous bees hidden in the surrounding woods immediately took flight, transforming into a faint red shadow as they stealthily approached the iron wolves at the cave entrance. Though these first-tier iron wolves were vigilant, they were solely focused on guarding the nest's entrance, paying no attention to the deadly threat above them. As the swarm flew directly above the iron wolves, Ye Jing immediately commanded them to attack. Hundreds of venomous bees dove down simultaneously, targeting the eyes and ears of the iron wolves. The bee venom was overwhelming, and even first-tier demon beasts found it hard to resist. Several iron wolves let out agonized howls, thrashing their heads and scratching at their bodies, descending into chaos. Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately ordered the Black Wind to guard the perimeter while he charged forward with his sword. The Iron Song wolves were caught off guard by Ye Jing's sudden appearance and were unable to react in time before having their heads severed. Moreover, their movements were hampered by the bee stings, unable to halt Ye Jing's advance. In less than half a moment, all the iron wolves at the cave entrance lay dead, and Ye Jing promptly signaled for the venomous bees to spread out on both sides of the entrance for watch. He then quickly slipped into the lair, which contained numerous first-tier mysterious iron ores, but Ye Jing had no time to collect them, heading straight for the second-tier Moonlight Spirit Stone. The cave walls were adorned with numerous gray-hued mysterious iron ores with flickering white light. Following this white light for over 10 zhang, the cave suddenly opened up. At the end of the cave was a spacious flat area surrounded by mysterious iron ores, and in the center was the silver-white crystal embedded in the ore, casting a soft glow all around. As Ye Jing approached for a closer look, he discovered that this crystal was tightly wrapped in the mysterious iron ore, revealing only a small portion. If it weren't for the light leaking out, it would have been completely undetectable. Is this the Moonlight Spirit Stone? Ye Jing was somewhat astonished. Generally, the uses of ores varied greatly. They could be used to forge magical artifacts, assist in cultivation, and arrange formations. Moreover, the second-tier Moonlight Spirit Stone, which contained pure spiritual energy, possessed many unique uses, serving as the core material for high-grade magical artifacts, and also capable of covering special powers. Especially with this Moonlight Spirit Stone enveloped by the mysterious iron, or the long-term symbiosis of the two ores allowed their spiritual energies to permeate each other, potentially giving rise to even more special applications. He dared not delay and immediately began pondering where to strike with his mysterious iron pick. Since the Moonlight Spirit Stone and the mysterious iron ore were tightly bound together, he could only start excavating from the bottom. Gripping the iron pick tightly, he carefully chiseled at the mysterious iron ore, enveloping the spiritual stone with fragments of ore falling like rain, carrying a faint metallic scent. As the silver-white light of the Moonlight Spirit Stone grew more intense, it illuminated the entire cave as if it were daylight. The howls echoed relentlessly outside the mountain forest. Just as Ye Jing had excavated most of the mysterious iron mine and was about to extract the Moonlight Spirit Stone, a violent roar reverberating through the mountains erupted from outside the cave. This sound was more terrifying than any before, indicating that something had gone awry with the Iron Song Wolf King. Ye Jing's heart tightened and his movements hastened. Given the commotion, it was likely that the Iron Song Wolf King had been driven to a desperate situation, either forced to unleash an even greater demonic power in retaliation or being attacked by the 3 cultivators. Regardless of the situation, once the balance of battle was disrupted, either the 3 members of the Lingxiao sect or the Wolf King would swiftly seek out their lair, making it nearly impossible for him to escape. Hurry up! Ye Jing whispered, sternly channeling his spiritual power into the iron pick, causing the tip to glow faintly. With a sudden strike, a crisp sound echoed as the last segment connecting the moonlight spirit stone to the iron mine broke apart. Ye Jing quickly packed it into a storage bag meant for minerals. He didn't have time to savor the moment, and even absorbed the surrounding shattered iron fragments, placing them into the storage bag as well. Then he immediately dashed out of the cave. Haifeng, let's go. Ye Jing wasted no time thinking and hurriedly mounted Haifeng to flee. At this moment, the Iron Song Wolf King, covered in blood and barely clinging to life, sensed the disappearance of the Moonlight Spirit Stone and let out a furious roar. A violent gust of wind surged with his roar, scattering the demon-sealing needles embedded in his body, which were then shredded by the gale. With the artifact destroyed, Taoyue immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, her spiritual power in disarray. The Huangshan seal and Ruan Xiao's techniques also fell into chaos, allowing the Iron Song Wolf King to break free. The Wolf King quickly ran towards the cave, emitting a series of roars. What's happening? Ruan Xiao. Seeing the Wolf King charge forward, heedlessly Huangshan shouted, it's very likely that something has happened at the wolf's den. As he said this, Huangshan's eyes widened, his aged voice turning sharp. The Moonlight Spirit Stone. He was the first to leap out, wielding his dust whisk to channel spiritual power wrapped in a fierce wind, racing after the direction the Iron Song Wolf King had fled. We cannot allow the Moonlight Spirit Stone to fall into the Wolf King's hands, nor can we let others intercept it. Huangshan's tone was grave, realizing that the Wolf King's sudden burst of demonic power far exceeded expectations, clearly signifying it sensed something amiss with the Moonlight Spirit Stone. When the Iron Song Wolf King reached its lair, it found all its kin dead on the ground, and even the once rich aura of moonlight power in the cave was now faint and nearly undetectable. Furious, it howled angrily, then caught a whiff of the human and other beast scents that had passed through the air, immediately turning its head to pursue. At this moment, Ye Jing was racing through the dense forest on Haifeng. Haifeng was exerting all its speed, weaving through the trees. Ye Jing could hear the howls of the Iron Song Wolf King growing closer. It seemed the Wolf King had realized he had stolen its Moonlight Spirit Stone and was pursuing him by following his scent. Faster! Ye Jing urged, patting Haifeng's back. Haifeng whined softly, exerting more strength, speeding up a few paces, yet the aura of the Iron Song Wolf King still pursued him closely. The explosive power of a second-tier demon beast far surpassed that of Haifeng, a mid-tier first-tier beast, and at this rate, he would inevitably be caught. What alarmed Ye Jing even more was that behind him, in addition to the second-tier Wolf King's aura, there were also fluctuations of spiritual energy from 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Clearly, the 3 members of the Lingxiao sect were also in pursuit. With an unknown forest ahead and the dual threat of the second-tier Wolf King and 3 Foundation establishment cultivators behind, he had already fallen into a dire predicament. Ye Jing saw a steep rock wall appear ahead, its cliff-like face sheer and covered in dense bushes, with a narrow stone crack faintly concealed in the middle, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Beyond that crack seemed to lead to a deeper valley. Looks like I can only go this way. Ye Jing decisively dismounted Haifeng and promptly squeezed into the crack in the rock, taking Haifeng along with him. After just over 10 zhang, the furious roar of the Iron Song Wolf could be heard behind him. Clearly, it had already traced him to the entrance of the crack. Next came the resounding crash of crumbling stones as the Wolf King charged directly into the rock wall, with its head attempting to break open the crack. The entire rock wall trembled violently, and stones continuously fell. Ye Jing continued to shrink back. He noticed that there was light shining through the back of the rock wall. As long as he could shake off the Iron Song Wolf King, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators hadn't seen him, and he could still easily evade them. The Wolf King is indeed here. Huangshan's voice soon followed as 3 figures swept into the valley, forming a triangle to encircle the Wolf King. Taoyue's face was pale, blood staining the corner of her mouth, clearly still reeling from the backlash of her destroyed artifact. Yet her gaze towards the Wolf King remained sharp with determination. Ruan Xiao was attacking the Wolf King with his sword, trying to deal with the beast that was crouched at the cave entrance. The Iron Song Wolf King, however, was no longer interested in fighting. Its eyes were fixated on the direction where Ye Jing was hiding, emitting a low growl from its throat. Seeing this, Huangshan immediately swung his dust whisk, which transformed into a long whip that struck at the Wolf King's hind leg, shouting fiercely, "You vile creature, don't you dare run." Faced with the relentless pursuit of the 3 cultivators and the fact that Ye Jing was moving further away within the cave, the Iron Song Wolf King finally erupted in fury, viciously charging at the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators and attacking wildly. Ye Jing immediately jumped out from behind the rock wall. Below him was a cliff, but he could still summon the poisonous Odd Bee Queen to carry him away. Meanwhile, the three cultivators joined forces to completely slay the second-tier demon wolf. How could this beast be so mad? Taiwei gasped, struggling to stand. Yuan Shao and Huangshan Yin were also drained of their spiritual power, and Huangshan Yin stared at the cracked rock wall that the Iron Song Wolf King had clawed at. A heavy feeling settled in his heart, not good. The Wolf King was intent on entering the crack for a reason. Something must be hidden behind it, or someone has taken something of its. Taoyue and Yuan Shao were immediately shaken. Huangshan Yin had already sent his spiritual artifact flying ahead at great speed. When the three reached the lair of the Iron Song Wolf, they beheld the ground strewn with Iron Song Wolf corpses and the Moonlight Spirit Stone that had long since vanished. Huangshan Yin's expression darkened instantly. There was actually a rat that sneaked in. Meanwhile, Yuan Shao, upon seeing the dead bees on the ground, quickly picked one up and exclaimed furiously, "It's him." Taoyue rushed forward to ask, "Senior brother Yuan, do you know who stole the Moonlight Spirit Stone?" Yuan Shao gritted his teeth, stating, "Of course I know. This person is the one who suddenly controlled the demon beast to attack me during that incident. This red poisonous bee is his handiwork. He actually seized the Moonlight Spirit Stone while we were entangled with the Iron Song Wolf." "What?" Taoyue exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening. "This person is so audacious." Huangshan Yin also looked extremely grim. He had heard Yuan Shao mention that the person who attacked him was merely a qi refining cultivator, yet now he was stealing right under their noses. This was utterly humiliating for them Foundation establishment cultivators. What should we do, senior brother Yuan? The Moonlight Spirit Stone was meant to be offered to the sect master. Losing it like this will surely be hard to, Taoyue hurriedly said, as they were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Being outsmarted by a qi refining cultivator not only made them a laughingstock, but would also lead to severe punishment from the sect master. Huangshan Yin, witnessing the scene, suppressed the fury in his heart. He immediately shouted, "Who said that this Moonlight Spirit Stone was taken by a qi refinement cultivator? I clearly saw that it was that old freak from the Xianyu sect who rushed over, taking advantage of our battle with the Iron Song Wolf King to seize it." Upon hearing this, Taoyue and Yuan Shao were both taken aback. Yuan Shao quickly interjected, "Yes. Earlier I hurried to Dayu Mountain to assist my attack junior, and on the way I encountered someone from the Xianyu sect who ambushed me and nearly caused my demise. Those Xianyu sect people are too ruthless, clad in black robes and skilled in beast manipulation, exceedingly cunning. They do not regard our Lingxiao sect at all." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Taiyu's eyes as she instantly grasped Huang Shanyin's intention, promptly agreeing, "Brother Huang is absolutely right. Just now that Iron Song Wolf King suddenly erupted with demonic power, which was extremely strange. It must be that the guardian of the Xianyu sect secretly intervened, distracting the Wolf King while stealing the Moonlight Spirit Stone." She deliberately raised her voice as if to engrave this truth in her heart. "The three of us put in our utmost effort to slay the second-tier Wolf King, and we have already suffered heavy losses. How could we withstand the ambush from the Xianyu sect? If this matter gets out, the sect leader will not blame us." Huangshan Yin nodded in satisfaction, flicking his dust whisk to sweep away the dirt around him, and said in a deep voice, "Since it has come to this, debating who struck first is pointless. The urgent matter is to return to the sect immediately and report this to the sect leader. We will say that the Xianyu sect intentionally provoked us, not only ambushing our disciples, but also stealing the Moonlight Spirit Stone that was meant to be presented to the sect leader." Yuan Shao ignited the poisoned bee's corpse with spiritual fire, his eyes filled with resentment. "If that black-robed man falls into my hands, I will definitely turn him to ashes." After venting my anger, I must say, Brother Huang, your strategy is splendid. The Xianyu sect has always been at odds with our sect. It is only fitting for them to take the blame for this. After discussing, the three felt it was feasible. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Huang Shanyin's eyes as he waved his dust whisk, retracting his divine sense. This little thief was too cunning. He had no idea where the thief had fled. He could not perceive any trace, perhaps due to some special means. Such a person left alive would only be a calamity. At this moment, Ye Jing, who had long since fled from Dayu Mountain, did not stop for a moment until he came upon a small town, where he finally paused, allowing the black wind to diminish. This small town was built against the wilderness with cobblestone paths weaving between low houses, and the air was mixed with the faint fragrance of firewood and herbs, giving it a hint of liveliness. However, Ye Jing did not overlook the fact that all the townsfolk had fluctuations of spiritual energy. He concealed his cultivation, now dressed in a simple coarse cloth outfit, appearing merely as an ordinary old peasant searching for mountain goods. He did not dare to be careless and found a corner against the wall to catch his breath. Just earlier in Dayu Mountain, he had covertly seized the Moonlight Spirit Stone during the distraction caused by the Iron Song Wolf King battling with the three from the Lingxiao sect. It was indeed a gamble for wealth. Looking back now, he still felt a lingering fear. The divine sense of Huang Shanin constantly probed, He had to exhaust all his energy to conceal his aura, combining it with the Black Wind's supernatural powers only to barely escape. Now Ye Jing had not entered the Yin Kingdom, but instead arrived within the territory of the Lingxiao sect, for he knew that there was a market under the sect. So since he was here, why not explore this small town and see if there were any cultivation books he needed? It would be best if there were methods for concealing one's presence. That would be ideal. Ye Jing also carried quite a few spiritual herbs with him to sell for a substantial amount of spirit stones. After resting for a while, once his breath was steady, Ye Jing slowly stood up and blended into the crowd, walking deeper into the town. The sounds of vendors calling out rose and fell, some selling freshly hunted beast pelts and herbs, while others engaged in private transactions of magical weapon fragments. Ye Jing felt that this was merely a fringe area. It seemed the techniques he sought would be hard to find. Thinking this, Ye Jing quickly made his way to the outskirts of the town, where he saw an open area paved with blue bricks at the end, flanked by shops, many of which were inscribed with the words Weapon Workshop, Alchemy Shop, and Study. That was precisely the market he was looking for. Two disciples of the Lingxiao sect stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Ye Jing, merely an ordinary old cultivator, they waved their hands dismissively and let him pass. This market was larger than the Tiangong market. The price he received for selling the blood-red fruit and the qi condensation grass was also higher than that of the Tiangong market, quickly netting him several hundred spirit stones. At the alchemy shop that exchanged spiritual herbs for pills, upon seeing that Ye Jing had such high-quality spiritual herbs, their eyes lit up, and they still wanted to know the origin of these herbs. But Ye Jing casually brushed it off. He then sought out a relatively large study and walked inside. This study was bustling with activity, filled with many young cultivators browsing through books. Ye Jing understood well that the truly superior techniques were mostly hidden within sects or the legacies of great families. The studies in the market were mostly filled with miscellaneous tales, basic techniques, or introductory texts on alchemy and artifact forging. Yet he still held a sliver of hope. Perhaps he could find some overlooked secret methods among these ordinary books. The study was divided into two levels. The first level housed mostly basic readings and miscellaneous notes, while the second level displayed relatively advanced texts. However, at the entrance to the second level stood an old man in a blue robe, his eyes sharp, hinting at a cultivation level of qi refinement completion. Ye Jing moved about on the first level without drawing attention, his gaze quickly scanning the titles and cover pages, bestiary commentary on basic qi condensation cultivation experiences from various nations. These are all irrelevant books. Old sir, are you also here to seek books? At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind Ye Jing. He turned to see a young cultivator dressed in light blue attire, holding a scroll titled Intro to Alchemy. He appeared warm and friendly, without a trace of arrogance. Ye Jing feigned a hoarse voice and replied, "I am just a wandering cultivator from the countryside, who happened to obtain some spirit stones for cultivation, hoping to find some basic techniques to strengthen my body." His tone carried a hint of the awkwardness of a rural elder. The young cultivator showed no disdain in his eyes. Instead, he kindly advised, "The first level mostly has miscellaneous books. If you seek basic techniques, you can go to the eastern shelf, where there are titles like Qing Stone Technique and Strengthening Fist. Although they are not orthodox cultivation techniques, they can strengthen your body and are quite affordable. As for advanced techniques, although there are some on the second level, they are only available to Lingxiao sect disciples, or for 100 low-grade spirit stones, they are not accessible to ordinary cultivators like us. Thank you for the information, young friend." Ye Jing clasped his hands in gratitude, pondering to himself. The Lingxiao sect's control over market books is indeed strict. It is nearly impossible to openly seek out concealed methods. He followed the advice and walked to the eastern shelf, pretending to browse Qing Stone Technique while keeping an eye on the surrounding movements. Especially at the entrance to the second level, the old man remained with his eyes closed in meditation, yet deliberately or inadvertently enveloped the entire study with his aura, clearly on guard against anyone attempting to steal or read the texts. Just as Ye Jing was contemplating how to sneak into the second level or find another breakthrough, a commotion suddenly erupted in the study. "You two wandering cultivators think you can compete with me for techniques. Do you know who I am?" Ye Jing turned to look and immediately widened his eyes. Downstairs, a man dressed in luxurious clothing was haughtily scolding two individuals. And those two were his grandson Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, whom he had sent out for training and had not seen. Ye Jing clearly did not expect to encounter his two grandsons here. Downstairs, Yi Tianhao's figure had grown significantly taller compared to a year ago. His simple white outfit, slightly faded, clung to his straight back as he stood protectively in front of Yi Tianyao. Although he wore a somewhat displeased expression, his aura was stable and composed, indicating that his cultivation had evidently progressed. Standing beside her brother, Yi Tianyao tightly clutched a yellowed ancient book in her hands, her apricot eyes filled with dissatisfaction as she looked at the elegantly dressed man without any fear. We agreed before that the spirit stones from the hunt for the toothed crocodile would belong to you while the technique would belong to us. You are going back on your word. Ye Tianyao scolded without hesitation. The man raised an eyebrow flanked by several disciples of the Lingxiao sect, and merely sneered, going back on one's word. You two nameless rogue cultivators dare to negotiate terms with me. This marketplace is the territory of the Lingxiao sect. Don't even think that a verbal agreement or a contract means anything. If I want to change it, what can you do? He said, raising his hand to point at the ancient book in Ye Tianyao's arms, pressing forward with the oppressive aura of a seventh-layer qi refining cultivator. Be sensible and hand over the Xingfeng Ju. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Surrounding cultivators quickly stepped back, whispering among themselves. Ye Jing clearly heard their words, knowing it was merely the Lingxiao sect disciples bullying the powerless rogue cultivators. Ye Tianhao said no more, drawing the breaking moon sword, and coldly declared, if you want to snatch it, then come. He was ready to attack, as this man was truly going too far, and he wouldn't hold back any longer. The man laughed coldly and charged forward, gathering spiritual energy to strike. Ye Tianhao raised his breaking moon sword and easily blocked the disciples' attack, the clash of blades creating a series of sharp sounds. What a... Seeing that Ye Tianhao had actually blocked his attack, the man was taken aback. Wasn't he at the 5th layer of qi refining? How could he be so strong all of a sudden? Ye Tianhao snorted coldly, having already devised a plan in his heart. During his recent training, he had unexpectedly comprehended the subtlety of the breaking moon sword. Although his cultivation hadn't raised, he could condense his spiritual energy into a single point for an explosive release. Suddenly he exerted force with his hand, twisting his wrist, as the sword danced, transmitting a unique power along the blade that forcefully knocked the man's sword away. Taking advantage of the moment when the man had just expended his energy and had yet to gather new strength, Ye Tianhao moved like lightning, pointing the breaking moon sword directly at the opponent's neck. The speed was astonishing. The man only felt a chill at his neck and had not fully reacted when the blade pierced his skin, leaving a shallow blood mark as the cold sword energy pressed against his throat. The man was both shocked and furious. The blade pressed against his neck, making him hesitate to breathe too heavily. His face instantly flushed red. Seeing this, all the disciples of the Lingxiao sect immediately drew their swords, their spiritual energy swirling as they surrounded Ye Tianhao, their blades aimed directly at him. Yet hindered by their comrade being restrained, they dared not attack recklessly, merely glaring angrily. Let go of our senior brother. Otherwise we will make you pay dearly. Ye Tianhao showed no fear, tightening his wrist, causing the breaking moon sword to press deeper, the blood seeping from the mark becoming ever more apparent. If you're brave enough, come forward. I want to see whether you're faster or your senior brother's neck is tougher. He deliberately raised his voice, scanning the crowd of Lingxiao sect disciples, his aura unwavering. The situation instantly fell into a stalemate. Surrounding cultivators watched in fear, some quietly thinking that these two rogue cultivators were incredibly bold to dare to take a Lingxiao sect disciple hostage. Others secretly rejoiced, thinking that Li Yuan, who usually bullied rogue cultivators, had finally encountered a setback today. The restrained man in fine clothes was both angry and afraid, harshly reprimanding, "Do you dare to touch me? I am Li Yuan, an inner disciple of the Lingxiao sect. My master is a Foundation establishment elder. If you dare to harm me today, no matter where you escape to, the Lingxiao sect will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Ye Tianhao laughed coldly, but his grip remained unchanged. "Is that so? Then let's talk about it after you're dead." Seeing this, Li Yuan realized that these two were not to be trifled with and immediately changed his tone. "Everything can be negotiated. How about you take the Xingfeng Ju and let me go?" He wanted to escape, first cursing his bad luck inwardly. Ye Tianhao sheathed his sword, his expression cold, as he stepped back. Li Yuan shot a furious glare at Ye Tianhao and his sister before leaving with his fellow disciples. Once the man had finally left, Ye Tianhao put away his sword and felt a scrutinizing gaze from above, prompting him to look up immediately. He quickly spotted Ye Jing. The young man's steady gaze flashed with surprise, which also turned Ye Tianyao's expression into one of delight. Ye Jing flew down and stood before Ye Tianhao, and Ye Tianyao calmly stating, "This is not a place for conversation. Let's leave here first." After these words, the three quickly departed, arriving at a tea house in the marketplace. Once they reached a private room, Ye Tianyao eagerly rushed to Ye Jing's side, exclaiming, "Grandpa, how did you end up here?" Ye Jing smiled and replied, "I came to this area to help your mother and second aunt find some ascending spirit materials. It's been a year since I last saw you, and you've both made quite a bit of progress." Ye Tianyao bashfully scratched her head before returning to her seat. Ye Jing hadn't forgotten the earlier matter. "By the way, what exactly is the origin of that Xingfeng Ju? Why are the disciples of the Lingxiao sect pursuing you so relentlessly?" Ye Tianyao sighed and explained, Grandpa, we exchanged this from the task hall of the Lingxiao sect as a reward for completing a mission. It's a technique for hiding one's presence obtained from hunting several first-tier tooth crocodiles, but it's a high-level task that requires a team of Lingxiao sect disciples to accept. These Lingxiao sect disciples saw that my brother and I had completed numerous tasks, and proposed a collaboration. The spirit stones would belong to them, and the Xingfeng Ju would belong to us. Now they are going back on their word and want to snatch it back. It's truly despicable. Hearing this, Ye Jing nodded, considering that the spirit stones his two grandsons had brought for their journey would surely not be enough, and that he needed to find a way to earn more. However, upon learning that the Xingfeng Ju was a hiding technique, he became intrigued and asked, "Let me have a..." Upon seeing this, Ye Tianyao immediately handed the Xingfeng Ju to Ye Jing. "Grandpa, this technique is incredibly useful. If you like it, we can earn the next volume later." "Is there a next volume?" Ye Jing frowned slightly upon hearing this. Yet he still began to browse through it. The Xingfeng Ju detailed a method to allow ordinary cultivators to conceal their tracks, harnessing the winds of the world to both conceal and increase speed. If practiced fully, one could transform their form into wind, hiding their presence, and moving with incredible swiftness, able to evade the pursuit of high-level cultivators, making it quite useful. Unfortunately, it only contained the first volume, which only allowed for the ability to transform one's form into that of the wind, but it was still worthwhile. It's a good technique, making it easier to conceal one's presence. Ye Jing remarked. "That's quite good. This way, when we hunt beasts, we can do so quietly," Ye Tianyao said cheerfully. Ye Tianhao helpless interjected, "Tianyao, stop thinking only about hunting beasts. Have you forgotten that we need to find a way to join the Qingyan sect?" Ye Tianyao collected herself, and then looked at Ye Jing with eager eyes. "Grandpa, I have something I need." "What is it?" Ye Jing asked. Ye Tianyao quickly replied, "Grandpa, my little red fox hasn't advanced yet, and has been staying in my storage bag without any movement. I also obtained a first-tier fire attribute spirit, and wish to ask you to help it advance." Upon hearing this, Ye Jing's eyes lit up with a smile, and he said, "That little spirit fox. All right, since I'm here, I will definitely help you." After a brief exchange of pleasantries between grandfather and grandchildren, Ye Jing took his two grandsons and flew towards the mountain, recounting how he had obtained a second-tier moonlight spirit stone from 3 foundation establishment cultivators of the Lingxiao sect. This astonished Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao. They never expected their grandfather to evade 3 foundation establishment cultivators, a feat not to be taken lightly. Seeing their astonished faces, Ye Jing sighed helplessly. "There's nothing to be surprised about. An old bone like me almost didn't make it back. You two young ones must not emulate me. Grandfather, you really are fierce," Ye Tianyao managed to utter after a moment of contemplation. The 3 of them landed in a secluded forest. As soon as Ye Jing landed, he summoned the black powder and venomous bees to patrol the surroundings, then took out a small defensive formation to envelop them. This way no outsiders could see what they were doing. "Yaoer, release your beast," Ye Jing commanded. Ye Tianyao wasted no time and immediately summoned Xiaoqi, a fox about half a person's height. Upon landing, it spotted Ye Jing and happily wagged its tail at him. Ye Jing patted Xiaoqi, smiling, "It seems you've grown quite well." Ye Tianyao also took out a fire attribute spirit, causing the temperature around them to suddenly rise. This was the crystal obtained by Ye Tianyao, and Ye Tianhao from hunting the red armored lizard, identified as a first-tier spirit suitable for helping Xiaoqi evolve. Seeing that as a fire attribute beast Xiaoqi had reached the conditions for evolution, Ye Jing immediately used 150 points of celestial light for the evolution. In the eyes of his 2 grandchildren, visible spiritual energy appeared around Ye Jing. The blazing crystal gradually merged with Xiaoqi. A fiery aura surrounded them, allowing Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao to feel a powerful wave of spiritual energy. When all the white light disappeared, a fox about 1.5 meters tall appeared before them. This fox was covered in fiery red fur, each strand seemingly ablaze with an unquenchable flame, and its tail left sparks as it swept across the ground. After evolving, Xiaoqi raised its head and emitted a clear fox cry, exuding the unique fiery pressure of a fire attribute beast. First-tier fire attribute blazing fox, attribute fire fused with first-tier fire attribute crystal abilities flame claw fire crystal armor. Ye Jing immediately called out, "Xiaoqi, show us your divine abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoqi seemed to understand, its front paw suddenly striking the ground, and its fiery red fur surged with flames. The originally fluffy fox fur stood up like blades. It lifted its right paw, gathering a ball of fire that was condensed like glass, not chaotic, but sharp. This fire was compressed into a sharp claw light, leaving a faint trace of fire as it sliced through the air. In the distance, trees were instantly broken by the blazing claws and ignited into a roaring fire. Ye Tianyao watched in awe, instinctively tightening her fists, so strong. Is this the Xiaoqi after evolution? It's incredible. As she spoke, she reached out to touch Xiaoqi, only to find that Xiaoqi turned its head towards her, its fierce demeanor fading as it suppressed its flames, allowing its master to stroke it. Ye Jing observed this and regarded Xiaoqi with a hint of approval, but did not forget to remind evolution is just the starting point. Xiaoqi's bloodline potential is not weak, but if you wish to advance further, you must seek higher quality fire attribute materials. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, they would let Xiaoqi cultivate to the late first tier like other. Meanwhile, Ye Tianyao was already enamored with her transformed Xiaoqi, and she did not forget to say to Ye Jing, "Thank you, grandfather." Ye Jing smiled at his granddaughter's joy and turned to Ye Tianhao, saying, "How do you want a contract beast?" Ye Tianhao quickly replied, "Grandfather, I haven't decided what I want yet. I need to practice my sword and pass the Qingyun sex test first. In that case, it's good that you can focus on honing your sword. The selection for the sect contains many secrets." Ye Jing said nothing more and patted his shoulder. At this moment, Ye Tianyao was already sitting on the back of the blazing fox, swinging her legs and laughing. "Brother, when you have time, you must compete with my Xiaoqi to see whether your sword is faster or Xiaokai's flameclaw is fiercer." Xiaoqi seemed to understand, raising its head to emit a short fox cry, its claws lightly scratching the ground, leaving behind several claw marks, with Sparks looking eager to try. Ye Tianhao looked at his sister's adorable appearance and smiled slightly. "Let's compete. You'll need to know the might of a sword cultivator." Ye Jing watched his grandchildren bicker, his smile growing wider, then said, "How, Yaoer, it's getting late. Grandfather should return home now." Seeing that Ye Jing was about to leave, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao exchanged glances, then hurriedly approached him, presenting all the cultivation manuals and resources they had obtained during the year. "Grandfather, you came here, and we have nothing to offer you, only these cultivation methods and resources. Please take them back for the family." Ye Tianhao said hastily. "Yes, grandfather, and this book Xingfeng Ju is bound to be useful for the clan," Ye Tianyao added. Ye Jing, seeing this, declined, saying, Yaoer, you are cultivating outside, and you are in need of cultivation resources. These are what you earned, keep them for yourselves, and there's no need for you to worry about the family." "What are you saying, grandfather?" Ye Tianhao insisted, pressing the brocade box into Ye Jing's hands more firmly, his eyes filled with determination. "The family raised us. Now that we can seek opportunities outside, we must give back to the family. Besides, many of these methods are suitable for the younger generation of the clan to start with. It's better to let the clan's younger members access them earlier, so that in the future someone might step onto the path of immortality and strengthen the Yi family." Ye Tianyao nodded vigorously. "Yes, grandfather. You don't need to worry about us. We can manage without the manuals." Seeing the sincerity in their eyes, Ye Jing felt warmth in his heart, reaching out to ruffle their heads, his gaze filled with tenderness. "All right, grandfather will accept your intentions. The Yi family is fortunate to have descendants like you." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand to accept the items given by his grandchildren, then handed 2 storage bags to Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao, saying, "These are spirit stones and cheap blood wine that grandfather gives you. Cultivate well. Be careful in everything. Do not trust others easily, and do not act recklessly." Both of them nodded solemnly, saying in unison, "We won't forget, grandfather." Xiaoqi seemed to sense the air of parting, moving to Ye Jing's feet, gently nudging his pant leg. With its fiery red head, its once bold fiery aura, now completely subdued, leaving only docility. Ye Jing patted its head, gently speaking softly, "Xiaoqi, take good care of Yaoer and Yaoer." Xiaoqi raised its head and emitted a low sound, seemingly acknowledging the entrustment. After Ye Jing finished giving instructions, the sky was already painted with layers of sunset glow, the orange-eared light spilling into the forest, creating a sea of red. Ye Jing took one last look at his grandchildren, soared into the air on his sword, and waved his hand to them. "Go cultivate well. A grandfather will wait for your good news at home." With that, he flew away on his sword. After enduring several months of turmoil, Ye Jing returned home on his sword. Upon stepping through the door, he noticed that aside from Yi, his 2 daughters-in-law were absent. He casually asked, "Where are Guiyun and Xianglan?" Yi quickly replied, "Father, elder sister-in-law and Xianglan went to the back mountain to refine tools." "Refining tools? Are they trying to make spiritual artifacts?" Ye Jing inquired immediately. Upon Yi nodded, saying, "Father, indeed they are making spiritual artifacts." Elder sister-in-law said she wanted to try crafting magical tools, so they headed to Lingyun Valley to attempt grinding with Xian iron, and Xianglan went to help her as well. "How long have they been gone? Have they prepared the fire protection array and the refining furnace?" Ye Jing's tone carried a hint of concern as he stepped outside. Refining magical tools is not like alchemy. The firepower required is several times that of a pill furnace, hence a fire protection array that can gather flames is necessary. His robe, still damp with dew from the mountains, seemed to wash away much of his fatigue from the journey. Yi hurried to catch up, responding as he walked, "They have been gone for 2 hours. Elder sister-in-law is using the ancient refining furnace that elder brother brought back from the palace, and she has been attempting to refine daily." The fire protection array was drawn according to ancient texts said to gather flames and also block some debris. However, elder sister-in-law's Xian iron is too hard, several chisels were shattered in the previous days, and only today did they find some methods. Upon hearing this, Ye Jing said, "Take me there to have a look." At this moment within Lingyun Valley smoke billowed, and a wave of scorching heat rushed towards him. From a distance, he spotted an ancient copper furnace standing about a yard high in the clearing, its body engraved with intricate patterns and emitting a faint golden glow. Surrounding the copper furnace was a circle of red array patterns with 3 low-grade spirit stones embedded at the array's core. Flames rolled within the array, roasting one piece of Xian iron until it glowed a brilliant red. Wu Guiyun was drenched in sweat, her plain clothes soaked through with strands of hair sticking to her smooth forehead and a bit of ash from the furnace on her face. Yet she felt no fatigue, sitting cross-legged beside the fire protection array. Her eyes were fixed intently on the Xian iron within the copper furnace. Lu Xianglan stood to one side, holding a spirit stone. As the luster of the spirit stone at the array's core gradually dimmed, she stepped forward, carefully, skillfully replacing it with a new one, clearly having performed this action numerous times. "Elder sister-in-law, the spirit stone has been changed." Xianglan spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible hoarseness. Wu Guiyun nodded slightly, her gaze still fixed on the copper furnace, her tone firm. "Just wait a moment longer. The flames need to gather more. Although the Xian iron is red, the impurities inside have not been completely burned away. If we hammer it now, the object is prone to cracking and cannot become a magical tool." With that, she took a deep breath, her spiritual power surging rapidly. The flames in the array instantly converged, transforming from scattered fireballs into a straight pillar of fire, directly striking the Xian iron in the copper furnace. The originally red Xian iron now shimmered with a faint luster, and the intricate patterns on the furnace brightened, creating a harmonious interplay with the flames as a subtle humming sound emerged. The Xian iron gradually transformed into the shape of a dagger. Although it had not yet been polished, it was already taking form. "It's done!" Wu Guiyun exclaimed joyfully, disregarding her perspiration as she examined the glowing dagger closely. However, as she looked up, she saw Ye Jing and Yi. Both women were momentarily taken aback and hurried forward. Wu Guiyun felt a twinge of guilt, saying, "Father, you're back. I didn't know you were returning today and did not come out to welcome you." Ye Jing chuckled. "Not at all. I am pleased to see that you two are engaged in refining magical tools and have achieved some success." Wu Guiyun, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Father, I've only learned a bit. Please don't laugh at me." "Guiyun, let me see that weapon." Ye Jing raised his hand. Wu Guiyun promptly handed her weapon to Ye Jing. He took the dagger and examined it, finding it lightweight and infused with spiritual power, the blade sharp. He condensed his spiritual power and gently sliced through a nearby bush, which fell apart at his touch. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ye Jing's eyes, quickly turning into deep admiration, his tone filled with warmth. "A fine piece. Although it is just the initial refinement, it shows the shape of a spiritual artifact. Guiyun, you've done well." Guiyun blushed at his praise, quickly saying, "Father, you overpraise me. If it weren't for Xian Gu providing me with the ancient refining furnace and Xianglan consistently helping me with the array and changing spirit stones, I wouldn't have figured out the method." After several months of contemplation, looking at the side, she helplessly glanced at the ruined Xian iron. "I don't even know how much Xian iron I've ruined." Yi chuckled. "Elder sister-in-law, that's nothing. Remember when Guiyun was refining pills? She ended up spilling a lot of medicinal ash at home, and the jinding rice was almost burned up." "Ye good," Lu Xianglan scolded. Ye Jing didn't mind. Both alchemy and tool refining consume materials, but as long as they improve, it greatly benefits the family's development. He smiled, saying, "Not at all, not at all. Where can a beginner in tool refining expect to be smooth sailing? As long as you both are determined, I will fully support you. A few medicinal materials and ores are nothing." As he spoke, Ye Jing handed the dagger back to Wu Guiyun, his tone turning serious. "Although this dagger is still merely the initial form of a spiritual artifact, you have already extracted the essence of the Xian iron. The patterns on the furnace guide the spiritual power, and the fire protection array is arranged neatly, showing that you've put in hard work these past few days. Very good, very good. Continue to refine it." He spoke with great authority, which was also due to Ye Jing's extensive reading on refining tools and alchemy, naturally understanding more, all to encourage his family. Wu Guiyun quickly accepted the dagger, bowing slightly. "Thank you for your guidance, Father. I will remember it." Ye Jing nodded and continued, "I noticed that both of your cultivations have stagnated. I came this time to help you both elevate your spiritual artifacts." Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan's weapons are a black bell and a soul-guiding lamp, respectively. Both types of weapons are derived from demonic cultivators. Thus, their methods of use are primarily focused on control, but for them as women, such abilities help with self-protection. As for offense, they will figure it out themselves in the future. The elevation of spiritual artifacts relies on first-tier gold attribute spiritual materials. Ye Jing took out the first-tier gold attribute, ores he had gathered over the past few months. These ores left his daughter-in-law stunned, especially when Ye Jing recounted how he escaped from 3 Foundation establishment cultivators and obtained a second-tier moonlight spirit stone. They, along with Ye, were all astounded. Ye Jing didn't mind much. He quickly changed the subject and said seriously, Guiyun Xianglan, your weapons are all from the Xianyu sect, especially Xianglan, your corpse control technique. You must not let outsiders know about it, otherwise I fear those so-called righteous paths will view our Ye family as demonic. Although the strong are esteemed in the cultivation world, some things they may not categorize as their own kind, we still need to maintain a righteous facade on the surface. Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan nodded repeatedly. Father, we understand. After giving his advice, Ye Jing began to elevate their innate spiritual artifacts. Ye Jing upgraded the spiritual tools for his 2 daughters-in-law, allowing them to begin their cultivation. Recently, the Ye family had been peaceful, and soon it was time for the Qingyun sect and other sects to start recruiting disciples. Ye Jing thought that as the sects began recruiting disciples, the surrounding wandering cultivators would flock to them, and the business at the shop would flourish. Naturally, Ye Jing would not miss this great opportunity, so he prepared to pack up his family's assets, taking a good amount of gold, spiritual rice, blood-red fruits, condensing grass, and various spiritual delicacies, storing them in a storage bag. He planned to open a shop in the Tiangongfang city to expand the Ye family's business. This time Ye Jing brought along his 3rd son, Ye Tianhui, to help. The reason was simple. Ye Tianhui was clever and often assisted in managing the family business, learning a great deal about commerce through observation, and he was also very meticulous. Thinking that having him along would help manage the goods and interact with various people, Ye Jing also saw this as a chance for him to gain more exposure to the outside world and broaden his knowledge, further laying the foundation for the Ye family's enterprise. Once the 2 of them were ready, Ye Jing instructed the women at home to cultivate diligently and take care of the courtyard before heading together to the Tiangongfang city. At this moment, the Tiangongfang city was bustling with activity, not only because the Qingyun sect was recruiting disciples, but also several surrounding sects were doing the same. Some wandering cultivators had arrived early at the Tiangongfang city, making the atmosphere more vibrant than ever. Ye Tianhui, seeing so many cultivators around, was wide-eyed with astonishment. However, Ye Jing knew that there was still half a year until the Qingyun sect began recruiting disciples. There was still ample time for him to set up a shop. After inquiring with the people around, Ye Jing discovered that to open a shop in the Tiangongfang city, he needed to seek approval from the owner of the city, the Fang Master Baiqian. Following the directions given by passers-by, the 2 of them navigated through the bustling crowd towards the central attic of the market. The attic was constructed with blue bricks adorned with strings of sparkling spiritual jade lamps at the eaves, towering and majestic, exuding an air of untouchable authority. This was the residence of the Fang Master and the management office of the Tiangongfang city. Upon arriving at the attic, 2 cultivators with solidified auras stepped forward to block their way. Please stay, esteemed guests. The Fang Master is busy with affairs. Entry is not permitted without a prior appointment. Unfazed, Ye Jing raised his hand to reveal a decent quality condensing pill, offering it with a calm, yet measured tone. I am Ye Jing, a wandering cultivator from the surrounding area, here with my grandson to rent a shop in the market. Please inform the Fang Master that a cultivator wishes to sell spiritual rice, spiritual fruits, and other goods to assist in recruiting disciples for the sect. He was well aware that the Fang Master, managing such a large market, valued its vitality and profitability above all. With various sects soon recruiting disciples and a gathering of wandering cultivators, spiritual food and medicine were in high demand. Upon hearing this, the 2 cultivators accepted the condensing pill, examined its quality, and after exchanging glances they clasped their hands and said, please wait a moment, I will report this immediately. Seeing this, Ye Tianhui tugged at Ye Jing's sleeve and used spiritual power to send a message. Grandpa, do you think the Fang Master will be difficult to deal with? Do we have enough supplies to rent a shop? Although he was clever, Ye Tianhui was still just a 12-year-old boy. It was Ye Tianhui's first time in such a place filled with cultivators, and having never interacted with such figures before, he felt a bit nervous, his eyes revealing curiosity and restraint. Ye Jing patted his shoulder and gently reassured him, no worries, the Fang Master is in business. The gold, spiritual rice and blood-red fruits we have are genuinely good products. They will benefit the market. Before long, the cultivator returned quickly, his demeanor noticeably more respectful than before. Esteemed elder, the Fang Master invites you both inside. The grandfather and grandson followed the cultivator into the attic. The interior was simply decorated yet elegant, with a spiritual wood table placed in the center, separated by a screen. Ye Jing vaguely saw a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe sitting by the table, his expression calm and his demeanor slightly lazy. However, the oppressive aura emanating from him made Ye Jing deeply aware that this Fang Master must possess Foundation establishment level cultivation. The brocade-clad man raised his eyes, scanning Ye Jing, and then casting a casual glance at Ye Tianhui, beside him revealing a hint of surprise. What surprised him was the youthful boy beside Ye Jing, who appeared to be only 12 years old, yet had already reached the 4th level of qi refining. But he quickly concealed his surprise, and asked, "Now, then what kind of shop do you wish to rent, and what will you be selling?" Ye Jing cupped his hands and replied with a respectful, yet assertive tone in response to the Feng master, "I wish to rent a street-facing shop, not too large, just enough to display the goods. The main products will be gold, spiritual rice, blood-red fruits, condensing grass, and other spiritual medicines, as well as spiritual delicacies, like mountain fresh chicken, all suitable for low-level cultivators and of absolutely superior quality." As he spoke, Ye Jing raised his hand to open the storage bag, taking out a small pouch of gold spiritual rice and a blood-red fruit adorned with golden patterns. Seeing this, Bai Qian revealed an interest in his eyes, for he noticed that the gold spiritual rice grains were plump and shimmering with a faint golden light, surrounded by spiritual energy. Not to mention the blood-red fruit, which was also marked with golden patterns. Whether for refining pills or consumption, it would greatly benefit cultivators. It was clear at a glance that it was a premium spiritual item. Bai Qian withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "These two types of goods are indeed excellent. With the sects soon recruiting disciples and low-level cultivators gathering spiritual food and medicine are indeed in high demand." Bai Qian withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "These two types of goods are indeed excellent. With the sects soon recruiting disciples and low-level cultivators gathering." The other type is located on the busiest main street with a monthly rent of 500 spirit stones, requiring an additional condensing pill as a deposit with a minimum rental period of 6 months. Ye Jing listened and began to calculate in his heart. Although the outskirts shop is cheaper, the foot traffic is sparse, which is not conducive to business. The main street shop is more expensive, but it allows for contact with more cultivators, so over 6 months I will surely recoup my costs, and even make a profit. Having made up his mind, he looked up at the Feng master. "I choose the main street shop with a monthly rent of 500 spirit stones and a rental period of 6 months. Good, that's quite straightforward." The Feng master smiled slightly, raising his hand to take out a jade contract, infusing it with spiritual power and inscribing characters on it. "Take a look at this. If there are no objections, just drop a drop of your blood and the contract will take effect. Once the contract is effective, the shop will be yours. Remember, do not cause trouble within the market and do not deal in prohibited items, otherwise I will reclaim the shop, confiscate the deposit, and even expel you from the market." Ye Jing received the contract, carefully reviewed it, saw that the terms were fair and without any tricks, and without hesitation, he bit his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall. As the blood landed on the jade contract, it instantly merged into it. The contract glowed with a faint red light before returning to calm. "The contract is now effective." Bai Qian put away the jade contract and took out a wooden token inscribed with the shop's details, handing it to Ye Jing. "This is the token for your shop. In the main street, you can follow my subordinates to enter and select a spot, but before that, please pay the deposit and the first month's rent." Ye Jing nodded, taking out 500 spirit stones and a condensing pill from his storage bag. He had inquired beforehand about the rental fees of the Tiangong Feng city, so he was well prepared. Bai Qian took the spirit stones and roughly counted them along with the condensing pill before handing the wooden token to Ye Jing, waving his hand. "Go ahead, manage well, and do not waste this good opportunity." Ye Jing and Ye Tianhui cupped their hands in farewell, and Ye Jing walked out of the attic holding the wooden token. The timidity on Ye Tianhui's face had completely disappeared, replaced by excitement. He hurriedly caught up with Ye Jing and smiled. "Grandpa, we really rented a shop. Now our business will surely thrive." Ye Jing watched the joy sparkling in his grandson's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not be impatient. Securing a shop is merely the first step. The key is to manage the business well." No sooner had he finished speaking than the previously reported cultivator approached quickly. "Esteemed friends, please follow me to select a shop on the main street." With that, he led the grandfather and grandson out of the loft, heading towards the most prosperous direction of the market. At this time, the main street was already bustling with people, with several shops lining both sides, yet a few remained vacant, reserved by the shopkeeper for leasing. The cultivator guided them for about half a stick of incense before stopping in front of a street-facing shop, gesturing. "These few shops are all available on the main street. Their areas are quite similar, so you may choose as you wish." Ye Jing looked up and saw that these shops were all paved with blue bricks with simple spirit gathering patterns carved on the wooden door frames. Though not extravagant, they were clean and tidy. Located in an excellent position, they stood at a junction of human traffic, with cultivators coming and going, making the shop's displays easily visible. Ye Tianhui leaned closer to examine the shop, and after some thought came before Ye Jing and said, "Grandfather, let's choose this one. It is the closest to the street, and cultivators passing by will be able to see our goods." Ye Jing followed his gaze and saw that the shop indeed had the best location right next to a store selling low-grade magical artifacts, attracting many cultivators to stop and take a look. He nodded, saying, "Let's choose this one." Seeing this, the cultivator handed over a key engraved with spirit-gathering patterns, saying, "It is good that you have made your choice. This is the shop key. If you need anything in the future, you may find the shopkeeper in the loft or seek the managing cultivator on the street." After saying that, he added, "This shop has a backyard which contains a teleportation formation. If you need to move goods, you can use the teleportation formation." "There is a teleportation formation?" Ye Jing exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of such formations that could quickly transport people to certain places when activated, but it was rare for low-level cultivators to have shops equipped with them. After all, setting up and maintaining such formations required considerable spirit stones and effort, which ordinary renting cultivators could hardly afford. Yi Tianhui's eyes lit up, unable to suppress his excitement. With a teleportation formation, transporting herbs from home would no longer require a long detour, and they wouldn't have to worry about encountering beast attacks or rogue cultivators on the way. Ye Jing suppressed his surprise, took the key, and asked the cultivator, "Could you kindly inform me how this formation is activated? Are there any taboos?" The cultivator wore a gentle expression and patiently replied, "Do not worry, this formation is a low-level teleportation array uniformly set up by the shopkeeper. You only need to infuse a small amount of low-grade spirit stones to activate it. The destination can be set to a safe stronghold outside the market or to a location you have reported in advance, and then activate a similar formation at the stronghold to teleport. The taboos are simply not to teleport prohibited items, nor to teleport too many items at once, or it could damage the formation, and any repairs would have to be covered by you. Thank you for the detailed explanation, friend." Ye Jing cupped his hands in gratitude, already formulating a plan in his mind. They had come to the market primarily to sell herbs and blood food for low-level cultivators. Originally, they had to consider the issue of transporting goods, as the Yi family was not particularly close to this Tiangong market, and the journey would inevitably encounter some rogue cultivators, incurring some losses. Now with this teleportation formation, it saved them a tremendous hassle. The cultivator waved his hand, saying, "You are too polite. This is part of my duty. You two friends take your time inspecting the shop. I shall not disturb you further." With that, he cupped his hands and took his leave, soaring away on his sword. Ye Jing opened the shop door, and a faint trace of spiritual energy wafted towards him. The front hall of the shop was spacious enough to hold dozens of medicine racks, and there were several recesses on the walls for placing magical artifacts designed quite ingeniously. Passing through the front hall, there was a small courtyard in the back, where a square slab of blue stone in the center was inscribed with dense patterns of the formation. The patterns emitted a faint glow. It was the teleportation formation. Ye Jing approached the formation, feeling a gentle flow of spiritual energy within it. This formation is set up very neatly. Though it is only low level, it is sufficient for our regular transport of. Ye Jing praised, noting that a low-grade formation could teleport across 1,000 miles, and the further the distance, the more spiritual power it consumed. But these were minor issues. The primary concern was convenience. "Wonderful, grandfather!" Yi Tianhui exclaimed excitedly, spinning around in the courtyard. "We will transport the spiritual herbs here tomorrow, open up early, and attract more cultivators to come." Ye Jing looked at his grandson's eager expression, his smile growing wider as he reached out to ruffle his hair, saying, "We mustn't rush. First, let's tidy up the shop. Then we will go to the market's artifact pavilion to customize the medicine racks and sign, while also inquiring about the market prices for low-grade herbs. Knowing both ourselves and the market will help us to run the business well." Yi Tianhui nodded repeatedly, his excitement undiminished. They both busied themselves to get the shop opened as soon as possible. The shop was simply named Yes Spiritual Medicine Shop. Inside the shop were racks and tables carved from spiritual wood. These racks appeared simple, but were sturdy enough to hold spiritual goods without easily depleting spiritual energy. Yi Tianhui hurriedly stepped forward to help, quickly arranging the racks neatly. Once the racks and some other items were in place, Ye Jing opened his storage bag and began to methodically display the goods. He divided the golden spiritual rice into small bags, each containing about half a pound, and neatly placed them on the most eye-catching shelf. The golden grains shimmered with a faint spiritual light, attracting the gaze of cultivators even from a distance. The blood fruit was placed on a wooden tray lined with a soft mat, each one plump and round with gilded patterns, while the condensing chi grass was tied in small bundles arranged neatly beside the blood fruit. Other blood foods, such as mountain delicacy chicken and spiritual fish, were placed elsewhere. In just a short hour, the shop was tidily arranged with various spiritual goods displayed neatly, emanating a captivating spiritual aura. After the Yes Spiritual Medicine Shop opened, cultivators came to see that the medicinal effects of the herbs were excellent, leading to considerable improvement in their cultivation after extensive use. Moreover, the shop's products were of good quality and reasonable prices, attracting many cultivators drawn by the rich spiritual energy and high-quality spiritual goods within. Some bought bags of golden spiritual rice as daily rations, while others purchased blood fruit and condensing chi grass to enhance their cultivation. There were even groups of cultivators who bought several mountain delicacy chickens and spiritual fish for cooking. The Ye family's business gradually stabilized in the Tiangong market. With the business flourishing, Ye Jing took the opportunity to form partnerships with nearby cultivator taverns, helping them supply spiritual medicines and meat, earning quite a bit. The influx of spirit stones also allowed the younger generation of the Ye family to improve their cultivation speed, and Ye Jing broke through to the 8th level of chi refinement. The previously stagnant immortal willow also began to increase, its immortal light rising from just a few strands to 1,000 strands. With 1,000 strands of immortal light, the immortal willow suddenly revealed a line of text: the family's cultivation business has expanded, and the beast cave can now be opened. At the moment the immortal willow appeared with these words, Ye Jing was in the shop counting spirit stones, and he was momentarily taken aback. It swiftly sank into the immortal willow, a primordial willowy tree that grew within him, its many branches extending down to the ground with the trunk adorned by sparkling patterns of light. Flourishing spiritual herbs grew around the willow tree. The immortal willow was no longer as desolate as Ye Jing had first seen it. What surprised him was the gentle white light appearing at the edge of the spirit field. This white light spread from the roots of the immortal willow, forming a circular light array, its patterns more intricate than those of a teleportation array. Ye Jing instinctively leaned in, and as he reached out he felt a warm surge of spiritual power leap to his fingertips. He only perceived a flash of white light before the warm spiritual power around him intensified, even more so than the energy within the pavilion of Baiqian. With a single breath, he could sense the spiritual power within his dantian stirring slightly. As the dizziness faded, Ye Jing found himself in a strange secret realm. Before him, an endless expanse of green grassland with rolling hills and towering ancient trees. Flowing spring water surrounded by glimmers of spiritual light lay nearby. Is this the beast-controlling paradise? Ye Jing approached, his mind stirred, and he suddenly saw flashes of light darting through the forest. Upon landing there were Hei Feng, Du Yifeng, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Qi, 4 beasts that Ye Jing had tamed and elevated with immortal light. They seemed a bit puzzled, wondering why they had suddenly appeared here, each raising their heads and looking around curious. When they saw Ye Jing, they immediately approached him affectionately. Ye Jing stroked Hei Feng, realizing that this beast-controlling paradise was a special place established by the immortal willow for the beast's sustenance. Here the spiritual energy was rich and pure, with spiritual grass and spring water nurturing them. Cultivating here would not only greatly enhance their speed, but also allow them to break through their limitations and evolve to a higher realm. Moreover, he could feel that the bond between him and these 4 beasts had grown increasingly tight. No matter where they were, he could clearly sense their positions and even their states. If family members were in danger, he could sense the beasts nearby or summon them for mutual support. At that moment, ancient characters appeared before him. This is the beast-controlling paradise, capable of nurturing beasts, storing items, and isolating external energies. The paradise can expand and enhance with its master, and there are more wonders for you to explore further. Ye Jing's heart tightened. He understood very well that this beast-controlling paradise was undoubtedly a significant boost for him. With his family currently weak and his cultivation shallow, having 4 tamed beasts by his side gave him confidence. With this beast-controlling paradise, the strength of the 4 beasts could quickly improve. In the future, they would undoubtedly become his family's strongest support, and the storing feature mentioned by the immortal willow was a timely boon. When he went out to train in the future, if he encountered danger, he could send the beasts into the paradise for refuge and store precious resources without worrying about them being coveted. He concentrated and attempted to open the storage bag at his waist, releasing the moonlight spirit stones, some magical tools, and so on. A flicker of light passed, and those magical tools, spirit stones, and ores appeared in a clearing within the beast-controlling paradise, neatly arranged. They were also enveloped by the paradise's spiritual energy, the purity of which was gradually increasing. Ye Jing felt delighted in his heart, and then walked to the spring, pouring the spiritual fish he had raised from the storage bag into the spring to nourish them. These fish had just absorbed the spiritual energy. They were excellent fish raised by Ye Jing with condensing grass, and now this paradise was perfect for their cultivation. After doing all this, Ye Jing addressed the beasts, saying, "You can come to this paradise to cultivate at any time, but Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi, you still need to follow your master's orders. When the master commands, you must fight." Xiao Qi and Xiao Yu both raised their heads and called out as if they already understood. Ye Jing smiled and nodded in satisfaction. He had not forgotten the spiritual herbs growing in the spirit field. He had fed them quite a bit of furnace ash. Perhaps among these spiritual plants some would soon give birth to first-tier spiritual plants. With a first-tier spiritual plant, he could also enlighten some beasts. The advancement of spiritual plants was not as good as that of spiritual items and beast bloodlines, but they could be sold as meat, possibly earning quite a bit of money. Thinking of this, Ye Jing felt much more at ease. In a blink of an eye, the day for the Qingyun sect and other major sects to recruit disciples was fast approaching. Ye Jing's shop also began to get busy. Cultivators came and went in a steady stream, and to facilitate management, Ye Jing hired some lower-ranked cultivators to help. With the support of the beast-controlling paradise, the supply of goods in the shop was very stable. Ye Jing also seized the opportunity to add some new items, such as spiritual fruit chickens, fragrant pigs, and condensing chi fish, all of which were new products fused and enlightened by Ye Jing using spiritual plants. The spiritual fruit chickens and fragrant pigs were both raised by Ye Jing using first-tier condensing grass. The meat contained a hint of spiritual energy, which could warm the dantian when consumed by cultivators. The condensing chi fish, after just a few days in the spiritual spring of the beast-controlling paradise, had developed a phosphorescent sheen. The soup made from them shimmered with spiritual light, and a bite brought a gentle tide of spiritual energy milder than that from ordinary low-tier spirit stones, making it a favorite among low-tier cultivators. On this day in the Tinker's Square, dozens of Qingyun sect spirit boats hovered in the air. The day had finally arrived. Ye Jing took the opportunity to put aside matters in the shop and went to observe the sect's disciple recruitment. The spirit boats were entirely white, surrounded by wisps of faint spiritual mist, and the spirit patterns of flying creatures flickered within the mist, causing the cultivators below to gaze upon them with envy. The moment the spirit boats landed, dozens of Qingyun sect disciples dressed in blue and white robes streamed out, each tall and poised, their presence steady, with the lowest cultivation being at least 7th level of chi refinement. At the forefront were two foundation-building elders of the Qingyun sect, one being Yun Jian at the midstage of foundation establishment. The other was an elderly man with a long beard and a kind smile, but beside him stood a figure whose cultivation could not be underestimated. He was Qin Yunhe, at the late stage of foundation establishment, second only to the sect master of Qingyun sect. Heavens! Even the latest stage foundation establishment elder has come. This time Qingyun sect's recruitment is quite impressive. Indeed. So many spirit boats, it's quite remarkable. Did you not know? Previously, many members of the Xianyu sect infiltrated our Tinker's Square and captured numerous cultivators. Qingyun sect is here to put pressure on them. Yes, I heard their sect master is still in closed-door cultivation at the golden core stage, about to successfully form his core. Once that happens, Qingyun sect will have a golden core cultivator. Wow, that would be impressive. Wouldn't it mean they could rival the Lingxiao sect? Shoo, you must not speak. The discussions among the cultivators below were in full swing. But among the crowd, Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao wore serious expressions, gazing up at the Qingyun sect, fully prepared to pass the sect's entrance test. At that moment, the highest-ranking Qin Yunhe stepped forward, his latest stage foundation establishment pressure slowly spreading, instantly quelling the surrounding noise. Qingyun sect is recruiting disciples. Oh, anyone under the age of 20 may come forward for assessment. Those with spiritual roots and qualified aptitude will enter the outer sect. Those who are 20 years old and have reached at least the 5th level of chi refinement may participate in the sect trials. Those who qualify will directly enter the inner sect, receiving elixirs and teachings of the methods. As the foundation establishment cultivator spoke, the surrounding cultivators immediately began to tense up. Currently, the Qingyun sect no longer sends disciples to test their apprentices in the mortal cities, so some mortals have traveled thousands of miles to Tiangongfang City, yearning for the path to immortality. Mortals and cultivators voluntarily divided into two teams. Mortals were testing their spiritual roots, hoping to secure a position as a servant. Regardless of the position's status, there was still the possibility of becoming an immortal. Cultivators, on the other hand, mainly competed for the position of inner disciples. Once admitted to the inner sect, the resources provided were of exceptional quality, perhaps even including foundation establishment pills, offering the potential for foundation establishment. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao currently possessed relatively high cultivation levels, but they both concealed their auras. To others, their cultivation appeared to be only around the 5th layer of chi refinement. After Elder Qin Yunhe, a latest stage foundation establishment cultivator, briefly explained the rules, his senior disciple Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward. Dressed in a blue brocade robe with a white jade tag at his waist, he had a handsome face and a steady aura. Though merely in his early 20s, he had already reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, surpassing the other cultivators present, which immediately sparked a wave of low murmurs and gasps. He raised his hand to gesture for silence, the noise settling once more. Everyone, I am Lu Xiaoyu, the senior disciple of Qingyun sect, and the chief examiner for this sect's test. I will now explain the testing process for entering the inner sect. Lu Xiaoyu's sharp gaze swept over the gathered cultivators, and each one felt compelled to straighten their backs, instinctively lowering their breaths. The test for inner disciples is quite simple. There is only one task to go to the beast forest of Qingyun's sect, where each cultivator will receive a spiritual pearl. Those present can seize each other's spiritual pearls. Those whose pearls are taken will be eliminated. The time limit is 2 days, and the ranking will be based on the number of pearls taken. Ultimately, the sect will only select the top 10 cultivators who possess spiritual pearls. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators below erupted into a frenzy, gasping and discussing the announcement with even greater intensity than before. What? It's just about seizing spiritual pearls. This is too brutal. And in the beast forest there won't be any demonic beasts, right? Demonic beasts are nothing compared to the terror of over 100 cultivators present. Only the top 10 will be selected, and a slight misstep will lead to elimination. Brutality is good. It's about speaking with strength. If one can't even protect their pearl, what qualifications do they have to be an inner disciple of Qingyun's sect? The opportunity for foundation establishment pills is meant for the strong. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao exchanged glances, understanding that in this trial, aside from themselves, everyone else was an enemy. The more pearls they seized, the higher their chances of success in the test. Around them, the cultivators were all at least at the 5th layer, making the difficulty quite apparent. Lu Xiaoyu remained expressionless, allowing the murmurs below to continue. When the noise subsided slightly, he spoke again, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. There is only this rule: those whose pearls are taken must exit the beast forest and cannot participate further. No harm to life is permitted. Violators will be expelled from Qingyun's sect. He emphasized the last few words heavily, his pinnacle qi refinement aura unabashedly radiating, enveloping the entire area like an invisible pressure. The originally noisy crowd fell silent in an instant, all cultivators rendered mute, no one daring to utter another word. Lu Xiaoyu noticed the Yi siblings among the participants, his expression softening slightly. He then waved his hand. All right, the rules are clear. Distribute the spiritual pearls. As the spiritual pearls fell, the cultivators held them in their hands, noticing their faint spiritual energy crystal clear, resembling a pendant. The cultivators carefully stored the spiritual pearls, their expressions vigilant as they scanned their surroundings, secretly on guard against potential rivals nearby. Some higher-level cultivators had already begun to observe, locking onto the targets they intended to seize, their eyes glinting with sharpness. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao tucked the spiritual pearls away, remaining calm as they stood quietly like bystanders, watching the scheming expressions of the surrounding cultivators. Before long, all the cultivators had received their spiritual pearls. Lu Xiaoyu turned to glance at Qin Yunhe beside him, seeing the latter nod slightly, and then declared loudly, "The spiritual pearls have been issued. After half an hour you may take the Qingyun sect spirit boat to the beast forest, and the test officially begins. Remember, once a spiritual pearl is taken, cease all action immediately. Do not be reckless." Hearing this, some cultivators immediately found a corner to sit cross-legged, preparing to take advantage of the last moments to adjust their breaths and circulate their spiritual power, readying for battle. Others gathered in groups, secretly forming alliances, agreeing not to attack each other upon entering the beast forest, first working together to eliminate others before seizing rankings. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao sought a less conspicuous spot to prepare for the upcoming trial. In a distant pavilion, Ye Jing sat quietly, observing the lively scene below. He knew that the test was underway, and he felt a measure of reassurance for his 2 grandchildren. Now he could merely watch the unfolding drama. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Xiaoyu spoke again, his voice resonating across the entire square. "Time's up. All participating cultivators follow me to the beast forest of Qingyun's sect." The participating cultivators immediately set off, each one leaping onto the spirit boat of Qingyun. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao walked side by side, their pace neither fast nor slow, maintaining their position in the middle of the crowd. Their auras still appeared as if they were at the 5th layer of qi refinement, seemingly inconspicuous, yet they skillfully avoided those who deliberately approached to test their strength. Before long, everyone arrived at the entrance of the beast forest of Qingyun's sect, where towering trees obscured the sky, their branches and leaves intertwined. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting mottled shadows. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, mingled with faint beast roars that sent shivers down one's spine. Within the beast forest, fierce demonic beasts roamed. It was a training ground for the disciples of Qingyun's sect. Now, as the testing ground, it added an element of danger. The competition for spiritual pearls was already brutal, and with the presence of demonic beasts, this trial undoubtedly became a life-and-death struggle. Lu Xiaoyu addressed the crowd, stating, "This is the beast forest of Qingyun's sect. The testing area is limited to within 100 miles of the forest's outskirts. No one is allowed to step into the inner area. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Now the Qingyun sect inner disciple test begins." With the last sentence, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that transformed into a white light shooting into the sky. As the white light dissipated, all cultivators surged forward like arrows released from a bow, the previously orderly line collapsing in an instant. Some cultivators who had just entered the beast forest were immediately ambushed. The sounds of spiritual power clashing echoed, followed by a scream, as a cultivator's spiritual pearl was swiftly snatched away, sending them fleeing from the forest in disarray. Those with higher cultivation levels had already begun their harvest, darting about and continuously seizing the spiritual pearls of the surrounding cultivators with overwhelming momentum. Just as Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao stood firm, a dark shadow rushed towards them. Yi Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and he drew the broken moon sword, swiftly slashing down. A scream erupted as the cultivator's spiritual power was instantly shattered. The trembling cultivator, fully aware of the young man's formidable strength, attempted to flee, but was met with Yi Tianyao's blade at their throat, forcing them to surrender their spiritual pearl. With a slight curl of her fingertip, the spiritual pearl settled securely into her palm. Deprived of their pearl, the cultivator vanished, expelled from the testing grounds. The siblings exchanged a glance, their forms shifting slightly as they silently slipped into the dense forest. Unlike the other cultivators who rushed to act, they focused on stealthily eliminating those who had strayed alone on the outskirts. This strategy allowed them to conserve their strength for any unforeseen circumstances. The sounds of battle echoed through the forest, accompanied by the relentless roars of spiritual energy colliding. The two siblings temporarily separated to deal with a few cultivators before regrouping. Over here, Yi Tianyao had dealt with 2 5th-level Qi refinement cultivators and obtained 2 spirit pearls from them. Just as she intended to rush to her brother's side, she heard the sounds of a skirmish nearby. Their 3 6th-level Qi refinement cultivators were besieging a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Although the latter had a slight advantage in cultivation, he was outnumbered and had begun to retreat, blood streaming from a wound in his chest struck by spiritual energy. Yi Tianyao felt no disturbance within her heart as she collected the spirit pearls and planned to leave the area. Suddenly a roar echoed through the forest, followed by a large tiger leaping down from a tree, pouncing toward Yi Tianyao. Yi Tianyao swiftly drew her delicate sword and slashed forward, instantly tearing a large gash in the tiger's hide. The beast let out a piercing scream, quickly attracting the attention of the 3 6th-level Qi refinement cultivators. Seeing this, they all charged toward Yi Tianyao. Yi Tianyao's expression darkened as she glanced at the tiger that still intended to pounce. Cursing the beast, she flicked her sword, swiftly decapitating it. The cultivators, upon reaching her, were taken aback by her beauty, especially since she was alone. Tisk, I didn't expect such a stunning beauty in this beast forest. A 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator, what a little beauty. The leading cultivator's eyes glistened as they roamed over Yi Tianyao's slender, yet upright figure. If you know what's good for you, surrender quietly, so we won't have to hurt you. Several cultivators laughed audaciously, then rushed forward to besiege Yi Tianyao. Yi Tianyao scoffed coldly, spiritual energy swirling quietly around her sword, her eyes radiating a chilling intent. Yet she turned to flee, heading in the direction of Yi Tianyao. The cultivators, seeing her attempt to escape, grinned wickedly and gave chase. One of them swung a short staff, causing several earthen spikes formed from yellow spiritual energy to erupt from the ground, clearly aiming to block Yi Tianyao's escape. Once Yi Tianyao came to a stop, the remaining 2 cultivators began their assault on her. Yi Tianyao immediately brandished her delicate sword, parrying all their attacks. After all, she had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement and could defend herself against the 3 6th-level cultivators. The leading cultivator was taken aback to find that this young girl had attained the 7th level of Qi refinement, but his shock quickly turned into disdain. What does it matter if a little girl has reached the 7th level of Qi refinement? Should I be afraid of you? The cultivator sneered, continuing to strike at Yi Tianyao with his short staff. Amidst the onslaught of so many cultivators, Yi Tianyao moved nimbly, dodging continuously, and then patted her storage bag. Instantly, a fire fox burst forth from the bag, accompanied by numerous agile sparrows, blocking the 2 cultivators outside like a storm. This is a demon beast. The leader of the cultivators was immediately taken aback. Especially the fire fox summoned by Yi Tianyao, standing over a meter tall, engulfed in flames, was clearly a first-tier demon beast with spiritual energy almost matching that of a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator. At this moment, the elders of the Qingyun sect, observing from the outside, expressed surprise upon seeing a beast-taming cultivator appear in the beast forest. Seeing that the female cultivator resembled Yi Xian somewhat, Yin Jian was somewhat surprised. Could this be a descendant of the Yi family? Descendant of the Yi family. Is that the one who offended the Xian Yu sect seeking refuge? At this point, Qin Yunhe suddenly spoke, looking enlightened. Then I truly have a connection with her. Have you seen her before, Elder Qin? Ye Jing quickly inquired. Yes, I have. I was still puzzled before seeing two kids no older than 10 who could conceal their cultivation and come to the task hall to accept missions. Now that I see her, she is indeed impressive. The Yi family is quite remarkable, producing such an exceptional descendant after being out of the limelight for so long, Ye Jing marveled. He looked toward Yi Tianyao, who was fending off 3 attackers, and Yi Tianhao, who was almost sweeping through half of the cultivators with eyes full of astonishment. On the other side of the beast forest, Yi Tianhao wielded his sword, creating several sword flowers as cold light flashed. The last cultivator attacking him let out a scream, a deep wound visible on his chest. He quickly threw the spirit pearl to Yi Tianhao, exclaiming, I've lost. The spirit pearl is yours. Yi Tianhao caught the spirit pearl, shaking the blood off his sword, faintly sensing the sound of his sister's spiritual energy clashing. He frowned and darted away like an arrow following the sound. Along the way, traces of blood and demon beast corpses left by the cultivators were evident, showcasing his formidable battle strength. There was no way to tell he was merely a teenager in chi refinement. He displayed a composure and ruthlessness far beyond his peers. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyao had already been entangled with 3 cultivators for quite some time. The firefox, engulfed in flames, swiped its paw, forcing a cultivator to hurriedly defend with a magical artifact, barely managing to block the attack. He was still knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood from the powerful impact. Boss, this demon beast is no ordinary one. The cultivator shouted anxiously. Another cultivator was surrounded by a flock of agile sparrows, unable to move as he could only defend against their sharp claws and beaks. Meanwhile, the leading cultivator was engaged with Yi Tianyao. If it weren't for his proficient techniques barely enabling him to withstand the coordinated assault of the firefox, and Yi Tianyao, the disdain on his face would have long vanished. He never expected that this seemingly frail female cultivator not only concealed her cultivation, but could also command multiple demon beasts working in perfect harmony. You filthy girl, dare to toy with me. The leading cultivator seethed with rage, slamming his short staff onto the ground as yellow spiritual energy surged wildly. The ground beneath Yi Tianyao suddenly shook violently as several thick earthen pillars erupted from the soil, rapidly forming a sealed earthen prison, trapping her and the firefox within. The walls of this earthen prison were lined with sharp earthen spikes, slowly closing and clearly aiming to trap Yi Tianyao to death. Seeing this, Yi Tianyao's eyes sharpened, her delicate sword glowing with white light as she swung it fiercely. The fierce sword energy collided with the earthen pillars, producing a dull roar, and although several fine cracks appeared on the pillars, they did not collapse. Xiaoqi, seeing this, charged at the earthen prison, its flames scorching the earth and emitting a sizzling sound. The leading cultivator stood outside the prison, grinning maliciously. Little beauty, where do you think you can escape to? Hand over the spirit pearls, and perhaps I might spare your life, otherwise I'll let the spikes crush you. Yi Tianyao paid no heed to his taunts, commanding Xiaoqi, unleash your powers. Let's strike together. After issuing her command, Xiaoqi's flames blazed even more fiercely, letting out a long howl as it charged toward the earthen prison alongside Yi Tianyao. With a loud bang, the earthen prison shattered in response, instantly collapsing. Yi Tianyao leapt aside on Xiaoqi, and upon seeing this, the cultivator shouted, useless thing. Kill her. This girl had some skills and needed to be dealt with immediately. Suddenly, a sword energy came rushing and disrupting the leading cultivator's attack. Tianyao, are you okay? Yi Tianhao's voice came as he swiftly landed beside Yi Tianyao. His gaze swept over Yi Tianyao, and seeing that she was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief, then turned to look at the 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators turned pale at the sudden emergence of such a formidable youth. The reason was simple: they could not discern his cultivation level, and their own spiritual energy had been significantly depleted from the struggle with Yi Tianyao. The leader of the cultivators immediately commanded flee. Yi Tianhao, upon witnessing this, took off in pursuit of the last remaining cultivator. The frightened cultivator, panicking, hastily unleashed several explosive talismans in an attempt to block Yi Tianhao's assault. Yi Tianhao responded by striking down his sword, shattering the explosive talismans, which erupted into flames but harmed him not in the slightest. He swiftly positioned himself to block the 3, swinging his sword with determination. The leader of the cultivators quickly said, friend, we are all here for the assessment, oh why not? Yi Tianhao let out a cold laugh and struck down, sending the 3 crashing to the ground, directly seizing their spirit pearls. These cultivators are indeed a bit troublesome. At the side, Yi Tianyao pouted. After collecting Xiaoqi and Ling Ke, she approached Yi Tianhao and smiled, brother, how many spirit pearls have you obtained? Seeing his sister's cheerful expression, Yi Tianhao sighed and replied, not many, just over 20. Tianyao, stick close to me from now on. Yi Tianyao obediently nodded, her eyes still sparkling with excitement. Her brother's display was far more impressive than her solo battles. The two were preparing to continue into the beast forest when a clear, yet steady female voice emerged from behind a nearby ancient tree. "Two friends, please hold." Ye Tianhao paused slightly, instinctively shielding Ye Tianyao behind him, his eyes flashing with vigilance. A pale blue figure gracefully appeared in front of them, her garments fluttering, without a trace of spiritual energy leaking out, clearly exhibiting a masterful control of her cultivation. She was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator, appearing around 16 or 17 years old, with a sharp gaze and a small jade-like mark on her forehead, carrying a jade zither on her back, evidently also a participant in the assessment. Without advancing, she merely inclined her head slightly, her expression humble and devoid of malice. "I am Su Wan, also a participant in this assessment." The female cultivator spoke, her voice clear and melodious. "I saw the two of you from a distance. Your skills are extraordinary. I, being alone in this assessment, recently encountered multiple cultivators attacking me. Though I narrowly escaped, I have expended quite a bit of energy, so I would like to request." Just as Su Wan finished speaking, shouts and cries erupted behind her. This caused Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao to look at the woman with grim expressions. The cooperation she mentioned was in reality drawing the cultivators pursuing her directly to them. "Tianyao, we must leave," Ye Tianhao decisively ordered. "Wait, I did not intend to put you in danger. If you assist me, I will give you all the pills I possess," Su Wan hastily said, throwing her storage bag to Ye Tianhao, her expression flustered. Seeing the woman's desperation while holding the storage bag, Ye Tianhao recognized her hidden strength and said, "Let's go." They had already consumed much of their spiritual energy, and having collected so many spirit pearls, they might soon find themselves as targets. The beast forest was teeming with cultivators, and the open terrain was not conducive to hiding. Ye Tianyao noticed the woman attracting many cultivators and felt somewhat displeased. Yet she still obeyed her brother, controlling Ling Ke to temporarily disrupt the pursuers. Su Wan followed closely behind, her pale blue robe weaving gracefully through the trees, her movements light as a butterfly. "Don't run, you damn woman. Leave the spirit pearls behind." The pursuers relentlessly attacked with their magical artifacts, causing explosions that echoed throughout the forest. Seeing over a dozen cultivators chasing them, Ye Tianyao angrily questioned, "What did you do to attract so many people?" Su Wan replied helplessly, "I took too many spirit pearls, causing these cultivators to see me as a thorn in their side, so they all came to deal with me." "How many spirit pearls did you take to incite this much hatred?" Ye Tianyao was intrigued. Su Wan bit her lip and replied softly, "I don't know, too many." Ye Tianyao looked at the woman with some surprise. It seemed she was quite formidable. Currently, the assessment was focused on seizing spirit pearls. The longer it dragged on, the stronger the remaining cultivators would become, and since only the top 10 would be accepted, it was no wonder those with many spirit pearls became targets. The three quickly fled forward. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar of a demon beast echoed through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle. A powerful demonic aura swept in, far stronger than any they had encountered before. Ye Tianhao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately stopped, shielding Ye Tianyao behind him. Su Wan also halted, her face solemn. "This is bad. Ahead lies the depths of the beast forest. From the sound, it must be a latest-stage first-tier demon beast." Just as she spoke, a massive centipede suddenly emerged from the forest, roaring at the sky. Its body was pitch black, its shell gleaming with a cold metallic sheen measuring over 3 inches in length, its numerous legs scuttling across the ground, creating a harsh scraping sound. Its pair of venomous pincers dripped with a foul-smelling poison, and the formidable demonic aura pressed down, causing those cultivators of lower cultivation to feel a pang of dread. At that moment, as they stood still, the pursuers from behind had already caught up. The leading cultivator, seeing Su Wan stop, was momentarily taken aback before his gaze fell on the massive centipede. A sinister smile crept onto his face, and he whispered to the cultivators behind him, "Don't approach." They fixed their eyes on Ye Tianhao and the others, along with the latest-stage first-tier demon beast centipede, clearly hoping to reap the benefits. Killing this demon beast would bring rewards, and if they waited for both sides to be severely weakened, they could swoop in and take advantage without expending much effort. Su Wan, seeing the centipede, furrowed her brow. "A latest-stage golden-winged centipede. This is becoming troublesome." In the face of the appearance of the talisman treasure, the shouts of the cultivators echoed through the forest. Those who originally intended to profit from the situation suddenly transformed their gazes into those filled with fervor and greed. The talisman treasure is an exceedingly rare artifact in the realm of cultivation, far more powerful than ordinary magical tools, and even Foundation establishment cultivators may not possess one. No one expected that this seemingly fragile woman would have such a trump card hidden away. The leading cultivator swallowed hard, his mind racing with calculations. Able to seize the spirit pearl and the talisman treasure, if they could succeed today, it would be an immense opportunity. However, Su Wan had no time to pay attention to the movements of the cultivators behind her. With her fingertips forming a seal, she softly commanded congeal. At her command, the enormous swords formed from golden light instantly took shape, the sword bodies swirling with fierce spiritual energy, radiating a sharp brilliance. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a dozen golden giant swords surged forth like arrows charging towards the golden-winged centipede that blocked their path, with overwhelming momentum aimed directly at its vital points. The golden-winged centipede seemed to sense the deadly threat, letting out a sharp, piercing scream as its dark body trembled violently. Its numerous legs scratched the ground fiercely, sending shards of rock flying. Its poisonous pincers suddenly opened wide, spewing forth a stream of black ink-like venom. Wherever the venom touched, the grass and trees instantly charred, a stench permeating the air that made one feel nauseous. Yet the power of the talisman treasure was immensely strong, the venom unable to stop its onslaught, which cleaved through it and rushed towards the centipede's head. Su-won desperately channeled her spiritual power, causing the giant sword to pierce through the golden-winged centipede's head in an instant. Roar! Roar! Under the chilling screams, the golden-winged centipede was helplessly torn into pieces by the giant sword. The residual force of the golden swords also severed the surrounding trees, leaving deep gashes stretching for over half a mile. Impressive. Ye Tianha's eyes widened as he fixated on the talisman treasure held by the female. In just a moment, she effortlessly killed a latest-stage first-tier beast, and the beast had not been able to retain. Su-won's spiritual power was exhausted, her hands trembling as she began to fall. Weakly she called out to Ye Tianhao for help. Friend, don't leave me. Seeing the potency of the talisman treasure in Su-won's hands, and realizing how weak she had become, the cultivators could no longer suppress their greed. They all charged forward, shouting, that talisman treasure is mine. Nonsense. First come, first served. Even if I can't pass the Qingyun sect's entry assessment, having the talisman treasure is still a fortune. That's clearly mine. A dozen cultivators surged forward together, their magical tools drawn, launching attacks towards Su-won. Many of those cultivators were at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and it was not easy to break through the siege of more than 10 people. Ye Tianhao soared on his sword, catching Su-won effortlessly, determined not to abandon her. Ye Tianhao, witnessing this, yelled angrily, despicable scoundrels. Taking advantage of someone's weakness, she hurriedly commanded Shao Qi to move forward, spitting out flames to block their attacks. But Shao Kai's fiery power was limited, and against the onslaught of a group of cultivators it was of little effect. As the cultivators surrounded them, although Ye Tianhao could deal with a few, carrying Su-won made it somewhat strange. Seeing this, Ye Tianhao ceased to play coy, immediately wielding the broken moon sword. The sword's spirit radiated, and a cold silver light swept across the area. This was several degrees more domineering than the golden light of Su-won's talisman treasure. The spiritual energy swirling around the sword was so dense that it seemed almost tangible, faint patterns emerging on the blade. A pressure far beyond the Qi refinement stage suddenly radiated, causing the cultivators at the forefront to freeze in place, their greed replaced by shock. What kind of sword is this? How can it possess such a formidable fluctuation of spiritual power? The leading 7th level Qi refinement cultivator exclaimed in shock, his spiritual tool instinctively pausing in midair, an inexplicable chill rising in his heart. Having practiced for many years and seen numerous magical tools, he had never encountered a spirit sword that a Qi refinement cultivator could control, possessing such terrifying power. Ye Tianhao spared no unnecessary words, his left hand securely supporting the weakened Su-won while his right hand gripped the broken moon sword tightly. With a flick of his wrist, a finely honed silver sword energy shot forth, moving as fast as lightning, aimed directly at the leading cultivator. He stood upon a flying sword, moving with ease. Even while holding someone, his movements displayed no sign of sluggishness, clearly indicating his mastery over the broken moon sword. The leading cultivator hurriedly swung his blade to block, but with a crisp clang, the moment the blade clashed with the silver sword energy, it was brutally cleaved in half. The remaining force of the sword energy slammed into his chest. The cultivator grunted, spitting blood as his body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. The spirit pearl in his arms flew out, and he vanished completely. Outside the beast forest, the cultivator who had teleported out collapsed to the ground lifeless as soon as he landed. With just one strike, he had slain a 7th level Qi refinement cultivator. Seeing this, the remaining cultivators were terrified, their greed completely replaced by fear. No one dared to shout about seizing the talisman treasure anymore. Each hesitated, their eyes filled with trepidation. Ye Tianhao now possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement. He had kept this hidden until now. Brother, so impressive. Ye Tianhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she did not forget to command Shao Qi to increase its attack. As if sensing its master's exhilaration, Shao Kai's flames surged, its claws dancing as it charged at the cultivators, with claws ignited, burning them back, their screams echoing. Su-won, cradled in Ye Tianhao's arms, showed a hint of astonishment on her weak face. Leaning against Yi Tianha's chest, she felt his steady aura, and the domineering spiritual energy emanating from the broken moon soared her heart, filled with shock. This cultivator seemingly of her own age was far more powerful than she had seen, and the sword in his hand was certainly no ordinary spirit sword. The silence in the forest lasted only a moment before a fierce-looking cultivator bared his teeth and shouted, "What are we afraid of?" He was alone carrying a burden. With our more than 10 people combining our strength, we might not be unable to contend with him. That talisman treasure is at stake. If we miss today, there will be no other chance. These words acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly awakening several cultivators who had been dazed by. They gazed at the talisman treasure in Su Wan's hand, which still faintly glimmered with golden light. Greed once again overshadowed their caution, exchanging glances as they activated their magical tools, forming a rudimentary combined attack formation, closing in on Yi Tianhao and the others. Ignorant of the danger, Yi Tianhao frowned slightly, his tone devoid of emotion, as he tightened his grip on. He swiftly swung the broken moon sword, and countless sword shadows splattered like a torrential downpour. The combined attack formation was already rudimentary, and with the cultivators' minds uncoordinated, they stood no chance against such a domineering sword force. With a series of clanging sounds, their magical tools were instantly shattered in half, and several slightly weaker cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement, grazed by the sword energy, were left bloodied and sent flying, barely hanging on. Seeing this, Yi Tianyao immediately commanded Shao Qi to pounce at the fierce cultivator who had incited the crowd. Shao Qi spewed forth a ball of raging flames aimed directly at his face. The cultivator hurriedly dodged, but was pierced in the shoulder by a sword energy that Yi Tianhao followed up with, letting out a scream before turning to flee. Trying to escape, Yi Tianhao snorted coldly, forming a seal with his fingers. The broken moon sword's spirit surged, and a silver sword thread shot out, instantly wrapping around the cultivator's ankle and yanking him back. The blade pressed against his neck, cold as ice hand over the spirit pearl. The chaotic battle was subdued by Yi Tianha's sword techniques. Some of the more powerful cultivators chose to retreat, realizing that even though the three were significantly drained of their spiritual energy, it was better to leave than to risk further loss. After all the cultivators had departed, the forest finally returned to tranquility, leaving only the burnt scent of charred vegetation and a faint trace of blood in the air. Yi Tianhao controlled his flying sword to land in a more concealed area of the woods, releasing Su Wan. Su Wan's delicate face flushed as she breathed slightly heavier, hesitating to look up at Yi Tianhao. She quickly took out a pill from another storage bag at her waist and began to consume it. Once the medicine was ingested, she bowed in relief and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your assistance. I will never forget this great kindness. May I ask your esteemed names?" "I am Yi Tianhao, and this is my sister Yi Tianyao." "It was merely a small effort on our part." Yi Tianhao gestured towards Yi Tianyao, who was feeding the spirit-feeding pills to Shao Qi and Ling Ke. Thus the three of them had made a simple acquaintance. Su Wan was preparing to take out a talisman from her sleeve to put into her storage bag, but upon seeing Yi Tianhao gazing at the talisman, she began to explain. "This talisman is a relic left to me by my mother and serves as my trump card. If I hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, I wouldn't have used it so easily. Although this talisman possesses great power, it consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. I nearly exhausted my entire reserve in the previous battle." Yi Tianha's gaze fell upon the talisman. Previously, it had glowed with golden light, but now with the spiritual energy dissipated, it revealed its true pearlescent color, inscribed with intricate runes that faintly shimmered with golden light, indeed a rare treasure. However, he showed no signs of greed, and simply stated, "I see." Seeing that Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao harbored no covetous intentions, Su Wan felt more favor towards the two siblings. Unable to hold back, she said, "Fellow Taoists, may I ask if you would allow me to travel with you?" Upon her words, the forest fell into a brief silence. Her eyes reflected a hint of anxiety. After exhausting her spiritual energy in the previous battle and exposing her talisman, she would surely be targeted by other cultivators, making it difficult for her to escape her fate. Moreover, if she couldn't enter the Qingyun sect, all her efforts would be in vain. Yi Tianyao looked up at the anxious woman, noticing her pale complexion, yet unable to hide the gentle resilience in her brows and eyes. She then pulled Yi Tianhao aside and whispered, "Brother, taking her along is not a bad idea. I see she possesses such an impressive talisman." She risked her life to resist those cultivators earlier, showing decent strength. It would be wise to keep a helper, especially since there are 10 spots available for inner disciples in the Qingyun sect. The latter stages of this examination are bound to involve a fierce battle. Yi Tianhao also found this reasonable, his gaze continuously scanning the dense forest, speaking calmly, "I can allow you to travel with us, but the current examination is perilous. There is one condition: you must not act independently during the journey, and all matters must be discussed before decisions are made." Upon hearing this, Su Wan's eyes sparkled with joy, and she quickly bowed again, her tone sincere. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Yi Tianyao had finished feeding the spirit-feeding pills. Xiao Qi waved its fiery red tail and affectionately nudged her hand, while Ling Ke flew around, Yi Tianyao seemingly showing off. She smiled and said, there is no need for formalities, fellow Taoist. We are now companions and should look out for each other. Su Wan nodded vigorously. What you say is true, I will listen to both of you. However, I exhausted too much spiritual energy in the previous battle and may not be able to control a sword for the time being. I will need to trouble both of you to wait a moment while I take some pills to recover. I will be able to keep up shortly. No problem, Yi Tianyao waved his hand. He took out a bottle of qi shuejiu from his storage bag and handed it to Su Wan. Miss Su, this is the qi shuejiu we carry to replenish spiritual energy. Just a few sips will quickly restore your energy. Su Wan looked at the qi shuejiu presented by Yi Tianyao, sensing the faint spiritual energy emanating from it. Just getting close, she could feel the rich energy within, clearly superior to ordinary energy replenishing pills. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes mixed with a bit of awkwardness, and she quickly waved her hands to decline, saying no, it wouldn't be right to take this precious qi shuejiu for free, fellow Taoist Yi. Seeing Su Wan's strong reaction, Yi Tianyao understood that their family's qi shuejiu was of exceptionally high quality, perhaps regarded by her as some rare treasure. Yi Tianyao smiled and said, Miss Su, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Since we are now companions, we should naturally help each other out. You have exhausted your spiritual energy. Our relying solely on pills for recovery will take at least half an hour. The examination is peerless, and every moment of delay increases the danger. The sooner you recover, the sooner we can set off. Yi Tianyao added calmly, hurry up, this is not a safe place. Su Wan felt a warmth surge in her heart as she held the flask. She no longer hesitated, uncorked the bottle, and a rich aroma of the wine, mixed with fruity notes, rushed out. She tilted her head back and drank 3 mouthfuls. The qi shuejiu was thick and sweet, leaving a lasting aftertaste, but more importantly, Su Wan could distinctly feel a warm energy instantly flowing down her throat and filling her body. Her previously exhausted meridians felt rejuvenated, the warmth spreading out, and her depleted spiritual energy was visibly recovering. Before long, she felt that her spiritual energy had recovered by 3 to 4/10. The paleness on her face faded slightly, and her eyes regained some sparkle. Once she circulated a bit of spiritual energy to confirm her state was stable, she softly said, I have recovered half of my spiritual energy, enough to control a sword and travel without holding you back. The 3 figures swiftly flew into the forest. Meanwhile, high above in the watchtower, the upper echelons of the Qingyun sect were observing the participating cultivators. Qin Yunhe stroked his beard in surprise, saying, I never expected that there would be cultivators with talismans in this examination, and that female cultivator seems quite formidable as well. However, Yun Jian looked solemn, silently observing Su Wan. Unable to contain himself, he sighed, Elder Qin, have you forgotten? This girl is a child of the Su family from Jingxi. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise as he immediately asked, the Su family from Jingxi. Isn't that one of the families that were exterminated by the Xianyu sect? At that time, the Xianyu sect's Xianming refined the entire capital into demonic soldiers, exterminating those families that had good relations with the Qingyun sect. Yun Jian nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed on Su Wan's reflection in the barrier, his tone heavy. That damned Xianyu sect. They have become increasingly rampant. This is clearly taking advantage of our sect's lack of golden core experts. Seeing this, Qin Yunhe consoled Yun Jian, you need not be too angry. This group of Xianyu sect is merely a rabble. The sect master will eventually eliminate them. You say that so easily, but our sect master is still in the core formation stage, constantly striving for golden core. How could he? Sigh. As he spoke, Yun Jian also sighed helplessly. Seeing his worried expression, Qin Yun's weathered face revealed a sly smile, after which he said, enough, Yun Jian. There's no use worrying about such matters now. Let's focus on observing those young ones. In the beast forest, Yi Tianyao and his companions had dealt with the next wave of attacks from the cultivators, and the number of cultivators in the beast forest had decreased significantly. The theft of the spiritual pearls had also eliminated quite a few. Those remaining were all-powerful and cunning individuals. Thus the 3 had to stay alert and ready to respond. Just as they paused in the forest, the little sparrow beside Yi Tianyao suddenly called out. Yi Tianyao immediately shouted, someone's coming. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyao and Su Wan quickly took up a defensive stance. In this dense forest, it was very difficult for an ordinary person to be noticed if they hid within. Suddenly, several talismans flew out from above the forest, illuminating the darkness with arcs of purple and blue lightning that crackled as they rushed toward the 3, filling the air with a pungent, burnt smell. Retreat. Yi Tianyao reacted swiftly, flipping his right hand, and the broken moon sword was instantly drawn, the spiritual power flowing along its blade bursting forth. He swung the sword forward, instantly cutting through the rushing lightning. Ziz. Sparks flew as the sword energy collided with the lightning. Su Wan, light on her feet, balanced on the sword and moved quickly through the air, launching 3 defensive talismans that transformed into a translucent protective shield, enclosing them within. At that moment, a fiery whip swung out, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, striking the protective shield, which was immediately rocked by the impact, teetering on the brink of shattering. Are you the 3 who took down so many cultivators? A delicate voice rang out from the forest. The source of the fiery whip was a young woman dressed in red, appearing quite youthful, but around her waist hung a string of pure white spiritual pearls that swayed gently as she moved. There were at least several dozen. At this moment, Su Wan's eyes widened in shock. Li Linlin. This woman was also from the Li family of Jingxi, but because her ancestor was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, the Li family had not been targeted by the Xianyu sect. Moreover, Li Linlin was exceptionally gifted, already a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator before the age of 20, and was regarded as a rising star by the entire Li family. Su Wan fixed her gaze on the spiritual pearls at her waist, and said solemnly, "You're here for the spiritual pearls too. Looking at your demeanor, it seems you've eliminated quite a few cultivators. What else could it be?" Li Linlin scoffed, raising her hand to flick the pearls at her waist, the crisp sound of their collision echoing sharply in the still forest. This trial in the beast forest is a survival of the fittest. For you 3 to make it this far shows some skill, much better than those useless ones who only know how to hide. Before her words fell, she abruptly snapped her wrist, and the fiery whip surged forward several feet, engulfed in fierce flames, striking the shield with tremendous force. The previous strike had already left cracks all over it. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the translucent shield shattered, instantly scattering into countless specks of spiritual light that dissolved in the air. Su Wan's face went pale, instinctively stepping back half a pace, wanting to pull out a talisman, but was forced to dodge repeatedly by a fire talisman thrown by Li Linlin. The fire talisman landed on the ground, instantly igniting into a large flame, blocking off most of the retreat for the 3. Soon after, several cultivators emerged beside Li Linlin, surrounding them to attack. Seeing that this woman was the leader, Ye Tianhao immediately said to Ye Tianyao, "Cover me, I'll take her on." Understood. After Ye Tianyao responded, she summoned the little red creature. The little red creature let out a roar, and a fire crystal appeared in front of its chest, instantly blocking the flames, followed by countless spiritual sparrows flying out to attack those cultivators. This surprised Li Linlin, who then showed a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. These 2 cultivators on Su Wan's side were indeed formidable. She had initially planned to pick up the scraps, but seeing them seize so many spiritual pearls, she wanted to try and eliminate them. If she could obtain their spiritual pearls, the top position would surely be hers. Interesting, they can even summon beasts to assist. Li Linlin's fighting spirit intensified, and with a flip of her wrist, the fiery whip lunged out like a spirit snake, no longer attacking Su Wan, but instead aiming directly at Ye Tianhao's face. "Since you want to take me on, I will oblige you. Let's see if your broken sword can withstand my heart-burning whip." Ye Tianhao's expression grew serious, spiritual energy erupting beneath his feet as he advanced rather than retreating, swinging the broken moon sword to clash with the fiery whip. Ziz. Sparks exploded, and the heat wave mingled with the sword energy, stirring up a whirlwind in the forest that bent the surrounding plants. 8th level Qi refinement, and you can actually take my strike. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Linlin's eyes, followed by a cold smile, but it's only this much. She made a hand gesture, and the flames on the heart-burning whip surged violently, transforming into a fire snake that lunged toward Ye Tianhao with its maw wide open. Where the flames passed, the air warped from the heat, and the scorching wave hit him. Ye Tianhao did not dare to be careless, pouring all his spiritual energy into the broken moon sword, its silver light shining brilliantly. He shouted loudly, swinging the sword to unleash a sword energy several feet long, cleaving the fire snake in 2. However, before he could catch his breath, Li Linlin had already closed in, wielding the heart-burning whip, pressing relentlessly from both afar and near. Ye Tianhao dodged nimbly, his broken moon sword blocking accurately, but each collision left his arm numb. The gap between 8th and 9th level Qi refinement, coupled with the powerful artifact in the woman's hand, made it quite troublesome for Ye Tianhao to deal with her. Meanwhile, Ye Tianyao fought alongside the little red creature, with countless spiritual sparrows swirling in the air, fiercely pecking at the cultivators Li Linlin brought along. The sharp beaks of the sparrows, imbued with faint spiritual energy, left tiny bloody marks on the cultivators. The fire crystal on the little red creature's chest flickered continuously, and columns of fire shot out from its mouth, forcing back the advancing cultivators. However, Li Linlin's group consisted of 5 people, all above 7th level Qi refinement. Before long, many spiritual sparrows were injured or killed, and the defensive fire crystal on the little red creature dimmed a few shades. Ye Tianyao also felt her spiritual energy depleting rapidly. Noticing the situation, Su Wan, while attacking, immediately began to gather her spiritual energy, pulling out the talisman treasure from her bosom. Instantly, several golden giant swords appeared in the air, and the cultivators brought by Li Linlin were quickly forced back by these golden swords. Cries of agony, rising one after another. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Li Linlin shouted angrily as she caught sight of her cultivators being pushed back by Su Wan. Her assault grew fiercer, and the heart-burning whip lashed out violently, striking hard against Yi Tianhao's back. Yi Tianhao let out a muffled groan, stumbling several steps forward, and flames ignited instantly on the whip. However, a faint red glow emitted from his body, quickly suppressing the flames. Is that armor made from red armored lizard? Li Linlin was somewhat surprised, but then a glimmer of disdain crossed her eyes. She relentlessly pursued and attacked Yi Tianhao, saying, "Hand over the spiritual pearls, and I might let you leave quickly. Otherwise I will break your hands and feet." Upon hearing this, a murderous intent surged in Yi Tianhao's eyes. The spiritual energy in the broken moon sword surged violently, and he charged forward rapidly, aiming the sword's edge directly at Li Linlin's neck.